You know, back when I was in the academy, we would follow every toast with a song.
That's an interesting twist.
The company store, the paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers scum. They're on giant death factories keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy weird sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy weirdo woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot belly goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We'll search self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
I love refrigerators.
Hey, there we go. What's up? Welcome to Flashcast, but minus a crying Flash.
Oh man, that was weird, man. I really felt like I was on Flash, except the sound quality was better. You need to tell Flash how to set up your sound quality. How does that work?
And it didn't loop enough, though. That's a problem you'll have to work on.
We didn't have that fake start and go thing that he likes to do.
Yeah, well, that's just because I'm a consummate professional and he's busy watching Gundam. This is the problem for him. He needs to get off that degenerate trash.
His freaking fervor like melted into me. I was like, man, you know what? I gotta try Gundam. I gotta see it. If you're willing to take on a panel of people that are fucking just going hard at you like that, yeah. So I'm 24 episodes into Gundam. I still haven't been moved yet, but you know, I mean, I'm liking it.
You're not deep enough yet. Yeah. You're not deep enough yet. You gotta wait till they start killing everybody because it turns into the freaking red wedding real quick.
He said I got to get to. He said what moved him was War in the Pocket. So I still got this series, another series, and then I'll be there.
I just love that you're like, oh man, this guy's willing to go in front of 2,000 people and admit to crying a whole bunch and then defend his crying. This series better. It's got to be great.
He defended himself for 2 hours. He was like, dude, I am going to climb on this cross and I'm going to nail it. I'm going to nail myself to it for you. I was like, all right, dude, I'll check it out.
Well, I mean,
he
did fail on the stream for a little bit.
Well, that's just because he was wasted. But no, he did have a good point, though. Like that is the West produces so few things that make you feel anything other than disgust anymore. It's just a weird experience. Like, shit, I haven't seen anything like this out of the West in like 20, 30 years.
Yeah, it's I mean, things are getting bad here. Oh, speaking of getting bad, I left off something. Hold on just a second.
You can't stop me. I'm a Jedi from Jakku.
I fucking hate you, Flash, you piece of shit.
You're my lawyer?
Says here you robbed a hospital. Why'd you do that?
Yeah, I'm not guilty.
That's not what the other lawyer said.
You motherfucker. God. Flash.
Now it's an authentic stream. Hell yeah.
Yeah. No, it's authentic. Although Flash, you know, he took away my good moments from that. I don't know, you know, if you guys know this, but he clipped that selectively to make me look bad. Because I mean, we got this one.
Why you think you done it? Okay, number one, Your Honor. Just look at him.
He talks like a fag too.
Oh my God. Well, hey, welcome to the show, everybody in the audience. Welcome to the panel. We've got that umbrella guy. We've got just some guy, Raging Golden Eagle, and Crows of Judgment, or Crow of Judgment, not crows, just one crow of Judgment. So thank you all for being here. Flash is not here because he's got some family thing or something. And so I was like, oh, there's a grifting opportunity here. So,
hell yeah.
You were in there really fast too. I noticed that before anybody else could say, hey, you were just like, bam, you know, I'm in there.
Yeah, I wasted no time.
No, actually, no. Kwanzaa learned his grift from Nick. Little known fact.
but Nick's actually good at it. So I don't think that's what happened.
Yeah, and Nick actually gets stuff out to. Well, he does what he promised, I guess. Actually, you want to talk about that? So the latest is White. I hear it's on Comixology, but the backers still haven't gotten it yet. Not even the digital one.
So the way that this went down was someone emailed me telling me that the book was out. I'm like, I don't think so, because I don't have my copy. And I went to check Comixology, and sure enough, there it is. There's issue 1 and issue 2. Issue 1 came out in June, and apparently it had, brace yourselves, 40,000 orders for print copies to be put into stores. 40,000 orders, and it sold out of those. And now it's going into a second printing for the first issue. This is a Kickstarter that couldn't actually make the funding. It took me and your boy Zach roasting him for him to actually be able to get the money, and he just barely did it.
What was his funding goal?
The funding goal was like $39,999 because he's fucking stupid. So he couldn't get that.
They won't know it's 40,000 if I just put it at 39,999.
It's just like the dumbest thing to do. Like you can't round it up. that extra dollar is just too much. You got to keep it real. So he was barely able to get that funded. He got it funded within like the last 24 hours, again, because of me and DNC. And so the book has been laid. He hasn't done really any updates. There's 29 updates on this thing. And it's been 2 years. And the updates are like every 4 or 5 months. For one of them, it was like 6 months. And his updates were literally last year. It was, George Floyd got killed. So the book is going to be late.
He was a principal artist. He was reforming his life. The reason that he used the counterfeit 20 was because he had just drawn it. It was a prototype for the comic. It was a total mistake. Now that he's gone, I don't know how to finish.
White supremacy is stopping me from making my comic. Now you know I gotta make it about white because it's all this white supremacy. So that happens. And still no updates. Then he gives a random update in like October, another random one in December. Then in January, he tells everybody, you got to fill out your surveys. If you didn't fill out your surveys, you ain't getting anything. I checked my email. I got surveys from Tim and Mark. I got surveys from Sean Gordon Murphy. I got surveys from Kyle Ritter. I ain't got no surveys from Kwanzaa. So I don't know where that was at. It didn't appear in my Kickstarter stuff. None of that. So then he does this most recent update where he's bitchy about people going, I haven't got my book. It's been 2 years. And you're over here bragging about the book going into second printing, and I don't have my book. And he's like, well, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just not going to respond to comments because I'm working. What the fuck are you talking about? This is the most ignorant shit. And it's so ridiculous because he's bragging about how many connections he's got and how he's in Hollywood because his little story got optioned, so it's in development hell. And you can't get a book out. You can't get a single book out. All these people have managed to get books out. You can't get a single book out. You actually have a comic book publisher publishing the book, but they can't publish any of these books. Nobody can help you to get it because sending to individual people is so much harder than sending to a retailer. There's just no one who's ever done this before who can help you. No one.
You know what? This is unfair. It's only been 2 years. Like how is anybody supposed to make a comic within 2 years? I mean, what's it normally take? Like 6, 10, something like that, right?
Somewhere close to 15, actually.
14, yeah, I was thinking 14. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're being a harsh critic here.
I think he's on CPT time, but that's just me.
That sounds a little racist.
I'm black. I can say it.
No, you're a white supremacist.
No. Yeah, I have read about you, sir.
Mark Wade exposed your ass.
Mark Wade is too busy hunting down Asians to know what he's talking about. So don't listen to him.
Oh my God. So this is Kwanzaa. He's such a weird fucking dude. Isn't he the guy that works for that PR firm?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. So he's changed his name I'm still not sure whether or not Kwanzaa is his actual first name, but his actual last name is Johnson. That is his real last name, and he just randomly changed it because he wants to keep it real. He sounds like the whitest black dude you have ever heard. So if you go, you watch his interviews on like what was it, Sci-Fi Network, it just turn the screen off and just listen. You swear it was a white guy. It's hilarious. So he's clearly posing, but when you see him on Twitter, he's like the realest black dude you've ever heard of.
Wait,
right?
but how does he? What about with Jamal Igle? Which one of them is more black?
Well, Jamal Igle's name is actually Jamal, so I would give it to him. But both of them are they're pretty tame. I've met Jamal in person. He's like a regular black dude. But
okay.
Kwanzaa's posing. He wants to be real. He's one of those dudes who probably grew up in the suburbs. He ain't really been around a lot of black folks. So he wants to present. He wants to represent, but he's overcompensating. And he can get away with it on Twitter because can't nobody hear what you sound like. But when you in person and you talking, you don't want to put a little bass in your voice. Just try.
Well, remember, he did actually work with one of the realest black dudes in the industry, Mark Wade, at Humanoids for a little while, didn't he?
Yeah, he worked there and got booted off his own book.
That's well, there was always the theory about the hiring of Kwanzaa with Humanoids was that that was Wade hiring him as part of maybe hiring Wick Phillips, or tacitly hiring Wick Phillips to help out with the your boy Zach scenario, because that happened right in the middle of the lawsuit. And Kwanzaa started going after Zach, if I remember right. And then the announcement came out that Mark had hired him, and it was like his he went after Zach like out of the blue, if I remember that. And he picked up someone else got hired on Humanoids too, and it was like a really weird sort of hiring.
You're talking about the one where he hired his ex-girlfriend? Black woman who was actually writing the book, and then hired his ex-girlfriend to write the book instead.
God, that's quantum levels of simpery.
It's so ridiculous. That entire endeavor was hilarious because every last one of those books was destined to fail. And the one that was so pathetic was Magdalene Visaggio's books, where they were like, I think it was as low as 430 orders. So it's like nobody's buying this damn thing. And it's just embarrassingly bad. And then Kwanzaa, I think what ended up happening was the lockdown happened. And in the middle of the lockdown happening, the black comic got optioned. So Kwanzaa got his little 10 grand and he's like, oh, I'm in Hollywood now. You ask Max about that. We'll see how that goes. But he like probably just left the story. And so then Wade came in and finished it. But if you read those two issues, they are the most competent of all the issues because Kwanzaa's nowhere near them. So you can tell that like Mark Wade went in like, I'm going to fix this shit because this don't know what he's doing. And it's just like the most insane nonsense. It's still this race baiting, bigoted. They're all terrorists. They're evil, like super villains. And like, how come nobody likes us? Oh, I don't know. You're trying to murder people in front of your school. Did that not occur to you that this is a bad idea? And these are supposed to be the people we're supposed to like. And they're trying to kill people because they support guns. Like, are you fucking nuts? This is all this was. And I don't know if anybody read them, but at the beginning of the books,
no, nobody read them. You're the only guy.
So at the beginning of the books, they would interview someone who was like a survivor of some school shooting. And so they would have them intro the book to like tell their story. Like, this is the most pedantic bullshit I've ever read. And it just kept getting worse. Just kept getting worse. So when the lockdown happened, basically all the stuff shut down. Then they brought it back, and nobody's buying them. Nobody's ordering this stuff. So it just petered out. They're not going anywhere. All the stuff, as far as I know, ended on cliffhangers.
And what's real funny is this was supposed to be Humanoids, which they're a European company. And this was their big bets. This was their plan to get into Hollywood. Like, oh, we're going to team up with some big name American creators, and we're going to create a Hollywood bait and get in there. And then they put Mark Waid in charge, and we saw what
Because
happened.
when you think big names, you think Kwanzaa Sajefo and Magdalene Visaggio, fake Holiday and the man in the wig. That's what you think is going to get you into Hollywood. Two people who collectively have sold maybe 10,000 books.
Oh,
This
God.
is the dumbest thing ever. I don't even know why it was created. There's no purpose in doing it. Superheroes are really not that popular in terms of comic book sales. So there was no particular reason to do that. The stories themselves were so boring and middling. It's like you look at everything else that Humanoids puts out, and it's an embarrassment. You're going to put this next to Mobius?
Yeah, the whole superheroes in Hollywood thing is I always wonder, like, okay, I know Hollywood executives are fairly decent at making money, but then there's so much evidence that they're not, because they option a book with a bunch of superheroes no one knows, right? And they don't seem to understand. It's like, oh, some of these superhero movies are doing pretty good, we should make more. It's like, no. A very limited set of superheroes will sell on theater screens because a bunch of people who grew up with these characters now have a bunch of money to spend. That's why that's going to work. You can't just do that with some random new show. It's not going to happen because no one really cares about these comic books. The comic book industry is floundering repeatedly on new property. Well, and largely because they're getting like, I don't know, grad school dropouts or whatever and hiring them at minimum wage.
Oh, you wish they were grad school dropouts.
They never even made it that far. Yeah.
Every time Wade tries to change the industry, though, you remember Thrillbent, when he went out and tried to do his
Yes,
digital
I did.
platform?
Yes, that
I got a
failed.
letter from him. I bought it's way back when, but I liked one of the stories they had. So I bought a PDF file of it basically because I wanted something I could carry with me and read. And it didn't open. So I wrote them and I didn't get a response for 6 months. And then Mark Waid wrote, and it was the rudest shit. It was the rudest exchange. It took 2.5 weeks for it to play out, but it was the fucking rudest exchange I have ever seen in my life.
So
Yeah, that's Mark Waid in a nutshell. I remember when he went after Allison Tiemann from the Honey Badgers, when she got booted out of the convention for questioning feminism. And they like permanently banned her from this main convention circuit in Canada. So like they run, I think, most of the actual conventions that happen there. So she's banned from all of those conventions. This also resulted in her being banned from coming into the U.S. Because of the lawsuit that she had. It was just absolute absurdity. But he went after her for like 72 hours, was just trashing her on Twitter. And every time somebody came in and tried to like calm him down, he would block them. He called one dude who was like, Gamergate's like a 21st century KKK. And this black dude comes in and he's like, I'm black and I support Gamergate. And he blocked him. And it's just like, it's the most absurd stuff. So then Allison came in and like challenged him. And then he got pissy with her because she had an attitude. It's like, you've been calling this woman all kinds of names behind her back. And then when she comes up to your face, she's like, what you got to say about me, bitch? He's like, I'm not going to talk to you if you're going to speak to me in that tone of voice. Come on, your ass. What the hell is going on here? This is Mark Waid in a nutshell. He's just this douchey dude who is so used to having everyone sort of like, just fawn all over him because of Kingdom Come that he just gets away with whatever he wants.
So I don't know what you're talking about though with these these superhero movies that are coming to Hollywood not being any good or not going to perform or whatever. I mean, there's no evidence that anything like that is happening as far as I can tell. And I think you're just a hater. It's not like we have from Animated Times. This is elsewhere, but this one has a really shitty opening line. So this is back in June though. Marvel Shang-Chi is a disaster in the making. Data shows even Asian audiences hate it. But see, it opens up with Marvel is doing good, pushing for more diverse representation in their core cast members. Simu Liu is the first major Asian superhero to join the Marvel Cinematic roster. Okay, fine. What about Iron Fist? I thought that guy was pretty good at being Asian, right? Danny, Danny, the white guy with curly hair. So here's the stats on the Taiwan account. So they had a poll on the opening trailer. There were roughly 3,400 viewers from Taiwan. Out of them, 1,600 disliked the trailer, and the Hong Kong audience results were just as unpleasant. 600 out of 1,022 disapproved of the trailer. YouTube metrics show 53% and 42% approval ratings for Shang-Chi, respectively. And then this is my favorite story about this fucking movie right here. Is Disney's CEO has called this movie an experiment. Because Disney even knows. Disney's already mitigating how bad this is going to be. And now the star's like, we're not an experiment. We're the underdog, the underestimated. Oh, buddy, I don't think anybody's underestimating you right now.
The ceiling breaker.
The ceiling's going to crush his ass.
They're gonna crack that glass ceiling as hard as Hillary Clinton did. It's going to be perfect.
Just
we are
18,
surprised.
It's 18 million cracks, but no money.
Yeah. I'm fired the fuck up to make history on September 3rd. Join us.
You will make history as having the lowest box office for any of the MCU films. It's going to be magnificent.
Well, only until the Eternals comes out.
Well, you know what's going to be crazy? So they're not doing a simul release, right? They're doing 45 days for streaming on Disney Plus. So they're not doing what they did to ScarJo, which means that Shang-Chi won't have the excuse that Black Widow had. And if Shang-Chi underperforms Black Widow, that'll be horrifically embarrassing.
And you know it will, because I mean, Black Widow had Scarlett Johansson, like or not, that's going to bring in people.
Yeah, they're like ScarJo and Leather. Okay,
yeah,
like that just got the boyfriends of the 8 women who wanted to see it in, so that's fine. They don't seem to have a grip on what people want to see. They think, oh, it's Marvel and it's a superhero movie, and we have other superhero movies going, so therefore it's good. It'll be great.
Nick, it's even worse. They know damn well what people want to see, but they find it problematic, and they're actively refusing to make it.
Yeah, because I mean, they're doing this diversity kick, and the thing about doing this is that they spent a decade building up all those other characters. That story is ended. You have to spend at least as much time building up the new cast to get people to be invested in it. But instead of doing that, they're doing what they did with Captain Mary Sue, whereas, oh, you're just supposed to like her and she's the best ever because we said so. And it went over like a lead fucking pipe. The reason the movie made money is because it was connected, or they told you it was connected to the next Avengers movie. That's it. The moment that went away, you saw what happened with Black Widow. It bombed. Like the whole shtick here was building up to Infinity War. That was the whole thing. What are you building up to? Not a goddamn thing. Nothing. If they were teasing the X-Men, they would be able to get more people to go and see the movies.
I just love how they're not calling it Captain Marvel 2 anymore. They're like calling it the Marvels. They're pulling the focus away from her. It's like, I thought she was so liked and beloved.
Oh no, because they want to get in. They want to get in Sana Ahmed. I mean Kamala Khan. So, so they want to get her in, and then they got the backlash from the Monica Rambeau stuff. So they want to get her in, and that's why they're doing that. Now, whether they're going to actually have the real Marvel in the film, I doubt it. But that's what they're trying to do. They're going this diversity thing. They think it's going to work. It's going to fail, and it's going to be fucking hilarious because every last one of these things is going to be one of those special projects, and it's just going to make everything that's remotely like that. They're going to be like, oh, we're not going to touch that because nobody wants to see it.
And then Japan's going to make it, and it's going to make a fortune.
This is wrong. I have to point out that you're very wrong. Disney actually has a track record of taking a beloved Asian franchise and doing really, really well with it recently. I don't know if you guys remember this, but there's a movie that they took this thing Like a whole bunch of people liked it. The source material is a massive success, and then they brought it to theaters, and it just crushed it. See, you got Mulan here, which did. I mean, it did $70 whole million in its entire box office run. That was fantastic.
I
More
was
money
actually,
than I have.
I was actually in a focus group for this movie. So right before this came out, I was in a focus group. They showed all these different Disney properties. I got to see Baby Yoda like 7 months before everybody else did. So I knew what was coming, but I signed an NDA, so I couldn't say anything. So they were showing us clips of the first run that they did, the first cut. No one liked it. Literally no one liked it. They were just shocked. So they're like, well, what if we told you that they're doing reshoots to add in more action and to make it more like a Hong Kong film? And people are like, yeah, well, why don't you just let them make it and just put the Disney name on it? And like, I don't want to see you do a half-assed version. Go and hire Sammo Hung and have him do the film. That's what I want to see.
It's, I mean, Asian countries have been putting out really, really good movies, right? Like for a while now. South Korea's movie industry is the one that I like the most right now.
Oh, yeah.
They're putting out very accomplished films. They've got recognizable stars from an American audience, recognizable stars. Japan, of course, has a history of putting out some decent stuff. China, I mean, love or hate China, they actually make pretty interesting movies about Chinese folklore that do really well in the United States, like Crouching Tiger, Hero, Fearless, all of the fucking Once Upon a Time in China movies. Like they could actually try and energize the Once Upon a Time in China franchise. You have Ip Man. Like these movies do well. It's not hard to make an Asian movie that's going to do well in the US. Just let the Asians make it because they know their own story, they know their own heritage, and they're competent filmmakers. Like what the hell are we doing?
They can't because like actually just some guy and then we're pointing out like you got to put Miss Marvel into into the Marvels now, and the reason they're doing that, and so it doesn't matter if that movie fails, which it will. Sana Amanat is going to make out like a bandit. She's trying to shove that character into everything because she's a co-creator of that character and she gets royalties every time that character's used. And that's the same reason they can't just let their betters in Asia make these things for them, because you got all these people with a vested interest here. They're like, no, I won't get my cut if I don't do it. Fuck that.
Well, they would get a cut though, because it would be a Disney-owned property, so they would get the cut because they're producing it.
But they wouldn't put the character in.
No,
Yeah.
see, so Disney would, but Sana Amanat wouldn't probably because they would.
She is the most important player in the story.
Yeah, but see, they like Nick said, they wouldn't use her. Like, like the directors in Asia would be like, man, fuck that. Give me like Wolverine. Give me some of the good characters. We're not using this shit.
Yeah,
well, they would use her, but make her cool. That would be what would happen. Is that they would do what they do in Japan. They would make her cool because that's what they do. They don't take stupid characters and just, I'm just going to make them dumb. They actually try to make the character interesting. So they would fix the problem. The problem is that you have these people putting out crap, and then they're pushing it so much that they don't realize it doesn't sell. No one is interested. Like, you already know this Miss Marvel shit is going to bomb. You had a game with the character in it, and no one liked the game.
What game?
Specifically
I don't
because
even
of her.
know.
Oh no, the Avengers game.
I like how you fixed the Miss Marvel thing, though. It was Miss Marvel starring Wolverine.
Yeah, the crazy thing about that, like just appreciating the grift for a second, right? Of like Sana Amanat and stuff. If you've got a character that you're going to get paid royalties on, the amount of royalties that you get is really like, if it's an original creation, you get a lot of money, but it's not a lot in terms of the total production cost of a Marvel movie, right? Like a Marvel movie is going to cost $250-300 million to make, but the take that Sana Amanat's going to get is going to be like low six figures. It'll be $150,000-200,000, which is a huge amount of money for a person who's not actually doing anything on the film. but it's like nothing in the production costs. It's a brilliant grift. God, I wish I could figure out if I was just creative at all and could make some property that would show up in Hollywood movies. Oh my God. They just throw money at people.
I don't even think she's getting that much, to be perfectly honest. Unless she's got some deal that she's made, the royalties that they get are really low. For creating some random character, she's not going to be making that much money collectively, over all the different properties. Yeah, she might get up to, that 6-figure amount, but I doubt it's getting out of the couple of thousand to use it.
I saw, what was it? Ed Brubaker. He was talking about what he got for the Winter Soldier. He said after they tried to rip him off, they didn't give him any credit. They thought, well, we'll roll back to him. So he got a thank you note and $5,000 offered to him.
Oh no!
He's like, it made $1 billion. He's, what's funny is at first he was pretty nice about that, but if you look at recent interviews, he is pissed. He just gets madder. He had a near-death experience. He almost drowned. And yeah, he started thinking, they screwed me out a lot of money. My family could use this money, and I want some of it. So
that's the fate of people who create things for corporations. Now, you could literally spend 20, 30 years of your life making other people billions, and you'll be lucky to get $5,000 back. Like, well, I gave you a paycheck. No, I paid you like $40,000 a year while you were making me billions. What do you have to complain about?
Well, we already went through this. This is the reason why Image Comics exists. So I don't feel sorry for Brubaker. He already knew what the deal was.
Yep.
We already saw this shit happen. You knew you were going to get fucked. So don't get mad.
It's what women's soccer did. They negotiated their salary out for a guaranteed payout, whether they played or didn't play, whether they won, whether they lost. Whereas the men had a pay per game schedule. And then the women's soccer team sued because they said, we got paid less than the men. Well, that wasn't actually true. They got paid more than the men. But what would have happened is if they had the men's contract, they would have gotten paid more than the men because the men didn't play for almost a year because of COVID. So it's like, it's the most dishonest argument, but like on a per game basis, the women got paid more, and that's mostly because the men suck, right? Like U.S. men's soccer is not that strong. If the men had done as well as the women, they would have gotten paid more, but they bet on themselves. They said, no, we're going to kick some ass. We're going to go out there. We're going to play a bunch of games. We're going to win. And so we're going to make a bunch of bonus money and all of that stuff. The women wanted a guaranteed payday, so they didn't have high top end bonuses. They're kneecapping themselves. The same thing as if you work for a corporation and you do creative work. Your creative work is going to be owned by that company. It's like I saw a documentary on the guy who invented the metal die that stamps out Cheerios. Right? Like this guy should be a trillionaire, but he's not because he's just working for the company. He's just a mechanical engineer, and he made this thing to the die cut for Cheerios. But he doesn't own anything about it. Kellogg's or General Mills or whatever owns all of it.
They don't carry a lot of that clout over to their independent projects. I mean, it helps them for sure. But I remember when like Raging Golden Eagle or myself, we were going out doing our comics, names like Sean Gordon Murphy, that's your competition. I'm like, that motherfucker has Batman attached to him. If he's competing with me, making an all-age comic book, or Raging Golden Eagle making Big Titties the series. I mean, come on.
Well, see, that's one of the things I loved. Like one of the reason we chose to make the type of products we did is because and this, Nick, it'll be actually, if you don't mind, we could go on this tangent here because I'd love to hear a lawyer's take on this.
I do not mind. Yeah. Tangent all day. This stream is set for like 12 hours, so strap in.
Oh, sweet. I can use up 11 of these.
Hours, man. This is a flash cast. It's only 2 hours.
I already started drinking. I don't normally drink on Saturdays, but since Flash isn't here to get weepy crying drunk, I'm ready. My body is ready to cry. I didn't even eat, so I'm just gonna be weeping.
Sweet, let's go. But what I'm getting at is like these big corporations it's well known to anyone in the creative fields that if you make anything that even remotely looks like it doesn't even have to be successful yet, but it looks like it might catch on. you're going to get these big corporations offering to buy you out. And most of the time, they're not even going to release it anyway. They're just getting rid of competition so they can release something similar and not have to worry about you. If you don't accept their buyout, they will create something that's almost identical to yours by complete coincidence and make all the money. And you could sue them all you want. It's not going to help because that's the Disney strategy, right? Where they, it doesn't, you could sue them. You could be 100% right. You could have it provable. You're still going to lose because Disney is going to drag it out for like 20 years until you go bankrupt. That's how these guys work. And that's one of the reasons we made something like Blade Devil, because I do not see any mainstream woke corporation wanting to make even anything remotely like that. We're literally untouchable.
Just a minute. I caught that there. I caught your subliminal message. You do not see. Oh, I got you, buddy.
Shit.
Busted.
Mr. Himmler is here. No, that's 100% right. And I actually know someone who's she's an independent singer-songwriter. And she sold songs to various recording artists. She sent a song to Beyonce. And said, hey, would you be interested in buying this song? And then Beyonce rejected it. And then literally, the lyrics, she showed me the lyrics. They're the lyrics to Baby Boy in a slightly different order. Like Beyonce rejected her song and then she stole it and just reversed the phrasing on each of the lines and recorded Baby Boy, which of course is like a platinum selling song or whatever. So this chick sues Beyonce, wins at the district court level, but then goes to appeals and she ends up losing. But I mean, like the idea that Beyonce stole that song, I mean, she fucking just lifted it. But that was the thing. And yeah, if you go to a pitch room, this is a long-standing issue in Hollywood. You go to an executive pitch room, you make your pitch, and if you don't have any pull, suddenly they take the pitch and they're like, well, we'll think about it. And then they bring in some executive producer to come in and write out the script for basically your idea, because they probably have a similar idea already sitting in a pile on some intern's desk. They pull that. They like the concept, and then they run with it with some guy who's got a contract with the company already. You're never going to win.
You mean Deep Space Nine and Babylon 5, where it's basically the same fucking show?
Or how about Star Trek Discovery being fucking stolen from that from Anis Abdin, the guy who created that the game on Steam. He's been working on a space RPG forever, a pixel art RPG, and then fucking Star Trek Discovery comes along and literally just lifts a plot line and all of the devices directly from it. And then they're like, nah, we didn't steal that. I mean, that was completely coincidence that we completely changed the Star Wars warp system and created a myconial fungus-based network that you have to traverse using tardigrades. I mean, that's quintessentially Star Wars. What are you talking about? Warp drives. We didn't steal that idea from someone else. No, tardigrades are real things, so we can definitely take that. These companies fucking steal stuff all the time.
Yeah, they do it all the time. And this is what I'm saying about with Brubaker is like, you already know they're going to screw you. You already know that they're going to, especially Marvel. Marvel in particular loves to do this type of stuff. So you can't complain. You knew the moment that Winter Soldier became popular, you weren't going to see a dime of that. You were going to get your little petty royalties. And if they turned them into any kind of movie character, you weren't going to get shit. You already knew that. So stop bitching.
Yeah, it's just like what Nick said about like the men versus women's soccer team. Like and also like the guy that wrote the original Witcher books. Like he took a bet. Like he didn't want royalties from CD Projekt Red. He's just like, no, just give me a payout because he didn't think the
game was going to fail.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't think it was going to do that well. So he placed his bet on the wrong horse and he lost spectacularly. Then he threw a big temper tantrum about it. Like, I'm owed all this. I mean, CD Projekt Red was nicer about it than I would have been, I got to admit, because they did actually pay him to shut him up. But I was like, no, dude, you had so little faith in your own property and in us that it's right here on the contract. We offered you profit sharing and royalties. You literally rejected that so you can get a bigger upfront cut. Shut the fuck up. You did this to yourself.
Disney will screw you out of the money they owe you. Look at the Scarlett Johansson shit. It
was probably cheaper to pay that guy off. Like, just give him something so he shuts the fuck up and goes away.
Yeah, well, that's what they do in the music industry all the time. They'll steal songs, like Nick was saying. They'll steal a song, and then if it goes to court, if they happen to lose, the money that they're going to have to pay for that is a pittance. It doesn't really matter to them. There was a guy who he had one of his sections of his music was used for what was the Nate Dogg song from the 90s?
Is it my favorite song? The one
that was based off of Michael McDonald's song.
I'm just thinking of Regulate's great. I was thinking of Lay Low though.
No, it was Regulate.
Lay Low.
So there's a little whistle thing that happens in that song that was actually from somebody else's song. So he hears this. His son tells him they stole your song. He's like, I don't believe you. He goes and he listens to it. It's this one little whistle that that little part. That's from that dude. So he goes and he asks for the money. They're like, I don't know what you're talking about. It's like, it's from my song. I know because I'm the one who made the sound. It doesn't exist anywhere else. It's from my song. So they gave him 10% to shut him up. That was it. They didn't care. It means nothing to them. So that was probably Beyonce's calculations. Like, okay, fine. If you win, I'll give you the money. I'll go appeal it. If I win on the appeal, you're out. That's it. Doesn't matter to them. They don't care. And when you have these comic book companies, half the time they don't think the stuff is going to work anyway. So it doesn't make a difference to them. And then if it does work, what difference does it make? Because it's probably not going to be made into a movie unless it's really, really popular. And even if it's not, if they just take some random name and use it, they can go, well, it's not really the same character. So maybe you don't get it. They could use the name and not use the character and you don't get anything.
Well, I had a question though. Like if they lose, don't they have insurance that pays out?
Yes. Yeah.
So either way, they don't lose anything.
But I have to address something. The chat was telling me that I said Star Wars Discovery instead of Star Trek Discovery, and I have a response to that.
I'm pretty sure we have a mistrial here, sir.
I'm gonna mistrial my foot up your ass. You don't shut up.
That's right. Shut up, chat. Shut your mouth.
They're both fucking shit these days anyway. Is there any difference?
No.
It's red. That's very true.
I also need to play something very important. I'm sorry. Oh wait, shit. Hold on. I gotta fix this. I don't think I did audio before. And if you haven't seen this, you need to. I can't play all of that because I'll get copy claimed all this shit, but you gotta watch the Muppet Regulators. That's the best fucking thing ever. But no, this is a pervasive problem in the creative industry, and it's because it's a problem that guys like Tug here, Raging Golden Eagle, are trying to overcome and are succeeding at overcoming. It's the fact that gatekeeping, not the good kind, but the industry gatekeeping has been a thing for so long. You had to have so many resources to have access to distribution, marketing, and production. Prior to really the past 5 to 10 years, you had to have a huge infrastructure to do this. Like you couldn't market a comic and sell it out. And now you can. Just some asshole on YouTube can write a comic, have someone draw it or draw it themselves, put it out there and make $1 million, right? Like you can do that. And then you can also deliver the comic. You can subcontract with a publisher or a printer. You can contract with the delivery person if you want to. However you want to do it, it can be done.
Well, it's even funnier because while we're doing that, all of these, the previous infrastructure that existed in the legacy industry, they cannot adapt to save their lives. Look at what happened to Brie Larson's YouTube channel. Like every time they try, they fall flat on their face, and that pisses them off even more.
No, she fell flat on her fifth toe because that bitch has she's triple jointed in her feet. I don't know what the hell is going on there.
She fell flat on her ass because that thing is inverted. I mean, she has negative assets going on back there.
He has zero backstory. Yeah.
Oh my God. No, I can't turn on my camera. Guys, you have to trust me. I am drinking. We passed 1,000 likes already. I am drinking already for this. I have a shot in my hand, but my camera's turned off. So you'll have to deal with that. I do have when should I be like Flash and start reading super chats in 7 hours?
No, you have to do the 20. Remember, he does 20s. You know, you can do
Yeah,
that.
that's right. I do have some 20s to read here. We've got Stormcrow 900 says, speaking of Gundam, what's your favorite war crime so far? I love gassing fully populated colonies, dropping said colonies on Sydney and child soldiers on both sides. Man, Gundam sure is something else. I've been watching. Tug, what's your favorite war crime in Gundam?
I don't know. Give me a little while. Let me finish the first. I'm 24 episodes in right now, so I've passed the halfway mark for the original. I've picked up another series. I want to get to War in the Pocket. That was my hype. I will have the feel. And
That is the worst named anime I've ever heard.
That's what I was like. Is that furious masturbation they're talking about?
Child Soldier seems like it would be like the worst morally, but I mean, because that lasts a little bit longer. But dropping a civilization onto Sydney, that's like an extinction level event.
Well, they do it all in every Gundam series, and it's always like the most ridiculous reason for doing it. It's just like, the humans on Earth, they're bad. We'll kill them all. And they just drop a fucking asteroid on them. They don't care. We'll take this colony with people on it and drop them on other people. Fuck them.
That would have been avoidable if they just left us the fuck alone. It's their fault.
It's always that. I love it when they switch sides, though. That's my favorite. It's like when it's finally, it's like the Earthling decides, you know what, Earth needs to be destroyed. Like, wait a minute, wait, you're actually from there. Don't do that, please. Don't do that. My favorite one was
really
Catcher, though, from Gundam Wing. I love that one the most. That was hilarious when he just goes completely mental and just blows up a colony with a Gundam double blaster. And he's like, "Oh, you don't want to die? Well, then you shouldn't be in a war." And he just blasts their ass.
Well, he's not wrong.
I maybe have a hot take here, but I don't see child soldiers as necessarily a moral wrong. Maybe I'm a complete jackass, but if I feel like, okay, so let's say I'm the child soldier.
Arab in you.
Yeah. I do like rooftops. To me, if I put myself, I'm in the shoes of like a 14-year-old whose family's been killed in a war, right? Like I feel like I would want to be fighting. And we have tons of examples of that, even in the United States. Hell, JFK lied about his age, right, to get into the Navy. I mean, well, that's gay in its own way, but he lied about his age because he wanted to fight for his country. And we have tons of examples of that, even in U.S. culture. We're not
like 16 to 18. We're talking about like 7 and 8-year-olds.
Oh, is that how child they are? Okay, maybe.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Look,
Iron-blooded orphans, they're literally like middle schoolers.
Oh yeah,
and they're putting rods in their backs to like make them be able to use mobile suits, and then they're just like throwing them into shit. It's literally they're not even trying to pretend what they're doing. They're being as literal with their metaphors as possible. Like this one's got 3. It's just like they're doing it.
I'm pro teenage soldier. I guess I'm slightly opposed to prepubescent ammunition.
So you're saying if they have to take the pacifier to the mouth to
I mean they're more like shields, not really ammunition.
Operation Human Shield from South Park.
Well, my concern is that teenagers are very temperamental and flaky. So I don't trust this person to actually be able to stand their ground.
Oh my Christ. I've been watching fucking Evangelion. I watched movies 1 and 2 with my wife on Twitch today. And yeah, the temperamental nature of 14-year-olds. I just want to uppercut all of them into the goddamn stratosphere.
Well, and that's why they're not They're really mostly used as cannon fodder anyway, and that's why they got commissars with them. But you try to turn around and run and see what the fuck happens to you, right?
Commissars are the best soldiers.
Man, I really
What's
do
your
hope,
job?
You know, I'll kick and flash while he's down, aside. I really do hope this shit hits me in the feels, man. I would like that because, fucking all of the Western comic industry is garbage. Everything that they promote. Yeah, I haven't had that experience in a long time.
Well, you mean you didn't tear up when you were reading I Am Not Starfire? It didn't move
I think
you?
I did, but I was on a stream drunk laughing at shit.
I could really relate to just pounding away Chinese food.
Well, no, I did tear up while reading that, but that's just because my eyes hurt from all the abuse they were receiving.
God, Flash, I hope it hits you right in the feels and you come on and admit to crying too.
Yeah, I
Because that's
will,
what
dude.
I
I'll be
need
like-
some crying
I'll be like-
umbrella
I'll be
guy.
like, I'll be like, fuck a side tier. I'll be like, fuck it. Fuck hiding in the shower. I went outside. I'm going to scream on my front lawn naked. I'm crying.
How's that any different than any other day, though? Like, that's the problem. Your neighbors would just be like, again? What the fuck, man?
Flash is out here. It's raining. No. God damn it. TRS Chaos says Ricada, ask just some guy the balls or no balls question. Okay, just some guy, you're a man of culture. On your futa, do you prefer balls or no balls?
What the fuck is a futa?
Everybody.
RGE, can you help me out? Can you assist? Can you give the proper medical definition of a
A
futa?
lady with a dick, dude.
I mean, it's not that simple.
Well, I mean, like an actual. Oh shit, that's that.
Oh, no,
See?
I think no. You literally just got Nick a strike when you said that. I hope you know what you've done.
Look, women with penises aren't women; those are just men.
Yeah.
There you go.
No, what would they say? No, there's no chicks with dicks, just dudes with tits. Yeah. Well,
Okay,
but in anime, you can have a chick with a dick. Oftentimes,
like
she
chick.
yeah, and she does still have the other parts as well. So really, more of a hermaphrodite, I guess.
What the fuck are you watching?
No, that's what Nick watches. That's like his
I
favorite
don't watch
stuff.
this shit. The audience, it's the chat is degenerate. I
Yeah,
am
blame
I'm an
the chat,
upstanding
huh?
Christian man.
Oh wait, who in the audience said that?
So okay, so yeah, Justin, yeah, you've got an anime chick, and I guess when the panties drop, there's a giant penis there. So does it
and
have
vagina.
balls? Right? Does it have balls or not? That's the question.
Well, I mean, something's got to stop them when they're bleeding in the month. So I guess they would need them, wouldn't they?
Yes, thank you. You answered correctly. Everybody who's no balls degenerate, that's like a whole nother level of disgusting to me. So thank you
Plus,
for
they could fuck
answering that
themselves
right.
and make babies. So, you know.
Right. Asexual reproduction is important in modern times because you know it's getting riskier and riskier to actually go out and put yourself with a partner, right?
Well,
Well,
you
unless
just have to
you're
do it
dating
outside
feminists.
of the U.S. Yeah.
Is that,
No,
is that
is
the
the
wear a mask
riskiest.
argument, you know? You can't asexually reproduce. Wear a mask.
I think you're just getting way too close to it being actually gay because it's not gay as if the balls don't touch, but if you like remove the balls entirely, it's not gay at all, right?
Yeah, there's
if
no
the balls-
possibility of balls touching. Yeah.
If the
I'm
balls
sorry,
touch, you're
but
not doing it right.
There's still a dick. So it's still gay.
Yeah, it's like
what-
25% gay.
Yeah, but the dick is very feminine, though.
Yes, the giant penis has a lisp to it, so that's what's going on.
Yes,
Hey,
so therefore it's not gay.
speaking of masks, I actually have a thing here. Did you guys see Arnold talking about like screw your freedom?
Yes.
No, I got a clip you could play actually if you since we're on that topic.
Yeah, while you pull it up, I've got this story though. This happened like the next day. He hung out with a bunch. Oh, look at how bad he looks. He hung out with my man's got titties. He's got some anime action going there.
They used to be giant.
Well, he is like 90 years old. Cut him some slack.
But
No.
he's out here like the next day, not wearing a mask with a bunch of people around. He's a hypocrite in what he says.
What a
Of course
shock.
he is.
Yeah,
Well,
shock.
he's Austrian. What do you expect?
All I want people to do is be consistent.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Like, no, I don't even care which way you go as long as it's consistent.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of not knowing which way to go, did you guys, this story reminded me, did you see that Eminem's daughter is trans or gender fluid? Now?
Again, no surprise.
Songs for that.
Yeah, it's maybe she should listen to his back catalog and see how that works out for her. Because she's got to be about old enough now. I mean, I remember a long time ago they said, would you let your daughter listen to your music? And he was actually like a normal person back then. He's like, no, my music isn't made for kids. But
it's actually kind of sad how far he's fallen. Because like, remember when Orange Man was president and he was so desperate for attention that he made like an entire diss track on Trump, and Trump literally just blew him off and completely ignored him, and that pissed him off so much.
Can you imagine being Eminem? You're like a international famous recording artist, literally. Close to 1 billion people probably know who Eminem is, if not over 1 billion, which is kind of crazy to think about. And you have to make a diss track about a president. Like that's where you're like, oh, I'm gonna make a diss track. Like, buddy, that's what YouTubers with like 25,000 subscribers do, is they make a diss track. Like this isn't something this is beneath you. Just
That's not the first time.
It
He did that with Mosh. He did that the song Mosh on Encore. This is the first time he's done it. He did that with Bush.
Yeah, and see, it used to be beneath him, but right now he is definitely a has-been.
Oh God!
How long has it been since he was relevant?
I can't imagine making diss track, doing a diss track as a serious recording artist, right? Like, you have the option to just print money. Like, that's all you got to do. You're Eminem. All you do is write literally any songs out that have no political message at all, but just talk about your mom being a crackhead who hid you in a closet or whatever. That's fine. You just write that all day, and you just hit print on the money machine, and millions of dollars come out. Or instead, you can alienate half of your audience.
Well, I don't think Eminem gives a shit, because he makes most of his money from his own like publishing company and all that nowadays, though. So he himself isn't making his own money anymore.
All these fucking so-called rebels buying into the system. I love seeing that.
Dude, it gets so much, because all these motherfuckers who used to be the rebels 30 years ago, now that they've won and like they control the government, the media, big tech, like every big institution in the West they control, and they still consider themselves the oppressed underdog. They're fucking insane.
Yeah, that reminds me of Tom
You know,
Morello
when,
doing that
when,
shit.
like Rage Against the Machine was doing some fucking Walmart. What was it? Walmart promotion or some shit like that.
Well, Rage Against the Machine has become full on like rage in favor of the machine.
Part of the fucking machine.
Like Tom Morello put out, he got his signature Fender guitar, and it has some like stupid Soul Power sticker that comes with it. Just looks tacky as hell. Damn thing's like $1,300. Like if you were really against the machine, you would have said, Fender, I want it to be like the cheapest Squire bullet you have for $150 and put my name on it, and would have called it a day. That's what they're about. They had their concert, their tickets were like $200. It's like, who the fuck can afford that? You're supposed to be against this type of shit. Now, hey, we just want the money.
Because you find out you can live fat. You know, I don't hate anybody's grift, but if you want to, if your grift was, I'm not part of a grift, then fuck yourself. You know?
In this case, I mean, to their credit, they know that none of the younger kids listen to them anyway. So it's like, all of our fans are in their 40s and they have money now. We could afford to jack up the prices.
Yeah, again, if you're it's all just, this is the amazing thing. It's all just about consistency. Just be consistent. So if you're like me, you're openly pro grift, right? I love people making money. I think it's great. But
Money's nice. I love money. You know, if I want to go to if I want to go eat out, take my family, you know, eat a steak or something, I can do that shit. I want to go buy something, I can do that. I want to watch Gundam and be moved to tears, I can do that.
Doug's sitting here watching 24 goddamn episodes of Gundam in a week. What is he doing?
He hasn't cried yet. But I put a link in the private chat, by the way, in case you're interested in what Schwarzenegger's doing these days.
Oh yeah. Let me pull that up. Here we go.
Oh, don't forget the volume.
Okay, I'll move it over. Let's see what we got here. Oh, this looks good.
It's short enough. I don't think it should give you any issues with copyright.
No, I don't think so. Looks like we can do this. And here we go.
What will you do without freedom? Will you fight?
No, screw your freedom. Because with freedom comes obligations and responsibilities.
That's great.
I loved. Did you see Michael Malice light him up? Like I don't listen to Michael Malice. I know a bunch of people do, which is fine. I don't have a problem with him. I just don't listen to him. But he wrote right after that. He wrote a response to Arnold's tweet that says, "What about if you have an obligation to your wife, but instead you fuck your maid?" It's not, with the freedom came the moral obligation and responsibility to your wife. It was like, oh my God, Jesus, just buy him a fucking coffin.
Oh no, Michael Malice has been on a roll lately. Like a few days ago, he put out another tweet like, "Hey, next time you see someone praising the vaccine, just reply with thank you, Donald Trump."
Oh. Yeah. That was the funny thing is Fauci had to go ahead and admit that Trump was behind the vaccine the other day. And you know that's pissing them off because they've been fluffing Biden really hard on the vaccine. Oh, he's brought it to all these people. And it's like, yeah, none of this would have happened if it wasn't for Trump overcoming people like Biden who were saying that he'll never get it done, never get it ready in time and all of that stuff. He pushed forward on it and got it done. I mean, I'm not a fan of the vaccine. I think that might have been one of Trump's missed moves, but you know, you got to give credit where credit's due. If you think the vaccine's great, you owe it to Orange Man. You owe it to Cheeto and Chief.
Well, they got to give Biden credit though. They got to keep their vote pigs asleep, man. I mean, what else? Hey, your gas prices are going up. You want insulin? Fuck you very much. I mean,
Tug, but they saved like 14 cents on the 4th of July. That more than makes up for it all.
I just like watching this fool wander around the goddamn lawn and not know where the hell he is. Like, you dumbasses voted for this man. You could see that he didn't know his own fucking name. And now he literally has to be pointed how to get back into his own fucking home. Like,
oh my God,
this way. Did you see that shit? It's incredible. He's just like wandering around like, oh, look, there's a flappy thing. It's got colors on it. What's that called, Mr. President?
Sir.
That's called a butterfly. Oh, can I go and touch the butterfly? No, you need to go inside. But I would have touched it. You started a war in the Middle East, you dumbass. Go inside.
He like wandered into a random building and like people just started laughing at him.
Mr. Well, it's fine. He won't remember that they laughed at him anyway. Mr. President, we need you to go to the big one over there, the big building, the giant one that you can't miss. Just walk in any direction and you'll run into it. Can you do that? Oh, where's my? Come on, man. Where's my oatmeal? Okay,
it's in the giant building. Just go.
Since we're on the political
girl in there, he'll be licking.
They can rub his leg hairs.
Oh, God damn it. Okay, since we're on the fucking
Sniffer
political topic, since we're on the political topic and we have an Arab in the panel here, I guess is what we have to do.
Affirmative action at work.
This is diversity in action. I made a tweet today just as a joke. And I got so many weird simps in the responses. I didn't know what to do. I said it took less than a year for Biden to lose Afghanistan to the Taliban, because that's how the media would frame any single president who was Republican having the same exact reaction. It's like if Bush would have pulled out of Afghanistan, the media would have been all over him. If Trump would have pulled out of Afghanistan, the media would have been all over him. Biden pulls out of Afghanistan, and it looks like the Taliban will control it by the end of tomorrow. And then I see a bunch of people like, well, what do you expect when we pull out? It's not Biden's fault. It's like, what the?
He's the motherfucker who did it. It's not like it happened on its own. It's not like someone woke up this morning and just like, well, we're just going to leave. And Biden's like, no, stay. No, he's the dumbass who did it.
How many millions of dollars did they pay to train the Afghan army so they could fold in a
Billions.
fucking month?
88 billion.
yeah. We're in the B's here.
No, 88 billion was the exact amount I saw earlier today.
I don't think anyone's wasted $88 billion in a fucking month. That's got to be a record.
And then I had this weird thought respond. Didn't know Afghanistan was a U.S. territory or state to be lost, clown. And I'm like, well, after 20 years of American blood and money, it may as well be. Like, when that was the whole thing. I remember, I was in college when all this shit started. And so I had a friend in college who went and joined the army, and he became very his whole life was to try and be in special forces, right? He got injured before he could ever deploy, and he became very, very jaded. He's a great guy, and I have met very few people with as much patriotism as he had when we were in college. But afterwards, I hung out with him, and he had gotten thrown out of the army due to his injury. And, he was over there spouting all this blood for oil shit. And I'm like, okay, I get the blood for oil thing, but after 20 years of hindsight, can we agree that blood for oil would have been literally better than blood for fucking nothing? Like, I wish that our treasure and the blood of our soldiers was spent on making America better, but turns out we just gave it all up. Like, so we spent 2 decades for fucking zero.
That's what irritates me. At least in the past, no matter how much people want to bitch about looting and pillaging, at least you understood the point. Enrich us, motherfucker. We take. That's the point. That is the entire point. Yeah.
They were never going to. That's all we did. We destabilized and fucked up the whole goddamn region.
What was that fucking Family Guy thing where they were like dropping democracy in the Middle East, and it was like fucking a bunch of like Taliban people are standing around and they turn them into hot babes in a jacuzzi.
But like, and to be clear on my philosophy on war, it's simple. My philosophy is that the U.S. military is a machine of death and destruction. So glass the fucking target and then leave. I don't want to see our people over anywhere for 20 years. But if we're going to spend 20 years there, if that's the goal, I want to see a goddamn result from it. I want gas below $3 a gallon.
We need a return on our investment.
Yeah. We need to make money when we roll that machine out. That thing, we also have to fire up the printing presses to keep that machine aflowing. So I want to make money off of it. It needs to break even somehow.
I want burkas gone and Afghani OnlyFans in action. What is this? What are we even doing? How are we spreading democracy if we're not spreading nudity?
No, Nick. Egypt is the perfect example of how the U.S. spreads democracy. Like, remember when Mubarak was one of our best allies in the Middle East, and as soon as like Arab Spring happened, they just threw him under the bus. The U.S. just helped get rid of him. They're all right, Egypt, you're free now. You're a democracy. Vote for your new leader. Egypt votes for the Muslim Brotherhood, so the U.S. comes back. No, actually, we're going to get rid of this guy too. Vote correctly. You have one more chance. That's U.S. democracy in action.
It's Gaddafi saw some U.S. democracy, not in his action, but in his action. The
Middle East is just fucking so foreign to the way it is over here. Like, those people there don't like fucking care about any of the same values. Right? Like, no. I mean, you talk about like democracy and everything. They're used to having fucking kings and queens and fucking dictators. They don't know what you fucking mean by having a like elected president.
They're literally ruled by the ultimate stereotype of alpha Chad men, right? Who will murder literally anybody around them to show off their strength. Like they're the meme of they're not really alpha men, right? But they're the meme of alpha men. They respond to masculine displays of strength. And but when you say
what the fucking Saudis do, they ain't losing control of power.
Yeah, and it's like when you mention that, you're like hateful or insensitive. It's like because Trump talks about that. He's like, no, you got to be strong with these people, and they're like, what do you mean you got to be strong? That's very hateful. It's like, no, you literally have to go and exert strength because that's what they flex on the U. Iran is flexing on the U.S. It's a little shit stain of a country, and it's flexing on us. What are we doing?
Yeah, they'll keep talking shit right up to the point where you drop like a fucking army at their doorstep.
Yeah, you drop elbows on motherfuckers when they get out of line.
Yeah,
well, in real life, why don't you do it as the big country? You know, if a big motherfucker came up to you and you started running your mouth to them, they'd fucking pin slap you across the face. That's what you do in the country.
I mean, you gotta imagine these are like tiny, like fucking territories compared to the United States, right?
I mean, North Korea, man, all this time we spend with places like North, fuck all that.
It's just like, look, the more they can fucking talk shit, the more they see you not do anything, it makes them think they can just keep fucking doing it. Yeah, I mean, they do. They can. That's what the culture of their fucking respects.
That's why people like
they don't
Trump
give a shit about
people.
like fucking feminism, none of that shit, right? They don't fucking care.
Yeah, they literally believe Mike makes right.
Yeah. Well, people like Trump scare the government because he might actually do something.
You see those videos that come out of Iran where the fucking like little girl is dancing and there's fucking Arab women calling the fucking police on the children. Yeah, like that's what they fucking believe there.
My favorite thing is the blue hair feminist LGBT like advocates who come out and talk like, oh, we got to be in favor of like sovereignty for Iran. It's like, go there.
Yeah,
see how well your feminist values translate. You'll do fine. Don't worry. Just go up and tell them how you don't need a man to go to the store and get stoned to death in the street.
Their ass will go missing for like 4 months. We'll see a goddamn video.
Yeah.
Like, they don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, but
they don't do public stonings anymore. The police arrest you and you fucking disappear.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes they arrest you and disappear. Sometimes something shows up on Live Leak where a woman forgot to wear her burqa correctly, and I watch her get shot in the fucking head in front of a crowd.
I saw a guy getting ran over. I saw a guy getting ran over by tank tracks one time on Live. I was like, oh my God, no. They were doing it feet first. I was like, oh my God.
Look, if you're gonna run over someone with a tank, you better run over their ass feet first, or you're a quitter. You're not committed if you're gonna run over them head first.
I think it stalled or something.
It didn't stall. It didn't fucking stall.
It's
but that's the crowd that you're dealing with, though. Like, that's the crowd you're dealing with. So you can't play any games with them. You can't pussyfoot around. You go in there and you take that motherfucker over, and you be like, okay, we're here. You want us to leave? Try it. And if you try it, we're going to bomb everything around here. There will be nothing left here. That's the only way that's going to work. We went over there. We've been over there for 20 years. We didn't take a goddamn thing. So we're just up and leaving. So we've wasted all that money. We've squandered all those lives, not just ours, theirs. And then you're going to let these people come right back in. And they came back in and they're like, well, you know, you got women committing crimes by walking around public. What the fuck is going on?
It's very like old school over there, right? And like people here don't have the fucking stomach for that fight. Like the Taliban will fucking take kids, right? And, you know, hide underneath them, right? Because if you kill the fucking kids, it just inspires more fucking terrorists.
Yeah, I mean, that's the game that they're playing. I remember when Trump said that he would like, we should go after their families, and people were like, oh, and they're like, well, you know, they would do that to you.
The leaders' families, that's the only thing they care about because that's carrying on their legacy. You go after their families, how get them to fucking surrender?
Yeah, that's you know, and Trump did this with Iran, right? Like they pulled some bullshit early on in his presidency, and he fired a bunch of missiles and blew up an airbase. He told them, he's like, you know what? Listen, we got missiles coming. You might want to evacuate your people or whatever because we've got a whole bunch. beautiful missiles, bigger missiles than you've ever seen. We got wonderful missiles coming in from gorgeous battleships. We've had them in the Persian Gulf for years. They're wonderful. I increased them a little bit, just a little bit, but credit to my predecessors. But we've got missiles coming in. They're Titan missiles, if you've heard of those. They're going to come in. They're going to obliterate everything you've seen, the whole area. You got to get your people out because they'll probably be dust. You won't even find them. But the missiles are coming. And, personally, I am opposed to, as a principle, I am opposed to foreign military action. However, I have to admit, Trump fucking nailed it on that one. He gives them warning. He blows up the infrastructure of the base. And we didn't hear shit from Iran for like 3.5 years after that. It was stunning what he did. And it's like he knew exactly what the play was. And for all the people who like shit on Trump for being, he's like a hateful misogynist, is like, look, when you're talking about the Middle East,
I mean, that's what they respect there.
There's a reason Trump did well in the Middle East. There's a reason that Israel and Palestine had a ceasefire for his entire presidency.
He scared the shit out of Kim Jong-un. That alone should let you know what this dude was about. He's like, you know what? I want to talk to you because you're talking about the nukes and shit. And you're going to blow us up because we're threatening Japan. Look, I want to meet you. You know what? Don't come here. I'll come to you. Tell me where you want me to meet you, and I will come. He left North Korea. He's never done this. He left North Korea to meet with Trump because he's like, I don't want this dude to blow me the fuck up.
They care about they care about their fucking lives. They don't care about their people's lives. They care about their lives.
Right. And he knew that was a possibility, that Trump was so unpredictable. You're like, he's talking about it. Will he do it? We don't know.
See,
that's we don't know. So do you want to fuck with him?
People here don't have the stomach for that kind of fight.
Trump didn't do, though, is he underestimated their allies, the mainstream media and the U.S. government, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, they hate Trump more than they love anything else.
No, they like their power, and they like the way things were because it worked out for them. I think they hated Trump because they were afraid something might get done, and that's why we put him there. People can hate the fuck out of Trump. They got to remember why the fuck people put him there, because they was tired of status quo politicians. The same shit we just got again. Status quo fucking politicians. Ugh.
Yeah, and that's been the most infuriating thing, is that rather than Biden doing what most presidents do and trying to implement his own policies going forward, which that's what you get, right? You pay for a president through votes, and you get them, and then they go ahead and they start implementing their policy. His policy is literally, I want to undo my Trump. Like
he's got a 2-minute long memory. He doesn't have fucking policy. He can't remember his own goddamn name.
Well, look, Kamala's
that's why
policy
he's not in
then.
charge. Yeah, whoever's pulling his strings, his policy is just. So they hate Orange Man so bad they cannot let him be remembered for all the positive. He actually signed so many historic peace deals in the Middle East, and now the U.S. is working overtime to undo all of that.
Yeah, well, I don't know that the U.S. is specifically more than just Biden Harris. Like they're trying to undo everything. They got fucking smoked today, though. By the way, I don't know if you guys. Again, I didn't mean to bring the political topics in, but they got destroyed on the Mexico stay in Mexico policy, because Trump had a no. You're gonna stay in Mexico. You're gonna go ahead and do that. And then Biden tried to undo that, and a federal judge today just fucking destroyed it. He's like, nope, you can't end this program. Nuh-uh. No, you can't. So that a federal judge.
That's another one that makes no fucking sense. It's like, you're sitting here and you got all these people coming into the country. You could see them coming in like, there are no caravans. I have fucking eyes. I can see the goddamn newsfeed, and those like 10,000 people behind your ass. I can see them. They're there. And so he starts letting them in, and they're not being tested for COVID. So who knows what the fuck they have. And you're sitting there letting them all in. And it's like, well, we're keeping them in facilities that are totally not overrunning, but we can see their asses out on the goddamn street.
They started to like fucking fly them into different states and just drop them off.
Yeah,
Like
it's just unreal.
no
That was-
court
that was
date,
the-
no COVID test, no nothing. Just like fucking drop them off at a fucking school and just walk away from them.
What they cited that well, we don't have the facility. This is part of the reason the judge fucked them up. He says they cited that they didn't have the space in their facilities to detain the people coming in. And a judge said, well, if you don't have the space, then you got to re-implement the fucking stay in Mexico policy. You can't be taking people in, just dumping them on states. Like if the federal government doesn't have the detention space, then too fucking bad. Tell them to go home.
So they admitted that they basically were letting people in and they didn't have any way of processing them.
Yeah.
They admitted
we
that
wouldn't
in
have
court.
this
How
argument
fucking
before,
stupid that you have to be to let your lawyers do that. All those lawyers should be fired.
No, I don't think it's the lawyer's fault. The administration thinks
The lawyer doesn't think it's the lawyer's fault.
No, I think look, lawyers for the administration are largely piles of garbage. But in this case, you've got an administration who thinks they're anointed, right? They're trying to make Biden's victory into the media has been doing this since before the results even came in. And they're saying that he is like God's gift to save America, right? So you've got a man who comes in and everyone tells him he's anointed. So he goes to court and he says, well, yeah, we don't have this is the proper humanitarian way to deal with people, is to just dump them on states in the middle of a pandemic that we're making a big deal out of without testing them. That's what we got to do, because that's a compassionate thing. And they think that courts in fucking Mississippi give a shit about that at all. But a court in Mississippi's like, please keep them out. Like, please, we're the ones who have to deal with this shit when the feds fuck up.
Well, we should have had this argument a long time ago, though. We always pointed the finger at anti-vaxxers. We're always like, hey, look at those people over there. They brought back the Black Death or some shit. No, they didn't bring that back. It had to come from somewhere. It came from people that, well, they just got shipped in here. But, we're just now having this fucking
Wait, actually, no. So here's an idea. All these states that are pissed at these people coming in. I mean, as a taxpayer, I wouldn't mind paying for one-way tickets to send all of them to Washington, D.C.
Yeah, just bust them straight in.
You won't remember they're there. It's all good.
Look, you got lots of room in that White House. I've been there. Lots of rooms, wonderful rooms, beautiful rooms. You could store lots of people. You put up some cots. You maybe take out a few beds, put them in storage or whatever. There's some good storage. Camp David has storage, but you put some people in some rooms, see how it goes. I think that'd be wonderful.
No, Washington, D.C., L.A., and all these sanctuary cities, specifically the rich gated communities full of these rich liberals that support open borders, put them all in their backyards. Let them deal with it.
Put them in Beverly Hills.
That was my favorite fucking thing about the Black Lives Matter protests after Floyd and shit like that. When they were in Kansas City, and the McCloskeys, right? The two lawyers who were holding the guns at the fucking mob or whatever. The reason they walked past the McCloskey's house is because they were walking to the mayor's house of St. Louis. This is St. Louis, not Kansas City. It was St. Louis. They're walking past the McCloskey's house to get to the mayor's house. And then she calls the police to come in and disperse the crowd. So she didn't care. They're burning the fucking city down in their wake. But you walked into my gated community. Suddenly the police. And that's how it goes in all of these cities. There was a basketball player. He's like, well, I don't want him here, though.
Yeah.
Did you hear about that?
Chaz was the best. Yeah, because the Chaz was dispersed literally the day after they rioted outside the mayor's house. That was the line.
Yeah.
Yep. That's all it takes.
There's that congressperson they fucking love, Cori Bush, right? Like, she's calling to defund, abolish the police and everything, and she has like $80,000 private security around her. I'm like,
and she's like, I need the security because my life is at risk. But yeah, we need to define.
No, it was like
police.
I need it because I'm
like it's not a contradiction. Like, I need protection, but you don't need protection.
I would be all for, and I say let them have all the private security they want. Just make it illegal to use taxpayer money for it.
Well, okay. Yeah. How about give them private security, take away their guns?
Yeah. They need to do it with really harsh words. you know?
And pepper spray. They can have pepper spray. No, but Cori Bush, yeah, that would go really well. I agree with you, Raging Golden Eagle, because I don't know if you remember, but Cori Bush was also advocating really hard against the end of the eviction moratorium. And then it came out she's 8 months behind on her fucking rent.
I wonder if there's any conflict of interest there.
No,
Oh shit! No, Nick. No, this I wanted to talk about this actually. So thanks for bringing it up. So about this eviction moratorium. So TLDR, it has already been ruled unconstitutional, but the Harris administration extended it anyway. So if you were a landlord and you wanted to fight this, could you just kick these fuckers out anyway? And then take me to court and see what happens.
They didn't extend it. He put out a new order, right? Because the old one got ruled unconstitutional. So he put out a new order that says the same shit as the old order.
Yeah, well, but the thing is, like, that one is probably going to be ruled unconstitutional too. So I'd say,
but it gives him like another month.
Well,
like another month or two, he can just keep on doing it.
Well, no, not necessarily, because this will ultimately, it'll become a legal battle. You could choose to evict them anyway by force if necessary, and then it becomes a court battle. Like, they'll sue you and you'll go to court. Ultimately, if the Supreme Court's declared it unconstitutional, you can win this in court, right?
Well, you can win it in court, but if he just keeps putting out a new order stating the same thing that the old one did, but like slightly changing the wording, he can just keep doing that. Then you take him to court, hits the Supreme Court, they say it's unconstitutional, and then you start that process over and over and over again.
I know that, but for the individual landlord, his problem will be solved because at least he'll get the tenants out and deal with the court later.
Yeah, I think what happens in that case is the Supreme Court's ruling is binding on future orders that are similar. So what you do is you evict the person, and then if they try and take you to court and say, no, there's a new moratorium, fam, you go, okay, first of all, you're way behind on your rent, so you can't afford an attorney. And my attorney says, yeah, the Supreme Court ruled that this order is unconstitutional, that the CDC didn't have the power, because that was the crazy thing. The CDC doesn't have the power to make the order that they made, and then the CDC is the one who made the subsequent order. So they didn't even do the thing that the court told them. Have the Department of the fucking HUD, have Housing and Urban Development make the order, and then maybe they have the power, but the CDC doesn't. Instead, they have the fucking CDC reissue the order. They should have had HUD do it. That would have complicated things way more. But I think you go to district court, you cite to the Supreme Court ruling that says, no, CDC doesn't have the power for this. And then the district court's probably going to rule in your favor, and then let the tenant fucking try and appeal it.
Well, the issue I can see happen is, like, here in Chicago, it's a largely, almost entirely Democrat city. And Chicago already has a bunch of rules and policies that prevent landlords from just booting you out, because they used to do that back in the day. So we have like 120 days once you're evicted before you actually have to leave.
Yeah.
So what I would imagine is that if you have this happen in red states, it'll probably go over the way that you're describing. But if it happens in a blue state,
you're fucked in a blue
anyone's
state.
going to enforce it, because you got to call the cops and you have to have the sheriff come over there and issue the eviction and whatnot. I don't think anyone's actually going to bother to do it.
I mean, look at all the rental properties in California. I mean, you cannot fucking evict people.
Yeah, in Tennessee, it's a constitutional carry area, so you have about 120 seconds to get the fuck up my property.
You can say it just isn't going to work out well.
Yeah. I have a solution, right, to this whole issue with like all the illegal immigrants like flooding into the country right now. I say we like cut California in half, like just Southern California, right? You put them all there, and then you give it to Mexico.
No, don't give Southern California is like the better California for the most part.
No, God, no, it's not. That's where LA County is.
Well, but that's the shitty part.
Okay, how about we throw in the Bay Area and how about Bay Area and Southern California?
Just
I
give Mexico
credit, San Francisco and LA.
Just give Mexico a 6-foot wide easement from Tijuana straight up to fucking San Francisco. That's what I want. They can walk on that path and nowhere else. Let's do that.
It's all about branding. If you make it about giving Mexico their lost land back, you'll get people on the left all over it.
Hey guys, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. So you gotta fill time. You gotta talk about something.
Oh, we were just gonna leave a bunch of dead air, man. Why'd you have to
Somebody
tell us to do that?
Let it go.
No, can you bring your mic into the bathroom with you so you can have a DSP moment?
Oh God!
Dang it! I guess he's already gone. Oh well. But no, that's what I've always wondered. Like, if the Supreme Court has no actual power. Like,
Well, I mean,
they could declare whatever they want, and the president, the Congress can just ignore them. But if ultimately the fight will end up in the courts, well, I guess they have more power than you think. Huh?
Well, like Nick said, their court order is supposed to be legally binding, right? But I mean, look at that new order. It's literally the same shit that they had out last time. They didn't have anyone else, right? It's literally from the CDC again, but they're doing it anyways, right? Yep. So normally you would think that, Congress or Senate would like do something about that, but obviously they can't because like one party, right? So it's just it's like this never ending fucking battle. Yeah. And the problem is, you look at fucking how some of the people that support this shit thing. It's like, like landlord isn't a real job, all that other shit. It's like, those are fucking retirees. And you have like these fucking, those fucking, what is it, bread tubers and everything, right? Like supporting this shit. Like they make fucking so much fucking money. Like pay your fucking landlord. Holy shit.
God. No, I think the core problem here is it's the same thing that these fucking idiots do when it comes to business owners. Like whenever business owners are being screwed, like their idea of a business owner is a Wall Street fat cat. But the vast majority of business owners in the U.S. are actually they even if their business makes $1 million, their expenses could be 1.1 million.
Oh yeah, like the argument on those fucking businesses being burned down was like the insurance will take care of it, right? It's like, but it fucking doesn't, right? And even then, look at the fact that your fucking life's work is like being burned to the fucking ground, right? And start from fucking scratch again, asshole.
No, and after all that fucking happened, I literally have no sympathy anymore for any business owner that stays in these shithole cities that actually protected the violent mobs that burned their businesses down.
Oh, they hung up like Black Lives Matter signs. We support Black Lives Matter, and we would like to say that we support all the riots, but pretty please don't break our windows.
That's actually I in my neighborhood, because I live on the south side. I'm in a predominantly black area. They actually have signs like that. So this is black neighborhood, and it was a church that has it's like a sort of street church, but it's on a really long block. It's a really massive building. It's an old building. It doesn't look like a church from the outside, but it is. So they have still on the windows, this is a black owned business, and then in smaller letters, please don't break our windows. Like this is fucking insane that you have to tell people not to do this. This is your own neighborhood. This is your own stuff, and you're going to destroy the stuff. I have stores that have been shut down for the last year and a half. They have not put them back up. They have not opened them back up, other than open like pharmacies and the CVS's and Walgreens. They got looted. They're not going to come back. They don't see any point in doing it. So you've destroyed your own neighborhood, and you've destroyed your own way of being able to get convenient food because you want to go in and steal some shit for 20 minutes.
Well, and speaking of your own neighborhood in Chicago, I am actually fucking proud of the people of Englewood right about now, because like remember what they did, like when the burn, loot, murder mob came in, like the people that actually lived there stood up and drove them the fuck out. Like, hell no, we actually live here. We have to deal with this shit.
Well, I mean, you have like a lot of those drivers coming in from out of town. They're not even from that fucking neighborhood, so they don't care if they're burning it down. They don't care if it's fucking building.
They were from here. The thing that happened was that they were being pushed out of areas that they wanted to get to. So when they were downtown, the way that downtown works, if you ever seen The Dark Knight, all those bridges lift up, and essentially the downtown area is basically an island. So if you cut that off, there's no way to get downtown, essentially. So that's where most of the high-end stores are. So what the dumbass Beetlejuice did was she opened up all the bridges so that nobody could cross them. So he just went into all the neighborhoods around the area and fucked all those places up.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you target the wealthy areas, you would get your fucking taxes.
Is Ricardo on his phone in the bathroom? Because I see him in the chat talking to people, and I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Wait, who?
Okay, I was like, what the shit, dude? Yeah.
Who's on? Wait, who's on their phone? Me?
I was
Oh
wondering,
no.
are you on your phone or something in the chat? Because I saw you in the chat playing around. I was like, did you take your phone to the bathroom or something? You're like,
No. I was just listening. I came back a little bit ago.
yeah, sure.
Yeah. No, it's great. They just followed the Minneapolis model. I mean, the Floyd protests started in Minneapolis, and the first thing they did was they found all the black-owned buildings they could, and they burned them to the ground. It was great.
Yeah, you let the poor people fight amongst themselves.
Well, if the signs actually worked, what we need to do is we all need to strap on like "We Love BLM" like cardboard signs under our bodies, and we'll be impervious to bullets and all kinds of shit. You know?
And then what Lori Lightfoot did was she had the Chicago PD protect her neighborhood so that no one could get anywhere near her home.
Oh God, if I was a fucking cop, I would just like not show up for that
If
shit.
I was a politician, I hate to say I would do that. Just like, we were talking before about like dictators, if I were a dictator, I hate to say, but I would be like that too. Massive.
Well, they turned their back on her. They turned their back on her after this past weekend because she couldn't remember the name of the officer who got killed.
Because this thing shut down the they did a ceremony and they fucking cut it. Yeah,
she couldn't remember. She couldn't remember something as simple as Ella French. That's
they called her
to remember.
Didn't they call her
like George Kirby?
They called her Ella Fitzgerald too.
Yes.
They named her famous fucking singer.
You got to love these people at least for comedy relief. Maybe not what they do to all of us and how they fuck us out of money and freedom.
But it wasn't once. It was twice. It was her and then the dumbass police chief couldn't remember the damn name. It's not that complicated. It's 3 fucking syllables. Couldn't remember the name. So they turned their back on her when she went to visit someone. The other officer who didn't die, he's in like critical condition. She goes there to visit him, and all the officers they turned their back on her. And she was all pissed about it. Like you can't be upset. You're doing a shitty job. I don't care at all about the cops. I am from Chicago. This is one of the most corrupt police departments in the country. Don't care at all. But you're sitting over here and you're screwing them over. You're bowing down to all this nonsense from your flank, telling you to defund these people. So now the cops are outnumbered 10-1 by gang members. This is fucking retarded. You can't run a city like this. And you're just going, you shouldn't turn your back on me because I'm trying to do the best thing. This isn't very helpful. Yeah, you're not helpful. Why don't you go and take your ass out the goddamn equation?
I mean, like, I don't get why they fucking show up and do it then. Like, I mean, I get your pension and everything, but at a certain fucking point, like you said, they're outnumbering you 10-1. So you're going to fucking die for like a pension that you're probably not going to fucking get and to protect that fucking nasty bitch. Like, what are you fucking doing? Get the fuck out of there. Let them have like no police. Give them exactly what they fucking want. Call their fucking bluff.
They were there for the other officer.
No, I know that.
Just showed up.
I'm talking about the cops who just show up every single fucking day and put up with it.
That's why entire police forces are fucking quitting. They're like, fuck this.
They should call their fucking bluff. Let them have what they want.
Basically, now you've got police forces staffed with a bunch of dudes who are 2 years away from retirement or less. Like that's
like
what they got because they're like
over this shit.
Literally, I mean the amount of like the middle range people, they don't have the sunk cost fallacy holding them back. They're like, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to get no support. If I ever defend myself, my life is over. Like, can you think of, you go back to fucking Mike Brown and Darren Wilson, who was 100% justified in shooting Mike Brown by all real accounts. Like I know they had their initial media narrative, but all it took, I was sitting in my parents' house and I'm reading I was reading the grand jury testimony of all of the witnesses who said hands up, don't shoot. And when they got in front of that grand jury and were put under oath, not a single goddamn one of them said anything about hands up or don't shoot. It was all immediately like, yeah, either I didn't see it or yeah, he was kind of rushing at the officer. Those are the two answers they gave because they were suddenly under oath. And, but that guy, Darren Wilson, he can never have a job again. He's fucking verboten. He's persona non grata wherever he goes. Same with that guy who shot Micaiah Bryant or whatever. That guy's going to be run out of town forever.
That's not the one. The one's the ones from the Wendy's parking lot where you
Oh,
have
yeah,
them
that
on
shit
camera,
is
where the
fucking
dude
nuts.
is just he clearly just randomly decides to attack him. He power bombs one dude, and they're like, "Well, it's murder." How is it fucking murder? You watch them have a nice civil conversation. He seemed to be going along with them, and the moment that they tried to arrest him, he decided that he wanted to become fucking Hulk Hogan.
cop.
Yeah, talking about fucking Rayshard Brooks, that dude.
Yeah.
And they're charging them with first degree murder. Like, how in the world does that work?
Well, did you see the
where was
shipping-
it pre-motivated? Like, where's the motivation? Where's any sort of attempt of them to plan to kill this man? It's obviously not happening. Where are you getting this from?
Well, I mean, like the Oscars, who's that? I think it was the Oscars, but like they had that one guy who put on this stupid fucking performance of Rayshard Brooks where he's like this peaceful guy and he's sitting in his car and the cops, they instigate everything. I'm like, the dude was drunk, like sleeping in a fucking drive-through, like in the fucking
middle
drive-through.
of the drive-through, blocking traffic.
Like, come
Yeah, and
on.
it's like, look, there are legitimate concerns with police violence that occur, and you can find some good cases. I mean, my go-tos are Daniel Shaver, the dude who got fucking shot in the La Quinta Inn hallway.
Yeah.
That guy's really bad. The dude down in Arizona who answers the door, he answered the door because he's in a bad neighborhood. He had a gun in his hand. He sees the cop. He tries to put the gun down. The other cop shoots him in the back of the head. Like that's a fucking bad. Those are some real ones where we go, okay, we need to look at how police are interacting with people and stuff like that. You don't pick Rayshard Brooks, who body slams a cop, runs away, grabs a taser, runs away, turns around and fires the taser at the cop. Like, what do you expect is going to happen?
First degree murder. He's trying to murder them. Like,
Jacob Blake, right? Dude was like a guy, right? They have a felony warrant for his arrest for rape. There's a like fucking restraining order on the woman's house he just broke into, right? And then he's getting into the car with her fucking kids. And they're like, oh, just why they're stopping him? Why don't they just let him go? It's like,
And he's stealing the car. He's stealing the car.
I remember they argued he didn't have a knife, all this other shit. And then Jacob Blake's giving a fucking interview and he's like, well, yeah, you see, I had the knife and look, I was just trying to get to the car so I could put the knife down and then I was going to surrender and they shot me. I'm like, motherfucker, you just tanked a cop. You took a cop down. You're pummeling him, tanked a fucking taser, right? But you promised once you got to the driver's seat of the fucking car, then you were going to put down your fucking knife. Fuck you, man.
Yeah, and that shit was crazy. And then I love when the fucking body cam footage finally comes out and it's in HD. It's like, yeah, there's a knife in his hand because everybody was, oh, he didn't have a knife. It's like, of course he had a knife.
No,
Like, he didn't
my favorite thing that's come out was you know when that girl and that other girl there were two girls fighting and the one had a knife, you know. And
Micaiah Bryant.
Micaiah Bryant.
Yeah. That is probably my favorite out of everything. I'm bad at these people,
how
though.
dare you? How dare you try to save this girl from being murdered? Like, you're a horrible cop because you tried to save someone from being stabbed to death. How dare you?
That girl was fucking psychotic. She like the cop literally shows up, right? The cop is just standing there, right? And she jumps up with a fucking knife and charges at the girl.
Well, and you know, what's the message that this sends? Like next time the cops get called on black crime, they're just going to shrug and say, work it out yourselves.
I just wanted to stand around and scream things like the knife is a crisis actor, you know.
My favorite part of that video though is the unsung hero, the like dad guy who's there, the older man. He tries to fucking field goal kick this chick in the face. I don't know if you missed that, but like he comes up. I mean, and if he would have connected, I mean, she would have been launched across the street. It was like, oh shit, he had follow through and everything on that. And he's wearing some big ass boots too. It's like, damn. It's like, you're lucky the cop didn't shoot you too, you fucking weirdo.
Her dad gave her the knife. Holy shit.
Oh, that whole situation was messed up. The Micaiah Bryant's the one who called the cops. That's the crazy thing. She called the cops, and then the other girl leaves the house, and then she chases her out with the knife to stab her to death.
You've got it all wrong, dude. That wasn't a kick to the face. That's foot to mouth resuscitation. Fucking.
All right, Orifim says Mark Wade. This is going way back. Mark Wade was the anchor around CrossGen's neck. What the hell is CrossGen?
That was a comic book company that this rich rich guy created to try to have his like super, it was sort of like a super group for comics, basically. And he got all these different comic book creators who are like high profile to sign these exclusive contracts to make comic books for him. And it basically went under. Nobody bought them. And Mark Waid, after it collapsed, he got real pissy with one of the owners. And so he sent the guy black roses, and with a note saying that something about like, what would your wife think about this, knowing that the dude's wife had just died?
Oh yeah, that's that story. Okay, I heard about the black roses. That's crazy as shit.
Yeah, he liked to punch holes in walls and places and all kinds of. Apparently, it was so common. There was a description of their work environment. They were describing like a typical day. They had some guys on the phone, and Mark Waid was in the other room, like punching a hole in a wall and breaking a phone and shit. And this new guy was like, "What the hell?" The other people were like, that's just Mark. Just ignore him. He'll leave after a little while."
I love the part where he literally laid on the ground and rolled around like a toddler having a tantrum.
I wish he would do that at a Comic-Con. That would be fucking amazing. God.
He still owes me an apology. So if when any of this shit opens back up, if he waddles his fat ass into Chicago, I will show up.
Oh, he would never come to Chicago. There are too many black people there.
No, he would, because he is the blackest black person of all. You don't know, man.
Oh, is he the king of the black people?
Why does he owe you an apology?
Because he called me a borderline white supremacist. And I want my apology, bitch.
Yeah.
Do I look white to you?
Whoa, he said
with my Asian looking eyes, I am not white. And that's why he hates me, because I have Asian eyes. That's what it is. It's Asian
hate. He said
hate.
borderline. Borderline could apply to literally anything.
He's got Asian eyes. I feel the magic between you and that. Sorry. Struggle says Jim Henson
didn't know he was going to get serenaded out here.
Jim Henson's puppetry Labyrinth truly sparked something within me as a child. It's terrible they never made more. Hoggle was lost IRL, found in airport luggage, a long time later rotted away. The rotted Hoggle was terrifying. Weird. That's some trivia. Kolivar says A-Team reigns supreme. That Umbrella Guy reigns supreme. Crow reigns supreme. Rekieta Law is okay.
Facts.
Hammer Bro, thanks for the donation. Looks like your comment was yeeted by Susan, but don't worry, she still loves you and has free speech on the mind. Dean Domino 25 says, have you guys seen the picture? It's a Gundam retweeted earlier this week. It's a drawing of the Eclipse from Berserk with Bob as Guts, Barb as Casca, and Chris Chan as Griffith.
That's fucking cursed.
Holy shit. Do you guys want to talk about Chris Chan at all? Or
I know nothing about Chris Chan.
Chris Chan's finally getting a boyfriend-free girlfriend.
Wait, did you say you don't know anything about this? Is that what you said, Justin?
Yeah, like, you mean literally nothing?
Welcome to the shit show.
Nothing at all. I don't know who this person is. I don't know anything about it.
So you don't know that Chris Chan fucked his mom?
Oh, that's nasty.
With his mom with dementia.
Yeah, his 79-year-old mom with dementia.
Yeah.
Oh.
Don't worry though. He identified as a lesbian, so it's.
Oh, that's just no. Is he going to jail?
Right now he is charged with incest in Virginia.
Oh well, never mind then. They gonna let that shit walk.
And Mr. Obvious in the chat says, you guys know about the psychopath girl who got him to do it. Bella has become a very, very interesting character very fucking quickly.
Wait, someone talked him into doing it?
Oh my god, dude.
Get in here, Mr. Obvious. Shit.
So there's so
he
much
said his AC
worse
is too
than
loud.
Just that.
Yeah.
There's so much worse than just that. Like she got access to his bank account, was like taking money from him, right? So they were like setting this shit up so they could blackmail him for more cash. Another girl in the group got the audio tape of it happening, leaked out part of it, and then the rest of the group freaked out, dropped the entire thing completely unplanned.
Wait, the audio tape of what happening?
Oh, of like Chris talking about it. right?
Oh, I thought you meant of the sex act, and I was like,
no.
I was gonna start throwing up.
That Bella girl, right? She was trying to get Chris into a hotel room at some fucking My Little Pony convention. She's fucking cursed. And with another autistic girl, right? And get them to fuck, film it, and then use that as blackmail on top of everything else.
What kind of legal problems does this Bella character? I mean, I'm hearing some fucked up stuff there, but I wonder about the legality. Like, what laws is this person broken?
I don't
Animal
know, man.
abuse. Like she fucking boiled and ate hamsters.
Well, that's just dinner.
Well, she may have like killed her dog too. Like apparently she had one and the thing went missing. And she's got like this whole fucking history of animal abuse. The girl's a fucking psychopath. She apparently set up these like legit, you know, when people argue like, oh, you're harassing by doing a video or something stupid like that. No, this bitch was on like this Discord server with a bunch of other people and giving them messages to like spam people's fucking videos and shit. Like actual fucking harassment.
So is this a YouTuber?
No, I guess she was on.
So you don't know who Chris Chan is, but
No.
So Chris
Not at all.
Chris Chan is the internet sideshow for like 18 years now. He created this character called Sonichu, which is it's I don't know if you can suss this out, but it's a mix of Sonic and Pikachu. That's very tough to get to. So it's his comic, and he's got like severe autism. And so he made this comic, and like for some reason it got like a cult following. Well, then a bunch of people have been watching, observing, and following Chris Chan forever because of this. And Chris Chan being severely autistic, like doesn't know how to discern who to trust and who not to. So he would have people, you know, like trying to extort him or troll him into doing goofy things forever. And it turns out that there were some people trying to entice him maybe into having sex with his elderly mother, and like that ended up panning out. But no, so they're not YouTubers. They're just, this is what their hobby is to follow this Chris Chan person and maybe participate in their antics.
Yeah.
What happened to just playing video games like a normal person? Why are you going over here messing with someone who's got a clear mental?
I mean, like they've been doing it for so fucking long, and they just like double and quintuple down, like trying to outbeat trolling this motherfucker. But like, I heard like the way that they found out about him wasn't like the Sonichu thing. I think that was just everybody liked to trash on it. It was he was putting out these really fucking creepy personnels on like a fucking college site, right? Like begging for a boyfriend, free girlfriend in his real love quest, right? So I made him a fucking.
Say that again, because my brain is not.
Yeah,
repeat that.
A boyfriend, free girlfriend.
So a guy who likes
No.
isn't-
A girl who doesn't have a boyfriend. The guy's fucking severely autistic, dude.
Okay. All right. Well, you don't have to talk like him.
What do you fucking mean? That's what he would fucking say. He's got a whole fucking song about it. It's fucking weird.
You have to speak in normal English so that I can follow what the fuck is going
normal
on.
English
You
would be
can't talk to me in
just a single girl.
Okay,
Normal English is a single girl. He calls it a boyfriend-free girlfriend.
Like I can explain how autistic Chris Chan is in really simple terms. Just some guy. Have you heard of Kiwi Farms?
Yes.
Kiwi Farms existed first to follow Chris Chan. The Kiwi is actually a joking bastardization of Quickie, which his university created for his comic was called Quickieville. Or Quickville.
Oh, fuck's sake,
and
this
so
is so bad.
The Kiwi Farms literally exists because Chris Chan exists. So that's how much autism is concentrated into one black hole of a human.
You see, a normal person would have just created a convoluted mess like Kingdom Hearts. But when you get this kind of level of demented, it turns into this shit. This is like, I don't go on the internet for this. I go on the internet to watch Manben, which is Naoki Urasawa interviewing other mangaka. That's what I go on the internet for. I don't go on the internet to find out some dude fucking his demented mother.
Just some guy. What's your favorite flavor of Fanta?
Oh no,
Fanta, the
Yeah.
drink.
Yeah,
I
the
don't drink
Fanta.
Nazi drinks.
You don't drink Fanta?
Contrary to what Mark Waid said, I am not a white supremacist, so I don't drink Fanta because that was made for the Nazis by Coca-Cola, so I won't drink it.
Wait,
But
really?
look, you're a black guy. I figured there was grape Fanta.
No, I don't drink grape drink either. I'm not that kind of black person.
Look,
I
I-
also don't consume hot sauce or chitlins.
I'm
But I
black
will eat a
enough to drink
watermelon or
grape
two.
drink all the time. So- no, okay. So I was trying to trap you. You evaded the trap. Chris Chan liked how do I say this? Recycling, but not plastics, right? Recycling his genetic material, and he would use
He would drink
Fanta to dilute it. He'd use Fanta to dilute his genetic material that he was recycling into himself.
So he was eating his own jism,
Yeah.
as you do. Okay.
Oh, drinking it would be
As-
more accurate.
As one would. So yeah, Chris Chan is a horrifying thing. But the crazy thing is, yeah, Bella may be more horrifying than him.
Bella's got a nice Kiwi Farms thread as well at this time. So
She got it like 1,000 pages
Yeah.
in 2 days or something.
Well, she
It's,
tried to like get the thread derailed. They would go in like alts to Kiwi Farms and post a bunch of shit trying to blame that fucking autistic girl they were trying to blackmail. Drove that girl into a fucking mental health evaluation because they were gaslighting her and telling her that she was the one who had started it all. These people are fucking deranged, man.
Yeah, there's some weirdos. Very, very weird people involved in that whole shit. That's a part of the internet that everybody wants to not remember exists.
Oh, I know it exists. That's why I avoid this stuff like the plague. Anything that just smells of this, I'm like, I'm not going anywhere near that. I don't want to know. I don't want to be involved because these people are fucking twisted, and there's no filter with them. Once they get that freedom to just do whatever they want, they get used to doing it, and there's really no consequence. Like, what possible consequence can this woman Bella face legally? There's very little, unless she's actually committed a crime against someone personally or directed him to do something that is illegal. Having sex with your demented mom is nasty, but I don't know that you can really be charged with something for
Oh
it.
yeah,
I'm curious
you
about
can.
this. Like,
he is charged with incest. I mean, he definitely like if he had sex with his mom, even if it was fully consensual, he definitely violated Virginia state law on incest, and it's still good law. I mean, it was
a felony or a misdemeanor?
It's a felony.
It's a felony. Okay, well, color me
Well, as far as,
surprised because
like,
it is
the,
Virginia. So I'm just
as far as the Bella girl goes, I've been curious about this, right? Because there's plenty of communication she had with Chris Chan that you just don't have access to. And what I'm wondering is if this is all hypothetical, right? But suppose that there's like a fucking text message conversation between those two individuals where she's like giving him some instructions on what he should do, right? Could she be charged as like an accomplice to that? Or is that just like totally fucking headcanon-y bullshit?
No. Let's see. Oh shit! Hold on. I'm typing a message right now to Mr. Obvious. Okay, there we go. So, if she induced him, I mean, in theory, you could be an accessory to incest, right? Or an accessory to sexual assault. Accessory crimes apply to basically any intent crime. So if you intend to get someone into another criminal act, you could be charged and punished under the same act usually. So that's there. But I mean, it is really, really hard to charge someone with talking because we have such strong free speech protections. Like there's that weird chick who talked the guy into suicide, but there was a real question as to whether or not she'd be convicted on that. Hey, welcome, Mr. Obvious.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How's it going, man?
Hello.
It's been so hot. The freaking heat wave's been killing me.
Yeah, man. I just got an AC installed in my vault because it's been fucking brutal in here.
Yeah.
How's
man.
the cost of AC been in your area?
It's not bad. You know what? I got it before summer, so you know, I kind of planned ahead. It was like $300 for a pretty good unit. It still gets kind of hot though. Like sometimes I'll have it on and it'll be so hot out there that it's still hot. Like I'm still sweating.
Wait, $300? Is it like a window unit or like a freestanding one?
It's one of those portables. It's pretty decent, but I should have sprung for like the $500 model.
Yeah, well, you gotta have a vent for those, right? Like a window or something to pump the air out of.
I put it on the window. There's a wooden board. There's some tape. Yeah, I had to cut it to size.
Yeah, I broadcast from a literal like a gun safe, and I couldn't do that. There's no windows or vents.
Oh man!
So I had to get a fucking mini AC. It costs a goddamn fortune. Oh. Well, welcome to the stream, man. Thanks for coming on. As you know, we were talking about the glories of Chris Chan.
Oh my gosh, this Bella character, I'm really interested. I heard that her parents are both feds. One works for the Secret Service, and I think the other one works as like I don't know if it was CIA or a 3-letter agency, but he's also a fed.
Yeah, her dad
it's insane.
Is like I think he's in cybersecurity for a Fed agency too. Which is interesting because, you know, the Kiwi Farms got DDoS'd right after her thread started growing dramatically. Oh. And it was a very complex DDoS attack, according to Null. So who knows, man? But yeah, she glows, apparently.
Oh, yeah. I think this chick is using her parents', I don't know, like authority or whatever, but I think that she's... I'm amazed she hasn't been in trouble with the law yet. So I think she's being protected. I mean, I've heard all sorts of rumors, like she has a scat fetish and her room's a pigsty, and
she
one
ate
time
cat shit. Like she
ripped
literally
off...
ate cat shit.
Oh God!
Every woman's room's a pigsty, though.
I heard
you're gonna say every woman eats cat shit. I was like, I never met that one.
Okay, yeah, that's really bad because there's parasites. They get in your brain and they create cysts that are in your brain forever, and it kind of messes with your brain forever.
I mean, that would explain a lot of this shit. Honestly,
no, fuck that. It's bad because it's cat shit.
Well, toxoplasmosis. Yeah, you don't want to eat that or touch it or anything. Oh my god.
Well,
yeah,
so like,
man.
I mean, they've been like throwing each other under the bus to get away from her. Now that they can't like deny she was the person doing this shit. And there was this one part in that thread where one of her friends like came forward and he's like, oh man, I had no clue about her eating her, like boiling hamster alive and eating. I had no idea. And then later he gets asked again. He's like, okay, yeah, I knew, but can you tell people I wasn't involved in like any sort of like doxing? I'm like, motherfucker.
You know what the worst part of this is? She's really hot. Like she's crazy as shit, but she's kind of hot.
Okay, but so like on a scale of 1 to 10, where would you rank that? And how many points do you deduct for eating literal cat shit?
That's a tough
All
one.
of them.
All of
I give her
them.
8 out of 10. But
Yeah.
her tits are pretty big, so
I heard she stuffs her bra.
yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I don't care if that's all fun bad goodness. I'm telling you, when she walks up to me eating cat shit like it's a Mounds bar,
Here, I gotta here for the chat. That's her. That's her sending to Reddit. Roast me, by the way. So she got roasted for this. She shouldn't have had the glasses on. They look terrible at this angle. But yeah. So, yeah. Oh, Mr. Obvious, you asked in the chat, and I didn't answer because I'm a dick. You said, doesn't the incest statute in Virginia only apply to like men, right? And
like
the
men and parents or something, or
yeah, this is a misread that people had on the statute. A lot of them are reading the 2014 statute, which was worded a little different. It was revised in 2020, and it uses the pronoun his, but in Virginia, there's a separate statute that says a pronoun that's used in the masculine also applies to the feminine and the neuter. So, long story short, it applies to men, women, mothers, daughters, fathers, brothers. Everything is equal in Virginia on that. So
I'm so shocked that that's actually on their books, because I mean,
I was actually, I was really surprised that was, because Virginia has a history of with marriage, right?
Yeah.
Like they were the. Go ahead.
Let's be honest, all the southern states, man, it's out here. I mean,
It makes you wonder, like, should it really be illegal?
Well, Virginia is where the case Loving versus Virginia comes from. That was where the first Supreme Court ruling on interracial marriage, because Virginia had interracial marriage illegal, and then Loving versus Virginia was where that got overturned. And so I figured that Virginia wouldn't have like an incest statute because, love is love or whatever in 2020. But the fact that, they amended this thing in 2020 and clarified the language.
Fascinating.
So it was very weird. Very weird.
I mean, think about how far we've come. At one point in Virginia, you basically had fucking the ability to marry your sister, and you couldn't marry someone of a different race. Now it's completely reversed, and I think that's just killing American culture.
Don't you miss the good old days?
The good old days when you didn't have to go so far to find a girlfriend. You could just go to the next room.
I wonder if Joe Biden has
a boyfriendless
an old story about
girlfriend.
marrying his sister.
Oh my God. Yeah, boyfriendless girlfriend. what a fucking weird way to frame the world. Gundam touched me, says. He said, "Hey, child soldiers, more bodies for the Zerg rush. Let's go."
Child soldiers are also very fucking effective.
Oh, Mr. Obvious, have you ever cried while watching an anime?
While watching an anime?
Yeah.
I've been very inspired, and I've had those those moments where you get a chill down your spine, but I don't think I've ever cried. Maybe Anohana, the flower we saw that day, that made me really sad.
Would
I don't know
you
what
admit
the hell
that
that
you
is.
cried if you?
So
would you admit
the
it on the
story
stream?
is the main character. It's a group of friends. They're young kids, and then the main character, one of the girls he likes, and she dies. Like she dies in a rock slide, or she falls down a hill or something. And the whole anime is about dealing with grief, and then like she comes back as a ghost, but only he can see her, and everyone thinks he's crazy. It's a really, really sad anime. Like, yeah.
But did it make you cry?
No, I didn't cry.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you. When we were all going over that one anime redo of Healer, that made me cry.
Yeah.
Tears of joy.
From which part of your body?
Well,
yeah, people are mentioning Grave of the Fireflies. That is the one. Like, it starts off depressing, and it, like, the main character, it starts off with him dying, and then you see how he got there, and it just continues to get worse. That's one that will get you very close. I've watched it one time. It is more depressing than The Road. One time is all you need.
Yeah, I don't like watching sad things.
The only anime I cried at was when I was a kid. I cried at the Transformers movie when Optimus Prime died.
But so did you just admit to crying over a dead robot after all the shit you gave Flash?
Yeah, I was 9 or whatever. Flash is 50, so it's a little different at this point. But yes, and I will maintain giving Flash shit to this day and forever.
I just like how that stream went. He's like, "But I'm dead inside," and like, he's like, "I'm dying here. Please let me feel something, guys." You're like, "No, fuck you."
You don't understand. I got no emotions, but I had them for this. Victor,
you know what? I went back and listened to that, and yeah, it inspired me. I was trying to say that seriously, and I couldn't.
Victor Phantasm says, "Nick, I love all your guys' content, but I have to ask just some guy about the tweets about the San Francisco Gay Men's Choir. I want to give him a fair shake, but I disagree with him. I think we should crucify all pedos.
Well, your problem is that you have a claim that's been made that hasn't been verified. So one of the things that I like to do when people get something under their craw and they start talking about it is I like to find out where they got their information from. So the proof that the choir is full of pedos is that someone went and took their names and then checked the sex offender registry in California, you know, the state that has tens of millions of people. And then they looked for matches as if you would never find one. And then when they found the match, went, oh, that's the same person. Well, did you check to see where they were from? No. Well, guess what? I did. So you have people who you're saying are in this chorus who live 200 miles away. Do you know what sex offenders have to do when they're on registries? They have to be available within 20 minutes at any point, because if they're not, they go back to jail. They get checked all the time. They get asked what they're doing. If they can't verify what they're doing, they get in trouble. So in order for this theory to work, all of these guys would all have to be colluding with each other to hide this information from their parole officers. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Not only that, but no one could actually verify any of it. No one of any credible news organization checked it. They couldn't find anything. So the greatest likelihood is you're wrong.
I will say
someone's
this.
saying like the pics look the same, but I mean, even then, like,
Well,
I mean,
there's like two of them where they look very similar, and I shit you not, like one of the pictures, it's like the guy, and he just doesn't have a mustache or doesn't have a beard, and then the other picture is a beard, but they look exactly the same otherwise.
They look similar, but you're talking about two very pixelated images. Because I looked at the one that they were comparing, the image that's on the actual registry, which is astounding that this would be on the registry, because you'd think they'd just be able to get it from the state. It's like they took it with an old flip phone and then put the shit online. So it's just like this tiny 100 by 100 pixel picture that they've blown up to like 400 pixels. So you can barely see what the guy actually looks like. And then you're comparing it with some random screenshot taken from some small square in this massive collage that they did and going, well, they kind of look alike. Okay, they could look alike, but is that the same person is my question. If you can't verify that those are the same people, then I'm not going to buy it. And if your only evidence is, well, some people on the internet said that they're the same people, I don't believe you. Show me the proof before you start claiming that every member of the chorus is a bunch of pedophiles. I think that's a completely reasonable position to have, is don't tell me everyone in the group is something if you can't prove it.
Yeah, I never made that claim. When I covered it, I said something like, there's a rumor that a couple of these guys may or may not be on this thing. They look kind of similar, but, you know, other than that, we really don't know. But there's like two or a couple of them that look similar. But at the end of the day, and I said this in the video at the time, it doesn't really matter at all, because the song itself and what they were making was really messed up.
Oh, are these the motherfuckers did the coming for your kids shit?
Yeah.
It's
irrelevant.
It's a stupid song to make, right? I understand, but we all understand that it's a tongue-in-cheek song. We all understood that, right?
Well, I mean, I think they
joking.
repeated the "I'm coming" part like several times. It's just fucking creepy.
I understand that's creepy, but you do understand that they are joking.
Well,
right?
It's California, so like you don't actually.
No, dude. That kind of joking is like when you're half joking. I'm sure they at least partially mean some of what they're saying.
I'm sure they do too, and that they want people to actually agree with what they're saying. I do think that that's a thing, but we also understand from the tone of way that they're talking that they're clearly joking.
Well, I think you're probably right.
They
wanted to like put the fucking song out, make everybody react and get outraged. I just don't think they were expecting what they fucking got.
Oh no, they didn't, because they put the song out and it had been out for like 3 weeks, and they just assumed that no one but people who agree with them would ever see it. I don't know why you would be dumb enough to assume that. Like, you would have to know at some point someone who doesn't agree with you is going to see this, and then look at the lyrics of your song.
It is the San Francisco Gay Men's Choir. I don't think there's many people that would like watch it that aren't fucking interested in it.
Look, for me, it's a matter of do they go in the convection oven or the regular oven? I don't, it's. I'm tired of this shit. Like,
I mean, we could do it in the culture of my people and just get some fucking rocks.
Well, my standard of it is take the same situation and then reverse it. Would anyone actually have a problem with someone going up to gay kids and saying, we're going to convert you to Christianity?
Yeah.
No, God.
No one would have a problem with it. Would you have a problem if they took those kids and put them into camps where they psychologically, physically, and sexually abused them? Well, in all likelihood, no. How do I know this? Because that actually happened for decades and no one gave a shit. So the same people that had that done to them are the ones making the fucking song. So at a certain point, when you're being upset about it, you have to realize you kind of did this to them. Did you think that they weren't eventually going to want to get revenge on you for fucking them up? So
wait.
I don't give a shit what we did to them.
I know that's kind of the problem, isn't it?
Responsibility here. Like I don't give a damn what happened to any of them.
Exactly.
Whatsoever. It doesn't give you a right to come.
It doesn't give them a right to make a song joking about shit that was actually done to them for real. That's the conflict that I'm having here, is that people are upset about a song when other people are actually doing real things.
If a rape victim came out with a song that was about like tongue-in-cheek saying that they were going to go and rape fucking kids or something, that's
not what happened.
No, I'm just saying, like, in terms of like
too much though, what their motivations are. Like, you don't know these people. Nothing could have happened to a lot of them. They just listen to the constant propaganda of, oh, you're a victim, the world's against you.
But isn't it also possible that what you're assuming is the case is also something that you're just assuming? If you're not willing to accept the possibility that you could have the wrong assumption, you can't ask someone else to assume the same thing. You can't assume the worst of them and then say that when someone goes
stupid.
Period. Yeah, it is.
I don't care about the circumstances or the motivations.
The song is something that no one would have had a problem with 20 years ago. This could have been on South Park and you would have found it funny.
There's worse shit on South Park to be.
No, but just in all seriousness, if this song were something where it's like you have some conservative character from the show watching some like gay play or something, and then you're singing the normal song, right? And then in their mind, this is a song that you're hearing, this is the one from the Gay Men's Chorus, we would have all laughed.
I don't
right?
think
We considered it ridiculous that you would assume that that's what they think.
Stronger in the past. This is the sort of thing in the past it would cause way more of an uproar than what we have now.
If they did it,
man,
straight, then yes. But if they did it as a joke, you would find it as a joke. So that's kind of the thing.
You asked
like it's not a joke, man.
You asked when Keegan there though, just some guy. You asked, do I assume the worst? Yes, I assume the worst of pretty much everyone.
Well, I do too. My general presumption is that everyone is acting with a sort of.
I do not want
What are we talking about?
For being real though,
a bunch of gay dudes singing.
Somebody of being a pedo that is not a pedo. That is a get you fucked up in ways that. Yeah, no,
that's the reason why I had the reaction to that is because people are very quick to go along with it, and the problem is that people do not think.
No, I'm actually with
one step ahead. They just
I'm with just some guy on that one because he's right. Like you do have people like accusing.
I skipped that whole chapter.
I mean, I assume that some of them are. We can't.
Well, I mean, you can assume some of them are, but like you wouldn't like outright make the statement this person is a pedophile and like start blasting that online, would you?
Yeah, I didn't.
Well, no, I get that, but I mean, I think that's what just some guys.
That is what happened, and so the thing that was kind of interesting about this is that it did its normal internet thing where it's like, oh, it's the talk of the town for a week, and then everyone drops it. So I was just waiting to see if anyone actually followed up. To just double check because they were saying they were getting death threats. And I'm like, well, I don't believe you because you are on the left and y'all like to lie. So I'm sure somebody was saying something to you and you might be like, but it's entirely possible that was true. So they said they contacted the police and the FBI. So my brain makes this very simple calculation. If you are a registered sex offender and you are in part of this chorus who performs in front of crowds of kids and sometimes at schools, which would mean you would be in violation of your release. Why in the fuck would you contact the FBI? because they would be on your ass so fast. This is the dumbest thing that you could possibly do.
Well, I mean, I'm like literally looking at people like some of the
kinda
shit they're saying
depends.
about just some guy in the chat, right? But that's the sort of shit that, like, I get where he's coming from with it, right? I mean, look, it's very tongue in cheek. Obviously, I think they fucking know what they're doing, right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, like,
yeah.
but
They
you know,
tried to
like,
get the lies out of people. They knew what they were doing. They just
Yeah.
didn't calculate how badly it was going to go over.
and like
Well,
you said,
and
like
honestly,
if you watch South
I think
Park,
they
like
were
they have
half
that whole
serious,
like
half
they have like
joking.
several NAMBLA episodes, the fucking Catholic Church episode,
Yeah.
right? I mean that's way fucking worse than that song. Like the song's an implication of something to like trigger and outrage people, but like I don't think that they ever thought a bunch of people was gonna like make, I don't know, like just blow up over social media and everything.
Well,
they
they
live in a bubble.
Well,
Oh,
they
of course
put
they
it
do.
out on their like some social media feed that they had. I don't think it was even on like a YouTube channel. They put it on something else before they put it on YouTube. And it's like for their little group. Nobody else was really going to see this. It's all for that sort of whatever community they're part of. That was it. That was all that was going to look at it. And I think it was Alex Jones got a hold of it. And that was it. So it went all out. And it's one of those things where it's like a little in joke that they're having with themselves and it's all cute. And then everybody else hears it and goes, what the fuck are you doing? Because it
Yeah.
makes no sense. Why would you write a song like this where it makes it sound like you're going to be targeting people's, like you have to understand no one's
They
going
don't
to like that.
understand.
Look,
That's the
I got-
thing, though. They do not understand. They're not
Yeah,
self-aware. They live in a bubble.
I got minor pushback because I've also read plenty of articles saying I brought my kid to the gay pride parade because I want to normalize kink. To my child.
that's
like-
the weirdest
Yeah,
shit.
There's a lot of that going on.
Speaking of normalizing kink, we have another guest who joined the stream. What's up, that Star Wars
What a
girl?
time to join. Hey,
God damn.
Well, it's not to get too much more into that, but I remember when I lived in San Francisco, I didn't know what it was. My friends were like, "Hey, Anna, you like feet? We're going to this fetish fair." I did not think it was a sexual thing.
Oh,
they
God.
took
They
me
took you to Folsom, didn't they?
Yes, they took me to the full.
Oh,
fair, and I saw things.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait, you
I
went to
can't
a
unsee-
foot festival?
No, it was a fetish festival. But
Oh, I thought it was
weird
just
because
feet. I
people
was-
did take their kids there, and I was like, "There's like a whole like it." Imagine, a bunch of guys that you never want to see naked in your entire life just laying on the curb, like just a row of them all just jerking it, and also like people dressed up as like Mickey Mouse and like the kink stuff, and it was just
Oh boy.
like stages of like people doing like
God.
hardcore S&M, and there was children there. I was like, what the I'm like 19 years old. I shouldn't even be here,
I mean, like, I think the problem is like those people think that fucking human decency is somehow like offensive to them, right? I don't care if you want to do that shit, just don't do it near fucking children.
Well,
like,
here,
what the fuck is
I'm
wrong
gonna
with you
give you-
people?
They're
I'm going
mentally
to give you
ill,
an
man.
idea of why it happens, okay? Because it's something nobody likes to think about, but it's a reality of the situation. So when you tell someone that they are not allowed to do a very basic thing, say hold hands in public, or show affection in public, or kiss in public, the moment that you're going to get some of them who are just going to obey. They're not going to do anything. You're going to get some that are going to lie about what they want to do, and they'll just do whatever you want. Then you're going to get those who don't care, but they're not going to be in your face about it. They're just going to be nonchalant. And then you're going to get the ones who are going to go, fuck you, I'm going to do what I want. That is what happened in the sexual revolution. You told people, well, we don't want you showing any ankles. And like, you know what? Now I'm not going to show an ankle. I'm going to strip butt naked and fuck in the middle of Woodstock. What you going to do? That's what happens when you do that. So when you add to that you're actually saying that these people are dangerous, they're deviant, they're perverts, they need to be stopped, they need to be killed. We're going to, give you electroshock therapy. We're going to drug you. We're going to say that if you have a job and we find out that you're gay, we're going to strip that away from you. We're going to ruin your entire life. You're going to get some people who are going to be the highest level of no fucks given once they decide to do that. That's where that comes from.
Well,
That's
yeah,
exactly where that comes
we
from.
need shaming. We need to bring back shaming because all of this happened because we had more Marxism come in society, the normalization of these deviant, degenerate behaviors. All of it's acceptable now. And it's proliferated like a cancer. You've got people doing insane things that wouldn't have done 40 years ago. So I
Right,
don't
because
think
40 years ago it was more conservative. So the
yeah,
way
there was
that this
punishment. There was social
the way that this works,
pressure.
the way it works is that you go to one extreme and then it rebounds to the other extreme.
Well,
So
I like
that's
the
what we're
old
dealing with
extreme.
right now. We're going to the other extreme. So when you
Well,
go
the
back to the
extreme,
when you
you
go
know,
back to
when
the
our-
other extremes, you're going to be throwing gay people off the roofs like they do in the Middle East, in which nobody will give a fuck. because it's perfectly-
when our
They
extreme is jerking
fell off
in
those
you know,
roofs. We
when
just
our,
held them
when our
up there.
extremes are jerking off in public, okay, that's one thing. Fucking jerking off in public, add kids. I
Well, okay.
mean,
See, the
no.
thing is, they argue that like if you
No.
deny them that, you're not accepting of their fucking sexuality. I'm
Well,
like,
if you're
bro,
adult-
it's
yeah,
like
I don't
adult
accept
theme,
fucking
adult theme, whatever the fuck you're
I'm a
doing.
publisexual. Look, I can't
Yeah,
jerk
I'm
off in
with you.
private. I need people watching. This is, oh my god.
I'm
what
with. I'm
it's
you're
what-
being
what
exclusive of my
happens-
voyeurism fetish.
It's what happens when you go to one extreme. Eventually, people will go to the opposite extreme. It's just the nature of how humans work.
But we're so far fucking removed from that other extreme at this point, right?
Doesn't
Because
matter.
people doing it today, like they were born in like the fucking 90s and shit, right? This is well past
Yeah.
the fucking
It
days
doesn't-
of like
it doesn't-
beating gay people in the street.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's two reasons why that doesn't work.
Well, but
So
what I'm
I
saying is
can-
that people
there's
today
no
are looking
moderate
at that
solution.
and they're like, this is just fucking insane. Like, don't do it
No,
in front
I-
of fucking children.
I
Don't
understand what
like-
you're saying. What I'm
Yeah,
trying to
yeah.
do is explain why this is happening. So let's look at something like with race, because you're seeing this with BLM. The people who are going Black Lives Matter, none of them have been victims of racism. Not real racism. None of them
like
have
a
been,
true borderline white
Marxism.
supremacist.
their-
Look,
their
wait,
parents
one
have-
one
their
of them
parents haven't
ordered
been-
a cup. One of them ordered a coffee and they got a venti white chocolate mocha. I mean, come on, that is pure racism. What are
But-
you
but
talking about?
The thing is that you do have people who did go through that, and those people are still alive. And so they tell their children and their grandchildren this stuff. Those stories are still there. And so you now have a generation of people who have been told this stuff about how this is a thing, how oppression is a thing. So
not
even if
just their
they've never
parents, man.
experienced it, they will
It's the school.
think that this is the case. But the reason why that's in the school is because the people who put it there were the ones who had it done to them. It didn't
No, it's
come
not.
out of
It's
nowhere.
The Marxist. You keep missing the Marxist element of this. Marxist
The
ideology.
Marxist
has been
element was being
permeating
brought in by
society.
those people. It didn't just.
No, no, no.
It's an
The
ideology.
source-
Doesn't just exist by itself. It has to be
Yes,
brought
it
in
came
by
from
people.
Russia. It can't. Well,
So
the
who are the
Soviet
people who
Union.
brought it into that?
The Soviet
Where
Union.
who did the Soviet Union was not in the American school system. It wasn't all the Soviet Union. So they got people who were here
professors
to do that. So who did they get to do it?
They sent professors. They infiltrated Hollywood. They started seeding all of these ideas.
Okay,
It's
but-
called
but
critical theory.
You're
They
missing.
applied it
You're
to
missing my
racism.
point.
They
You're
applied
missing
it
my
to
point.
race and identity, and they use that to brainwash white
still
people
missing the
and
point.
black people about racism.
You're still missing the point.
You do have
That-
some
that
people
theory-
that were.
Listen to
through
me.
it.
Listen to me. The theory works on people. You have to convince them to follow the theory. You can't just present a kooky theory and then everybody goes along with it. So the question is, who did they apply it to? They found people who were actual victims, who were misfits, who were outcast, who felt aggrieved, and they told them something that fit what those people wanted to hear. And those people then got into schools and taught this stuff. That's how that happens. But if you didn't have those people there and you came to the US with this bullshit, no one would have followed it. So they targeted people who would listen to them, who were open to that idea, the people that no one else cared about. That's why that worked. So
Are you
when
talking
you
about,
do
like,
that,
Marxism or
But
like
you're describing
HDRP?
brainwashing. Yes, you go after the vulnerable. You get them to spread the ideology. But even
that's all an ideology is.
even if they had not gone through anything, they could still be brainwashed. And you see that happen now with all these young people who have never been through racism, never experienced oppression, but they believe it because
They
the
believe
media,
it.
the
They believe
schools,
it not
it's
because the
propa-
schools taught them
brainwashing
with
them.
propaganda. That's part of it, but it's also because these are people who want something greater than themselves and they don't have it.
Yeah,
There
these
never
are
was.
these are no, these are people who've had such easy lives and no real problems. They need some goal to like, they need a
Exactly.
dragon to slay. Yeah,
That's what this is. And so that's why that works on them. It doesn't work on someone who feels perfectly fine. You see this with
It
different groups like
absolutely can. It absolutely can. You can
for the most
brainwash
part
anybody.
it doesn't. So here's a good example. And Eric Hoffer talks about this in his book, The True Believer. Okay. This theory did not work on Jews. Why? Because they already have a foundation to build on. They have their religion, they have their faith, and they have their ethnic history to build on. So when you come to them with this, for the most part, it fails because there's something already in place. There is no identity crisis.
Well, a
When
lot
you
of
come
people
to someone with an
pushing-
identity crisis, it works.
A lot of people pushing Marxism. A lot of them are Jewish. First of all,
Some of
You
them
heard of the
are.
Frankfurt
All of them
School?
are not.
Oy vey, we might have to stop this topic soon.
Whoa, 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 whoa! I want to hear about the Jews.
Oh, hold on, I gotta fix Crow.
Everybody talks about.
The
Everybody helps-
Palestinian has been
Right.
removed from the building.
Okay. Tell me more about these evil Jews.
Everybody talks about how books
Susan,
were
no, I'll
burned.
get rid of him.
Oh, please.
What are you talking about? They love the Palestinians. We're like the ultimate fucking minority to them.
You're
Well,
just
I-
like providing building materials to them.
I
Like
love how
rock.
people in the chat are going like, you don't get it. No, what I suggest you guys do is read the book, The True Believer by Eric Hoffer, so that you understand how mass movements actually work. Because I know you guys have got yourselves convinced that it's just the Marxists and it's just KGB. I understand
It's
that
not
that's what you
dude. Dude,
think.
I
That's
literally
not
study
what's
this.
going on.
Psychology, brainwashing. I've studied this for years. I've read scientific papers. I've done a lot of reading. I don't necessarily disagree with some of your points, but I think you're kind of off on some of the things, some of the explanations.
I think you're looking for the easiest explanation to justify the opinion you already have rather than looking at the facts of what's actually going on.
I know what's going on. My point is the psychological processes behind this. I've actually studied on an academic level. So I kind of disagree on some of your conclusions.
So you think that you can just go, we'll just take the gay community, for example. You think you can take a run-of-the-mill gay person and just feed them this same stuff and they would all go along with it, no problem.
Give me enough time and I can brainwash anybody. That's
That
how it
wasn't
works.
what I asked you.
Ooh, brainwash.
That wasn't what I
highly
asked you.
doubt that.
Hit me, hit
That
me.
wasn't
I
what
want to.
asked you.
If
What
you
I asked you
understand
was,
how
if
it
Just
you
like
works,
could-
it's
recall?
not difficult. You just need time.
So what is it that you would have to do to get them to go along with it is the question. How do you break them?
Well, there's different methods. In China, war prisoners were told to write things that they didn't agree with, like communism is good. And the way they would do this was get them to admit something that they thought was true or might be true. For example, like they would say, write down that America is not perfect. So they would write it down and then they would read it on the intercom. This American said America is not perfect. Okay, you've already opened the door. The next step of this process would be like, there are some good things about communism. You got them to write
So,
that.
Real
And
quick,
then
you said
it
this was a
escalates
this
and
was a
escalates.
I
how
just
you
want to clarify
brainwash.
the group of people that you're talking about. So you're talking about someone in China, or are you talking about an American who's been taken prisoner?
Yeah,
What?
American
An
war
American has
prisoners.
been
This happened
okay.
in real life.
I know, because I know what you're talking about. So here's my
Yeah.
question. Did that person just randomly get plucked off the street and then literally within a couple of hours they said, say something bad about America?
No,
and
but
they
what
did?
you need to understand is that
Okay.
you can do the same thing in education from a very
Whoa,
young age.
hold
You
on,
can
hold
take
on,
a
hold on,
child
hold on.
and start to do the similar things. And that's how we get all these people brainwashed. They don't ever have to see it or experience it. Or you can attack. There are attack vectors on all sorts of people.
Like I think
You're
I think
seeing it
that
all the time.
I mean, like, I get what you're saying. I don't know if you'd call it brainwashing. It's more of like a situation where you have people, they want to be accepted.
Indoctrination,
They want to be
brainwashing,
accepted by the
influence,
in group, right? It's
manipulate.
in group to be fucking, this fucking socialist fucking bullshit. They don't even understand what it is. They literally think the meaning of capitalism is just fucking exploitation. They can't define it at all. They just know that they should fucking hate it because that's what everybody else is doing, right? People want to belong to a part of a group, right? So as soon as you make something fucking popular, or at least popular on those fucking campuses, you know, these students who have no fucking concept of how the world works are just going to fall in line because they want to be accepted and loved by everybody else. I wouldn't necessarily call that the same thing as like what happens in fucking China, right? Like that's a little bit fucking different.
It's similar. The process
well, I mean,
how you do this are similar.
They're not. I mean, you're allowed to leave the fucking school. Is what I'm saying.
Indoctrination is indoctrination. You don't have to be a war prisoner to be indoctrinated.
No, we know that. This is why religion exists. Religion works in the exact same way. The point is that you can't just randomly convert someone to a different faith. You actually have to go through a process.
No, of course not.
Right. So my point is that when you're looking at groups who do the things that you don't like, this stuff doesn't just come out of nowhere. These things are being tailored to them, to their experiences. And if you do this for a long enough period of time, the reason for doing it gets lost, and the act of doing it is what remains. That's what we're seeing right now. The people who actually put this stuff into place, they were people who suffered actual things, and they were being exploited by a group of people who just wanted to use them to get a movement started. That was what was happening. Once that gets started, that can go completely out of your control, where it is now just happening because that's kind of how it works. It just sort of does it on its own. And so you've now got to a point where you have people teaching folks, oh, you're being oppressed because of your skin color, when that is not happening. You're having people being told, well, you know, people want to kill you because you're gay. Yeah, not in this country. So those are things that are happening, but that happens because the people who initially believed the idea had something that could be exploited to make that work. You can't just go up to someone and then imagine that that's going to happen. And it does take time, but it also doesn't work on everyone. This is one of the reasons why you see people fighting back against it. If the idea of what you're saying was so perfect, then it would work on everybody. It doesn't. So obviously there's something happening here that doesn't make it work.
My only point is that the originals are propagandists who know what they're doing. I think it's very important to remember that, because we have propagandists. So a propagandist doesn't need to believe what he's teaching, what he's indoctrinating. They can know it's all bullshit, but the propagandist is even more effective at it because they know it's not real. So I just want to make it clear that, you know, the propagandists came, they took these vulnerable people, and what you're saying is correct, but we got to remember there are heads of the snake.
I have a clip for this. Here we go. Just 1 second.
Why you think you done it? Okay, number one, Your Honor. Just look at him.
He talks like a fag, too.
See, there we go. I got it. I also have a super chat on point for this. Nova Zero says, don't hack Afghani or Iran. They have all the gay porn that men dump on their hard drives to avoid active duty. So that seems like it's on topic. I don't know.
I thought they were all the ones who were gay.
I don't know.
Just pretending that they're not, you know, because it's culturally insensitive.
We know that super chats are true 100%. And so it was said. So that's reality. I don't know what else to tell you.
It was on the internet, so it must be true.
Well, it was on a super chat, which meant I made money on the internet. So it definitely is true. So just so everybody knows, that's how super chats work. If you say it in a super chat, it's true. Richard, so I think that that topic has been thoroughly discussed. The chat is screaming at me, by the way.
Yes.
They're like, let's move on. Let's talk about Fuda and Gundam and Flash crying.
Oh, sweet Jesus, please.
Wait, you want to talk about Fuda?
I want to talk about anything else aside from this debate.
You know, yellow. There are two people who are supposed to be on this show right now, and these pussies are in the chat, and they're not on the show. We've got Drex from the MGTOW podcast. He's sitting in the chat like a baby, and Yellow Flash is in the chat, but he's not on here.
Get on here, Yellow Flash. This is your fucking show.
Get on here. I have so much to ridicule you about, you baby.
Get on here.
Crying like a fucking baby. Okay, anyway, Richard Pierce says, so we're all clear here, right? Yellow Flash is a biatch. Yes, that's true. That's the thing that happened.
telling you, like, I don't know. He freaking took 2 hours of just straight ridicule, and he wasn't like, I'm gonna roll out of here. I'm gonna bitch you out. No, he was like, dude, That shit touched me in my feels. Fuck you very much.
He's like, listen, no, I'm dead inside. I'll watch again. I'll cry again. I don't care. I don't even care about us crying.
I hope that I experience something like that from a fucking TV show where I'm like, I don't.
What
give
about a
shit.
movie?
All this dead inside. Yeah, man, I need that experience.
So I saw this movie recently, and this movie did make me cry. I just gotten dumped, but it was irrelevant. This movie made me really sad. So it's called The Father, and it's about a man with dementia from his perspective. Oh my God, this movie's a masterpiece. It's a powerful movie. It is very sad, very important. I think everybody should watch it. So if you
I think
wanna
I've
watch a
seen
movie and
that. I
cry-
think they call him
Yeah.
Joe Biden. Is that mainstream media?
Is that the one with Anthony Hopkins?
I forgot his name, but he's that good.
Hannibal
He's an old
Lecter?
actor.
I'll look it up.
It's a very good movie.
It was recent.
Father?
Yeah, it's
2020.
Yeah, that was Anthony Hopkins. Yeah.
Anthony
Yeah,
Hopkins.
yeah. It was really sad.
So
The final scene was that's what did it for me. It's just a really, really sad movie about, dementia and Alzheimer's, getting older, and it does a really good job of showing what it's like, because it's all from his perspective. It's trippy, it's kind of crazy. Everyone should watch that movie.
See, I don't want to be depressed. I want to be moved. There's a difference.
Well, I know one that
Tug wants to be touched.
Yeah, I want
Well, just go to San Francisco.
to come to my home and say, "Where did the Gundam touch you, sir?" And I would be like, "All over."
Well, I mean, I think there's one movie like all men can relate to. There's this one scene that will really make you feel something. It's that fucking mine scene in Judge Dredd where the dude gets his bit dick off. Like, I mean, you can feel the fucking
Wait, his
pain.
bit dick off?
His dick bit off.
You said bit dick.
That was a good movie.
I mean, it may have been. Fuck.
Uh,
Like, when I saw that scene, I was like, "Oh God, fuck."
Was he in slow motion?
It was in his head.
Yellow,
So he felt all of the pain of it.
Look, Yellow Flash is in the chat saying how he's mad that we're not giving Mr. Obvious as much shit about crying. And I'm like, get in here and defend your crying. What are you doing, Flash? Get in here. Tell us.
Tell everybody. Be like,
Well, Mr. Obvious didn't say that he cried
No.
during that movie.
I think Yellow Flash
But he
made
said
a
he-
great point the other
he
night.
cried
said,
during the father.
I didn't
Listen,
cry,
he
but
said-
I had like tears in my eyes at the last scene. It
Oh,
was-
he did cry. You
it was pretty
broke.
bad. I don't really
Well,
cry.
it didn't
I get-
fall. It
like,
doesn't
I get
hold on.
tears in
This
my eyes. and
Yeah,
then
I
you
can
just
lawyer
stop.
this. They didn't leave your eyes though. The tears stayed there, right? Like your cheeks weren't wet.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
count.
Flash
No,
get
that's
in
not-
here and be like, yeah,
No,
but
you're
hey,
okay.
See, Flash needs to be in here and
feel
be
like that counts
"Yo, but
for
I got a
me."
side tear, mother. He's talking about coming out of my eyes in the front.
Flash
Yeah,
had a
I
puddle
know.
on his lap that was seeping into his vagina while he was crying. I mean, it's really fucking embarrassing.
No,
Uh,
he made a good point though. He's like, you come to me for recommendations, and I'm telling you, this shit moved me, man. Come on.
Oh, I'm
Dude,
confused.
you know
Why is
what?
it embarrassing for
I'll
a woman
try
to
it out.
cry?
I'll try it out.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's a good point. But Flash isn't a woman. I mean, we're not going there. Flash is a fuda or whatever. So it was just draining
So
in.
better than a
Isn't
woman.
that both the same thing though? It's just
I don't
No,
know.
it's
I
better.
don't know how to look. It's 2020. I don't know how to classify this. Oh wait,
How
Mr.
do-
Obvious, you're here. We didn't ask you the question. Balls or no balls on your futanari, good sir?
I like the whole package of everything. So
So you're
you
like
gotta have
balls
the
and
penis,
hair,
They gotta have the balls and they also gotta have the vagina.
right? Yes.
Because
Well,
otherwise, it's just a guy.
that's a given. Yeah, that's a given, right? Yeah. This isn't Blair
Well,
White
some people
here.
don't
We're
know the
talking
difference.
about. No, a futa has a vagina. They just also
Yeah,
have a
there's
penis
some
and
people
balls.
who think it's not that way, but yeah, because the word comes from like half and half. That's the meaning.
Wait,
Yeah.
is it?
well, futa is it part
Yeah,
of
it's
futari,
like it-
which means us two, we two.
Yeah, yeah.
So is that
Yeah,
what it's
something
built
like
from?
half of two.
Yeah, futari
it's
in
Japanese,
Japanese means like
Yeah.
the two of us.
Just
so is
the
that what
two
that's
of us, like Will
supposed to mean?
Smith. Well, I think Will Smith
Yeah.
has balls and also a vagina.
Oh, I think
Especially
his balls are
recently.
long gone. So
Man,
That's true.
isn't it?
I think
His
that's
balls
what Twitter
turned
told me.
into a
I think his
vagina.
career is dead.
No,
He
he's
used to
got
be,
that
like,
new
he used to be
movie
such a
that
great
no one
actor.
cares about.
Yeah,
Well,
like,
did you
all his
see when
movies
he-
have been crap?
Did you see when he got his when he got completely unmanned by Jada Pinkett on
Yes.
that video?
Yes.
God, that almost made me
It was
cry.
hard to
Like that
watch.
was heartbreaking. God, that was
I liked
brutal.
it. I liked it when what they call it, Black Twitter. I like it when everybody on quote unquote Black Twitter disowned him. They're like, "Nah, dude, you can't have this shit." I love that. Like everybody singularly was like, "This is bull. We can't have him."
It's like, bro, she was banging your kid's
I mean, it's
friend.
sad. He's fucking like he just taking it like he's not saying anything. Like, dude, you gotta man up. You gotta be a man. You gotta be like, F this hoe. I don't give a shit. Go bang her sister or something.
I thought they
Jada
were into
Pinkett
like
Smith
really
breaking
kinky
Will
shit
Smith's
though.
heart for
So
4 minutes straight. Oh no.
who knows what shit she has on him? That might be the reason why he's not doing that. Because from what I've heard, they were
Oh,
supposed to be
that's a
like
good
into like
point.
swingers and shit. So
Yeah, I
Well, he
think
got
what-
himself in that fucking mess. Then that's his fault.
Here's what happened. He did the ultra beta move, right? Like they agreed to an open relationship.
There's
And
no
I-
such
look-
thing as an open relationship for a guy. Okay.
Exactly.
You're just a cuck.
Exactly. If you're a guy and you're like, oh, I think an open dude. First of all, she's been getting railed this whole time. Second of all, it's not going to play out equally. And third of all, when you try and step out, she's going to be mad. That's how it always goes. That's how it always works. The open relationship
wanna
is
hear
for
a
her.
funny,
It's not for you.
You want to hear?
Yes.
Funny story about that.
Anytime you say,
there-
do you want to
there's
hear a
this
funny?
post-
I say yes.
There was this Reddit post, right? And it was this woman, and she was upset because she wanted to try an open relationship with her husband, and the husband was like, sure. But then she got really upset because the husband started bringing home like trannies every single night and just railing. And she was like, what the hell? And like she was upset. I guess she couldn't get as many dates as she thought she could get. And meanwhile, this guy every freaking night was just going to pound town. So yeah, that backfired.
Oh my God! Don't. But with trannies though, right? That's what you said.
I mean, yeah, but
well,
I think that's probably why she needed something else.
Oh God. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's a bit strong for me. Look, look, people can do whatever they want. They can do like if you want to have an open relationship or whatever, I will say forever that's not a relationship. You don't have one.
No, you can't do whatever you want. No, you can't.
Yeah, it's just friends. with benefits.
Stop it.
Okay, you can do whatever you want within the bounds of
No, you can't have
legality and common
decency. All
decency.
you are is a fucking wallet for this fucking. You're basically going to support another couple under your
Yeah,
fucking
well,
roof. Fuck
look,
all that.
look, I will make fun of you
Close
if
with
you're a
extra steps.
financial simp. I'll make fun
Yeah.
of you.
Hey, pig!
But
I would
look,
like that
people can do it. I'm not going to stop them. Welcome, by the way, to Drex, the mayor of MGTOWN. What's up, man?
What is up, everybody?
Hey.
Jesus Christ, are you broadcasting from a bus depot? Like,
Wait, is it not coming through the right mic?
You were
no,
booming, man.
you just
very
sound-
echoey.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have great acoustics for doing the cover of
Roger,
the
you're from
fucking
the
Halo
shit.
soundtrack.
Yeah, where are you?
Well, I'm in the office / makeshift studio. Hold on, something's
Yeah.
not right.
Click on the little fucking 3 dots.
Audio.
whatever.
Hold on.
Make sure you got
It's
the
on the right one. Hold on. Shit.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Look, man. That's too much for me.
Have you tried not broadcasting from an orchestra hall?
Shit's terrible. I swear I got the test right. What the fuck? Wait, what? Logitech Pro, Brio, something. Dude, I got the right thing.
Don't check the camera, check the microphone.
I am. Speaker. Fucking.
God damn it. Okay, we're gonna move on. I'm not gonna sit here and deal with this goddamn shit. By the way, Drex, what do you think about open relationships?
If she suggests it to you, your relationship is over.
Yeah, and she's cheating.
She's already cheating, bro. She's already cheating.
What if a dude suggests it? Do you recommend that course of action?
No, because if a dude suggests it, the only reason why a guy would suggest an open relationship is if he wants a threesome with 2 chicks.
Okay, so why wouldn't he suggest that then? I need to
Yeah,
understand.
why not just ask for a threesome?
Yeah, so here's the thing. If anything, you would want your girl to suggest it, right? Would that be like ideal?
Yeah, but you said if a girl suggests a threesome, then you have to agree
No.
to have a guy.
Usually, when a girl suggests a threesome, usually she's referring to she wants to get smashed by other dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually that's the case. Like, I think we should see other people. I think we should take a break. That's a bad sign.
Well,
as a
okay,
dude.
but what if she says, "Let's do a threesome, but with another chick"?
Of her choosing?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
what do you do then?
I mean,
What if she?
I'd be
What
worried
if she
was lesbian.
says? What if she says, "I want to feel another man's penis in the back of my throat, but from behind"?
I am not nearly high enough for this. Give me a moment.
What if she says, "I want to feel a penis like that, but it's a woman"? You know, because current year.
I mean, wait, Tuck, are you referring to a strap-on or a tranny?
Training. There you go.
You'd be transphobic to say no.
Drex, how much money do I have to pay you to have sex with Blair White?
Dude, stop. Look, man. Here's the thing.
I can crowdfund this. I can make it happen.
Here's the thing.
He's gonna start counting out zeros, and you just tell him when to stop.
Yeah, right. Here's the issue with Blair White. We talked about this a while back, and it's like this. What does it say about women that you got dudes LARPing as women better than women, right? Like Miss Nevada was a trans woman, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of sad? Because it doesn't work the other way around. Like there's no woman who's masquerading as a man and is better at being a man.
Look, I would
Men
agree
are just
with you.
better at being women.
Men are just better than women.
I would
Yes.
agree with you, except I watched the Blair White Onision's gonna sue me video, and I saw his hands, and Blair like those are man hands.
Oh, hold on.
And
Let me Google it. Hold on. Let me see.
I cannot.
Is it bad, Anna? You know this. Is it bad?
I mean, there are nails there, but I mean, like it was. I was like, those hands could open like 3 pickle jars at once. I don't trust this shit at all. Yeah, no. This is from Richard Pierce, by the way, who says, "I knew Ella French. I worked with her in the county before she went to Chicago Police. Not remarkably well, but I knew her. She was nice to me, and she just had a baby. Let's press F for her, please." Well, yeah, I think that's an okay F in the chat. Matthew Harder says, "Hey, thanks, Nick, for reminding me about the fall of Afghanistan. Now I get to live with explaining to a fatherless child that his father died honorably in a war that was utterly pointless. And where are atheists to tell me life is ultimately pointless anyway? Surely God takes our number every day, and I'm humbled by that fact. I guess I just get to live with that." Well, damn, brother. Sorry to hear that. And Matthew Harder is the name, so I assume that's brother. What's the relationship that you have to tell a fatherless child? Is it like a nephew or is it like an in-laws kid or a friend's kid? What's going on? Cullivar says, Recato Law, thoughts on the Senate not allowing critical race theory to be taught in K through 12. Critical race theory does not belong in K through 12 education. That's my thought on it. I don't know. Does the panel have anything else to say about it?
I don't think it belongs anywhere.
There was a school, I think, where they this lady asked for her kid to be put in this one teacher's class, and they tell this woman, "Oh, we can't because that class isn't for black students." I was like, "Oh my fucking god!"
And it was a black principal that did it too.
Yes. Homeschool your kids, then the only dipshit you have to deal with is yourself. It's awesome. I love it.
It reminds me of that Chappelle bit where he's like a white supremacist, but he's blind, so he doesn't know he's black.
Clayton Bigsby.
or as Kwanzaa would say, just some guy. I know what I'm called. I understand.
Yeah, the whole thing with that shit. Look, if people want to waste their money in higher education taking critical race theory classes, I don't give a shit what they spend their money on, but it should not be in K through 12 education. It just doesn't belong there.
I don't even understand how it can be mandated by the government in and of itself. It's like, isn't that supposed to be decided on a state by state level, not the federal government?
The National Educators Association announced that they were going to be implementing it into curriculum. So they're doing things like, a math problem will be, instead of like, calculate the distance between this train and this train, right? It'll be like, Jeffrey, a white man, has been stopped by the police 2 times. Carl, a black man, has been stopped by the police 39 times. Shit like that, right?
Ray Ray and Pookie get in a shootout. Ray expends 4 cartridges from his magazine. Pookie fires back, expending 6 cartridges from his Glock 9. How racist were the police in this scenario? That's the fucking question.
It's critical race theory, which comes from critical theory, which comes from Marxism.
Yes. It's all Marxism.
Well, so like, I guess the fathers of critical race theory argued that fucking Karl Marx didn't understand.
Whoa, wait a minute. There are no fathers in critical race theory.
All right. But like, they argued that fucking Karl Marx didn't understand the West and how important race was over here. And then instead of making an argument of class, you need to make an argument of race instead. And then you can get your fucking communist revolution.
It's a different application of critical theory. I mean, that's all it is. They just took critical theory, and like you said, they switched it to race instead of class.
Well, at least people are actually fighting back against it, and they're not just rolling over like they would normally do. I think it's just the fact that we were locked down, that they actually got to see it. Because I think if this were like what it normally was, they would never hear about it in its totality. They would get to like this, the shit with the homework, and that would be it.
They're really regretting these lockdowns now, because all of these Democrats tried to force it to make Orange Man look bad before the election. And all they succeeded in doing was completely destroying their stranglehold on the indoctrination system.
It's because people were too comfortable before to do anything. Now people are starting to suffer. Inflation, all the bad results of Biden and the Democrats, they're starting to come out in the public. Before people were too comfortable, so they didn't do anything. Now they're starting to suffer. Now they're trying. Now they're like, oh shit.
No, Mr. Obvious. See, so what you don't understand is it doesn't matter. Like, look at Chicago. It's been ran by Democrats for how many decades now, and they still blame Republicans for all their problems. These people are just that fucking stupid. Like they will swallow it hook, line, and sinker. Like, dude, they live their entire lives. The city has
swallow and not spit.
Exactly.
Well, Chicago's a very special place because of how corrupt everything is, and it's kind of run simultaneously by the police department and the school unions. So there's some weirdness that goes on in the city, where we were having this issue with the schools, and basically the teachers not wanting to go back to the schools. They don't even want to take the vaccination. So they're like, oh, the kids are going to infect us. Well, there's a solution to your problem, you dumbass. But they don't want to do that. So they're bickering back and forth over whether or not they would reopen the schools. And this is basically just the public schools. The private schools can kind of do their own thing. But in the city, because of the how entrenched this stuff is, this is part of the reason why it's like that. It's like the school unions picked the side, which was Democrats. And that's basically what you have to be if you want to get anything done. The school unions and the police department and a couple of other corrupt things will basically fuck up any attempt to not have a Democrat in office.
Anna, what the fuck did you send me? What the hell is this shit?
Oh my God, Anna, I was literally I just saw that picture.
Wow.
Anna, you're wrong. I typed in Blair White hands and clicked images on Google because I wanted to see what Nick is. Nick, her hands aren't mutant size. That guy is little.
Yeah, they're
dude. No, you need to. You need to click on the video when her hands are by the camera. It's like those are dude hands.
Hold on.
It's like that Seinfeld episode where he's dating that girl with the fucking man hands.
It's kind of manly.
You know what the most important part of this picture is that dude, that dude on the right, his arms are longer than Henry Cavill's, and I think that's the main thing.
Well, Mr. Obvious, you said you could brainwash anyone. Can you fucking fix Anna and her interpretation of Henry Cavill's arms?
I was at Walmart today and I saw
that might be too tall in order.
Well, I was at Walmart today and I saw a life-sized a fucking T-Rex stuffed animal, and I thought it was Henry Cavill giving
and someone told me to ask you about Slave One. I know that Slave One is called was it the Firestar now or some stupid name?
That's the type of ship it is. It's like, calling the USS Enterprise a galaxy now. It just
Are you kidding me? So they didn't just get rid of the name, they just named it the class of ship.
It was like
they're like, it's going to be called Fire Spray from now on.
It does make sense. No, that actually does kind of make sense because usually it's the first ship of that line gets to carry that name. So if the Slave One was the very first ship of that kind made, they might be able to retcon it into actually working.
They're not that smart enough to do that.
Slave One sounded like a badass. He was like, whoa, shit, that's fucked up. That's he sounded like a badass name there, man.
It's a Wild West bounty hunter in a dystopian far future that's actually in the past. Like the fact that he would take slaves for a bunch of as bounties for a bunch of fucking degenerate civilizations that had slavery isn't a stretch. Like why?
See, you're thinking, and that's the problem. You have to shut your brain off.
I say.
Kathleen Kennedy, that brain.
Take it to the next logical conclusion. If we're rewriting history anyway, let's just rewrite it so that slavery never happened and get rid of all these people's excuses.
You know what I love about their attempt to do this is that in their attempt to be inclusive, they put black people and women in the empire. So the whole point is they're supposed to be Nazis and they're supposed to be the evil ones. Why are you making them diverse?
Yeah, why are they
it's almost as if they're low key admitting that the current year ones are Nazis. They have the SJWs have way more in common with Nazis than any of the people they call Nazis.
Oh no, I think it's even worse than that. I think they're just so obsessed with the concept of diversity that it doesn't click what they're doing. They want the villains. You've seen this with like the comic books where they get pissy with people for writing villains. They got pissy with Howard Chaykin over his comic, Divided States of America, where he had the conservative characters in the book who were supposed to be the bad people because Trump was Orange Man bad. They're supposed to be the bad people. So they're doing bad things like torturing some transgender person. And they get mad at Howard Chaykin for depicting what they all think is going to happen because Trump became president.
Well, and I think that's fucking hilarious. I love it when they eat their own because of this shit. I fully encourage it. I hope they do it more.
I just want to, brother man. I just find it ironic that their brains are so inept for basic common sense that when someone is actually doing what they want, they still get pissy.
Well, these are the same people that
communists. So.
Yeah, hold on, guys. I got someone to add to the stream here. Hold on just a second.
Why you think you done it? Why you think you done it? Number one, Your Honor. Just look at him. Just look at him.
He talks like a fag.
Welcome, Yellow Flash.
You fucking boomered it.
Yeah, it echoed the whole time, man.
Wait, it echoed? I didn't. Yes. I just clicked the fucking thing. Here, I'll do it again.
Why you think you done it? Okay, number one, Your Honor. Just look at him. Just look at him.
Did it again, Nick.
How is it echoing? I'm just clicking the fucking button in StreamYard. I can't. What? This one?
Why you think you done it? Okay, number one, Your Honor. Just look at
him. Did it again.
Make it stop.
Oh my God.
I think he's
I bet it's because I had my
on your better audio.
I had it. I bet it's because I had the share screen up with the audio still from my other fucking monitor.
Yes.
Who's crying now, bitch?
You are.
I'm pretty sure we have a mistrial here, sir.
I'm gonna mistrial my foot up your ass. You don't shut up.
Yeah. Shut up, Flash.
So, what part of Gundam made you cry the most?
All of it. He was weeping the entire time from start to finish. He actually called me crying. Like, I just need to confide in I'm breaking attorney-client privilege here. I don't even care. It's like, I just need to confide in someone as my attorney. I'm crying like a baby.
And this is just Mobile Suit Gundam. You haven't got to Zeta yet? You haven't?
No, it was War in the Pocket.
He didn't make it to Zeta, but he made it to Beta pretty
Zeta
quickly.
yet.
I'm
I'll be at
confused
Zeta.
about
I'm almost done with Stardust Memory, and then I'm going into Zeta.
Are you supposed to watch them all? Or is
Yeah,
it like...
this is like one big. This fucking Universal Century arc is so it's bigger. It reminds me of the Star Wars.
So it's all the
extended
same universe, though.
Yeah, this is, but they have like alternate universe stuff too.
Oh,
but I'm
okay.
going through specifically all of the canon stuff.
You're going through all the Tomino stuff. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
He's named Kill 'Em All Tomino for a reason, so I hope you don't like anybody.
Yeah, you see all kinds of people die. Like this is good stuff. I really like.
They need more of that in shows, by the way. Did you guys ever watch the show Space Above and Beyond?
No. What is that?
I didn't watch the series, but the opening of the series is like a 2-hour premiere, and they get you attached to all these characters, and by the end of the premiere, literally all of them are fucking dead. They just killed everybody off at the beginning, and I was like, oh, this is a network TV show, and they just killed off the whole cast. It was great.
You got to be careful with that. Like, you don't want it to become a crutch where I'm just going to kill off these characters because it's inconvenient or I wrote myself into a corner. But there should definitely be some realism. There should
Well,
be
I know with
stakes, like,
Tomino,
people
he
should die.
just like Tomino just like messing with people. So once he realized that it bothers folks that he was killing off his cast, he would do a show that was like really silly and campy, and then the next show he would just start murdering.
Oh, like
everyone.
Zeta?
Oh,
Wait, don't spoil it. I haven't
there was
seen it yet.
There was another one after that he did. It wasn't even a Gundam series, but he just got known for this. He would like alternate between these two, and it's just like, I'm going to give you something that's really light and fun and happy, and then the next one, I'm going to murder all the children.
Don't say I haven't seen it yet. Don't spoil it.
Hey, just some guy. Can you tell us the ending of every single Gundam series?
There's an asteroid or a colony that gets dropped on someone.
Flash, what
That's just
episode
the
are you on?
beginning.
I need just some guy to spoil the next episode of whatever you're on. EGP Productions. Oh, god damn it. Says Nick over under on Chris Chan's Virgin with Rage cover of Backstreet Boys. I Want It That Way being used in court.
Oh God.
Do you think there's any chance this will reach the Supreme Court so that someday
No.
future lawyers will have to study Chris Chan?
No, not a chance.
Hey Nick,
not
what
even a
Evangelion
little-
are you on?
Please, we have to make it
Uh,
happen.
I just watched 2. I'm gonna do 3 and 4 tomorrow.
What time are you gonna do them tomorrow?
Probably around 2 Central.
All right.
When are you doing yours?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna do it tomorrow though, for sure. The 4th one.
Does
Yeah,
the
I
new
saw
one
it.
come out tomorrow?
Get
No,
ready
it
for
came
the-
out.
You're
it came
gonna
out yesterday.
you're gonna actually sit because you know the 4th one's 2.5 hours long.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was watching
It was
him.
a rating. It better be long.
My wife and I watched them together because we watched I watched Evangelion as it came out on VHS with fucking fan subs from Germany or whatever.
Wow.
Back when that happened, but we rewatched it I made her watch it back when we were in college. So then I asked her today, I was like, hey, do you want to watch the 4 Ava movies? It's like a retelling of the whole thing. And she said, sure. So she watched the first 2 with me today on stream, and we'll watch the next 2 tomorrow.
I refuse to watch.
The third one is
watch that.
very, very gay. So get ready for the gayness.
It was
Oh, yeah,
already
'cause-
like that.
Kawaru's in it, right?
Yeah,
Kawaru's
and they're
fucking
they are
gay.
gay together the whole movie.
So they committed to the bit because it was implied in the show.
Well, they
so
don't know. They still queer bait, but I mean, it's
Oh.
pretty obvious.
Well, you know what the problem was? Shinji wasn't gay until that fucking San Francisco chorus came out and turned him fucking gay. That's what happened.
It was the brainwashing. Gets everybody.
Is it
Uh,
worth watching? Because I refuse to watch Evangelion or whatever it is because it just seems so convoluted, and I really don't want to watch another anime where it's some bizarro thing that doesn't make any sense.
I actually
the fourth
really
one
like.
ties it all up really nice. I think.
Isn't it like the same movie 4 times?
No.
It's a complete retelling of the series.
Look, I liked
That
how the
sounds annoying.
series. I like the pacing of the series better than the movies for the beginning. I can't speak to the end because I haven't seen the last 2 movies, but the pacing of the series at the beginning is way better to me. And they, like in the movie, they have to truncate a bunch of shit and try and give you details that I think you only really understand if you've already seen the series. But I think the series is actually really fucking good.
Is it better
I'm
than
hoping they'll re-release it, but
I don't know. Shinji seems like such a beta cuck.
Oh, he
and
sucks.
I
Shinji
just,
always sucks.
I've never
He,
wanted to watch it because I felt
he
like if
gets
I
a
watched it, I
ton
would
of-
hate it.
He gets a ton of character growth in the 4th one. You'll see.
Yeah. And,
Oh wow,
and
4 whole
he-
movies?
He probably still sucks at the end of it. God,
No,
fucking damn it! I
you'll
hate
see.
Shinji.
It
No,
all
I
hate him, and
comes
I don't even know him.
No,
I-
you have the right position. You're correct on this.
I don't think
There's
it's
no.
positive that it takes 4 fucking movies to get to his character development.
Well,
gotta-
when you watch it and you see why, like it's I don't want to spoil it, so we can talk. Well, not next week because next week I got that wedding, but
Look, the main character of a lot of
Does
movies
he ever
actually
bang the
sucks.
aunt? Does he ever
Right?
bang
Like-
the aunt?
Bang who?
The aunt or the
Aunt?
the older
Does he
lady?
bang his aunt?
Oh,
What is wrong with you?
Misato? Yeah, kinda. Like the end of
Kinda.
the movie's really fucking weird, and basically he bangs everybody.
Whoa.
What?
Whoa!
What?
Look, it's just weird. I don't know how to describe it.
I hate it. I
No,
I
you
hate these anime where they just make this bullshit ending that doesn't make any sense, and they say it's symbolism or a metaphor, and it's like, dude, it just doesn't make any sense. I'm not gonna think about it.
Hideaki Anno he's a manic depressive, and he was off his meds when he made the series. So that's part
That
of the reason
explains a
why
lot.
it's so like crazy. And then the other was that they Gainax was kind of like fudging the budget, so they didn't have the money to do some of the stuff that he wanted to do. About 10 or 15 years ago, they re-released it like as a platinum edition, and they did new animated scenes where they were filling in some of the stuff that they had intended to do, and they added them back in, but those are like damn near impossible to find.
I have
Yeah.
those somewhere. I literally have the platinum series somewhere, and I don't know where. I think they're in
is
my
that
fucking
silver
storage unit.
box?
Yes.
That's worth like a couple $100.
Yeah, it's
The,
really
uh,
hard to find.
Yeah.
I bought them back when they came out. No, look, the end. I don't think the end of Evangelion is like super symbolic or anything. It's pretty straightforward. I mean, it's trippy and fucking weird because it's basically a reset on creation and starting humanity over through the eyes of a 14-year-old beta male. But that's kind of how it plays out.
Terrible.
Yeah, but that I mean, yeah, but getting there,
But it's
you get to
straightforward.
watch, like giant. I'm just gonna call it a robot. I don't even want to explain
Yeah.
what an Evangelion is. Giant robot going berserk and fucking killing things in some of the most brutal fashions ever.
Dude,
it is good sometimes.
It's a cool show, and they borrow all the fun parts of like religion, like they borrow all the cool symbolism of Christianity without having any fucking meaning behind it at all. And they just throw it in there, and they're like, oh yeah, the Jews had this really interesting idea about there being a hall of souls, and that'll empty out, and then fucking creation is over because there's no more souls left to occupy bodies. And that's part of the show. And like there's all sorts of weird Christian apocrypha pulled in, and again, for no purpose other than it looked kind of cool. And this guy was manic depressive, and so he just included a bunch of shit.
And it did look really cool, actually.
It does, yeah. No, I'm a big fan of Evangelion. I call it Evangelion because, well, I know
You
how to
always
speak.
have. I was wondering how you got that.
Look, I know how to speak fucking English, and the word is evangelize. Just because some goddamn Japanese dude can't fucking pronounce evangelize doesn't mean I'm wrong. It means the
Whoa,
whole
why
goddamn
are you
country's
bringing
wrong.
race into it?
Is it someone? Because someone said in the chat, the spear Longinus. Isn't that the spear that pierced Christ?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess.
Yeah, the actual
Supposedly.
spear that pierced Christ was in the anime.
Well, it's a lot bigger.
Yeah, it's really high production value on that one. Now, the Lance of Longinus is way too
That's
big to
funny
be the spear
because-
that pierced Christ.
Yeah.
And-
But
and-
like you're saying, they
Maybe
just take
Christ
the
was really
name.
big.
Jesus.
Well, like Jesus is like that's so. My wife and I have been watching through the full run of Supernatural, and we have 2 episodes left. Fucking, it's so bad. The last season of Supernatural is so much garbage. But whenever these shows like borrow a bunch of like Judeo-Christian themes and stuff like that, they always leave out Jesus, right? Like they're like, that's a really uncomfortable thing that we don't want to deal with. So they just go with like Old Testament Bible. And that's what, same with Evangelion. It's there's no mention of like Jesus or anything like that.
Yeah,
the
dude,
Lance of
the Old
Longinus is just
Testament
a weird.
The
go
Old
ahead.
Testament is canon. Everything after that is filler. That's what I
Yes,
believe.
if you-
'Cause I like the Old Testament, man. It's like God's like, if you do the bad thing, I'm gonna throw a lightning bolt. He vaporizes a guy for whacking it off in a barn. Where's the good? Where's that God?
He burns down
That's the
a whole
God I wanna
city
see.
because they have butt sex.
Yeah. Where's his base?
It's actually not the reason, Flash. They always talk
That
about
was
how that
part
was
of it. He didn't like what they were doing in there.
he didn't like what they were doing because those strange men came to town and they literally tried to sell their daughters into they tried to traffic, or Lot tried to traffic his own fucking daughters to these weirdos. The town was that bad.
Also forgot
Oh,
a lot
it's
of kids
just
tried to
great
rape them.
people
They
that
would
got
actually
the
try to
city.
rape them
They
too.
were fucking everybody there.
You're missing that part. And they tried to rape them when they got there too. That was
Yeah,
we're
they
gonna give
tried
you
to
our
rape-
daughters and then rape you.
Yeah, we're gonna
Why would
rape
anyone
the
go to
angels.
this town though?
Because it was in
Everywhere.
look.
They had great donuts, Flash.
That's
It
what
sounds
we
like
ask
the
about
only
Gaza
positive
all the
thing that
time.
was going on there was maybe the butt sex, because everything else sounds so much fun.
Wouldn't you love to see the advertisement for that town for like tourism?
Yeah, I was gonna say that they probably had
Sounds
no
like-
tourism because
You're
like,
like,
the stories would get
Amsterdam.
around because they were
No,
all
it,
like
their
city-states.
signs all said "come here" and then "come again." It was perfect. Everybody's like, "Oh yeah, that sounds great." Little did they know the raping was right on the horizon.
Like, I love the scenery, but it was a little rapey. Yeah, right.
I love the scenery, but I waddled the whole time. It was awkward. Snuggle Struggle says thousands upon thousands of empty Plan B packages at our southern border. Border czar Kamala cackling maniacally as crimes against humanity happen there. Illegal immigrant women being violated before entry. What the hell is going on? Oh yeah, that's the price of entry for women and,
It's
and
even
young
worse
girls.
than that, man. They're bringing children over, and either as drug mules or for human trafficking. It's pretty bad.
Dude,
Well, I mean, they've got them all flooding in. They can't keep them at the facilities because they don't have any fucking room. So they're just flying the kids out into random states and dropping them off. I think they're using them as drug mules.
The kids who get flown
Human
in are
trafficking.
lucky. They're lucky to get flown to different states by the feds, because the fucking again, Glenn Beck's a weirdo or whatever, but he did a big expose on the border several years ago. And there's literally like in Arizona, there's a tree where they hang the training bras of underage girls that they fucking bring across the border. And they bring them all to this tree. That shit is awful. And that's the one part of the border crisis that none of the fucking left wants to talk about, is the fact that it's literally a rape factory for these people. And they're like, oh, well, they should just be able to come here. It's like, if you permit them to come here, you're permitting this activity that could be stopped. It could be stopped at a border if you just put up a fucking wall and stop people from coming across.
Well, because all the people who are saying to do that don't live anywhere near there, so they don't have to deal with it. They don't have to see it. They don't have to interact with it. They can just pretend in their little la la land in New York that it's not an issue. That's why you see this shit happen. Every time someone brings up what you say, they just, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never heard anything like that. It's out on MSNBC. And Don Lemon didn't tell me about it. It must not be true.
Right. They're like, well, no, they just go across the border and go into a government facility. That's what happens. It's like, no, you fucking idiot. Like a bunch of them die in the desert. There's a bunch of bodies out there just fucking desiccated and cooking in the sun. And the ones who make it get raped. There you go. There's your border crossing. Fuck you. Hope you die.
I genuinely think that these people are evil. And people say, well, they're not evil. They have good intentions. They just want to help people. No, I think they're genuinely evil because for me, and like philosophers have said this, but evil is ignorance. You don't know what's actually going on, but you support it. You don't know the horror that's happening and you deny it. That makes you evil. Period.
Well, their argument is and I think it's a stupid argument, but it's like, oh, then we should just make it all legal and then the rapes will stop happening. They don't fucking comprehend that it's not that it's illegal that the rapes are happening. It's because they're fucking being raped.
They're sub 100 IQ. I genuinely believe these people are either stupid or just pure, like they're just evil. They're in on it. Most of them are
they're in on it. Dude, they know clearly what they're doing.
Yeah.
And it's a calculation. They're looking at it from a political standpoint as well. Of like, well, these people get here and they'll like vote the way that we want. We can use them. They're not, they don't see them as people. And that's really the problem is that it's just like a calculation for them. That's all it is. So you're seeing that this shit happen. And I love how they put Kamala in charge of the shit and she does nothing for months. And none of these asshats say anything about this. They're just like, that's fine. She's not doing anything.
Well, she said, I'm trying to get to the root of the problem.
Did you guys did you guys ever watch Did you guys ever watch the fucking G.I. Joe animated movie with Cobra La?
Yeah. Cobra
Every time I hear Kamala, I hear Kamala la 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 la.
Her problem is like there's nobody that she can go under the table on illegal immigration to fix the problem.
Yeah.
Well, her problems stem at the throat. I mean, let's be real. She's got a lot of them.
She'll be president in a year or two.
Joshua Vidrine says, doesn't matter if they are or aren't pedos or not. They all belong on a cross in full public view, then nuked from orbit. Damn.
I agree.
I suggest you go to the Middle East. They are your type.
Queen Nida says the LGBT has been corrupted for years. They are indeed coming for the kids. They are trying to normalize kids and sex. The internet has made it easier for older people to interact with kids. Gundam Touched Me says, even if it's tongue in cheek, it doesn't change that a large amount of kid touchers are gay. It's like the Germans made a song about baking long-nosed people. Jesus Christ. TJ. We're not going to revisit that. The chat has been read, okay? TJ says, I don't care what anyone says or does unless they try coming after my daughter. If anyone ever tried to come after my daughter, YouTube won't let me say what the fuck I'll do to them, but it'll be way worse than death. There you go. Yeah,
it's rough having a daughter in today's day and age.
Oh
man,
dude, I
have two daughters. I have a house. I love living in the South though because we have more weapons than our police department does, and nobody can do a fucking thing about it. I love it.
It's tough having boys too. I got both, and it's like, one, I fear for the fucking lives of my boys because of the Me Too shit, right? Like that. My kids are homeschooled. They're innocent, and the fact that they might go up and say something, and that they want to have like an internet presence. They want to make video games and shit like that. I'm like, I can't let you at your age say anything online, because if you do, in 10, 15, 20 years, you said the wrong thing completely in innocence and you're done forever.
How fucking stupid is
but
that?
at the same time, you need to expose them to this stuff because they got to build a resistance. Otherwise, when they go out there, they're not going to have a clue. They're going to get freaking swamped. They're going to get railed.
In college, for
Oh no,
sure.
I don't have
but
them
they need
on
some.
They
need
have
some
downloading
exposure.
stuff, but they don't have uploading, right? Like that's the part that they don't have. They have tons of access to the internet, but I'm saying, like they're too young to have their creative works and shit put on the internet. I don't let them have, they want to have YouTube channels. They want to do all this stuff. And it's like, nope,
Well,
sorry,
how
you're not old
is-
enough for that yet.
How old is old enough for you?
I don't know.
I would say
My
like-
oldest,
I would say like 13.
my oldest is 13, and that's I think
would
that's
not do that. That would be
Yeah.
a very
Yeah,
bad
no.
decision.
But
no.
that's the thing. Like, what if they're talented at like content creation? Because I've thought about this myself. Like, I don't want to destroy the creative potential of my offspring because I'm afraid of the internet. But at the same time, I feel like the best you can do is teach them the truth, teach them right and wrong, give them common sense, and prepare them. Give them the preparation. But if they want to be creative, I think
you can only
okay
teach
to
your
let
kids.
them
So
try.
the problem is you can only teach your kids so much of the truth, though. You can't say, "Hey, kid, there's people out there that'll want to use you for sexual fodder," because they don't need to understand that yet.
Well, I would-
Yeah,
I would-
Take out
I
all
would
of the
explain it.
internet
my
hate came out.
my kid can go, like, my kid will pop up on live stream or something because I can't keep him out of my area. That happens. I control that. I control everything. My kid cannot chat with people without my say so. They can't do anything like that. Like Nick said,
I'm
there's
a little-
download potential, but there is not.
But it's
The-
like
little
it's
bit
random
different.
innocent stuff that's getting people taken down. It's just like jokes that people
Yeah.
would tell when they're kids. You're seeing people have their entire careers being upended because they told a joke in high school.
the
It's like,
fucking
this is fucking silly.
the NASCAR driver whose dad said a racist thing before he was born got canceled.
Like this is like that makes
Who was that?
absolutely no fucking sense. And this is the level that
This-
you're at. So what can you possibly do if
the
you have
other-
a kid? I wouldn't let them anywhere near this
Yeah,
shit.
but the scary thing is that, like, my kid could be canceled because I'm an internet bad guy right now. Because I complain about cultural bullshit.
You
know,
talked
and
about a
that's the
comic
world
book.
we're
You
creating.
cited actual numbers from
Can
IDW.
there
You're a bigot.
be a greater sin?
It's
some
actually.
guy. I wanted to ask you because I didn't get a chance, but how do you feel about manga like owning everything for 5 months in a row?
It's fucking
wait,
hilarious.
excuse me, 2 slots.
Yeah,
for
it's
different
great.
books this month.
One
It's
one
great,
last
man. It's proving.
One
Yeah,
last thing
go.
on the kid thing, and then we can move on. But it's complicating for me because, like, my name is public. It's complicating for Tug because of things like doxing and stuff like that. But that throws a different monkey wrench in on the kids thing too. Is because, and I've told my kids several times, I'm like, look, if you were to go online with your name. Or if I, endorsed it in any way, a bunch of people who hate me would try to ruin you. And I'm like, that's not fair to you, but that's the way it is. And I'm really, I'm sorry about that, but you got to be older.
This is good. No, this is a good thing because remember when the internet first started, we were all taught this, like, just as common sense. Don't reveal too much about yourself. Like, there's no women on the internet. All kids are FBI agents. If someone asks you ASL, you go tell your mom or something. Like, we need to go back to that because right now people are so fucking stupid. Like, they literally post their whole lives on the internet. If that goes away, that's a positive.
I don't think people understand, though. Like, people want to kill you because you have an opinion online. They not you. They want to kill your kids. And I mean, people are fucking insane.
Did you
Your
see what
brain.
Camelot
I
is
didn't
going
realize,
through?
I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
Like
what-
myself. Like
Did you
I
guys see what-
always in my mind, I have a line for behavior. So naively, very naively, at one time in my life, I look at maybe people have a line. There is no fucking line, man.
Did you guys see
Yeah,
what
that's
Camelot
why-
is going through? Like,
What-
people.
what
posting
is he
pictures of
going-
his- Man, he put this whole
yeah.
20-minute video out of receipts of these people, like posting pictures, like sending him pictures of his gym and like the front of his house and all this shit.
Oh,
Talking
How
about
did
people
it
did
get
that
done?
kill him.
too. They
So we're
sent
gonna take a
pictures
hit
of,
out
like,
on
my
you.
Well,
mom
yeah, they
Serious?
threatened, they blackmailed him. They said, give us money or we will deal with you.
Never give him
And
money.
How did they
Never.
find
I mean,
out who he was?
I was just gonna say that. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
how they
He's,
found out who he was.
look,
He goes
he's-
through. He actually got
So
doxxed
they can find
before.
out who you are based because all of us have Gmail accounts that's connected to your YouTube. They can find you that way.
My
Dude,
Gmail
they
account
can-
how he got
is
doxxed
not
like
connected
that.
to me personally though. Like it's
Well,
just
see,
I made
that
the
was a
Gmail account
smart
for
move.
YouTube.
Well,
No, he
Dude,
did,
I-
he did
don't do
videos
that.
on GameStop though. That was
Mine's
part of
some
his
random
thing. And I think
bullshit
people,
email I
I
just
think
came up
somebody
with.
figured out who he was through that. I can't remember.
Yeah, I've tried
Do
really
people-
hard to stay anonymous.
It's tough though,
Like I
because
cut
like
all loose ends. I've scrubbed the internet. I've done everything I can.
people have come really close to doxing me based on one Instagram picture, and I'm not even fucking kidding. Like it was an Instagram picture of my backyard, and for some like, and not even.
That's so fucking crazy, man.
It's not
What,
even.
they got drones coming up?
This is why whenever I
all they
posted
have
that
to
picture,
do
I
is
posted
get a
that
reverse
picture of all my
search, and if
arcades.
your house was ever listed and there was photos of your backyard, that's how they can find you.
Oh, okay.
This
The-
is why
the
I
amount
took
of-
down that picture of those arcades because I said some fucking autist is gonna triangulate a brick
Exactly.
and find
Dude,
my fucking
the
like,
the
I took
person
down.
the person who like came really close, you know, like they explained the process that they went through, and they were not unfriendly either. They're like either neutral or a viewer, and they're like, yeah, they're like, I went. They didn't actually post anything, but they're like, yeah, I went through all this, and it was hours and hours, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, who has time for this shit? But trust me, somewhere on the internet, someone has time
But
to
isn't that incredible,
deeply
though?
analyze you.
Isn't that
Yeah.
incredible? Random autists on the internet are doing a better job of finding people than the FBI or the CIA.
That's true.
Get these
Well, that's
guys a
because
job.
they have a hate boner for you, and so they actually want to do it. The FBI actually doesn't give a shit. That's the difference. These people are obsessed to a degree that is just disturbing.
Yeah, that
They're
is
that
absolutely
bizarre.
that is so true because as someone who did government contracting, it really is just a paycheck. It's just okay. What do I have to do to not have to do any fucking overtime, and so I can just go home today? Like unless someone's life is actually on the line, I can assure you, no one gives a fuck.
Dude, the FBI
Yeah.
is the one. They cause the freaking crimes like half the time. They're out there making it happen just so they can say, "Oh, I made a bust that I planned and caused," but it was totally the other guys. It's so dumb.
Shagura Yasmat says we need Raging Golden Eagles. Let's end the world. What is
It's
that?
coming out. No, that's another comic that I'm just releasing on Twitter.
Oh, you're releasing when am I
That's
going to get
cool.
my titty? When am I going to
Yeah.
get my titty covers of Blade Devil? By the way,
Oh, dude, I'm hoping soon, but that's the unfortunate thing is when other people have issues that cause slowdowns. There's only so much I can do. But,
dude,
Is it
yeah,
because
I'll-
COVID?
yeah, I'll I learned my lesson though. Like all the future stuff is either going to be done or like 99% or 95% done before going to launch. Because it's like I am not making this mistake again. Like, I did not want to end
You
up
should have
pissing
just
people
been
off.
like Cecil and said, "You're not getting shit."
Oh, that's right. I should have just made it into a meme. Yeah, that would have been even better. It's like, yeah, of course it's a grift.
Every one of these is a learning experience,
Yeah.
though. Everything, I mean, you're dealing with like Nick said before, you're dealing with doing stuff that the mainstream. You remember when Marvel first tried to take over distribution, for example. That happened in the 90s. Yeah, they fucked it up bad. And we're trying to do that stuff as individuals. They had corporations behind them. So of course. It's a learning curve. We're fulfilling our second. We're almost done. We're going to launch a third, I think, next month. So
I'm of course kidding. By the way, I have a desk on order that has been delayed by like 9 months now, and they just had another delay because they can't source the fucking like Bluetooth component for the speakers, and it's like, oh Jesus Christ! I just
Why don't
want
you
my
just
fucking
cancel it?
desk because I want the desk. It's a good desk.
Is it worth it
Furniture
though?
in general.
I don't know,
Dude,
I don't-
I've had the
one-
same desk for like 6 years. It's holding together barely.
I think
This
he
one,
wants the specialties
so-
that come with the desk.
Yeah, this one, it has like power lifting, and so it can be a standing desk and a sitting desk. It's got a wireless charger in the desk. It's got it's got a coffee mug warmer and bullshit like that. It's got The top is you can use it as a whiteboard, and
I gotta upgrade my griff game, dude. That sounds amazing.
the desk is fucking cool. I want it so bad. I'm like, oh yeah, I thought it was gonna come in May, and it's like Trump. It's like, or no, it's like Kamala. It's like, don't come. I'm gonna
it's not just the components there, like furniture in general. Like I had a hard time getting a chair.
Yeah, lumber is also skyrocketing, and then we have another problem right now too. I think the second largest port in China completely shut down. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago or something? Yeah, which is also affecting me as well because I had a mouse pad shipment about to go out as well.
Why the hell are we doing this, man? Why are we doing this? Why are we this? Okay, so the COVID is like the flu. It's never going to go away. It's endemic.
Never.
It's going to come back every single year. Why are we locking down? Why are we doing this? It's not going to go away.
Because people are stupid. That's why.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's
people are that stupid.
Because they had the government had the opportunity. They got people scared enough. I mean, there are a bunch of people I respect who are like telling me all this shit, and I'm like, dude, look at the stats. It'll be okay.
When you guys look at your weather, does it show numbers?
You don't wear a fucking mask or some shit. I mean, that's
the Karens come out.
What was that, Drex?
So here's something for you guys. I don't know if what phone you guys got. I got a Galaxy. If I click today's weather, right? It shows the weather on your main screen. If you click it, it says COVID-19 in your state, right? I'm in Minnesota. Right now, I just clicked. It says COVID-19 in Minnesota. New cases, 1,324. Underneath, it says new deaths. You know what number it says?
4.
6.
6.
Yeah.
So we're locking down, and we got all these laws and rules.
Shut it down.
Shut it down.
Shut everything down. 6 people.
6 people.
How many tens of thousands of people die in traffic accidents a year?
Too many. Well, what I want to know is how many people died after getting the vaccine.
Don't drive here.
Guys, it's less than a day in Chicago. It's less than a day for an entire state. It's less than a day in Chicago.
They should have bullet cases there. What's your odds of dying from a gunshot?
It's insane. But you know what's interesting with the Chicago shit is that we're still mostly locked down.
Oh man, I love that.
We had Lollapalooza
on Beetlejuice.
Yeah, well, we had Lollapalooza a couple of weeks ago, and Beetlejuice is like, yeah, you can have that. Just come here and just tell everybody that you got the vaccine. You can bring your papers, the ones you can print online. Just print them from your printer.
Dude.
I'm sure that you won't fake those. Just bring them here and then show them. We won't bother to check to see if it's true, and then come in and they're all like nipple to nipple with each other, no masks.
Dude, did I hear right? Did Limp Bizkit tear it up at Lollapalooza?
I don't know. I don't follow this bullshit.
I think someone said Limp Bizkit tore it up at Lollapalooza 2021. Like they were actually, there they are. They're fucking lying.
Imagine being so desperate for like a concert that you go to see Limp Bizkit.
Oh, no. Not even.
I would love to go see Limp Bizkit. Dude, that's what I grew up with. You got to go see the shit you grew up with, especially like fucking 25 years later. That's
I didn't listen to Limp Bizkit. I listened to Eminem like a normal person.
Eminem was he was riding on the shoulders of Fred Durst Giant, you bastard.
You mean riding on his ball spot he's covering with that cap?
Oh,
he's
my
going
gosh.
He's been bald.
You know what I'm saying?
He's been bald for like the last 14, 15 years. Dude, he's in denial.
Tim Pool got it from him.
He was way better when he was on the drugs. I know it's controversial to say.
No, most people are better when they're on the drug.
Yeah, the best musicians in history were fucking druggies.
Yeah.
My favorite musician is Scott Weiland, and he was way better when he was on heroin.
Yeah, when he got sober.
Yeah. The Waltman says, all right, so we're getting close to the recall vote on September 14th. I'm saying this now. The race is going to so close. Expect an automatic recount, and where I'm at is mostly split. And they already have the blame Trump card on. Have you guys seen that aside? Have you seen the autistic reading about the fucking election from Berkeley? So if you haven't seen this, basically there's a reality that Gavin Newsom could get recalled with 51% of the vote, right?
Yes.
So that's the first question. Should Gavin Newsom be removed from office? Yes. The next question is, you have like 50 different candidates. Who should replace him? And they're really pissed off that if Gavin Newsom gets recalled with, like, say he gets 48% of the vote, he still loses and he's out. But then you got 50 different candidates. Let's say someone only gets 20% of the subsequent vote. They're like, well, Gavin Newsom got more votes than them. And they're really pissed off about that outcome. It's like, but still, over half of California wants him gone. Who fucking cares who they replace him with? Like, get him out.
Yeah. It's a perversion of democracy. Like, these people don't actually care about the vote. They just want their guy to be the winner.
What is the fucking obsession with Gavin Newsom? Why do they like him? Why is he?
Well, he looks the part.
Their policies. That's
he looks the part, right? He
has a D
kowtows.
next to his name.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah,
That's the only place he has a D, except in his mouth.
Says his
You don't
wife's
know that.
boyfriend.
You might have one in there at some point in the day.
Isn't his ex-girlfriend fucking the Eric Trump's wife?
Really?
Oh, wait. I think I heard something. Good shit. Does anybody
Where's the cover?
put that in there? Yeah. Where's
Hold
our
on, I'm
fact
trying to-
checkers? Yeah.
Eric Trump wife is no, not him. Trump Jr. I'll see. No, not Vanessa Trump. Who the fuck am I thinking of? Who am I thinking of? Kimberly. It's Kimberly Guilfoyle.
Well, she's the Fox News lady, isn't she?
Yeah, but she's banging one of the Trump kids. And she's the ex of Gavin Newsom.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, she was the first lady of San Francisco under Gavin Newsom.
No surprise.
Yeah, and
So
now she's
people are
with,
saying that he's Pelosi's nephew.
Yeah, he is.
He is? Oh, well, that's his fucking connection.
Wow.
That's what
Yeah,
that
I was
is.
gonna say, yeah. He's a plant.
Yeah, there you go.
He's a
That
plant.
answers everything.
Nick, did
Yeah,
you
but-
see this?
He got cucked by Trump Jr. That's what makes me happy. Yes, we watched this earlier, but play it again.
Yes, please.
Oh, what is this?
What will you do without freedom? Will you fight?
No, screw your freedom. Because your freedom comes and responsibilities.
Let's just say the Braveheart reboot is going to be over very quickly.
I flip that and put it in StreamYards.
I cannot fucking believe like this whole thing. Well, you have freedom, but no, well, you have a duty to bow to the state whenever they ask you to.
Yeah.
There's so many people who believe that. They're like, well, reasonable restrictions on freedom. I'm like, that's not free. That's not free. A reasonable restriction to you is unreasonable to the other person. What the fuck are you talking about?
They think they'll be in power. That's what it is. They never fathom that this shit will get turned around on them in a heartbeat. And it's the moment it happens, they're gonna be like, that's not fair. Yes, it is. This is exactly what you want. So shut the fuck up.
Agreed.
This is exactly what you want. Shut up and take it.
I'm
Listen,
tired of
just some
people-
guy. I have to tell you something. Screw your freedom.
Take your Austrian ass.
Wait, did you see? There's pictures posted of Arnold smoking a cigar. So they're like, "Hey, where's your
Yeah,
mask?"
we were looking at that
Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah, hanging out with his buddies.
Yep.
No mask.
No
nothing.
mask.
Yep, and then
Every
also
time.
Michael
Every time
Malice
is-
put him in his place too. So
I'll be right.
Because every time it's always the people who are like, you need to put on your mask. And the next time you see a picture of them, they're sitting there with like 8 other people next to them, just no mask, breathing in each other's mouths.
man.
no, and more
Rules for
importantly,
me, but
this
not for me.
this just proves that how big of a threat all this really is.
Yep.
Because all these politicians, if this thing was as bad as they fearmonger it is, they would be under their desks in the fetal position, sucking their thumbs, and they'd never come out in public.
they'd
These
be
are the
locked
most
down in a
cowardly
bunker somewhere.
people. Yeah, exactly. But instead, they violate their own rules all the time, and these
Did
are
you
the
see
guys
that-
that have all the best information.
Did you see? I don't know who he is. He's some rich guy who's talking about how I flew on regular airline. You know,
I
everyone
saw
had
that.
to wear masks. Then I took a $50,000 private jet. pilots weren't wearing like nobody's wearing it. It's like it's not for the people in power and the rich. They don't have to abide by any of this.
Yeah, he said COVID doesn't exist for rich people. That's
It
what
doesn't. Well, you guys remember when Pelosi was caught? Was she at like her salon or something? Was that what it was?
Yeah.
She's in the
Oh my
salon,
God.
and Newsom
She was
had the
so
party, right?
self-righteous.
Yeah. So there's Nancy, and then they caught Gavin. He was like it looked like a banquet, right? It was like a whole bunch of
he was at
people
some
there.
party.
Yeah, it's like a party, and they're like, oh, what's this? And do you guys remember? That's when the whole get rid of Gavin Newsom thing came in, right? That's when you started really hearing that heat up.
Yeah,
because people were like people were already done with Gavin. Make no mistake, but that was kind of like that last straw. Like we're just done with this dude. Like really done.
Well, we'll see, because I have a feeling that the Democrat establishment is going to try to cover his ass and not get him removed.
I agree. I think he's staying.
You know, in the old days of America, if there was a politician people didn't like, they would get dragged out of their homes. They would be covered in tar and they'd be feathered. What is this now? Look, things have changed so damn much. In early America, no politician could get away with this shit.
Well, the problem is that it's
happened to that?
It's bipartisan at this point. So it's people picking sides, and once you pick the side, you just support your side. It doesn't matter what the side's doing. It doesn't matter how stupid it is. It's the same people who are going, you need to put on the mask. When this was happening, they were like, go to Chinatown. I don't know why you're afraid. Go to Chinatown. Eat some Chinese food.
Now see it.
And then 2 months later, they're like, put a mask on. Put 2 masks on. No, you don't need the mask. No, you need the mask. So you got the vaccine. Once you get the vaccine, you'll be fine. No, you're still giving it to people. Put the mask back on.
Because this is what happened early on. So early on with COVID, first of all these left-wingers, none of them took COVID seriously. None of them thought it was a problem. It was the conservatives I saw that are a little bit worried, and then it kind of flipped. Where all of a sudden the liberals were crazy about COVID and conservatives like, oh, it's not a big deal. I said that this was going to be a pandemic in January, before the media, before the politicians, because I had seen videos coming out of China of doctors and people falling over and people being locked in buildings. I was like, this is going to be a big problem. But they completely flipped. It's so bizarre.
It was because Trump came out against it, and the moment that Trump came out against it, they were like, "Oh, we're going to take the opposite side." That was literally all that was. You could watch it happen. The moment that Trump was like, "Okay, we need to do this," they just went, "Nope, whatever he says, we're against it." And it's the dumbest kind of mentality to have, to just be against something because it's someone that you don't like.
Yep.
DJD show said, I said it in December. Well, listen, buddy, I said it in October. So fuck you. Yeah, that's right. No, I'm just kidding. The first person I saw talking about it was Medicare. I mean, Medicare was, I mean, he was doomsayer in Supreme on this one.
I think he
and by the way, sorry for the bathroom breaks, guys. I broke the seal and I'm drinking since Flash is a bitch and he's sober.
Yeah,
are you sober for real?
Yeah. I got my vape. I got my vape pen here, but I mean, it's not like it doesn't blow you away or anything.
Does your vape pen have liquor in it?
No, it has marijuana oil or whatever the fuck they
Quitter. And I keep drinking because the chat keeps hitting like, which is embarrassing. I have rules here that I have to follow. Yeah, smash that like button harder than you'd smash Susan to get rid of censorship.
Dude, it's coming. Star Wars Girl, that is coming like soon. I'm actually headed out to Northern Cal soon to YouTube's campuses. And I'm blowing Susan's back. I mean, I'm brown bagging it, obviously, because that horse face is hideous. But I will be smashing Susan. I'm going to get into Nick. Wait, all you guys are like huge YouTube channels, man. Look, you guys have like the little golden seal, the platinum seal, 100,000 subscribers. Just tell Susan, hit me up, slide in my DMs. And you guys know how the deal is. You send her the dick.
Whoa!
I
think you misunderstand.
That only works for you.
You
I do
only
not
get.
think that's going to work for anyone else on the panel but you.
You only get Susan contacts when you hit fucking Keemstar and H3 levels, where they're both getting hand jobbed by Susan and then blaming each other for it. So
we didn't H3 get hit? Yeah.
Dude, just send her that CC email.
Finally.
Send her the CC email. Look, dude, I'm going to smash Susan. You guys are going to know because you're going to see like all these policy changes. You're like, why I keep getting YouTube updates? Like, oh shit, it happened right after Drex got back from NorCal.
Drex will send me a message and it'll say, make sure the title of your next video is Jungle Fever, 12 million views.
I noticed my subscribers flip over to 1 million. I'll make a thank you Drexel video.
But you can see it on her horse face, dude. She just wants it. Like these leftist chicks. You guys know how much I love Portland, Seattle, California. That's all it's really about. They just need to get put in their place. That's all it is. Look who they're around. Gavin Newsom.
They don't know what it's like because like all these like leftist guys are always asking them how they're feeling all the time.
These wheat
are you okay?
Bitch,
I'm telling you, the most embarrassing article I ever saw on that was this woman saying, "I'll never date a feminist man," because she was describing how she went down on a guy and the guy cried. Hold
on, Doug. To be fair to the guy, he was watching War in the Pocket at the time. Okay, Drex, I don't know what you're talking about with the horse face. I don't know what you're talking about.
Because she was using too much teeth. Like, what was it?
Mouthpiece, though.
What would you do if a guy started crying, Star Wars girl?
Oh, it's over.
she pauses like, do I actually have to answer that?
Yeah, right.
Yes, you do. You're under oath, lady.
I mean, that's a pretty you already know the answer to that. I remember one guy did cry because, he misunderstood the joke that I made because we were watching something on TV. I can't remember what it was, but so he thought I was making a joke about uncut versus cut, which I wasn't. And then he started crying because he's like, that I'm not circumcised. And I was more like, yes, you are. Like, he's crying over something. I'm like, how stupid do you have to be?
What?
That you do not realize that your dick is fucking cut, dude. Like, it's not
Wait, he
rocket science.
No, he did not know he was circumcised.
I don't have any words. I have no words.
He's like, I'm not. And I'm like, yes, you are.
What?
But he started crying.
Yes,
he started crying.
How old was this guy?
Was this guy from the short bus?
I think I was like 20.
That is so pathetic.
Guys,
oh my God.
Let me tell you a story about Drexel here. So, Drex one time is telling me, I was like, where were you? And he's like, look, I was doing something. And I'm like, well, what the fuck happened? He's like, I had to get my brother to get me. And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, look, I was with a girl. Bitch disrespected the game. I had to have my brother come get me. That's I
can't believe you remember that.
Of course I remember that.
Yeah, I was in middle school. I was in 9th grade. Yeah, I was in 9th grade. She was my neighbor.
He's in 9th. You had to have your brother come get you from your fucking neighbor? Why didn't you just walk home?
No. So here's the deal. She was my neighbor, right? But her parents were split up. So she had one parent that lived right next to the school who Nick and I went to school with, right? And then her dad lived literally right next to me, right? So I was at her mom's place. And I was like, damn, nice place, whatever. So, you assume the position. You get on her mom's couch. Black ass cheeks all over the mom's couch. Nice leather, though. Really nice leather.
Wait, question. If it's a white leather couch, do your ass cheeks stain?
They don't.
Okay.
I make sure it's clean.
What about if you sweat, though? What about if you sweat, though?
Oh, yeah. It didn't sweat because we ended up taking it upstairs. I think I made the comment, should we really be on your mom's, stuff? Come on now. So we went upstairs. The next thing I know,
yeah, you're right. Let's move to her bed.
Yeah. Yeah, but I remember it was literally just teeth. It was just, it was a straight up,
torture. The fucking cheese grater treatment.
Yeah, it was So I can't believe, Nick, you remember that. Wow, really?
Dude, I remember, listen, I remember anything that's not important to success in life.
But you know what's crazy? My brother, when he came to pick me up, he was with his girl at the time, and she was laughing in the background when I explained why he had to come get me. And I heard her laughing. He was like, "Are you serious, dude? Like, I'm in the middle of something. Like, I don't give a damn what you're in the middle of." She just started the game. My dick hurts. Come get me.
So, question: How embarrassing is the girl for your brother that's in the car with you?
No, he didn't get her. He didn't get so he was at her house and he left her house to come get me. So now it's just us in the Suzuki Sidekick. You remember the Sidekick.
The no limit tank.
The no limit tank. It was just a rough time. I mean, I truly feel Anna's pain when she talks about a dude crying in front of her, because like there are certain things, Anna, and you know this, that you can't come back from. You can't come back from. As a dude, you can't come back from.
No. Let me ask you this: what is a man allowed to cry for?
His mother dying.
But wait, where is he allowed to cry? Where is he allowed to cry for his mother dying?
In the other room behind a closed door where I can't see it.
Thank you. At least you're being brutally honest, because that's what women really.
Well, it's good to know. It's good information.
Well, like it's like, how long have you been with that guy? Like, you know, how many kids do you have with that guy? It's if you just start dating and his mom dies, it's like
that's what you're saying.
No, it's like people think this is a joke or a meme, but it's really, really true. And it's a plague upon young men right now, especially. No matter what fucking society tells you, you cannot cry in public or in front of a woman. That's not your job. I don't care how bad you hurt. I don't care if your arms and legs are broken. I don't care if your dick falls off. I don't care if your best boy dog dies. I don't care if your mom or dad, like, you sit there like a stoic motherfucker because your job is to be the rock, because our society needs a fucking emotional rock. We don't need these emotional rivers of tampon extract that are the leftist men out there, the beta cucks out there. We don't need that. That is that needs to be gone and excised from society. It's not a joke. It's not a meme. It's true.
That's not a joke at all. Well, Nick, I've told you that's one of the things that got me out of anime. Is that when I first started watching anime back in the day, the heroes were very stoic, right? Jubei from Ninja Scroll. Oh, look, he's having a drink. We had Jubei from Ninja Scroll.
Yeah, the 2K shot there.
Yeah. Now you have Shinji.
Yeah, well, yeah. I don't like a lot of the new anime because the characters are always like screaming and acting all feminine. They look feminine. Like I look at Spike Spiegel, Vampire After D, even in Trigun. Even though when Vash is acting ridiculous, I guess he kind of was in the more like whiny kind of role.
There's
or whatever.
plenty of good anime still. It just just depends on the anime, really.
Yeah, I never liked that whole. Just something about that nature of the whole like emotional hero. I'm like, dude, what?
No, that's from a past era. Look, the dudes in the Bible were like ripping their clothes and covering themselves in ashes and stuff like that. That's a bygone era. It's done. It's done with. We need stoicism. We need masculinity. We need strength and steadiness. And the only excuse Shinji has is that he's fucking 14.
Yeah.
Like, honestly,
not even
his
that.
dad didn't show him to do anything. Like, his dad was never there.
Yeah, like
left him in a fucking box.
Shinji's broken. That's the whole point. Yeah. Someone in my chat today said it right. Every character in Evangelion is broken. That's the point, and that's true. So you should take notes on all of those characters as men and women and act the literal fucking opposite of all of them.
Exactly. If your nana gets ran over by a if your nana gets ran over by a killdozer, you fucking be a stone fucking wall. That's
yes, you literally do.
I feel like it's a little bit abusive though, because you've got a whole generation of men who are being like browbeated by society and everybody, and they're told, well, you can't even feel bad about this. You can't have emotion. It's messing a lot of men up. We just had that shooting in Plymouth. And it was this young guy, and he was like
telling men to be men.
He was like, I feel defeated by life, and nothing is right, and blah blah blah. No one gives a shit how I feel. I feel like it's a little bit abusive because now men aren't allowed to feel anything, and they're expected to take all
Nobody's
this
saying they're
shit.
not allowed to feel anything. You're allowed to feel whatever you want. I think it's the appropriateness of showing
But
certain
you
emotions at certain
express it with
times.
anger. Don't you understand that? That is the
I mean-
appropriate.
Well,
You
no,
know?
and you
For
can
me,
feel.
I don't show any emotion whatsoever, and it's getting to the point where I might feel an emotion and then it just disappears. I don't feel like that's healthy.
No, look,
Well,
the
you're putting it like
You become depressed or you become like a sociopath.
No, I think the trick is not to say don't feel the emotion. It's to master the response to the emotion. And a great scene I have for this, like there's a movie that's on point. It's the Train to Busan, right? Have you seen Train to Busan, Mr. Obvious?
I've heard it's good. I haven't seen it.
Definitely worth a watch if you've got an hour and a half to kill. It's a good flick, good zombie flick. But there's a scene where so the main character is his dad. He's been separated from his daughter during a zombie outbreak for a while, like probably a couple hours. And he and a couple other guys, they develop a plan. They fight their way through the train to get to his daughter, and he gets to her, right? And he's like, "Yes, I made it." And then he goes into a bathroom on the train and he closes the door. He turns on the faucets so there's sound, and he cries for a second. Probably 25, 30 seconds. He cries. He's alone. He's got the faucet on, and then he turns the faucet off. He stands up. He wipes his eyes off in the mirror. He looks at himself, and the unspoken thing he says is, "It's time to fucking do this." And then he goes back out to the rest of the people.
Well, I get that, but like if a guy breaks down crying because he's holding his dead daughter in his arms, I'm okay with that. But yeah, after that, it's time to kick some ass. So I agree with that.
Let me tell you this. When I had to go tell my dad that my sister died, I was crying. I never once saw my dad cry. So there's a way to handle situations, and that was a real situation.
And your dad cried, right? Like your dad went into a room.
I've never seen my father cry, but I'm sure
he didn't doubt his emotional response, is what I mean.
He was holding
right?
it together for the family.
He wouldn't cry in front of you while you were crying because he's got to be the rock there. But I think it's a little bit different if it's just the man on his own and his daughter
that's
is
the whole
dead.
point, is if you're doing it on your own, that's different.
Yeah.
That's why I said, go
You're
in a
also
room
talking
by
about
yourself and
you're pulling in like some rando situation, like in the moment, oh my God, this happened, and something washes over you. I mean, fuck, that could happen, but again, I don't know.
But you're getting mixed
When my dad
messages from
died, I
both
didn't cry
sides,
in front
though.
of fucking people. My dad died. Fuck that. I didn't cry in front of people. Yes, I had emotional times, but not in front of anyone. Fuck all that.
I was speaking at my grandmother's funeral. I felt myself choking up. I stopped. I finished my story. I stopped, and I was like, you know what? I'll deal with this in private, because for me, I think it's. And I think this is ridiculous. Let me be clear on this. I think this is ridiculous, but I think that absurd times call for absurd solutions. I think that it's our duty as men to not do this. And I think it's like, no matter what we're feeling, no matter how horrible it is, we need to, in public, show strength, step back. We'll go into private. You can have your emotional response, and that's fine. But I think it's incumbent upon us to control that emotional response.
See, I don't know, man. It's like a double-edged sword, because for me, it's like the intensity of emotion that I feel now versus how I used to feel when I was younger. It's just like night and day. So I don't know.
You feel different when you're a kid. You like as you get older, you learn to control your emotions. And I think part of what's happened here is that you have a generation of people, probably 3 at this point, who've been sort of given this double-edged sword of show your emotions and you're a man, show your feelings, explore your feminine side. And then the moment it happens, you get slapped down. So it's like, what are you supposed to do?
I just think you can go too far in the other direction, because I just kind of feel like that's what happened to me. It's like you don't want to go too far to where you just stop feeling.
No, I agree with you
entirely, but
I was reading
just dull.
I was reading
I
interviews
agree.
from Kevin Smith's coworkers, and apparently these are his coworkers. Well, no, I take that back. His subordinates, because he's the boss. Okay, he will send pictures of himself crying to the people that work with him, and they
What the
literally
fuck?
make fun of him in interviews doing this shit.
He's a stoner. What do you expect? His shit
Fuck
is all
that,
fucked
man.
up.
No. What it is extreme weight loss, fucking the vegan diet, all of that. It triggers just massive amounts of estrogen in your body.
Who do we
just-
fucking
Yeah,
lose?
yeah.
We lose RGE.
RGE.
We lost
Yeah,
RGE.
yeah.
But good
You had
night,
to go?
RGE.
I think he
Oh,
said in the private chat. Did he say he had to go?
Yeah, gonna have to head out.
I've got to
Okay.
tap out too, guys. So thank
All
y'all
right.
for having me on. Good night.
See,
Hey,
yeah.
thanks,
See
Crow.
you later,
Peace,
buddy.
brother.
Have a good night.
Some people in the chat are like, "That's not fair." Yeah, we're not saying it's fair.
No, that
Yeah,
Nothing
it is
in
fair.
life is
It
fair.
is fair. It's perfectly
Well,
fair.
I think there's a time and a place for it. I understand when, my personal opinion about it is if you can't control yourself, there's a problem, because at some point you're going to need to be the one who can focus. Somebody needs to be able to focus. And so you should try to be that person of don't lose your temper, don't overreact, don't, break down completely. Doesn't mean that you can't. I don't have a problem with men
man.
crying occasionally, but when you can't control yourself, or you're like an emotional wreck, or you feel nothing, that's both of those are a problem. It should never be you're like Kevin Smith and it's like, oh, here's someone tying their shoe. That should not fucking happen. That's just
Yeah.
ridiculous.
No,
Yeah, you
and the thing is simple. You're speaking in generalities. You're speaking in the response that men are told now. This is a fucking ploy, by the way. Men are told, oh yeah, express yourself, express your emotion, be in tune with them. No, be the master of your emotions. Look, if your kid dies in your arms, are you gonna maybe shed a tear? Probably. Does that mean you're the worst person ever? No, but you have to understand that the context of saying stop fucking crying is not in response to your kid dying, in your arms. It's in response to literally everybody around you is going to disrespect you for crying under basically any circumstances. And maybe your kid dying in your arms is the exception, but guess what? Most of the people around you aren't going to see that. Like
Yeah.
that's extremely anomalous.
It's
but
extremely toxic, man.
yeah, but the thing is, it's not don't feel. That's a completely different thing. It's master your emotions, own them, control them, be the strength, be the rock, because we need men of strength and character to fucking be out there, because they're being destroyed left and right. So you go and you suck it up, and it sucks. And Drex says it's fair. I'll say no, it's not fair. But too fucking bad. A lot of shit isn't fair. We don't, you know what? 30, 40 years ago, sure, you cry. Now you don't, because if you do, every woman in your life will disrespect you. And it's not because they try to, they just will.
Yeah. That's something for sure. Like, never cry in front of a woman.
Don't do it.
Yeah, that's
really
good advice.
it's really in front of people. I mean, you do whatever you do in your private time, whatever, something like upsets you or fucking moves you, whatever, but we're talking about socially here. We're talking about, I mean, if you master your emotion, like in my family, like if one of my kids gets hurt, for example, my wife may be very emotional about it. I got to handle that shit. So I got to be in control. I can never lose control, and that's
Who's the time to lose control? Like if you're gonna kick someone's ass.
Well, I gotta be honest with you though, Tug. One of the things about when people say like, don't cry, I think that really kind of like to Anna's point, really kind of makes more sense in terms of don't cry in front of women, because you can cry in front of dudes, and dudes don't sit here and go, I don't respect you for crying, bro. Like Nick said, based on what has happened, dudes are kind of like, oh yeah, this guy cried because whether he went through something really rough or whatever. But it's like women are the ones that are like, I can't respect him because he's not the rock that I thought he was.
But it's the critical thing though is it's not women's fault for doing that.
No, that's their biology.
They're just born that way.
Because when we see a man cry, then that means he no longer can provide us with what we need.
Yeah,
which
provision
is
of
that
protection.
stability and that rock.
Exactly.
It's an irrational response. Not always, but often. If you've got a guy who's been a rock, who's been
I think it's a
strong.
primitive response.
I don't
Yeah.
think to Drexel's point, I don't think guys around each other judge each other for a lot of
Well, they don't. I've had dudes cry in front of me. Like, it has no real effect on most guys. Like,
we give each other shit for all kinds of stuff because that's being a guy. But at the end of the day, who gives a fuck?
Like Flash.
Most of
Like
us do.
Flash, we're just ribbing him for crying like a fucking bitch in front of everybody.
It wasn't. I was by myself, and it wasn't. There wasn't multiple tears. My eyes got teary.
No, he's hedging. He's hedging after having a 2-hour long shoot. Like, I wept like a baby, like it was Bambi. Now you're over. I just, it was almost like sweat. It was like the anime sweat when it comes down the side. Come on, man. I understand. I watch Gundam. I get it. I got moved.
Right now, it's just the vein in the front.
I did not cry, but I got
Gundam
moved.
touched me in both of my nipples at the same time. It's fine.
I did think it was funny. Like, there were some comments on the last stream, where Corona put it up, and they're like, "Why are you being such a dick to Flash?" It's like, that's what guys do. You fucking give each other all.
Yeah, it's way better than like when women judge each other, judge men, because they're just so vicious.
yeah, we're just that's just how we rib each other. Like, it's how men bond. Like, if you've never met a dude before, you meet him, and how long has it taken you guys to just start like throwing out little, just kind of like little jabs? You know what I'm saying? Like
15 seconds.
Yeah, immediately. Like literally, you're making fun of the guy's haircut, his shoes. It doesn't matter. Like, you just make fun of each other, but it's like guys are like, you're making fun of me.
You need one moment of jovial conversation. That's it. Like to know that you're not like, this person is even a 1% safe person. Then you start throwing out little jabs and barbs and jokes, and it's fine because you expect them to do the same.
Yep. Well, Nick, that's what's changed. And now what you're getting is, especially these young men, I don't even like to call them men, young males who are being educated in these crazy, leftist schools. Everything is all about emotion, right? We're all about emotion versus logic and reason. So these emotional dudes, that's why they're always saying words like, I'm triggered. Everything is triggering you. Doesn't matter what it is. I'm triggered. Really? What doesn't trigger you now?
Well, I aim to find out. That's why I'm so mean on Twitter. Is I will like you think some of the stuff I may have a point, but if I find something that bothers you, I'm just going to keep poking it until you understand. I'm just poking you. Just so you understand.
That's what I've said. All you gotta do is say Peggy Cotter is drawn like a man. That really.
But no, they really hate that too. They really hate when everyone points that out or they find something, they get very triggered about it. And I'm like, I know that you guys are so sensitive that all I have to do is just like touch you. I said to one dude, he was like, he called me a homophobic, and I'm like, well, I'm bisexual, so I don't really know how that works, but okay. But you can go and have your La La Land love of Tim Drake being not bisexual, and it'll exist in the same place where your boyfriends are. They'll never exist. And he was like, oh my God, I can't believe you said that. I'm like, what? What? He's over here obsessing over a fucking fictional character being bisexual like him. Why are you sensitive? There was another dude who was like, well, people could come out later because I was 34 when I came out as bisexual, and now I'm 36. I'm like, 34 years of denial isn't the hot take that you think it is.
That's probably more like a fetish. Like, you probably just gained that fetish later in life. How do you stay in the closet for 34 years?
He nuked his fucking account. He deleted it because I clowned him. Like, what the fuck? Like, clap back. Come on, man.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Just some guy. I call people fat all the time, right? Because the funniest thing is, that it bothers the person, and people try and make a big deal out of it. And I go on YouTube and I'm like, listen, I'm calling them fat for this specific reason. It fucking bothers them. It shouldn't. If you're fat, be okay with being fat or start trying to get skinny. One of those two things. I don't care, but don't be bothered by someone calling you fat. like Henry Cavill. I call him Short Arms Cavill because he has little fucking midget arms like Tyrion Lannister or whatever. His options.
Last week,
Hey.
I said you think that Warner Brothers
Don't insult
digitally
Tyrion
enhanced his
because of
arms when he played Superman.
Oh, they might have. I know they didn't. I know they didn't during Witcher. I know that his arms in Witcher were fucking comically short because that's where I noticed it. I'm like, this motherfucker can barely grab a two-handed sword at the same time. Like this dude has little ass arms and it's weird as shit. So no, but you.
That's what happens
thing,
when bulging
got
muscles
little,
go away.
It's not little baby arms
Listen,
coming out.
Jason Momoa has proper length arms and big muscles. Henry Cavill has little midget. It's okay. It's fine. He needs to walk around. He needs to walk around with 300-pound dumbbells in each arm and hope his ligaments stretch out or something. I don't know.
How long are arms supposed to be?
Longer than Henry Cavill's, man.
I like that your avatar though. It has him like,
Look, that's a photo that he took. I didn't take that photo. He was happy. He was cheering. He just crossed the finish
It looks like he's
line.
been a horrible accident.
You know that was an episode of Teen Titans Go. My daughter had me watching it where Robin had baby hands. And so if you guys look up Robin baby hands, Teen Titans Go, dude, they did Robin so dirty in that episode. It's like he got really insecure about his little baby, and they kept zooming in. Do you guys remember in Ren and Stimpy, they used to always do those like super duper close-ups, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
They did that with Robin's hands. He had a little chubby, fat, wrinkly baby. It was hilarious. I'm like, oh my God, this show is wild.
People keep saying I'm jealous of Henry Cavill in the chat. Absolutely. I wish I fucking had the upper body of Henry Cavill because my arms are normal length. My arms would look fucking great. It'd be fantastic. I'm just too fucking lazy to look like Henry Cavill. Holy shit.
You're like, yeah, I need that upper body, but I'd also like to be able to clap to a beat.
Look at Hannah. What? That's
Oh my
awful.
God. I need to find something on Twitter. I'll find it while I read this super chat. Kulavar says 40K is greater than Gundam. Waits for the triggering. I agree. 40K is way better
I agree
than Gundam.
too. Yeah, it is.
Wait, Avi, are you a 40K fan?
Yeah, a little bit. I know about it because of my friend and some games. I played Mechanicus Warhammer. That's a great game. I love the Tech Priests.
Yeah, the that whole thing is fucking cool. I haven't played Mechanicus, but I've been reading. I'm a fucking 40K simp.
There's a whole meme about it, like from the moment I understood the weakness of the flesh, it disgusted me. And then, I love that meme.
Yeah, it's a wild universe. Although Games Workshop's doing some fucking stupid shit right now, but
Yeah, I heard about that.
that being said, next, Bogus Fortune says, Nick, they're your kids, homeschooled or not. There's no way they are innocent. Look, my kids are, my kids have exposure to the internet. It was funny the other day when my kids were laughing at what Karens were, like just out of the blue. And I'm like, oh my God, my kids know what a Karen is. Like they shouldn't know that shit, but they do.
I don't know. I disagree. I want my children to be like, when I have kids, I want them to be very, very knowledgeable on stuff, because one day I'm not going to I won't be able to be around forever to guide them. So they're going to have to learn on their own. I just feel like that's part of the process. At some point, they got to learn to deal with the shit.
Did you guys see this after our show last week? Someone went on a deep dive and found this footage of Skeletor from He-Man. Hold on, here we go.
No volume.
Oh yeah. Our volume is.
Fuck it up again, Nick.
What?
No volume.
Oh, fucking Christ. Oh my God. Hold on.
God, it's those little arms on your avatar.
They tried to reach the volume knob, but they couldn't. Here we go. I got it this time.
He thought we'd feel bad for him. He cried for a cartoon robot, you pussy. He's sufferable.
The little Skeletor like that.
Cecil Skeletor voice
Cecil
is
Skeletor, man.
off the fucking
Yeah.
charts. Good.
It's pretty
Oh,
good.
He sounds more like Skeletor than Mark Hamill does.
Oh yeah,
Mark Hamill is terrible.
I didn't realize though Rekida's avatars yet last week the arms kept getting shorter. I thought I was like, man, I am really fucked up tonight.
No, they start.
Focus on the arm.
They started here, okay, and then they moved to here, right here, and then they got happy, and they went up to here. That was perfect. Oh my fucking goodness. Bogus Fortune says, oh wait, I read that one. Tina says, what the hell is this? Super chats are being read and Cecil isn't pissing Anna off. This isn't the Flashcast I signed up for. Where is Cecil?
He's
on here?
in New Jersey with Ethan. They went to that horror convention today.
Yeah, but they're done with it now.
Well, then they're probably drinking and I don't know, having a good time.
That's why he should be on.
Yeah, how dare them?
Jesus Christ.
That's right. What the fuck? None of us are having fun. Wait, no.
I'm writing Cecil out of my will. C4 Own says, don't forget Poll finding a flag in under 40 hours that was somewhere in the world. Yes, the He Will Not Divide Us thing was fucking
Oh,
amazing.
that was hilarious, man. They were analyzing the stars, frog croaking patterns, wood. They even studied the pattern on wood grain on a cabin to find out where the cabin that Shia was at was. And they did.
Welcome back, Flash. What happened? Where'd you go?
He went to get a stack of Gundam to murder us all with.
He went to go weep over the loss of some child soldiers.
A child soldier.
God damn it. Andrew Hicks says, Rekieta Law, first super chat. Hey, thank you. Never up late at night. Only reason up, I had a migraine, went to bed early. Now I can't sleep. 1, can you play some High Fleet? This game is hardcore. What the fuck is High Fleet? 2, get Dick on locals so I can subscribe to both. Yeah, I don't know if Dick wants to go to locals or not. I haven't talked to him in a while. I need to. Generalissimo says, you know, it makes you think being an e-thought is a contemptible, socially degenerate profession. However, it's objectively true that we don't give those dirty whores enough credit. After all, it's thirsty work.
I really hate like e-girls and e-thoughts and VTubers. All of it pisses me off. Because it's just a bunch of men simping.
That's right.
There you go. That's right. I don't hate them for doing. I don't hate the women for doing what they can do and make money. I hate the dudes that fucking pay for that shit.
Yeah, because if there was no simps, there would be none of that.
Absolutely. And they don't stop. Like, okay, you guys have seen those videos of the women talking about the e-thoughts talking about their subscribers. They have no regard for them at all. Like, none.
Oh yeah, they hate them.
Yeah, they think they're absolutely garbage.
Yeah, and it's like,
right.
and these guys see that and they're like, no, she didn't really mean it. Like, oh god.
No, bro, she meant it double.
Those are the kinds of guys who cry when they get a blowjob.
The funny thing is she toned down that comment for her business interests. That's what really happened there. That's how little she regards you. No, it's the dudes. The dudes who throw these girls infinite money is insane. And,
yeah, it's bad for men. It's bad for women. It's just bad for everybody. And then there's also the fact that a lot of the people who use like Twitch and these platforms, they're not adults. They're underage teenage boys. So, just think about that. That's really bad.
Yeah,
Really
their
bad.
parents shouldn't let them have their fucking credit cards. That would solve that problem real quick if you didn't give the kid access to your fucking money.
What are you talking about, guys? What are you even saying here?
Oh God.
Look, this is 2,300 viewers right
In
here.
Moscow, I have seen oil prints from Dubai.
See, she's seen oil prints from Dubai.
Oh my god.
This was
They're there for the conversation, the
Why do they
real
have
deep.
shoes on?
covered.
That's so weird. Who is tanning in tennis shoes?
Problem with this?
Hannah, you cannot question the thought. You
No,
cannot.
I know you're not
That's
allowed
funny.
to show feet, but why would you keep your tennis shoes on? Like they make water shoes like that. I don't get it.
Anything, but since I was
My feet are
look.
gonna be super sweaty after that.
These girls are super interesting. That's why they always have bikini change. Oh, at 500 subs, she gets a navel piercing.
Oh
If I
god.
saw
these
this, I
stamps.
would. If I saw this in public, I would kick over the camera.
I like Barcelona.
All of them. This is what pisses me off. These are fake fucking hot tubs. That's what makes me the most mad.
Oh god.
They're the fucking Walmart hot tub that you get, and you know these bitches are in these things for like 7 hours at a time. They're not hot. They're cold tubs.
The lukewarm tub. I like how that's what you picked out of that. Like Anna's like,
False
oh my
advertising.
god, these, you know, how dare she be in these tennis shoes? There's Nick, but these
I
aren't even
look-
real hot tubs.
No, I want them in the hot tub. You know what it would do to one of these fucking thoughts for like 6 hours in a 103-degree tub? they'd be sitting there. They'd look like this. Oh fuck, I don't have my camera on. They would fucking just and pass out in the middle of the show, and then the fucking hospital would have to come with an ambulance. It'd be the funniest thing on earth.
That would
They'd
be a
all
great show. That'd be an interesting one.
Exactly. Night bikini try on and workouts. Look at this fucking garbage.
Oh my god.
This is content, apparently.
But you know what? I'm with Flash. This is why I give these girls a lot of credit. If you can milk these Sims, milk them.
No.
Yeah.
I still hate him
For
though.
literally every dollar, man. Like,
I still hate him
Oh,
out of
God.
principle.
Did you see her face?
And we have workouts to do.
Yeah,
That
it's
was
depressing.
terrifying.
It's a
If you've ever
depressing
went to any of
face.
these streams and donated, you're a fucking loser.
Yeah,
Here's
I
something
just
far
hate
worse.
everyone
That
involved.
looked like a tranny. I ain't gonna lie to you, man.
I know. That's what
Oh,
I.
wait, it wasn't just me. Oh, okay.
No,
okay.
they both did. I was like, what?
I didn't see the other one. I just,
It's like,
I looked up and I went,
No, but here's the thing: trannies do their makeup better. I'm so confused.
agreed.
yeah,
That
the
was awful.
reality is, dudes, you need to fucking stop. You need to
man,
stop.
won't. She's a queen. If I just sip a little harder. It's like, God, these guys are insufferable, man.
Here we go. Here we go. What about this shit?
Oh God,
What the fuck is she doing?
ASMR.
licking the mic.
Oh yeah, ear licking ASMR. Yeah.
No,
Wait, you're not immediately
Video game
coming from
platform.
this?
no, not at all. This is
There are 14,000 people watching her.
that is sad.
You know,
So
good
unfair,
for
man.
her.
How do I get in on this? Okay, is it even
Get
possible?
boobs.
Look, how big are your tits? That's the real question.
She's so oppressed, man. Have
I
some
know.
courtesy,
This
man.
is just life on easy. This is tutorial mode.
It's
It
recruit
is.
difficulty. They live their whole
You
life
need-
on recruit difficulty, man.
Look, you need double D cans, you need dyed red hair, and you need an ASMR mic. That's all you
You need
need.
to be young too.
No,
At least
you
in
ain't
your
get young.
20s. In your 20s.
You need to look in your 20s.
Yeah. If you can look in your 20s too, that'll work.
This is the fucking shit. Licking two mics. That's the name of her stream is Licking Two Mics.
Oh my God.
This is
So
wait,
sad.
how much are guys paying for this?
A lot.
Dude, she
Like-
makes over $80,000 a month.
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
Jesus.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
she,
good for her.
and that's just from this shit, isn't it? I mean,
Well, it's from this shit after she got fucking demonetized on the hot tub shit.
She got banned, right? Like you said, she was banned from something.
She got a 3-day ban or whatever. But look at this. Look at this is the ASMR. So this is all about making the auditory response, but look at it. Tits. Her tits would be there if there was a different angle. Ass, because she probably has no tits. Japanese schoolgirl, literally fucking a shot of her pussy. Tits.
Well, you skipped the anime chick.
Yeah, anime.
I love the anime ones because the loser girls that don't get
a
any
fat
attention,
dude.
they get pissed about the anime ones.
Yeah. Look, anime. God damn it. Look at this fucking garbage. This is what men are reduced to.
If you want to quit, man, it's like, what am I even doing? Making videos,
Trying.
Even if I get 50,000 views, it's like these women, they're making so much money.
I don't know, man.
It's
You
very
just get on the other side of it, you have shit like TikTok, which is fucking just terrible in its own regard. You're trying to make some quality content.
I thought Vines was bad, and then I found out about TikTok. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
The refreshing thing about TikTok is that 99.9% of TikTokers make $0. They make literally zero. It's only
they're
the
too
top.
dumb.
Yeah,
They're too dumb to do affiliate marketing.
The top 0.1% makes good money on affiliate marketing. Everybody else makes fucking nothing on TikTok. It doesn't matter if you have like 10 million views on your TikTok. You're not getting shit. You gotta have like 60 million followers to get a real deal. Then you make a fucking fortune. You make tons of money, but until then, you make nothing.
What do they do on TikTok? Because I don't.
It's short, cancerous videos, most of it.
Yeah, they're
It's
like
kinda like
the most accurate.
They're like
possible.
really
That's
short.
what it
have
is.
shorts
videos.
now.
Yeah, it's under a minute long. That's
like
what
Vine.
TikTok is.
So it is Vines. It's basically Vines.
Vine was
Basically,
6
the
seconds.
communist,
It'll
but
make
it's
you
owned by
hurt
the
yourself.
Chinese.
Have you seen those videos of people lecturing you these days? They're really
Yeah,
cool
that's
videos
all I know
about-
TikTok from. I don't know. So I'm like, how are they making money off of that? Who's paying them?
No, they're not.
Affiliate marketing.
No, not unless they have
you
a
say buy
sponsor.
this product, this cool product, and you give a link, and then you get a percentage of the sales.
Yeah,
Sheila-
unless you're a monster on there, like Nick said, you don't make shit. You make nothing.
Yeah.
Sheila Aliens in the chat says there's a TikTok creator fund. There is, but it's like $5 per 100,000 views.
Jesus
Christ.
Yeah, it's insane, and because they don't run ads, so literally TikTok is funding it. The main way to make money is affiliate marketing. So you do an ad
Yep.
for Nike or Colgate or something like that. And look, Jason Derulo, I was reading a thing the other day. He makes 75 grand an ad. So per TikTok video where he runs an ad, he makes $75,000, but he has like 60 million followers on TikTok. So it's, almost nobody is making this kind of money. TikTok is just making China money. That's what they do.
Yeah.
It's a fucking weird thing. Dean Domino 25 says, conversation reminds me of a Reddit advice thread. Women wrote about her attractive boyfriend / fiance who opened up to her because he felt he could trust her. A teacher / sitter graped him as a kid. She was asking how to break up with them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fucked up, man. Why are women like this, man?
They need the strongest possible provider.
I get it, but
biology,
at a certain point, it's like, man,
They don't possess
man,
anything.
you know what? I'm not surprised that men are going postal. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not surprised men are losing it, and all these atrocities are happening. I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah, I'm not surprised either, but like the reality is
All I'm saying is nobody learned anything from the Joker. They learned nothing from that movie.
No,
They don't
of course
understand what
not.
it's about.
They're listening to the wrong people. That's the problem. They listen to this shit. Go get a little game. Fucking be confident in yourself. And fucking you can do whatever, man. Just stop giving a shit about what all these other dipshits out here tell you need to do. So get a little bit of game and fucking just
That what you just said though is the number one thing. Stop giving a shit. Like
I
that.
agree.
That is
I mean,
that is the trick to success. People
pretty
people ask
much.
me, they're like, "Well, how do you deal with the negative comments?" I'm like, I really don't fucking care that
Yeah.
much because there's
I
a
monetize the people who hate me. That's what I do.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
and-
waste of energy.
There's a ton of positive comments. There's very few negative comments. You make fun of them and monetize them, and that's what you do. Otherwise, like if you focused on the negative, like and it's the best is when you see these people.
Well, that's what leads to
the
the
best.
breakdowns. The people, like especially with like the content creators that like really just flip over the edge on it, like that.
Yeah.
They turn into locals and shit.
Yeah, they focus so much on the negativity. But when you really see, like you just see the people who are negative about you, you go, "Oh, okay. I get it now."
You mean you don't
that's
want
it.
to you don't want to obsess about something for like 3 years and then talk about it's the 3rd year anniversary of the milkshake incident. You don't want to do that?
No, I literally never. Like,
no, you don't want to
I'm-
collapse like 3 different comic book companies with your shit take editing. You don't want to do that?
No, I'm fucking stuck on this Vic Mignogna thing, and all I want in the world is for the appeals court to issue a ruling so it's either done or it goes on. But we're stuck in limbo, and I'm like, and people are like, "What about Vic?" And I'm like, I don't know, I don't care. Nothing's happening. There's nothing to say. Please, like, can we talk about anything else? But there are people on Twitter who literally, Flash can attest to this. Every day they
Yeah.
bring up Vic, and
All
it's
the
like,
time. That's all they have.
oh my.
That's
It's
all
like,
they have.
why-
That's their only path to relevancy is shitting on that man. That's what a fucking
Isn't that
sad,
Mars Girl?
pathetic existence.
Yeah, it's
I gotta
it's
get up. I
Mars
gotta
Girl.
talk about Vic so somebody knows I exist.
It's like, oh my God, can we like I legitimately right now, look, I want Vic to win. I really do. I want him to come back on appeals. I think it'd be the funniest fucking thing in the world. But at the same time, I literally just want the appeals court to rule on it so people stop asking me about it and we can move on. Because there's, Vic's victory to me happened when he got to tell his story. To me, that's what happened. Like, again, I want him to win in court. I think it would be great. I think it'd be maximum funny. But at this point, people are either going to believe him or not. If he wins in court, like if a miracle happens, he wins in court tomorrow, the same people are still going to say he's a creep or whatever, and they're not going to hire him. Like nothing's going to change as far as his professional aspects. So to me, like that battle's over. For the most part, like I just want it done. And there are so many people who are like, especially on the other side of it, who are just stuck on that case. And it's like, oh my God, talk about anything else. It's been 3 years, 2.5 years.
They're not stuck on that case though. They don't give a shit about Vic really. All they care about, like what Flash is saying, is their relevance. It's the only thing that they have, Like you could talk about, we've been talking about whatever the fuck here, and you can do that, but they can't.
Well, Flash,
No,
do you
they-
remember the OJ case? Do you remember how there were people that like they were saying they didn't know what they were going to do with their life after the OJ verdict? Remember that?
Yeah.
Dude,
That
it's not
happened?
just the OJ verdict, the fucking election. When
Yeah.
Trump was out of office, there were Twitter accounts who had been dedicated to
talk
shit
about him.
They were dedicated to shitting on Trump, and they literally said, I don't know what I'm going to do. Trump is gone now. Once he got banned off of Twitter, they're like, I don't
lost
know
their
what to do
career.
with my life.
Yep.
Yeah.
Isn't that
Yeah.
a sad
Make money.
existence though? Like that's where like you wake up and someone's like, yeah, man, what are you up to? And you're like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. It's like, that's all you did all day was, dude, they still talk about Trump. I hear his name
It's
come
always
up.
on Twitter.
It's like all of them, like, dude, really? Still? Like,
Yeah.
why do you care? Like,
They make up shit. Like the other day, there was a hashtag Trump reinstatement day, and they were
Oh
like,
my God,
"Oh,
yes.
yeah."
The
They were
13th.
laughing like, "Oh, Trump's not going to be reinstated as president." All these idiot conservatives. It's like nobody believes that.
Yeah,
This is
it's
what they
like-
always do. They take a
it's
fringe
like-
group like incels or like Q, a fringe group that literally nobody takes seriously,
It's not
including
even
4chan.
It's
And
not
they-
even
and they-
Q. It's a percentage of Q and a small one who thought that Trump was coming back on the 13th.
Yeah, and then but this is what they do. They put it on the media
Yeah.
and they say, "Oh my God, Q! It's everywhere." They all believe this. So
It's
they
probably
think that
not
all
even
conservatives
Q.
believe this shit. Nobody believes this shit.
It's not even Q. What it is a bunch of these people who probably run these accounts that need it to be Q. So they're like, yeah, we're gonna join up as part of Q.
They-
and we're gonna
It's
spread
basically
this
like
shit.
this,
It's
man.
irrelevant
They're
for 4 more
basically
years.
making shit up to get angry about and then yelling about it to the void, to
Look,
themselves. It's
the
psychotic.
the straw man in 2021 is literally a career if you know how to do it. That's the insane thing. If you know how to make a straw man and fight against it, you can make it into a career, a 6-figure earning career in 2021. We have that ability because that's the economic opportunity that big tech affords you, and especially if you're in the right political mindset. It's fucking crazy.
Well, look at the flip side, though. You end up like Doug TenNapel, right? Like if you're on the wrong political mindset, right?
Oh yeah, then you get just fucking censored. Oh, so the amazing thing today, I recorded it yesterday, but I put out a video today about censorship. It was this. I was watching Matt Walsh, who I don't even really like Matt Walsh that much, but you know he's a blogger or whatever, and he has a column on the Blaze. He went to his Nashville school board. And he talked about COVID shit, and he's like, I'm going to drop some facts about it, right? And they were all counter narrative facts about COVID. And so I did a video that was I was like, here's all the things you can't say about, or I edited out the things you can't say about COVID. This is a joke. And so I play the whole 2-minute long video with no sound at all, right? Like that was you can't say anything about it. And I talked about, I explained the joke for like 8 minutes. But the funny fucking part of it is that the tweet that I used to play the video, I linked it in the description. And immediately today, people are like, a link's broken. Twitter banned the account.
Wow.
Twitter literally fucking banned it. My joke was about censoring the commentary, and then Twitter censors the commentary from the fucking tweet. I'm like, oh my God.
Dude, I gotta smash Susan, man. This is getting out of hand.
Yeah, please.
Well,
for the love of
you
God.
You also
need to
have
rail
to
that
smack,
woman.
you also have to smash Jack Dorsey.
I gotta send. I'll send Susan to do it.
Look, Jack will just do some mouth games. It's fine. You can do it.
you gotta take one for the team.
too.
Just close your eyes. You can't tell that that's a woman.
Pretend it's a girl's penis.
I guarantee you, Drex. I guarantee you, he'll cry enough. You'll think he's a woman.
Oh wait, question for you, Drax. If you close your eyes and have no idea, can you tell the difference between a man's mouth and a woman's mouth?
Dude, I wouldn't know. I'd never be able to do.
What?
I would hope that it'd be different. I can't imagine. There's nothing sexy about.
How's your answer not just yes, you fucking weirdo?
I can't imagine sitting there being like, man, let me think about what mouth this is. Like, dude, that's why I tell you guys, man, stay away from glory holes, man. Don't do it. Just say no.
What the fuck would anyone use?
As your lawyer, the answer is just yes. I can tell the difference. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you?
I think he's speaking from experience.
Oh no, man! You don't want to be that guy, man. There's always horror stories.
Imagine being like so low in your life that you're just like, I'm just gonna stick my dick through this hole in the wall.
Random wall.
Let's
Did you
hope
see
nothing
that
bad
video?
happens. What if some fucking crazy person? is
Wait,
like,
Flash! Did you ever see that
dog?
meme? Did you see the meme where the guy is it's a glory hole?
Yeah,
and the girl's like bent over or something, and then, like the guy's holding out a wedding ring. And it's like the ultimate simp. Like he's literally in a glory hole holding out a wedding ring, dude. It's like,
well, you know the funny thing is the dude's in the glory hole. He's like, "Oh, girl, I love that you love anal," and she's like, "Yeah, it's great,
feels good."
Oh yeah. Wait, do you guys remember in Dumb and Dumber? It was coming to Bubba's like love fest or whatever. Remember when he's in
turned out to be that
stall?
trucker.
Yes,
I
it's
hate
a trucker.
that fucking movie.
Do you?
I hate that fucking movie. Oh my
Why
god.
is that?
Hey,
Dude,
hey.
look, when they do the autistic screeching, I can't
Oh
stand it.
God.
I literally
movie is
hate
this?
that.
Yeah.
Dumber.
When they say you want to know the most annoying sound in the world.
There's a list of like fucking it's Greg Kinnear and Jim Carrey movies that I like that happened all at the same time. I hate them. Like I hate Kingpin. I hate all those movies. I hate them all. I can't take it.
Kingpin, really?
I love Kingpin.
No, it's
fine.
look,
never
it's
seen it.
fine. I took a stance a long time ago. I'm not allowed to like it. I'm not going to be inconsistent. By the way, Yellow Flash, you motherfucker. He sent a super chat and he says, "Can I get an update on the Vic case?" Hey, fuck you, Yellow Flash. God damn it.
No, Nick, when are you going to cover more of the Chris Avalon case? Because I really don't like reading those court cases, and I would much prefer you to break them down for me.
This week, this
thank
coming week, I've got. I'm not sure if I'm going to do. I'll probably do both, like a combination of a short video and a live stream about it, because there's a lot to cover that's going on, and yeah.
What case is this?
Chris Avalon.
He's the guy that did KOTOR 2. He's getting
Well, that
canceled
Chris
by
Chan
like
too.
a Jealous X.
Are you gonna
Wait,
cover
why?
Chris Chan?
What
Oh,
happened here?
it's a fucking fake Me Too, a literal fake Me Too.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's really
Documentation
bad.
that is fake. Like the girl who accused him of like doing whatever. There's text messages for like the next year of her trying to get on his dick, and he never even had sex with her. It's like that's the worst part. It's like, oh, you never even
She
made it
wanted a
home.
baby daddy. That's what it was. And so there's literally screenshots of her having a conversation with like another person where she's calling him her like con boyfriend or con husband. And so this is what she did. And I said this in my video because I just looked at everything and I'm like, I know what game this bitch is playing. So she's totally into this dude, but she only sees him and like makes out with him at conventions. So like a year later, they're there and she's got a couple of her friends with her. And she notices that this guy is kind of, you can tell when people are into each other, like her friend and him are feeling each other. And so she tests him, which is, guys, don't fall for this. She's like,
She
go
does the
hit on
shit
my
test.
friend.
Yep.
She's like, go hit on my friend. Go. And he's like, are you sure? Are you sure? She's like, yes, go hit on my friend. Go hit on my friend. He believes her, goes and hits on the friend. And then she's a jealous cunt and sabotages their relationship until they eventually break up.
You feel
Yeah,
And now,
I mean-
now she's trying to Me Too him.
That's so weak, man.
I know.
The shit that she did to destroy their relationship, like from
It's so
from
fucked
all accounts, like they had a pretty good thing going. And she's like talking to her and talking to him, planting seeds between both of them, trying to get him to fucking break up. She's like, oh no, I'm not interested in you. It's like, bitch, you wish that dick was inside of you all day. Like that's what you're craving constantly.
Who
and
is
it's
this
obvious.
guy? I haven't
She
heard
really
about
wants
this
it
at
'cause
all.
she
This
can't
is
have
Chris
it.
Dude,
Avalon.
Chris
He's,
Avalon.
he wrote KOTOR 2 and like Fallout.
Holy shit.
Yeah, this guy
Yeah.
made fucking Fallout 1 and 2. He's one of
Those
the
were
like
great.
he's like one of the greatest video game writers in history. And he's out here getting Me Too'd by this fucking thirsty bitch. It's
Look, this is why I
insane.
keep telling people in the industry is like, y'all work in the industry, men. You just any women that come approach you
Yeah,
that are
avoid
in the
women.
industry, just avoid the fuck out of them because
Yeah.
these people, you see this shit with comic books, you're seeing it with film, you're seeing it with video games. It's like every fucking time, it's the same thing. It's some woman that wanted this dude, and he's like, "Nah, I'm not interested in you anymore." And then they just like, "Ah, I'm gonna wait like 3 years and then fuck up your life."
The thing is, though, man, in the way this stuff sets up with listen and believe, it doesn't matter if it happened. That's the problem. I mean,
Well,
they
you
just
saw
make
what
that
happened
shit.
with the dude with the comics, where the literally who black lady accuses him of racism, and
Frank
just
Miller.
he gets bumped off the fucking Power Rangers boat.
Oh no, that was that. What's that guy's name?
Something Mora or something like that. I don't remember because I don't know who either of these people are. But
There's
he gets
too
bumped
many
off-
to even know.
That fucking in 2018, this guy
You-
was racist toward me.
But you have literally everybody. Is it Frank Miller? Is it fucking not Chris Avalon? Is it the fucking who's the guy that got Me Too? The super prolific writer.
Frank Miller?
No, the other one.
Oh, Warren Ellis.
Warren Ellis, yes.
Warren Ellis.
Yeah, Warren Ellis
that guy-
got me, dude, because he gets laid.
Yeah,
Well,
literally.
he
all
walked himself into that one though. That's kind of his fault. He had
Fuck me,
groupies.
stop talking to me.
So did those
Oh,
women. They have
Warren
no
Ellis-
one blamed but themselves there.
Warren Ellis he got punished for banging threes. That's what Warren Ellis got. He is like, oh, this girl, I mean, she's only 170. That's not so bad. I guess I'll put it in. And then he this is because like
He
this is
didn't
how
call
guys
her
think.
back. He found somebody else who would do what he wanted, and she
Yeah.
stopped putting out. So he found someone else, and they're like, "We're gonna get together
So
and
that-
fuck up your career."
So
He
that's
found
the
out
flaw-
they
so that- so
colluded
that's
with
the
each
flaw in
other,
the,
and then made a fucking website to like destroy this dude's career. And then they waited a whole year after they thought they got him, and then they found out they didn't. They waited a whole year and then did it again.
This man's out here with a 5'3", 165 girl thinking I'll never be Me Too'd in my
Probably got a
life.
unibrow too.
Oh my
That-
God!
that's
he's-
probably the old dirty bastard method. You know, he says in like one song, you know, why get yourself at 10 when you can get yourself 5 2s? That's the
Oh yeah, get 5 good twos, baby.
Yeah,
That-
all those fucking
that's-
that 5 2s, they're gonna get jealous. They're gonna
He's a
fuck
man
your
that likes
life
a good
up.
value.
When you see the Warren Ellis accusers, you're like, Jesus Christ, no one's trying to bang these chicks. They just end up banging these chicks. And there's no way, not a chance are they exerting their power over these. All of the, and the worst part about his fucking accusations is all of the women admit they were literally using him to advance their careers. Like that was their entire purpose. And they're like, but he slept with me though. It's like, you fucking wanted him to, so he would recommend you for that writing gig.
You know who
What are
had
you
the best response to some shit like this was like Trump. Do you remember when they first started to say he was like
Oh, yeah.
inappropriate with all these women, and this one of them looked like a fucking high school lunch lady?
And he's like, not my
yeah,
type.
I would.
Yeah, I remember that.
I would fuck that. Are you kidding me? I'm Donald Trump. I'm rich. I'm not gonna fuck that.
Look, I make my fat and ugly hate known very clearly. If you ever see a fat, ugly bitch accuse me of anything, you know that shit is false. I am way too much of a petty, shallow asshole for any of that. No, thank you. Literally, you disgust me. Get away. Get away. Bad Vibe says, dealing with stressful situations need a clear head. Use the emotions to solve the issues internally. Anger can be a driving force when focused in the appropriate direction. Anger plus cutting remarks equals control of the situation. The Bad Burrito says, people think chickens are descended from T-Rexes, but I don't think that's right. They have longer arms than Henry Cavill does.
That's hilarious.
General Isimo says, oh dear God, all I wanted to do was make a shitty pun. Thirsty work used to be a metaphor for hard labor, and thirsty also means desperate and horny. Oh God, why did I try? Please, for the love of God, no more mic licking. Listen here, Generalissimo, we will lick this fucking microphone and you will like it, you piece of shit. Ah, God damn it. I can't believe these men out here thinking they can tell me how to run my show. I'm going to lick the mic whenever I want, and I'm going to lick it harder.
Mm.
That's why Anna has her camera turned off. Man, you're doing things, man. You're doing.
No one look, Anna. The question is, when are you going to get 5 microphones and start licking all of them and rubbing your hair and shit? When is this going to happen? I will make you a millionaire. I'll be your agent. I'll take 10%. That's all I'm saying. All you have to do is like, you get the microphones, you turn the gain all the way up. You only whisper so you don't kill your audience, and you just rub your hair. And I'm not kidding. That's actually what girls do, and they purr and shit.
I have
$1 million.
so much shit to do.
But $1 million though, I could make 100,000. You could make 1 million. It'd be perfect.
Mm.
God damn it!
You just have
She's
to
got
look at the
those
shame.
things called standards. There's such a problem.
Okay,
Witten
you're right.
about it.
Anna has standards. Yellow Flash, when are you going to get 5 microphones? Start rubbing your. Look, I will buy Flash. I will buy you the tit job, and the hair extensions.
I don't.
and you
I don't
can
need to
rub
do that.
shit.
I've been looking into. I'm gonna get one of those hollow live tuber. You know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
the
The shit that Hero Hay always
Oh,
talks about.
VTuber?
Yeah, I'm gonna get that, and then I'll get the voice changer. And that's my next. That's my.
Yeah, that's
next
what you
trip.
got to do. You got to make a
just pull
VTuber
Geeky
and get
Pixie.
Hero Hay to do a video about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, for real.
Instant 100,000 subscribers.
No, Flash, just pull a Geeky Pixie. Just get a bunch of those like photo bashed photos, post them, pretend to be a girl, and then just do the very bad girl voice on live streams.
Have to up
Hey.
Pixie Geek or whatever that one
Yeah, Geeky
dude's
Pixie.
name was.
Welcome to Yellow Flush. This is the channel where I soak my chair every stream. That's why it's Yellow Flush. Thank you for joining me, Ara Ara. God, God fucking damn it.
Nice.
Super chat.
Emery Kalam says this is for Flash to cry into the mic erotically.
Send me the $20 and we'll talk.
Wait, no. Wait, Flash just told me he's going to start crying now. By the way, I just want to say, Flash, you know, I made fun of you a lot last stream, but I legitimately wanted to punch Cecil in the fucking mouth every time he played that fucking crying thing over and over. Oh my God. I was so tired of it.
My life, Nick.
Flash's monologue, though, oh shit! I thought I was going to die in that fucking monologue. It was so funny.
Flash, I wanted to clip your monologue, but I didn't think anyone would listen to an hour-and-a-half video of you talking about crying.
No, that monologue was awesome, man. I liked how you booted us all out while you gave it. I mean, that stream was amazingly good. And like I said, it motivated me to go watch Gundam. Fuck, man.
Oh, really? Did you cry too?
Not yet. I haven't
No,
gotten
not
to
in
the
the
right
first
place
one.
yet. You know, I got to get four. I still got 20 episodes in the fucking first part. I got another 40 fucking episodes, but I'll get there eventually.
After this one,
Okay.
you got to watch the 8th MS team. That's the best.
I already
one.
bought that, so it's
Yeah, that's good. That's probably my favorite still.
All right, I have a really weird super chat that came in at like 6 p.m. today, which is not too long after I made the stream. Okay, so this is from Der Kuhn, and it's 3 parts long, so I'm just going to read them all as one. It's, hi, Nick. Greetings from Germany, and sorry for interrupting. Yeah, how dare you? I recently emailed you about a dead friend of mine that you mocked. I asked you to confirm whether you read what I wrote about him. As I haven't heard back from you, I'm asking here. I just want to know that when I stood up for him as well as I could, you read it. I don't even know what you did with this information. Also, please use my super chat money for a good drink to toast to him. To be clear, I won't stop watching either way, but you could seriously help me with my grief for a friend. Thank you. Look, Durkun, I don't remember if I read that email or not, but I will personally go through my emails and find the one you're talking. I don't know who you're talking about, and I don't want to be rude about it. I'm wondering who I mocked that died, but I mock everybody that died, even, and I would hope people mock me after I die too, because I just don't believe in time limits on jokes. But no, I'll check it, man. I'll respond to you. But cheers, brother. Thanks for sending the chat. Let's see. Okay, that's the ones before the show. Okay, I just wanted to get that one out because that was a weird chat. I don't know. I feel like it killed the entire mood. I had multiple stories actually ready for this chat. What did I have? And I didn't use any of them except for the Shang-Chi thing and the Arnold thing. Oh, there's Gina Carano's first film role has been announced. I mean, we kind of knew it was going to be with Ben Shapiro, so the film's going to be filmed from like 3 feet off the ground.
The book that it's based on,
It's a good
based on
thing.
got good reviews, and she said the inspiration for it's like breakdown and stuff. That's a cheap movie that was actually a good movie.
That was Kurt Russell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, damn. Yeah, that's all.
I think it's a good thing that more conservatives are starting to make like movies and stuff because we need more culture.
But
You
the
know, 'cause
screenwriter
it can't just
is-
be Hollywood with all these left wing, Marxist shit.
The screenwriter is Eric Red, who is The Hitcher, Near Dark. I mean, he's had some good fucking, adaptations. So, A Bad Moon. I mean, he had some good hits.
Yeah.
I had a trans story that I wanted to talk about. It's
the
not.
White's hands.
What was that?
Shopkeeper.
No, I felt like it was up in Minnesota. God damn it. Shit. The only story I'm pulling up is the Jeff Younger story, which I already talked about. There was a crazier like trans news. I'm trying to find it.
I gotta take off, Nick.
You gotta leave?
Yeah, man. I'm gonna go to bed, man.
What you can't
What
do.
is this?
I've been up all day doing stuff.
I don't care.
That's why I didn't. That's why I didn't do the stream.
But I don't that doesn't bother me that you've been up all day. What are you doing? You leaving?
Yeah, I gotta go to bed, man.
Are you gonna go to bed or are you gonna go watch Gundam?
You're awful.
No, I'm kidding, brother. Thanks for popping in tonight. I really
I'm not
appreciate
kidding.
it.
Thanks
You
for
can't
popping
leave.
into Flashcast.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for letting me host it.
Thanks
I
for
mean,
having me on.
Yeah. You're welcome. It's literally. Did you see? I did your intro and everything. My audience is
did.
like, "What the fuck is
I went
this?"
back and checked that. Thank you. That's great that you kept the consistency.
Do you know how long it took me to make all those fucking clips?
Hey, can you talk to Nick about the sound quality? Because I mean, I heard a lot more bass and shit in that fucking Pogo song. I was like,
Oh
wow.
yeah, I got a good pogo cut for you.
How'd you
if
get
want
that
me
to upload?
You want me to email it to you? I'll put it in Dropbox and email it to you or whatever, or
Yeah,
Google
can you do
Drive or
that?
something. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I got a good cut of it.
Yeah,
Hey, next week I got a wedding. I won't be able to come. Well, I might be able to come on if you guys go late. I'll come on through my phone for a minute.
Well, I'd offer to host next week, but I'll let someone
I
else
was gonna
host
say
if they want.
Tug or Anna.
If they want to host
I'll
it,
host unless somebody else wants.
One of you should do it.
I'll host if you I don't care.
Like, look, I'll get in on the grift, but if someone
Yeah,
else
let's-
wants to get in on the grift, I'll let them
Yeah, I don't
host too.
care.
Tug or Anna, whoever wants to do it.
Okay, we'll work it out, man.
Yeah, we'll figure it
Thanks-
out.
Coin or something.
Thanks for coming on, though. I like it. You
You're
gave legitimacy to the stream because it was completely false before you showed up.
If I think it's an open bar, so if I pop on next week, I'm gonna be pretty lit. Because if
Yeah,
it's free, I'm taking everything I can.
I'm actually depressed that you're not lit tonight.
No, there was no drinking today.
Yeah, no, it's fine, but it touched me that you weren't drinking today, and it touched me in a way I didn't understand. I'm dead inside, and and this touched me. So I just want to say one more thing before you go.
Why you think you done it? Okay, number one, Your Honor. Just look at him.
He talks like a fag,
That's a good clap back to your intro.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I like it.
Hey, Nick even played his intro. I mean, that was.
I did. I got the whole thing. All right, brother.
Thanks, guys.
See you,
Flash, have a good night.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I have. We could talk about other topics, but I think we've got a fucking shitload of super chats to get through. So should we just do that?
Yeah.
We don't have Cecil here to derail the super chats. I don't know what to do. They're supposed to take like 10 hours. It's only 2. We have 3 hours of this show left at least. So, and since Anna just woke up, I know she'll be here the whole time. Okay, I'm gonna start reading them, and if anybody wants to derail it, just go ahead. Crusader says, to whoever confessed to crying while watching Evangelion or whatever, may Allah bring you before me on the day of judgment. Crusader also says, God be with you all. Also, Sieg Zion. Sorry, I didn't pronounce my German correctly. And then he says Nick is in favor of child soldiers. Well then, long sleeve or short sleeve. Oh, they didn't do that to the kids, you liar. They did that to the adults. The kids, they made them murder their moms. Get it right. Jesus Christ.
Hey, I'm gonna
What?
bounce, guys. I'm out.
You out of here, Todd?
Yeah. I'll see you guys later. Hey, Drexler, it's good to see you.
Always.
Yeah.
Good night, brother.
That Star Wars girl. See
Bye-bye.
you guys.
All right, peace,
See ya.
brother. He didn't even let me say peace, brother. He left before I got brother out. What a fucking asshole. RUF leader says, young man, you must understand the government won't want you to vote okay. They're gonna tell you, say the future is in your hands. We now the future, so we take your hands. Damn. And then Crusader says, today I learned that Arnold's housekeeper is named Freedom. Timothy Reaver says, Anna, we know your feelings about eating dirt. What are your feelings about eating cat poop?
Oh, just
What?
What the hell?
It's about the Chris Chan stuff. It's not.
Why would
it's not
someone
about
even
you.
ask that?
Because the Chris Chan girl ate cat poop.
I know, but it's just so gross.
I know it is, but look.
Why do
I
people ask questions they ask?
look, it's the internet. That's the answer to this. I have no idea. Okay, so next, Kool-Aid Man says, oh yeah, Nick, I used to blow the back out on Kamala Harris. I met her sneaking MILFs over the border in my picture before she had a beautiful, silky, smooth voice. But the big glass cock stretched out her throat and destroyed them vocal cords. No mercy. Well, that was horrible. Thanks for that, I guess. I don't know. What am I supposed to do with chats like that, guys? I literally have no idea. That's fucking weird. Where is... is this it? What the fuck? So YouTube broke. You were commenting about this earlier, Anna. YouTube broke the fucking
Super chats. It's
Yes,
because they added that new member chat. So if you're like a member, you get to send a special highlighted chat. And so because of that, it broke the super chat window.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying. But do you know you can there's a website, ittt.com, if this then that. You can go there and you can set it up really easily to create a spreadsheet in your Google Drive automatically of every super chat that comes in.
That's convenient.
Yeah, so that's a good way to catch them. And it has the time, the name, it has it's not as easy to read as the fucking main super chat monitoring thing, but it's how you get the early ones at least. So just so you know about that. Speaking of which, we're going to start reading those. Knowledge. The Knowledge says, Nick, how could you do this to me? I have a very important paper due, but have fun, y'all. Sorry, I got to catch this on the replay. Funny Valentine 2024 says, I've asked Nick and Razorfist this in the past, but y'all's top 5 most punchable faces in fiction and IRL. Also in Kermit voice, I'm gonna come. Okay, so who's your top 5 most punchable faces?
Oof.
That's a hard.
Nick, the guy who played Kevin in
that
American Pie.
motherfucker!
Yeah.
God, that guy sucks. I would punch the shit out of that fucking guy.
I hate that guy's face.
Hillary Swank.
Oh yeah, Hillary Swank.
Yeah, she looks a little weird.
Drex, don't you dare simp on that one.
I
You
mean,
know
I
her-
would say she's punchable.
her face is punchable, and you
Hold on,
know
hold
it.
on.
I think she's weird. Yeah.
Hold on, let me look at a picture. I gotta remember. All I remember is $1 Million Baby. I don't remember anything else.
Okay, I got one. Patton Oswalt.
Yeah, yeah. Very punchable. Very punchable.
All right, just some guy, Mr. Obvious. If each of you do one, we've got 5.
I don't know. I don't remember people's names.
Just name
Well, can you describe a punchable person? We can figure out the name. We have the power of autism on our side.
I'll go last. I need time to think.
Just some guy who you got.
What's his face? Jordan White, the editor for the X-Men, who's got that stupid little goofy curl on top of his head.
Okay, I'm gonna
Like
pull
the
him
little
up
baby
for the
curl.
screen to see. Jordan White. Images. Okay, let me show you what I got for the images for Jordan fucking White. This is what shows up on Google. It's just fucking shoes. Is this
You
him?
might need to type in comics. No,
Is
it's
this
not
him
him.
right here?
He looks like a normal person. No, you might need to type in comics and see. There you
Oh,
go.
Wait, is this the ukulele guy?
Yeah, that's him.
Oh, I love those fucking ukulele songs he does. They're so weird. Flash used to play those in the intro.
He did, but didn't the guy like cry and like start flagging people?
I hope so. God damn it. Oh God, I could watch his fucking ukulele videos all day. They're cathartic to me to know that somebody's life is that bad. All right, Mr. Obvious, when you come up with an answer, let me know.
I got one. I'm just gonna go with Brian Stelter.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh God.
That guy's
anyone who defends cuties is you're.
What did he say about cuties?
He defended it. I gotta remember the actual comments. I'm sure somebody in the comments section remembers that.
Dude, that guy's face is punchable in 360. Like you could hit him from any angle and it would be justified.
But you know it would just be like cushiony soft. It just you punch him in your hand, it would just sink in.
Oh God, what a disaster that guy is. Yeah, Mitch McConnell's turtle face. I don't believe in punching. I've had a long career in the Senate, and I'm not sure punching is the effective answer for anything. We need to be bipartisan on this.
Weird ass draw you got.
Dude, you'd have to punch him in the back of the head to get his chin to come forward. Fan Advocacy Network says, Nick, be honest, how many times did you cry during Evangelion? 0. I only would have cried if Shinji won full out, but he really didn't. Kofe 2A wannabe Hunan Muhammad says, odds on Nick being late like Rackets versus Flash late. Well, I guess true. We were like 9 minutes late to get started. Gundam Touch Me says, your late time to get touched Flash Gundam roll out. NGE Fan 76 says, it isn't a Flash cast without Rackets being late. Mexican Flash says, if Flash was here, the stream would be culture, commentary, controversy, and crying. Vacu Simago says, the host of an NPR game show just said, well, facts don't care about your feelings to one of the women's soccer team. Holy shit. They're going to get fired.
Cancel very soon.
Random Globetrotter says, Nick, did you see the Taliban helicopter on Twitter? I did. I was expecting it to crash, but it didn't.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Mexican
they stole they're stealing all the stuff from the American military.
Yeah. Again, that's
we left it there. Is the reason
Yeah.
why?
Yeah, we just left it. This is
It's
so
the thing
fucking
that
stupid.
that fucking blows my mind. Again, I made the tweet about it, and I got a bunch of weird Biden apologists in chat being like, well, that was the plan. It's like, why is that the plan, though? Like,
To
look,
leave behind military equipment that they would otherwise never have.
I get that we spent 20 years there, and I wish we didn't. But we did, though. And so once you spend 20 years in a place, you've made an investment, and that should fucking pay dividends. And now we're just giving it up to these fucking weirdos running around looting a bunker. Did you see the pictures of the bunker they looted? It looked like an average Texan's basement.
Yeah. With a dude dancing in it badly.
Just a bunch of like 5,000 guns. It was crazy. Mexican Flash says, in Mr. Y voice, The best thing about having Nikki host is that the panel can hear his multiple voices. God damn it. Almond John 1 says, does this mean Flash gets a cut of the super chat money? No, not a chance. Look, when he's there, when I see him next, I'll buy him a drink. I'll give him a $5 cut. That umbrella guy says, play Nick's intro. I missed it. Well, he's gone, but I can do that real quick.
You're my lawyer?
Says here you robbed a hospital. Why'd you do that?
Yeah, I'm not guilty.
That's not what the other lawyer said.
God damn it.
That's just so bad, man.
Digitalis says, imitation grifter, you stole his whole stream. What you're doing is vamping, not grifting. -2 out of 10 would not grift again. Yeah, but you're here. You got grifted. Swinging Cod says, Cecil seems like he is to the point of drunkenness, where he'll stream a 14-hour avant-garde stream of music, random moaning, and a survival blanket. He may not show up. No, he's not. He didn't show up. He didn't show up, and I'm very upset about that. James Spoon says, the dude's name is literally Black Christmas. Oh, that's Black Kwanzaa.
Yeah, fake holiday. Which he doesn't like that. It was just, I love it. He was mad. He came into one of my comments one time, and it's like, you calling people fake holiday? And he got roasted before I even got there.
Wait, he came into your comment section?
Yeah, so I posted, I think this was about when I was talking about white the first time, and he like jumped in and left a comment, and he's like calling people fake holiday and all. So I went in and made fun of him. But when I actually scrolled through the comments, like 12 other people had already gotten to him. Then within like 6 hours, he removed the comment because it was like 80 people just blasting him. It's fucking hilarious.
Can you imagine? Like that's my favorite thing about right now is that random YouTubers have more actual engaged influence than these fucking quote unquote A-listers. Like Black Kwanzaa is in Marvel, and he's not like an intern, right? He's in Marvel.
He got to work at DC Comics doing the Zuda thing. I don't know if you know about that. It was this web comic contest they had where it wasn't really a contest. They were basically fixing it, but they pretended like it was a contest. So he got to be in charge of that. And at Marvel, they put him in charge of like another kind of digital thing. They never let him actually get in charge of a book because that was what he wanted. He wanted to write the X-Men. So he ended up over at Milestone for a while. He actually worked with Dwayne McDuffie, which is staggering, right? And then he ended off trying to do his own thing. So he's never actually gotten in the door. Vita Ayala has his job. That's basically his problem. Like the job that he wants is what Vita Ayala is doing. So everything that he does is built around that. He wants to be writing the X-Men, but he's such a shit writer. He's so bad at it that he can't separate his politics from storytelling, and he doesn't understand basic pacing for stories. So everything he writes is hot trash. He just gets talented artists to draw the books. Sometimes, because some of the other stuff is like, whoa, my God.
The crazy thing to me is I get that he's never been on a major book or whatever, but like this isn't an intern, right? Like this is someone Marvel picked for whatever reason. I mean, sure, a bunch of woke reasons or whatever. They pick him, they put him on projects. He doesn't work out, they move him on. But like this is a guy who's made it through the industry. He's worked at DC. He's worked at Marvel. He's now getting hired by fucking Mark Waid. And yet you're just a guy, right? Like your name is literally just some guy.
Yes.
And you have probably 20, 30, 100 times the influence that he has. And it blows my mind.
That's why I'm so triggered by it, is because I did that video reviewing his books, the Black series, and it got more views than anyone actually bought his comics. And he was so mad that he kept like false flagging my videos, and he would just not stop doing it. And they kept getting let through because it was like, there's nothing wrong.
And this is the weird secret that you guys might not know. YouTubers don't always talk about this, but we cover incidents and legal issues and drama issues that involve major like A-list celebrities. and those celebrities will reach out to us. It's crazy because you're just some guy, you do a video, it really like it, I don't know, it gets a couple thousand views and you're like, oh, that's fucking cool. And these people are in such dire straits that they will reach out and say, hey, thanks for covering my thing, and not being an asshole about it. And it's like the amount of power that independent creators wield right now on YouTube is, and we're just like, we're not Keemstar, right? We don't have 5 million subscribers or 7 million subscribers, right? We're not H3H3. And the amount of pull that we have, like that we get these people showing up and saying either, hey, thanks for covering my thing, or hey, fuck you for covering my thing. It's stupid. It shatters the illusion to me. I have no illusions about Hollywood actors anymore. I'm done with them. They have no power at all.
I'm just surprised that none of these people bother to do this stuff themselves. Like they can't make it work.
No,
that's what Brie Larson, her channel is just like.
I was just about to say Brie Larson. I was literally just about to say that. Like,
no, she couldn't do it. She couldn't.
No.
She could not manage it, and she had all the help in the world, and she still could not manage it.
She had a team managing it for her, and she still couldn't do it.
Look, Brie Larson has yoga pants and sports bras. How she fails is literally beyond me. Because if I had fucking tits and yoga pants, I mean, I guarantee I could be a 1 million subscriber channel in a month. Like this fucking bitch can't make anything stick. None of these Hollywood types can, because the reality is
Jack Black. I think Jack Black did it, and he's got a good channel.
Okay,
But he's got charisma. That's the
Jack
thing,
Black,
like, he's
though, right?
likable. But,
I
you know,
don't
exception.
Yeah, Jack Black is he's not like no matter what Jack Black is. I think he's an A-lister, but he's not an A-lister, right? He's on the weird fringe of Hollywood. He's a sideshow, and the reason he's a sideshow is because he's interesting. But actual Hollywood, they can't do it. Someone else is writing their lines. Who
It's
was
all
it?
fake.
There was that chick who got a show on Comedy Central.
Oh,
and
Lily Singh.
Yeah.
It was like a 1-season show.
It was so bad.
And
no,
and they're
actually,
like,
two.
but they're like,
it, and then they're like, yeah, we're
like
good.
a mansion, and it's like vlogging.
yeah, they're
It's
like
got
so.
a bunch of good videos on it.
They were so surprised that her fucking show failed. And it's like, this bitch literally has people writing her jokes for her. She's not interesting. None of these people are actually interesting. They all they can do is read well. They read well into a character, and that's a certain skill, and it's a great skill for Hollywood, but it sucks for independent creation.
Yeah.
You have to actually be somewhat engaging. You have to be charismatic. People have to like you. No one likes Brie Larson. She's a cold bitch.
She's not attractive either. She's got no ass. That's the most
Oh,
offensive part.
Mr. Obvious, did you see that she had a butt double in Captain Marvel? Did you see that picture?
Yeah,
she had a fucking butt double.
Oh yeah,
What?
Nick, I want to bring that
See
picture up. Yeah, bring that pic up.
Here, I'm bringing
Alright,
it.
I'll get
Brie
it. I'll get it.
Larson.
Well, no,
is the
she's
part.
like, oh yeah, I do all my own stunts too, and then her stunt double is just like, fuck you, bitch.
Yep, her stunt double who actually had some butt. She's literally butt like dude. She's an assless chick. Man.
Oh yeah, didn't Spider-Man have like a better butt than her?
Yes.
Yep. So was a dead cockroach. Like, dude, she's awful.
I don't have a picture of her actual butt.
Wait,
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we
Anna
go.
has something. Oh god, this is gonna be great.
I got
Here
it.
we
I
go.
got it.
You got it?
Yeah, I'll
Oh.
post it in the private chat if you don't have it.
Oh, okay. You could just pull it up on stream if you want to. Otherwise, I'll grab it from private chat.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of painting, so I'll just send this and get back.
Are
don't
you
have
are you
this.
painting, or are you Microsoft painting like I do?
I'm painting, like mixing oil paints right now.
What the fuck are you painting?
I mean, this is a long story. It's a collection of like Disney paintings that I've been working on for a few years. So I'm mixing paint for this new one that I'm gonna start doing.
That's cool.
Are you familiar with the Disney like artists?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know there's one of their big guys is I think his name starts with an R. I don't want to say Ronaldo or something.
Ronaldo, like Cristiano Ronaldo.
It's not Cristiano Ronaldo. There's a really famous Disney artist who does oil paints. You know his fucking.
If I saw it, I would know. But no, so I really like Mary Blair and like all the movies that she worked on. And so I got this idea because here's the thing. One of the things with art is you also want to be able to sell it. And so I know people that are Disney fans, they will buy anything. And so I knew this going into this, but I was like, if I'm going to be doing this, I want to do something I like. And so I really like Toy Story. And again, I like Mary Blair movies, and I'm a girl, so I love stuffed animals. So the idea that I got was I wanted to do a collection of painting, like still life paintings with plush. And the concept is like you just walked in and like all of the toys froze, so it's in the middle of a scene. So here, if you want to share my screen, I'll show you.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of the guy.
So this is an older painting I did, but I had to stop because I was moving. And so this is like the characters that were still in Neverland after Wendy and the Lost Boys left, and they're reading the book. And then this is the new one that I'm going to be working on. So
nice. That looks fucking.
Thanks.
That's a good sketch.
Thanks. And so the thing with this though is it takes like a long time to collect all of these plush, and so majority of these all came in from Japan, but I finally have enough to do this. So I'm going to be live streaming as I paint all of this. So once this stream's over, I'm going to have all my paint ready and mixed, and I'll start painting the background on this. But so
this stream's not ending until you go to bed anyway. So sorry.
Well, I'm not going to go to bed till 2 p.m. tomorrow my time. So
Look, if I have to keep it up for another 12 hours to ruin your live stream, I will. Don't you even fucking try. No, I'm just kidding, of course. No, that looks great. I'm anxious to see the thing. There's a Disney artist. I can't think of what it is. My parents met him, and so we were at Epcot when he was there.
I think you told me this. Your mother wouldn't stop talking to him.
Yes, it would ruin my entire Epcot thing. But the cool part about it is my kid got to paint on the painting, and then he let my kid paint a little bit, and so then they bought the painting. My parents did because they're weird. But yeah. So anyway, that was a side story. No, I
saw the painting your wife got you. That was nice.
Yeah, that's fun. But no, I'm anxious to see how you paint that out, because the sketch is great, and you have a decent eye at mixing colors and shit. Like coming from someone who has no eye for doing any of that, you're really good at it. So
well, thank you. Spending years upon years upon years studying and practicing color theory can do that sometimes.
No, you should stop. You should just.
Oh, also, I read this before, but women actually have more color cones in their eyes than men, so they're better at discerning like slight differences in color, and men can't. Like, we can't tell the difference.
Well, so I have something wrong with my eyes, and I don't know. I feel like I see things a little bit more muted, and so my paintings come out like more vivid than I actually think they are. So I have to like mess with it in photo. So I paint to a certain point. I take a photo. I look in Photoshop, and I have to adjust it to what like normal people see. And so I think that might have to do with like the intensity of certain hues, but I don't want to bore everyone with this, but yeah, she has a butt double. There you go.
There it is. I found the butt double picture. Drex, can I get a ruling? Is that the same ass?
That's just sad.
Oh, I also sent the one like of her stunt double who also does have an ass that was used.
Oh, you
in the
sent
movie.
it?
And yeah, it's in the chat.
God damn it. I don't actually see it in the chat.
Do you think she stuffs her ass?
Last thing I have is from Flash.
It's
Or wait, is it in Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay, it's in Twitter. Okay. Here we go. Let's see.
So if you go back and look at the other one where her ass is completely flat in the costume, now you know whose ass it was.
Yeah. It's this girl's ass over here.
Mm-hmm.
Right here. That's the ass. Because where the fuck was that? This is what her ass actually looks like, right here. And then here's the girl's ass in the fucking show.
Yeah, that's the picture that I saw.
Yeah.
That is, dude. That's just. I mean, how do you like literally get assless?
Well, you know that they make like underwear that has padding, and they sell them on those infomercials on TV.
I
made
did.
me really mad.
You said you know that. I actually did not know that, but I'm gonna buy some for me because I don't
they
have an
would
ass.
always, you're watching like your shows, and it's those stupid infomercials like, oh, buy this for $19.99. It's on sale, and it's like, okay, like the Snuggie and stuff, but it was also the padded underwear.
I like the cooking utensils. Like
Yeah,
peel
those
an
ones
egg,
are always
super
fun.
easy. Or
Yeah,
peel a
and now you can also have an ass. Just
Wait, did you guys ever see that? I think it was the Cleveland show where Cleveland got like the male Spanx. You know, this women have Spanx, and he
Mhm.
put it on. He has like 6-pack abs and everything. He takes off, just like it's like
Oh yeah, did you know they made
Who was it?
they do implants on 6-packs?
oh, I just found that out last month.
Dude,
Yeah.
I want.
That's-
I need those.
Stop.
I
You better
want to do.
stop.
No, I
Dude,
want
work
that.
out.
Look, if I could
Work
pay
out.
to never do crunches,
No,
I'm
you
gonna
need
do
to work
it.
out.
It looks really
Oh,
weird
no,
though
I-
when you gain weight and you have those implants there.
Yeah, it's
You look
gross.
like you have tumors. But no, there's Ian McKellen was talking about how when he was playing Magneto, they had like a suit that he wore underneath all of his clothes to make him seem more filled out. And he's like, yeah, I just wear that now whenever I go out places. He's like, yeah, they asked me to go speak. I got my Magneto undersuit on.
They did that for a dude who played Khan for Wrath of Khan.
Oh yeah.
They gave him the fake
Pokemon
chest.
Con.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, really?
This is
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is why
that's not his real chest. Are you kidding me? But that fit the character because he's like a super like what is it?
He's
modified
like a
human.
super soldier, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a superhuman.
I need to go look
Thi-
up a picture of this dude. I'm like,
this is why I'm in support of those
graphic
nudist restaurants, right? Where you show up to the restaurant completely naked, because that gets rid of any dishonesty right there, right ahead of time. So you can, if you look at the girl you're going to meet and you can't eat, well then it's not meant to be.
Did you see that weird furry show they had where they had people dating but they dress up in like furry makeup?
Yes, that was fucking
Oh.
strange.
Oh my god, that was so bizarre.
I kind of want to watch it and
Yeah,
just
me too.
because okay, when I saw
I
Kingdom
want to
of the
go there with a
Tiger King, I was
flamethrower.
like,
Is
there's
what
no
I
way
want
I'm
to do.
watching this. And then I watched it. I feel like it's actually gonna be entertaining.
It's a question of, do you want to work out or do you just want to burn calories cringing? Because that's all that's going to happen. It's going to be the worst thing you have ever seen.
It is
I don't know.
degenerate
I
as
watched Last
fuck.
Jedi.
Yeah. You watch God damn it. Okay, Platonic Guardian says, quick, send the link to EVS to tick off Flash. Well, Flash is gone. I don't think he can be mad now. Ascended President Not So Handsome Jack says, school shooter. I didn't do it, Your Honor. The gun and video games did it. Liberal judge. Ban video games and guns. How to piss off two communities at once. Stop describing Wayne LaPierre of the NRA, the most fake fucking organization on the planet. I hate them. I hate Wayne LaPierre. He can eat all of the cat shit in the world. Russell Hall, Destroyer of Cats, says, I watched Predator this yesterday. That part where Arnold had to crawl through the mud all by his lonesome really got me in the feels. Had a good cry and went to change my tampon. I forgot how many fucking explosions were in the first hour of that movie.
yeah, Nick, there was a lot more than we remember, right? Like we're sitting there with Lady Rack, it's like, damn, you remember this much? Like just everything exploded.
It was
Like Contra.
carnage, man. It was like $1 million of destruction right in that one scene where they raid the fucking camp. It was beautiful.
What movie is this?
Predator.
The only one
Oh
that
yeah,
counts.
sorry.
Yeah. Okay,
Listen,
I'm glad you said that. Nick
don't knock
Part Two.
Predator 2. Predator 2 is great.
Dude.
It's okay.
I
at
love
best. It's okay at
At
best.
least 15
Look,
years. It's been a long
Predator
time.
2. Predator 2 has full frontal nudity. Predator 1 has zero nudity. Predator 2 gets some points. I'm just saying.
But was the person hot who showed the full frontal nudity?
Yeah, she was gorgeous. It also has Gary Busey in it, which is hard to beat, and fucking Daniel Baldwin is in it.
Is he?
Or yeah, he's young as fuck. Not the one that's not the actual Baldwin brother, you know, the other one. You know what I'm talking about?
I haven't seen that movie in a while, so
Yeah, I didn't realize it at all, and I'm sitting there watching it, and people are like, "Holy shit, Daniel Baldwin's in this!" I'm like, "Oh my god, yeah, it is him. He's so fucking young." Adam Baldwin. Sorry, Adam, not Daniel. Adam Baldwin.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Yeah, but he is.
He is.
He's like 19 in the movie, and you got Bill Paxton, Gary Busey. You got fucking obviously what's his face?
Danny Glover.
Yeah, Danny Glover. Guys, it's a good flick. I love it. Snuggle Struggle says it's Mr. Fantastic, just race, gender, sexuality swapped into token power. Sad. Miss Marvel is not like the others where they just changed the hero instead. Okay. Sam Pack says, I love refrigerators. Trooper FN525 says, when the substitute teacher was cooler than the actual one, Rackets is legend. Icy Flash is still recovering from touched by an anime. Roman Ray says the irony is that Disney inspired anime. I don't know about that. Did it really?
Yeah, Western animation inspired anime. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a really interesting thing because I got to see Tomino in person. He came to Columbia College, and this was shortly after they did a redux or a redo, kind of like a re-edit of Gundam Zeta or Zeta Gundam.
Okay.
And he came to the school and he was talking. So he was insulting us the entire time. And I know enough Japanese to know when I'm being insulted.
Good.
So he was like talking shit about America the entire time. So the translator is trying to pretty it up, but I know what I'm being insulted. So it was hilarious though that he was talking about how after the war, they saw these American films coming out and they're like, well, we're going to take your animation and we're going to beat you at your own shit. And so that was basically what they did was they took the Disney stuff and they're like, we're going to take it and then do our own thing with it.
That makes it like 10 times worse, right? That wow.
No, good for them.
No, I'm saying from the American perspective.
Well, hey, look, they're winning. He was right.
I love anime. Yeah.
I like Spite.
I love Japanese animation.
I like when people do stuff like that. They're like, "Fuck you, I'm gonna do it better." That's it.
Yeah.
You should make a movie about that.
And they did it way better. Look, I grew up on Transformers in the late 80s. Like I grew up on it. Anime, even the shitty fucking cheap animation frame skipping, like 4 frames per second anime, recycled shit, it still looks better than Transformers and any other animation of the late 80s did. It was when I saw Clash of the Bionoids, the Robotech movie, I was blown away. I was like, this is the greatest fucking drawings I've ever seen in my life.
Games too. Like when I was little, I played Zone of Enders and Metal Gear Solid and Devil May Cry, and I love those games. The Zone of Enders particularly was very, very like it's a lot of deep themes for a child, like our AI, like humans and AI, our AI life forms, and it's a crazy game.
Yeah, they really do a good job. I know with the Transformers, that was technically made in Japan, but it was made for an American audience. But the newer stuff, they started like when we do it, it's kind of weird. Some of the animation that we would do, we get really good, and then when we was kind of cheap out, we would cheap out in a different way. Like in Japan, they will like skimp for most of the series, and they will say, these are our big scenes. We're going to throw all our money here, and then we'll skimp everywhere else. Whereas in a lot of American productions, they'll just try to even it out over the episodes.
Yeah,
and so
then it
instead
all
of getting
sucks.
like one really good scene, you get like crappy animation all the way through. So
Yeah, which is crazy because like the Majin Vegeta versus Goku fight in Dragon Ball Z is so fucking good.
yeah,
Like that fight is crazy town good. And like you don't care about the little it sells bitch up fights leading up to the fucking final thing. You only care about the big fights. The other ones are ancillary. But the ones that they do, like they really put the effort into, you're like, holy shit, this is awesome.
yeah, I love that, and we don't really do that anymore. We used to, but we stopped doing it.
Yeah.
And also we
Xenobit-
ruin everything. Like the shitty writing we have now with all this, like they got to make it woke. Like they really
It was bad even before that. It was because that's what I went to school to do. That's what I wanted to do. And by the time I graduated,
Yeah.
Disney had stopped doing 2D animation. They had sold all their gear, which is just the most ridiculous thing. Why would you sell all this stuff? It's historic. They sold it off.
Exactly what happened to me, just some guy. I went to college too for like animation, and 2D department shut down. I was like, ah!
I managed to get all the way through it. And when I started, they were like, well, you could do your reel, you'll create this stuff, and they'll just teach you the 3D stuff if they need you to do it. And by the time I graduated in 4 years, it's like, no, if you don't come out knowing Maya, you get no job. Like, well, that
I
fucking
hate Maya.
sucks.
But did you ever look into Glenn Keane's studio? Because when they shut down the 2D department, he's like, fuck this, I'm going to go make my own studio.
Yeah, I have. Glenn Keane is my favorite animator.
Be right
I couldn't get to LA. It was basically my problem. It's just I had no means of getting over there to being able to get jobs, and there's so few actual animation jobs in the States right now that it's just sad. Even like 3D stuff gets farmed out. It's the most ridiculous thing that we invented animation, and we don't do it anymore. We farm everything out. Even with the storyboards, you can create storyboards, you send it overseas, and then they come back and they just did completely new storyboards. They just ignored everything you did. It's heartbreaking sometimes to just hear what's going on.
Yeah, I still have a little bit of hope that maybe someday we'll have animation that's just as good as anime. But I don't know.
Keep open and dreaming, man.
It's a dream.
Well, I mean, we have it. We have it. We just don't do it anymore. You have all these people who did the Disney stuff in the 90s. They're not dead. They're still alive.
Well, I mean, like the writing too, because we got
that's what I was thinking of.
writing.
The only good the only good American-made animation like show that I remember being really good was the '90s X-Men cartoon and Batman, the animated series.
There was a recent good one by Netflix based on that game, the Dota anime. I like that one.
Oh yeah, Robert Burnett worked on that.
Yeah, that was good.
So check that out.
Yeah, I haven't checked it out yet. It's on my list.
And
I've
the
been
story,
getting through
the
different
story's
shit.
good too.
Yeah, because my thing when I talk about animation, I'm usually referring to like the writing, the overall product, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
like
me
let's
too.
face it, the new He-Man has good-looking animation. But look at what you got, right?
Yeah,
you just like looking at He-Man get penetrated from behind.
Kevin Smith is lame, dude. That's a pure soy boy, man.
And Kevin Smith can get fucked.
Dude, that guy can get pegged every night.
Yeah. Well, he does get pegged every night. And by the way, I'm sorry I keep having to leave, but I have to keep up with Flash's tradition of leaving fucking constantly during the super chats. I can't do that. Okay, Xenobit says, have you seen Xenobit's video, Ricada fat-splaining the web? No. Are you telling me to look this up? Xenobit Ricada. What is this? Oh, there it is. Okay, hold on. I don't know what this is going to be, but I'm going to check it out. It's 37 seconds long. And I have a feeling it's going to be brilliant because it's me. Stop it. Stop being big. Stop. You owe it to yourself to not be fucking fat. Look, everybody likes Taco John's, Taco Bell, Arby's, Hardee's, McDonald's, Burger King. Stop, though.
Sorry.
Wait, no, that wasn't real.
That's real?
Look, if you contribute to me and
Oh
you
my God,
die
okay.
because you're fat,
I
I lose money. Think of me. Think of me, you bigot.
Wait. Was that guy trolling? Are you serious? You can't be serious.
No, so that's from when Monday Matt got his 100,000 subscriber plaque.
Like, who is this dude?
That's
so you guys.
Drex, you one day, okay, the next time you're out, I'm gonna sing you the song of Mundane Matt.
I've heard the
We're
name
gonna-
before.
You have not. You have not even heard the name. You don't know how he's out with his like black girlfriend's baby, picking up boulders. One night. This dude is fucking off the charts hilarious. We're
Yeah,
gonna
I've
put
heard
it
that
together.
Who's
Oh
that?
my
Who's
God.
that other? Who's the big fat black dude who got caught doing all the?
EDP.
Edie, what happened to that clown?
He's gone. Like
Oh, wait, what?
Not YouTube canceled him. Not only did YouTube cancel him, though, they canceled the dudes that fucking caught him. Because it turns out, by the way, the dudes that caught EDP, they were keeping fucking pedo shit on their phones so they could use it to send to people as bait.
What? Wait.
Wow.
What happened to this guy? Who is he?
You know the feds do the same thing.
Yeah, the feds
Correct.
do. Look, and I hate that the feds do it, but at least they have the force of law behind them to protect them. I think the feds are fucking pedophilic. I hate the fact that they
Yeah.
keep a literal catalog. There's a guy, I talk about this all the time. There's a guy who watches the child porn to put a description on it so they can try and trade it or sell it to people online to trap them. But there's literally a guy who watches every
Yeah.
piece of child porn that the
Who
feds.
do you think goes for that job? You gotta
It's,
wonder.
Right?
Oh yeah, and if they're not a fucking pedo before, they're a fucking pedo after. Because we talked about brainwashing earlier. Like these people who sit there and watch fucking naked kids all day, they can get the fucking rope. Make an AI do it. Don't put a person there. Don't do that to a person. I think that's one of the most abusive fucking jobs on the planet. I
It
hate that shit.
desensitizes you to the stuff.
Yeah.
It completely breaks your mind of that. And there have been instances, I know of at least one case where there was a guy, it was his job to do this for like a police department. And he seemed to be, good at catching these people. And then they had this kid who they had rescued, and he had actually been, they had found him because of this dude knowing, all these different images. And he ends up molesting a kid.
Oh,
Yeah. Dude,
And he had no record of having done anything before. So it almost looks like because he was just desensitized to all this shit.
Did
Did you
it
guys hear about
breaks
that?
people.
Did you hear about that Verge story of like Facebook moderators? And the story was really interesting because it talked how these people like they see all this horrific material, including that, and a lot of them started becoming edgy. They started making dirty jokes, getting weird fetishes. They just got corrupted.
Yeah, there's no way that you can be exposed to this type of stuff on a consistent basis and it not affect you. You see this with people in war. They're constantly exposed to violence and stuff like that. And eventually, not everyone, but some of them are like, well, doesn't matter to them anymore. It has no effect.
It's a
And-
numbers game.
Yeah, and if you have a lot of people doing this stuff, then that's what you're having. But with this, the stuff that the feds are doing here is like you're doing the very thing you're saying you don't want other people to do. So if this stuff is as harmful to be shared around, you sharing it to entrap people would still be doing harm to the victim. So why are you doing it that way? Why don't you just get the people to send you stuff that they've got? Why are you using this material?
They do the
in
same
this
thing
way?
with terrorism. they'll plan terrorist attacks and they'll encourage people to do horrible things. And it's like, you're the one causing it.
Yeah.
I
be shut down.
by that.
They need to be shut down.
That's the crazy fucking shit with Whitmer in Detroit, in Michigan, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, okay, in Whitmer's, oh, well, these 3 guys are involved in the plot to kidnap Whitmer. It's like, but there were 15 fucking guys. It's just that the 12 of them were feds. That's entrapment. Like, these 3 dudes weren't gonna go after Whitmer on their own. They were empowered by fucking glowies to do this shit. And it's like, okay, when does it become entrapment though? Because there's no way they pull this off without the fucking 12 feds in their Facebook group chat.
I'm wondering what the law is in Florida, or not Florida, Wisconsin, because she's in Wisconsin, right? With Whitmer?
No, Michigan.
Michigan. Okay. I'm wondering what that is, because I do know that each state has different laws on how entrapment works, and certain states have it where it is illegal for anyone in the law to suggest that you do anything. They can't walk you into it or anything like that. You basically have to propose it to them. And then other states have it where you're allowed to kind of nudge. You can't flat out tell them, go do this thing, but you can talk about it in a very suggestive way. And if you act, then they're not liable. So I wonder what the law is in Michigan for that. Because that might be the reason why the feds can do that and then not have any, recourse.
Yeah. I don't know how it is in Michigan, but what you're talking about is the ultimate question on most entrapment cases is, would the person have done it, but for would the person not have done it, but for the intervention of the government agent?
Right.
If the government agent creates the opportunity and induces a person to do it, that's entrapment. But if they just enable them to do the thing they were already planning to do, and this my parents were actually involved in a weird pseudo entrapment scheme where they were staying at a hotel and they found out later that a terrorist wanted to blow up this hotel, and he had been working with feds to buy fake explosives, and he actually planted the fake explosives at the hotel.
Jesus Christ.
See,
Yeah,
that
so
I understand.
Right. So that's a guy who wants to blow up a hotel. He contacts someone, person happens to be a fed, and they play along with the scheme. But the question in Michigan and elsewhere is always, wait, did the person want to do this, or did you guys create the atmosphere that allowed them to do this? That's when it traverses into entrapment.
But certain states allow that to happen, though. That's the weird part, is that some states allow you to basically induce them to do the act. And if they commit the act, you're not liable for it.
Yeah,
It's really weird.
And I have no idea on what the official law on entrapment is in Michigan, and I don't know enough of the facts about the specific case. All I know is that it smells fucking gross. Like, they may be within the law, but if you've got 9 or 12 feds and three speds, like you got 12 feds and 3 speds,
There's
I'm
more
like,
feds.
Okay, this is fucking ridiculous. And when you see the chat logs on the Michigan guys, they're like talking about all these other agents that are involved in this thing. It's like, holy shit. You've created the network that these people needed. Even if they were crazy, they weren't going to do it before this. They couldn't pull it off. But
It's absolutely disgusting, man, because they'll be like, no, I don't want to, I'm sad and I'm whatever, but I'm angry, but I don't want to go out and do something bad. And then the Fed will be like, well, you should totally do it, man.
Yeah.
These people are disgusting, man.
Like, no, you can pull it off. All we have to do, look, I got a couple guys, they've got some training, they're former special forces. We can
see that should just flat out be illegal. I mean, that is so blatantly obvious. If the person is trying to talk themselves out of it and you keep egging them on, I don't care what state it is, that should be out of the question. Obviously, this person is not trying to do it. You're egging them on. Oh my God.
I agree. And again, I don't know the extent of Michigan. I got to look into it, but it's so fucking hard to find out the actual facts on this shit because the media doesn't, the media just wants to shield Whitmer. And so
Yeah.
then you like never know. And then the alt media, they're the opposite. Like it's not a one-way street on this.
Yeah.
This is a polarizing issue. So you've got the media and the alt media at odds. And it's like, how do you discern the actual fucking facts of this thing?
You know,
I have
think that's
no
what
idea what you're
happened.
talking about. Is this some kind of case where a guy got trapped or something?
Okay, so like 3 guys got arrested in Michigan for an attempt to kidnap the governor. The idea was that they were going to kidnap the governor of Michigan, Governor Whitmer, because she had like the strictest lockdown shit in the country. She followed Newsom, she followed Cuomo, and then went even further. And so these guys got the idea that they would kidnap Whitmer and make it stop. But the problem is there's 3 of them, and there's like, I think there's legitimately like 9 federal agents who assisted them with their plan to kidnap Governor Whitmer. And
They're the ones who came up with the plan.
yeah, it's fucking wild. So it's like these guys are like, yeah, we should do something about this. And then feds are like, oh, here's what we can do. And then they arrest these guys. And it makes, because the most important thing, bless you.
Bless you.
That was a cute sneeze.
The most important thing they needed was to create the news story about crazy right wingers wanting to kidnap the left wing governor of Michigan. Like that was the goal. Actually, I think they don't even care if they don't convict these guys because the news story was enough.
Yeah, I think that's what happened with January 6th too, because if you look at the actual footage, you see cops like removing barriers and saying, come on in, go, go, go. It's like, I think they all wanted it to go down like it did.
Yeah, and I think what happened is they, they're like, oh, this is fine. We let these guys in. It's not going to be a big deal. And then suddenly they get orders that it is a big deal, maybe. And then they start resisting when people get in the building, and then people start getting fucking hurt.
And
right?
then let me ask you this. Trump actually tried to order extra security ahead of time because he had intel that there might be trouble.
Oh,
And-
let's not even
Yeah.
get into the fact that like Pelosi and Chuck Schumer turned
said
down
no.
the people with the literal keys to the Capitol Police said no, we don't want that. And National Guard was activated, and they told the Guard to stand down. Which is why the Guard was able to actually mobilize within about 3 hours. Because anybody who knows anything about the Guard, you're not mobilizing a Guard unit in 3 hours without prep. Yeah, it's going to take you 48 hours to get people to base before you can mobilize that shit if you don't have prep. But they had prep. They were on standby because Trump actually fucking orders it. And then, but the Capitol Police said, no, we don't want the Guard there. And they, even though they knew all this shit was coming, and they've shown over and over that they knew it. No, the January 6th fucking, this is all a fucking smear job for the media.
Glowing.
And the crazy shit is, the worst shit about this is, like 3 or 4 officers, Capitol officers, have killed themselves because of this. And people are blaming the protesters. It's like, no, blame their commanding officers, blame the Congress people who had the authority to make this not happen. All of them wanted this. They wanted that Capitol 6 riot because it benefited them. It shut
wasn't
down
even
the
that
whole.
bad. The only person who died on that day was an American veteran named Ashley Babbitt, and she was shot in cold blood, unarmed.
Yeah,
that
and
should be the story.
The only people that benefited from all this, from everything, from the protest narrative, were the Democrats who did not want the Trump vote challenge narrative, because that shit got shut down immediately the moment the protesters stormed the Capitol. It was one of the worst like miscalculations of quote unquote the right to actually give in and storm the Capitol, because it shut down the election challenges immediately.
I think it would have been a different story had they refused to leave, which in a protest is what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if they had
sit-in.
which might be true, but if they had refused to leave, I would not be surprised if they all ended up fucking in body bags.
Yeah, and that would have, and if the government had slaughtered American citizens, this would be a very, very different country right now.
Yeah, they just killed one.
I don't think Biden would be in charge.
It's a weird fucking.
Oh, he's not in charge. He's like he's there,
Yeah.
but he's not in charge.
Have you
I
seen
mean,
that
it's the most
video?
bizarre thing.
Have you seen that video where it's like Joe Biden?
They just give him. They give him a bottle
Have
of
you seen that
frozen
video?
yogurt or a bowl of frozen yogurt every night.
I'm
And
gonna
he's
send you
fine.
that.
Yeah, send it to me. If you send it in
Okay,
the chat,
sure.
I can pull it up.
Yeah, I'll send it. It's so great.
All right, I'm going to read some more of these chats. Ruthless Skate 15 says, "Do you guys think Flash cried at Godzilla 1998?" Oh yeah,
Of course he did.
100%. Dermy Wormy says in Kermit voice, Evangelion proves Drex right. Never simp unless you want to end the world. God damn it. Samurai Knight says the best one was from 2000 or from 00. Sorry, this is Gundam. They blew up a
00.
space. They blew up a space elevator, slaughter all the people in there, and blame it on the other side, and saying the other side did it.
Yes. 00 and Gundam Seed are two of the Gundam series where when you look at it, you're like, oh, it's this pretty boy shit again. But it gets very dark. Gundam Seed is a retelling of Mobile Suit Gundam, and Gundam 00 is kind of a retelling of Gundam Wing. They go in very different directions, but they're essentially the same thing. And basically, however horrible it can be, it gets worse. Gundam Seed is like the male characters are so girly that when they encounter an actual female, they think she's a boy. Like that's how effeminate they look. It's hilarious.
Oh, fucking Christ. Were you done talking about gun? I didn't want to interrupt.
No, I just want to talk about this one part. So when they start actually murking people, it starts with one kid. He's piloting the Gundam Kira, and he's telling these other Gundam pilots like, "Don't attack me, because if you attack me, I'm going to kill you." And so at this point, you've not seen a lot of brutal deaths, but the other kid is like, "Whatever, I do what I want." So he goes to attack him. Kira ducks under his blade, cuts him with his beam saber. It cuts through the cockpit. You see it go into the boy's chest. His face explodes. Then the Gundam blows up.
God damn.
And just every death after that is as gruesome. One of the other kids tries to get revenge. So he goes to fly to their base, and there's like a normal human flying his jet. So he just takes his battle axe, chucks it. It goes into the cockpit, embeds in the dude's head. Then he explodes. And it's just like repeatedly doing this stuff. And for like the last 10, 15 episodes of the first season, it's ridiculous. Insanely violent.
Kill those fucking kids. Nobody likes them anyway. All right, I got this video here from Mr. Obvious. Let's check it out.
We have a lot of other things to cover here, but I look to Dr. Sherwood. Are we moving?
Joe Biden, wake up. Joe Biden, wake up. 9/11.
One of the things that I strongly believe is
Joe Biden, wake up.
I'm tired.
Joe Biden, wake up.
Joe, I'm tired. What's happening?
Joe Biden,
What's happening? Joe. Hello, Mr. President. Wake up.
You should have to pay nearly $6,400 more than you would today.
Wake up.
Wow.
I love that video.
Oh, that's fucking good. That would be me as president. I would be asleep through fucking everything. I'm not even joking. I'd be sitting there passed out. Oh my God. Cleveland Seamer says, "Yo, can I drop Michael Long's PayPal in the chat for those who've been asking how to donate? Shout out to the Fat Mads." You can't link in the chat, so you have to be creative with it. But yes, you can put it in there. I don't care. Rojigami says, "I teared up when I read I'm Not Starfire, but that's all from all the gagging I suffered. Also, hello, just some guy." Just Some Guy. How many times did you fap to I Am Not Starfire?
0.
Really?
Just
I don't know if I believe you. Like that was beautiful artwork.
Wait, Nick, do we have a picture of the artist? The picture of the writer of I Am Starfire? Someone said it's literally a self-insert.
Oh yeah, it looks like she looks
It's
like
some like hideous creature.
What's her name? Edna Mode. She looks like Edna Mode.
Wait, is it the chick from the train?
Oh, here. Fuck. That's not her. Or that's her, but it's not next to I Am Starfire. I'm trying to find a good one of her.
Mariko Tamaki.
Oh, here we go. I got it.
Oh god.
Look at this shit. Oh shit. This your girl. Load the fucking image. What's wrong with you?
Oh my god.
Load the image.
You're killing me.
No, this is I clicked the wrong thing. It's my fault. Open image in new tab. There we go. Okay, here. Are you ready? Ready for this? Here you go.
Oh. Oh.
Yep. Yeah, she wrote it. She didn't draw it. But she wrote it.
She wrote it, and then the artist just basically said, "Okay, what does she look like? She looks like me."
Yeah.
So Drex, I don't know if you know this. Starfire is like she's like fucking tall. She's like 6'5", right?
Yeah, I've seen Teen Titans Go.
Like she's really tall.
Yeah.
She's a big, tall, super hot chick, and then her daughter is a fucking Oompa Loompa with goth hair.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's why everyone's like, she banged the penguin.
Right?
You know?
Mariko Tamaki.
Look, women are
what is
attracted
her
to
background?
power.
Like, who is this woman? Like, who, like, where's she come from? Like, what's her deal?
So
She's
a.
Go ahead.
I don't know. She wrote Wonder Woman. I don't know how she got a job. I don't know why she got a job, but I don't know.
She writes young adult novels. That was her sort of like call to fame.
Wait,
and so
she's writing dime store porn novels.
I think she
Essentially.
make good money doing that.
Yeah, I know. Why would you go to Marvel where you're going to be broke?
Well, no, Marvel or DC Comics asked for her. And because this is when they were doing their whole, we want to bring in the YA audience kind of thing, which didn't work. So they would let her write these, these one-off stories that nobody really cared about. And they claim that they were bestsellers, but I can't find anyone who actually read the damn things. And they just kept giving her these gigs. So then they let her go to Marvel. She goes to Marvel. She's writing She-Hulk, right? And then she's doing stuff with the DC characters in the novels. And then eventually she moves over to DC Comics and she starts dabbling over there. And it's just everything she does kind of mediocre. Now, I've heard that her Batman stuff is better. I haven't read any of it, so I don't know beyond what I saw in the Future State stuff, which was okay. But, I mean, nobody's really buying the books. And this came out and it just got blasted, even by the usual suspects. The people who normally give these things rave reviews, even they were like, yeah, this is hot trash.
Damn. That have you guys noticed that's kind of been happening more and more with some of these, like the latest releases? Is like even the critics are starting to say, like, yeah, this shit's whack.
Well, it's not woke enough for them,
Yeah, it doesn't check enough boxes.
Well, it's not.
I mean, she's like the obligatory gay character.
Anna, were you aware of Q-Force that's coming out?
Oh my god.
Oh, Mr. Obvious.
Hey, don't you dare besmirch the good name of Q-Force. That is art.
I saw the trailer for that on YouTube, and in the comment section, there was a guy who said, "I would rather be called a slur than watch this show."
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Like, look, I don't want anyone on earth to write like the white Christian hetero comic, like where that's the issue. I mean, the character may be white Christian hetero, that's honestly irrelevant to me.
It might actually make a good satire.
Yeah, But that's the only way you could write it. But if you're trying to write like a serious thing and you're like, I'm going to write a white Christian hetero character who openly identifies as this and makes it literally every aspect of what they do, I'd be like, this is cringe as fuck. I don't want to deal with this person. Like, I don't want this character. I just want someone cool with a superpower who maybe does something interesting. Like, that's literally it. I don't even care if they're white Christian or hetero at all. But they don't apply the inverse to this thinking. They're like, you know what we need? We need a black lesbian heathen who identifies as a black lesbian Wicca, and that'll make a good character. Yeah, Wiccans are fucking cool, and blacks and lesbians are in vogue right now. We'll put them all together. We'll make a story about how black, lesbian, and Wicca they are. It's like, no, no one wants to read this. Nobody at all. Identity politics is trash in fiction because no one fucking cares about the character to be aligned to who they are. They just care if the character is consistent with who they are and if the character is interesting. Those are the two things they care about.
Yeah,
and they keep failing at both of those.
I hate it when they say that they have to be a certain race for you to like identify with them. So I'm a minority. I'm mixed.
Bullshit.
I never gave a shit about the race of the characters. I just like the characters. I could identify with them regardless.
Yeah, well, that was.
I mean, again, person can only identify with somebody that looks exactly like them, and I think that's the beautiful aspect of storytelling, is getting you to connect with someone that you don't have anything in common with. Like, I don't have anything in common with Luke Skywalker, but when I watched Star Wars, I was like, this speaks to my soul. I know what it's like to live on a farm and want to do more with my life.
I'll pray for you. I'll pray for you, Anna.
What?
Why? Nothing. No, it's okay.
Why?
I'm just sitting here shitting on Star Wars. It's okay. No, I'm kidding. No, but yeah, it's this is the X-Men story, right? Like, X-Men was supposed to be and actually was the bridge for all of these issues. It dealt with race issues, it dealt with identity issues, it dealt with gender issues, it dealt with all this shit. Where basically all of these people were quote unquote the other. They were out group. They were different. Right. They were different. And then they navigated the world knowing that they were different and trying. And the whole purpose of the X-Men was, look, the world might see you differently, but you know who you are and you stand up for that. Whereas the bad guys in that were the ones who expressed and embraced their identity to the extreme position. That's what blows my mind about this. Magneto was considered the wrong character because he got all these mutants to be out and proud about who they were and try and disrupt society and mold them around their identity. Whereas Professor X is like, no. You have your identity and that's fine. You need to work yourself within society, not try to make them bend around you. But we've flipped that whole fucking message on its head. It's like this is the healthy adaptation for most people in the world. You don't have to have some sort of aberrant condition either. You can just be a normal person who's maybe likes Fuda or something. I don't know. But you don't have to be like some overt condition, right? Like, that was the whole point of X-Men, is you be comfortable for who you are and you be yourself and be honorable and true to yourself, but you do it within the scope of society. Whereas the people who are bad and weak and degenerate, they try to force society to mold to their identity, which doesn't work.
Was that really the message? I thought it was like, you embrace your differences and you learn how to use it for the good of the world. I thought that was
originally it was just another superhero story. That was what Stan Lee created it for, because he just ran out of ideas. So he's like, well, maybe they're born with their powers. But once it got into the hands of someone like Chris Claremont, then it kind of switched the focus, and you start to get this sort of interplay on different political elements. And the idea was basically, they're no different than us. Their powers do not define them. That was the kind of thing that he was going for, is that you see them as people instead of as this is someone who has this power, this is someone who has that power. And you have characters like Magneto who's embodying the opposite of that and making Magneto Jewish, and a Holocaust survivor is sort of playing against the type, because of all the people you would think who wouldn't be a supremacist, it would be someone who survived that. And so there's the irony of him becoming the very thing that he hates.
I thought that was very tasteful and very smart to do that with Magneto. And I'm a bit of a contrarian though, but I side with the idea that mutants would take over and like become the new race of man. I actually like that idea.
Well, it's not a bad idea to explore, but I think that the way that they're doing it now, what you see with the X-Men in the comics, they're basically villains. They threaten the humans and they tell them, hey, look, we've got all these abilities. We can give you all this technology that will let you live longer and heal all your diseases. And all you have to do is let us build an army on a living island. And if you don't let us do that, then we'll wipe you all out. And then they go and they take over a planet. They take over Mars and take all the humans from all the mutants from an alternate dimension and put them all on Mars. And so now they have a whole planet full of mutants who can
Did you guys play Infamous, the games?
Yes.
No.
I played it.
Infamous 2, the evil ending I love it. I think it's the best ending. That's my favorite ending. And basically, it's a bit of a spoiler, but there's a plague going around that's killing humans, and the plague also, but you can save like mutants. So the big baddie of the game is going around awakening these mutants, saving them, and then all the humans die. And then if you go with the evil ending, he doesn't want to do it anymore, so he gives you his power, and you basically go around awakening mutants. Mankind is going extinct. So in that future, it's just now humans are all gonna be, well, whoever survives, but it's basically the next step in evolution. I really like that idea, because if it ever did happen, if people started waking up with powers, you would have humanity scared of being replaced, and they would try to get rid of the mutants, and then you'd have the mutants fighting back. It was kind of like that movie. There's a movie with that little girl and the dad who was psychic.
I know what you're talking about.
Freaks. It was the same thing, because all the freaks were hunted down, they were murdered, they were enslaved, they were tested on, until eventually a little girl was born like the strongest mutant who could control people's minds. And once that happened, it was over for humanity, because now she could build a town of mutants and nobody can hurt them, because she can mind control at a distance multiple people, entire armies.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be the most. I like the more heroic storytelling. I just think that the folks who are doing it right now don't understand what that is. They don't understand what the concepts are. So they write these like weird self-inserts, and they just they become the most boring stories, because once they do the self-insert, there's nowhere else to go. That's all they wanted.
The thing I was getting at is that it's not even necessarily intentional, but X-Men is a story about teenagers coming to grips with identity.
Yeah.
So it allows people who are struggling, like from the outside, they're reading this comic, they're struggling with maybe racial identity or gender identity, or even nerdy versus popular identity. Because kids who are reading comics, who are 14, 15, 16 years old, like everybody struggles to find out who they are at that time. It's not controversial. The only thing that has made identity struggles weird is fucking society trying to make it into something that everybody doesn't go through and say, oh, well, you doubt your identity, now you're literally the opposite gender. It's like, wait, what the fuck? No, that has nothing to do with it. This person just literally doesn't know if they're like a jock or if they're goth. And you're like, well, no, you're a girl. It's like, whoa. let's calm our tits there, Chief. This is just a kid trying to define who they are and speak it out in the world. That's what everybody does in their teenage years. And that's what I thought was such a cool thing about X-Men, is it's highlighting these kids in those times, and they're all unique in their own way. So it lets literally anybody come into the story and say, yeah, this is me. I'm like Rogue. I'm like Storm. I'm like I'm like Cyclops. I'm like Wolverine. But now we know that the entire purpose of X-Men is to have Wolverine reaming the asshole of fucking Cyclops.
Because they both like Jean Grey. Because when you both like the same woman, you fuck each other.
Yeah, if you both like the same woman, what you do is you put your dick in the ass of the other guy. What the fuck is going on with that?
That's them doing this whole thing where they've decided to take it where the X-Men are no longer about representing race issues. Now they're about gay issues. And so now all of them have to be gay. That's basically what they're doing.
Them living through vicariously through these comic book characters. It's like that was their sexual fantasy. So they want to put that in the comic book now. They fantasize about this whole situation. It's just projection.
Yeah, it's all really bad fan fiction.
God, it's so fucking gross. Look, don't do Wolverine dirty like that. At least make Wolverine be the bottom because he can heal those anal fissures.
I think they did him dirty in the movie because this is how I see it. Wolverine was supposed to be like a manlet, but they pick a really tall actor for that role, and now it's like, where's the manlet representation? Because if there's any group out there I feel is oppressed, it's the poor manlets because they can't do anything about their height. They're just the butt of all jokes.
Well, this dude, Yo Poppy Tokoyami in the chat says, I'm a 5'3" Army veteran and Wolverine helped me say fuck haters because he's the same height. And then they made him fucking gay.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say they made him tall in the movie, but okay.
They made him gay and thirsting after what, like 6'2" Scott Summers or whatever. God damn it. Okay, Gundam Touched Me says, where can I get this crying Flash photo? Do you mean one? Yeah, it's on Twitter. This one. You got to find it. I don't know how to find it anymore. Ascended President Not So Handsome Jack says the correct answer is no balls, Nick. You want your Fuda to know who carries the balls in the family. You have to keep her in line since her dick is bigger. Look, I don't want a Fuda anywhere near me, but if you're going to have a dick, you better have balls attached to it or else I don't believe it. Sarkarins, Dave Farron says, hey, Nick, what's the name of that really good anime, Boku no Academia or something like that? Here the teacher in the first episode brings ice cream for the best student. You know what? Fuck you. you can eat shit talking about Boku no Piku like that, you fucking weirdo. Russell Hall, Destroyer of Cats, says Arnold has been to Bohemian Grove at least once. Becerra 549 says, does Eminem's daughter identify as Stan? I don't think. Shagaball says, maybe if more people mine Voyager thieving CEOs and companies the rampant, they would stop. I don't know what that means.
I think he's trying to say something about not letting CEOs mess up IPs.
Maybe that's it. I literally mine Voyager. I think it's Minecraft. I think it's maybe if more people Minecraft thieving CEOs and companies.
Minded?
Well, Minecraft is like a euphemism for murdering.
Oh. Okay.
You kill them. I'm going to kill you in Minecraft or whatever for YouTube.
Okay.
So maybe that's what
makes sense.
No Comprendo says the CDC is calling homes. Troll them with thanking Donald Trump. Adam Wofford says, just some guy, long days and pleasant nights.
I never have any of those, so.
Scorching Flame says, want some feels? Go watch Grave of the Fireflies, Made in Abyss, the anime series, then the follow-up movie, Dawn of the Deep Soul. I'm serious. Go give it a watch.
Yeah,
well,
it's very good.
Here's what I would tell you. If you watch Grave of the Fireflies, make sure you are in a decent mood before you do that because it will suck all the joy out your life.
I watched
this is very good.
I watched Evangelion 1 and 2 tonight, but the last anime I watched before that was Kengan Ashura, and it has no emotion at all. It's just big men ass kicking each other. I strongly recommend it. It's good stuff. Alex Ghost says you either die a famous rebel or live long enough to be an old out of touch bajillionaire. A Burley Knowles says, at this point, we are training the kids of the guys we started training 20 years ago. Bullet Shepherd says, I agree. Afghanistan and even Iraq should be 2 new states or at least territories for all the lives that were forced to be lost. At least get me some desert vacation spots and hot brown chicks.
I absolutely agree with this sentiment. We're spending all this money on wars and liberating countries. We shouldn't be doing that. We should be conquering these countries, getting satellite states, and expanding an empire. Because otherwise, what's the point? It makes no sense. We go around, we liberate a country, they hate us for it, and now we have a new enemy. Why not just absorb them and take the resources? Eventually, they get statehood. We need to expand. We could have had Japan. Japan could have been America's.
We held territory.
No, we would have ruined it.
All right.
It would have been great. They could have been a satellite state / country and had some independence, but it could be ours.
We've held U.S. territories for a really long time. I mean, fucking Guam, not Dominican Republic.
We need to secede Canada. It should all.
Well, yeah. We need to help Canada out. That's what we need to do. Because as shitty as America is right now, Canada would fucking beg to have our level of shittiness rather than Trudeau the super cuck.
Yeah, it's so funny. Have you seen that? There's that 4chan picture, and it's like, I'll find it.
Okay, yeah. Send it to me in the thing. Ryan Bradford says, spread that democracy so they can spread that booty. Clint Folsom says, anyone see Free Guy? It's good. Also, any thoughts on what the Japanese scientists are saying about the new Lambda variant? I don't know what the Japanese scientists are saying about it. Probably shouldn't talk about it too much.
I heard about Free Guy. It looks really good, and I want to see it.
What we should say about the Japanese scientists and the variant is you should take advice from your medical professional and consider what the experts are saying on COVID. We are just a bunch of idiots on the internet, and we are not giving you medical advice. So don't take it from us. Okay, here we go. Let's see what this. So this is the thing you sent me here. Bigger than Russia, far more powerful than China, 3 oceans. Is this the future of America? Implying Canada would join the Borger. Fuck what Canada wants. Ace Canadian. Oh, that makes it even better. He nails it.
Stop.
That's good. That's good shit. Okay, we've got Clint. Oh, wait, no. Russell Hall, Destroyer of Cats, says war should be directed so that the nations on both sides are placed further in debt and peace conferences conducted so that neither combatants obtains territory rights. 25 points of the Illuminati, number 11. Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, we know somebody's going to go missing tonight, giving away people's secrets.
Yeah, see you later, Russell Hall. By the way, hook up your credit card to my locals before you get wet worked by the CIA, please. Phantasmagorical says RGE Eminem is the GOAT. No one disses M because he'll come at them so hard they switch genres, i.e. MGK. Lol, if you don't like Slim Shady, you kill cats. Love you guys, heart. Brown Gaijin says, since you're talking about burkas, did you guys ever watch Persepolis by Marjane Strapi? It was a French comic book turned movie. Oh, you watched this? I've never even fucking heard of it.
Yep, I saw it in, I was with my daughter's mom in Breezy Point.
How was it?
It was actually decent. It's actually worth the watch.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I knew about the comic. I think they did 2 of them, actually.
Comics are 2 movies. I only saw 1 movie.
Okay. I think there was a sequel to the comic. I know one of my friends was talking about it a while, and I just never got around to reading it.
Yeah, check out the movie if you get a chance. I do remember it being good.
Kevin Dorr says, not sure the bigger waste of money is Afghan war or the fake Durham investigation. I don't know what the Durham investigation is. Shagaval says, MacArthur, we should have put in a Supreme Commander. Oh, Douglas MacArthur should have been a Supreme Commander? Okay. Shark Denture says, I heard from a friend today that China is now closing, going all North Korea, ending any business partnerships with foreign companies and teachers.
I
don't
doubt
know.
that.
I got an email saying there's someone who thinks that my content will be perfect to go on fucking Bilibili in China. And I'm like, okay, yeah, put my messages about free speech in China. That'll go great. I'm sure that'll be fine. If I can make money off of it, I'm good for it. Ruthless Skate 15 says the issue is that stupidity is now the new norm. That's true. Mr.
It's
Obvious.
always been stupidity. It's always been the case. Humans are in general stupid. A person is smart. People are stupid. So
Yes.
whenever you get lots of us together, expect dumb things to happen.
Yeah, we make bad choices because we start caring about what other people think. Like that at the end of the day, no matter, and it's hard to get immune to that, but people start caring what the people around them think, and then they start making collective decisions rather than individual ones.
Yeah.
Mr. Obvious says we need a new branch of government, constitutional enforcers. They would crack down on any violations of the Constitution with extreme force. Yeah, that'd be great. It'd be like a judicial branch enforcement arm. But unfortunately, the judicial branch is kind of a bunch of cucks too right now.
Yeah, because I first came up with this idea when I basically, you see the Supreme Court, they don't want to do shit. They don't want to
Nope.
review cases. They don't want to do their damn job. We need like a Judge Dredd, but for the Constitution. So if somebody violates it, they get pulled out of office, they're stripped from their job, and that's it.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. The Supreme Court right now is abdicating their responsibility. And I would argue that the Supreme Court was never supposed to be one court with 9 judges. I think it was supposed to be multiple courts, similar to how the circuits operate, where you have a panel of judges, but spread out across the nation. And it was supposed to grow with the country, not be limited. That way they could hear all cases. I also don't think that like binding precedent was part of the plan, because none of that shit is in Article 3 of the Constitution that set up the judiciary. They just said the power of the judiciary would be vested in a Supreme Court, not the Supreme Court. And they didn't lay out that it would be 9 justices. That came in 1802. They started limiting the number of justices and shit like that. I think it actually was supposed to be a multi-judge sort of panel, similar to any other circuit court. It was just supposed to issue rulings, and they were supposed to take every fucking appellate case. But that's what I think. I'm wrong though.
Well, they nitpick it, don't they? They don't even hear most of the stuff that's presented to them. They just sort of like hand wave it away.
Yeah, 95% of cases that get appealed to the Supreme Court don't get heard.
That's just bullshit.
They hand wave it away, and it's like, wait, and they say, they literally they don't have time to do any more cases. They do something like 85 or 95 a year, which for one panel of 9 justices, that's a lot. And adding more justices to the current system would be a fucking disaster. That would only make things slower, because every justice you add is more time per case for questioning and more time per case for writing. So that doesn't work. What you need to do is either stick with the 9 justice system that we have and figure out a way to revamp it, or you expand the court dramatically. We're talking hundreds of justices on a Supreme Court that don't issue binding rulings, but just issue rulings on individual cases with final authority. And I think that's what it was supposed to be personally, but I'm an asshole. Sam Pack says, I love refrigerators. Oh, wait, I read that one already. Matt the Bee says, as said by the blackest blacktivist after the triple taser incident, they all buildings got life insurance. Our people don't got no life insurance. Did you guys see that? That was the blondest white girl I've ever seen in my life.
Yes.
Oh God.
I love that. I love that, so much of the BLM movement is just a bunch of upper middle class white girls bitching about shit that never affects them. I love that. I'm like, I want one of you little white girls to come over and say something to me, please.
That's what Bill Burr talked about, man. They always make it about them. Always.
Guys, I have a question. I've been thinking really hard. I wanted to recommend this movie, but I cannot remember the title. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it was like this full feature animated film. It was kind of low key, kind of under the radar, but it was really good. And all the characters are non-human. There's like a government conspiracy. There's like a half demon or alien or something. I think the
Is
main
it
character
anime?
wears. What'd you say?
Is it anime?
No, it's not anime. It was a Western film, or maybe European, but it was in English. It had these non-human characters, and yeah, there's this government conspiracy. It turned out being really good. I just cannot remember the name. I want to.
What kind of
recommend
animals
it.
were this?
I think the main character might have been dog-like. I don't know if there's like a fish character.
Is it
and-
recent, or was it
I-
10 plus years ago?
It was maybe the last 5 years.
Was it Zootopia?
No. This was a under the radar animated film. The style was kind of grungy, kind of dirty. There's this
Wolf's
huge
Rain?
government- No.
No,
There's
that's
this huge-
that's an old one. It's an older anime.
There's like a government conspiracy, and there was a machine underground, and the main character liked this girl who was the daughter of like this.
Oh,
demon or
are you talking about motherfuckers?
yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's it.
That's
think
so.
that's
He's got like a little. He looks like literally like a black dude with a big like ball head.
Yeah. I think
And he's got like a friend who's got a burning skull for a head.
yeah. How do I find that in Google?
It's MUTA.
Okay.
And then F.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
that's the one.
That's the movie.
The
Motherfucker.
title of this movie is literally Motherfuckers.
Yes,
It's a great movie.
it's on Netflix right now. I got the DVD. Or the Blu-ray. I was watching Robert Meyer Burnett's Get Physical stream, and Dieter, who's on there, he was talking about it, and he got like this really cool box set with like a small art book. So I went looking for the art book, and I got the art book. I got the bigger version, and then I got the Blu-ray as well. It's based off this French comic that's supposedly coming out sometime this year through Dark Horse, but it's out in French, but I can't read French.
It's a great
Gator like Killstream Gator. That Gator. You said Gator was on Robert Meyer Burnett's show.
No, Dieter.
Oh, I thought you said
That's just his
Gator.
name is Dieter. No,
Yeah,
he's a German dude who he talks to like every Sunday. They talk about like different obscure movies and things like that.
Okay.
He
I like
happened to bring that up.
I like Robert Meyer Burnett. I want to have a show with him talking about Ilium and Olympus, since he and I both love those books. But I think that
I haven't read those.
Dude, Dan Simmons, Ilium and Olympus, in my opinion, they're the best pieces of fiction I've ever read.
I haven't read those. Are they newer books or older ones?
They're probably 15, 20 years old at this point.
Okay.
Let me give you the short synopsis. A 19th century scholar on the Iliad wakes up 3,000 years in the future, resurrected by the Greek gods, and his job is to watch the Trojan War and make sure it's going according to the books. And it gets way fucking crazier from there. Like that is the dude. They're legitimately like the best sci-fi books I've ever read, and I've read a lot of fucking sci-fi in my day.
This is a dude who wrote Hyperion, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Same guy.
Okay. All right.
He's a great writer, and those two books, Ilium and Olympus, if you like sci-fi or historical fiction or blending the two, your mind will be blown. They're fucking great.
And of course, they don't have it physically in stock. Jesus Christ, people!
God damn,
go to work so shit can get printed.
They got to be on Kindle or something, right?
I like physical books because I like the sense of accomplishment of seeing how much I've read.
Okay,
So,
yeah, I do too. I personally like physical books, but if you can't get them, I was hoping there was an option. Uriah Wright says, You like what?
Audiobooks because I can listen to them while I paint. So it's
I
like I'm
think-
killing two birds with one stone.
I think they're on Audible if you wanted to listen to them.
They are.
Yeah, they
I
are.
just- and I
I could
have
never
credit.
focus.
For free if you get you got an Audible trial.
I don't do audiobooks. I can't sit and listen to books. It's just not my thing.
I'm an audio learner, ironically. And so when I'm painting, if I just, my brain, I don't know, I can paint faster and I feel like I'm more efficient if I'm listening to something. So I'll listen to podcasts or audiobooks. And so it's like I can completely take in the book while I'm painting.
Yeah,
Dude, I
I
can't
love-
multitask like that. Like I won't be able to know I won't remember anything in the story.
Yeah, that's how I am too. I wish I could sit and listen to audiobooks and actually absorb it, but I'll be too distracted. I won't.
Yeah.
If I were if I were doing what Anna was doing, if I was painting or something and listening to audiobooks, I might be able to do that because I can do two things at once. But I never have time to sit. Like if I had time to sit down and paint, I would just read anyway.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, see, it's like, you know how some people have photographic memories? Mine,
Yeah.
it's like I can remember what I hear. So if I'm paying attention,
Oh.
I'll remember conversations from like 20 years ago.
Wow.
So books and stuff. Well, I had a really hard time learning how to read. So I actually couldn't read until I was in like 4th grade because my kindergarten teacher refused to teach me and she actually got fired. And I have
Wow.
very severe dyslexia. So when I'm reading, it's like I have to read a sentence 10 times and I'm not even sure if at the 10th time if I read the sentence correctly.
Oh.
You didn't.
So yeah, 90% of the time I didn't. So
Yeah.
I just remember things I hear. And so in school, if I'm paying attention, it's like I know and I can recite to you back the entire like lesson or the entire chapter. But I don't know. I do enjoy reading though. But I found to get work done and to also consume new stories, I love audiobooks.
That's really cool.
Michaela Him says, I have a pornographic memory. No, you know who has that is Drex. He's out here like, yeah, Angela White, like that's my girl, she's good, Uriah Wright says the way I see Chicago is going to be the new Detroit. I think
Well,
the
I don't
difference
know if we're
between,
that
It's not
bad.
already?
I think the difference between Chicago and Detroit is no one moves out of Chicago, they just die.
No, actually, we've had a ton of people leaving, and this is one of the issues that's happening is because everything is taxed into oblivion.
Yep.
There's no incentive for anyone to come in and take up those spots. So you're seeing these issues where you're having, like downtown, this always happens where there'll be some store that opens, and the cost of having a storefront downtown is so ridiculously expensive
Oh, I
that
can't
virtually
imagine.
no one can keep it open. And I'm not talking about like, mom and pop shops. I'm talking about big name brands are like, yeah, we're tapping out. Like they will last maybe a year, 2 years, and then they'll bounce, and then nothing will end up in that spot. And it just raises the prices of everything around there. So you end up seeing this cascade effect in the city, and around the city, it's a similar thing where certain areas are kind of cheap, and so it's okay. And then you go into the more expensive areas, which are usually the safer areas, and the rent's very expensive. The taxes are very expensive, so it's hard for anyone to build anything over there, which makes it harder to spruce up the neighborhood. So everything just kind of bottoms out, and then people leave. They go to the suburbs, and they stop commuting into the city. So then you have these areas where the rent just skyrockets to just try to get some money.
Yeah,
that's
it's fucking wild.
that's what New York is like.
There's
Like
no
it's so
rent control?
ridiculous.
There's no what in Chicago. I believe there is, but the thing is that there's some way that this like it goes up every year, and they just kind of allow it to uniformly go up. So when I started apartment hunting back in 2015, I was thinking about moving. I was looking at apartments, and they were $900 to $1,100. Those same apartments now are going for $1,500, $1,600, and they're not big apartments. We're talking about under 600 square feet, and they're insane. These aren't like they're not in Lakeview, they're not in Streeterville, they're not downtown. These are further up north, like in Ravenswood, where it's a relatively cheap area. It's still insanely expensive, and these are tiny, tiny buildings.
Yeah, I have resolved to just say random porn names from now through the rest of the show just to make Drexel mad. So, like Kevin Dorr says, well, I would feel bad for the cops and Adriana Chechik. Then they started arresting moms in front of their kids for not wearing a mask. The cops are not on our side. Matthew Harder says, no, and by the way, cops are never on your side. They're literally agents of the government. You don't have to be mean to them or cruel to them or anything like that, but they're
Just
not
don't
there
talk
for
to
you.
them.
Exactly. Matthew Harder says, I'm sorry, Nick. I don't want to black pill everyone on Afghanistan or Iraq. I just want our sacrifices to mean more than thank you for your service. No, me too, man.
I agree.
No one wants to fucking send soldiers off to die for 20 fucking years and then have us just walk away. No, it's bullshit. Malik Foxon says, guess who gets my Uber driver's tip? Waited an hour, drinks missing, enjoy. Hey, thanks, buddy. My pleasure. Dex Luther says, if you get It's a Gundam on Flashcast next week, you think Yellow Flash will spend the whole time crying because, Gundams and stuff. Yes. Albatross says, just some guy's reaction to learning about Chris Chan is priceless, but here's $5 anyway. Skyline 24 says, you guys should look up a game called Spy Hunter. Nowhere to Run. It stars the Rook, and it may make you cry like Yellow Flash. And Drexel, I'm just dropping a Lauren Phillips in there for you.
You know, I love my redheads, man. I love them.
Journey 32
Hell
said,
yeah.
I started way too late. That opening was fucking gold. Thank you. Bascara 549 says, the South has always had strict incest laws. The only part of the country that has lack incest laws is the Northeast. That's true. Cousin fucking is perfectly legal in the liberal Northeast states because cousin fucking was perfectly legal in the Euro countries they all came from.
It's actually not that bad genetically because even your first cousin is like, there's enough variability there to minimize the risk. Completely different story with siblings.
I would still recommend against it, just so you don't have, crazy children.
I mean, I've known people whose parents are cousins and they seem fine. It's just you're just increasing the odds. You're just rolling the dice basically, but it's not. It's actually not that close as people think.
As long as Anna is on this show, we will relative shame.
We're not related.
Sure, that's why you have to explain to everybody how you're not. Eric Winberg says, fire, fire, fire. Thanks all for carrying on without tears. Roman Ray says, Barefoot Jen scene with the nuke was interesting.
It's a manga. It's a manga.
Okay. Dragnos says, if a couple from Maine gets married and moves to New Hampshire, are they still considered brother and sister?
Ooh.
Samurai Knight says, Flash and Nick have a crying over robots fetish. No, I've never cried as an adult in my entire life. One Evil Chief has upgraded to lawyer status. Thank you. Welcome. Benji Alex says, if you want to get touched by an anime, watch Plastic Memories. If you don't cry, you're a fig. Look, I could definitely watch that show and not cry. You can't even at me on this. Jason Schreiner says the Nambla episode of South Park was 20 years ago. Not a song, but the same topic plus the same outrage. By the way, this is for Drex Maitland Ward. Stabby McStabswood says this is not the first time that song was performed. And imagine criminals making poor life choices. Just some guy sounds like a Chomo apologist. Real sus. Damn.
Everyone always says that when someone says, maybe you should stop before you try to kill people. It usually happens, but maybe you should stop before you start labeling everyone a Chomo. Maybe you should find out whether or not they really are. Just in case, you're wrong and then you ruin their lives. Just thought.
Yeah,
just
no,
a thought.
I agree. The fucking way we've seen false accusations thrown around lately, there's a distinct difference between saying, "Hey, this song's a little fucking weird," and the people singing it are fucking weird, and saying, "Oh, by the way, they're all child molesters." I'm with you. I'm not for the baseless accusations on stuff.
Did you hear about that?
Well, real quick, if they are child molesters, drag them up to the tallest building and throw them off. I don't fucking care. I'm done with child molesters, and I'm done with child molester apology. Like as a general principle, our society needs to end these people, in my mind. But
it just needs more James Fairbanks.
Yeah, exactly. Let him do it all. Put him out of prison and make a fucking Marvel show about Captain James.
What was that?
He's a true American hero.
Let me pull up a quick picture of James Fairbanks to show you the
Is
eyes
that
of
the
a
guy
man.
that shot the other guy on camera?
It wasn't. No, that's Gary Ploush. Okay.
James Fairbanks has even less chill. I promise.
Hold on. I got the wrong. I clicked on the wrong thing. Here we go. Open image. This is fucking James Fairbanks. This man, he's on the left, as you will assume.
Hey, look at that face. No chill.
That's literally like an evil mustache.
The dude on the right is a convicted child molester.
Multiple times.
And so James Fairbanks is like looking for apartments to move into, and he sees this chomo here talking to a group of kids, and he's like gets uncomfortable. So he looks the guy up, finds out he's a child molester, and he's like, "What the fuck?" So he does research, and then goes to try and rent the guy's apartment, and then just straight up shoots him when he comes in. He's like, "I'm protecting the fucking kids of this neighborhood. This guy's a pervert." Now, the crazy thing is, the guy who got shot, the guy on the right, all of his kids came out and said, "Yeah, it's a good thing that this guy's dead because he's a fucking danger to kids." Like it was crazy. James Fairbanks will now.
Wow.
So he was released?
Was it proven in court or
Oh yeah. The guy on the right was a convicted.
So without a doubt.
molester.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
No, what I'm asking though is he was released. So how many times was he convicted?
Convictions. He has multiple convictions over a long, like decades long.
Over the same thing?
Yeah, it was always kids.
That's the thing that I never understand about that is like once you've done this once, I can understand them going, okay, this is his first offense. We're gonna give him the sentence and then monitor him. But would you like how many times are you gonna let him do this before you're like, don't let him out anymore?
Yeah,
That's why we have James Fairbanks.
That's why James is around. He says, "I'm not putting up with that shit." He shoots him, and then he fucking writes a letter to the media telling them, I shot this motherfucker because he's a danger to kids, and I'm not sorry. It's like, holy shit!
Wow.
This dude's dear media letter.
Shit.
Nick and I went over it. And I'm like, bruh, this dude has no chill. Like, you look at that face.
I will say this though, because I've heard multiple stories where like, oh, this guy who's going around killing people on like these sex offender list. What my issue with that one is, a lot of those guys, they could be falsely accused, or like their ex-wife said,
oh yeah,
you know, they did bad things to their kids so they could get custody and money and get them in jail and stuff. So, you can also end up on the sex offender list for peeing in public, like peeing in a bush. So, as far as like the mob justice goes, I don't think that's a good idea.
No, in general, I agree. This dude, like James Fairbanks, he that was one of the things that got him. It was how much he researched this guy.
Yeah,
like he
made sure.
Because the implication that the news stories have on him is that James Fairbanks was either molested as a kid, or he worked with molested kids as a counselor.
Oh, I know this guy. Yeah, so he saw this dude. The story that I heard was that he saw him outside, like washing his car.
Yeah,
and there were kids across the street, and so he saw that and then just went and killed this dude.
No, yeah, he did some research though. Like this Condalucci guy, who's the pedo, he ends up putting up a new, a playground, a new kids' playground in his backyard with no fence.
Yeah, this guy who has all his kids are fucking adults and moved out. And all of his
How the fuck was he out?
Well, he served 5 years total in his life for his crimes.
And
he was on probation. Yeah. So he always got convicted, right? So they're all convictions, but in terms of actual time served, total for multiple
felony offenses.
Yeah, he got 5 years total.
You get a longer sentence for fucking
drugs, anything, literally anything.
Did he plead down to a lower charge?
I don't know.
When you see a man's face like James Fairbanks, he doesn't plead.
No, he's talking about Condalucci.
Oh,
yeah. No, Fairbanks has got 40 to 70 years. So
he should serve like literally none. Like, that's the society we live in. Is that this guy he's considered the bad guy? And the DA needs remove the DA first of all.
Oh, that's why I think we need to bring back the death sentence. Like and have it be cheap in like a guillotine is cheap.
Well, that's the thing with like guys like Condalucci. It's like, look, he got convicted 2 times. Both of his kids have talked about how he abused and molested them. He didn't get convicted for those. He got convicted for other shit, for other kids. And like I said, the girl, his daughter, said James Fairbanks should not be in jail because basically he ended a threat to children everywhere when he killed my father. She's like, it's sad that my father's dead, but he was a monster. Like it's not like he killed some rando guy who was just accused, which I agree with you. Like vigilante justice is not ideal most of the time, but like this guy, this guy, James Fairbanks
of the justice system. To deal with this guy.
And I think, Fairbanks, he knew this is why he's the best vigilante justice guy I can think of. He knew exactly what he was doing and was fully willing. He didn't ask the court for shit. He didn't try to plea down. He pled no contest and he had fully admitted to killing the guy. And he said, I'm willing to go to jail for this. Like that's, personally, I think the jury should have nullified it, but he was willing to take the punishment no matter what it was. So,
and honestly, he's probably going to be fine in prison because the prisoners will probably leave him alone or even protect him.
Oh yeah, they're not going to care that he killed some child molester. They would have killed Condalucci if he was in prison.
Yeah.
So how long was his sentence? Is it for life?
It's 40 to 70 years, but
depending life effectively.
Yeah, basically.
Well, it depends because I was looking at one of these articles while you guys were talking. They're saying that if he does good time, he might be able to get out in 20.
He already did good time. He did enough. So anytime that you do any kind of harm to pedophiles, you already did good time. You did good deeds in life.
Here's the thing about this is that
there's some nuance.
What you don't want to do is incite people to do what he's doing, because when you see people do this, they don't always stop with that person. So there's no reason to assume that if there had been someone else in that home, that he wouldn't have killed that person too. You don't want to give people the incentive of, I think this person did something. I looked something up on the internet. I'm going to go and kill them, and I'll get away with it because I killed a bad person. There are lots of bad people out there. This is not the only bad person that's probably in that neighborhood, and he's not going to check them to kill them. So, I mean, you do need to punish him, but I mean, and he pled guilty. So,
I think they should have. What, Anna? Sorry.
Oh, no, there was this app that I used to use when I moved to San Francisco, and it's called Predator, and it shows you all of the sex offenders in your area, and it shows, what their crime was, like how young the girl or boy was that they molested and stuff like that. And of course they all live in downtown San Francisco, right where the college dorms were. But I forgot where I was going with it, but it had to do with something you had just said.
Peeing in a bush?
No, it was something Nick said.
Vigilante justice?
I lost it. Never mind.
Fuck. Well, what I was going to say is, Fairbanks
What
Oh, go
Mr.
ahead.
Guy had said about him doing it to another person that was there. It's like, well, imagine like, he's like, oh yeah, he gets that sense of justice from killing a pedophile, which I mean, I kind of agree. If you're a pedophile, you, in my opinion, don't deserve to live. But what if you
there's
get that
nuance
app and
there
then you see
because-
all of the people that were convicted of being a pedophile, and then you still start murdering all of them, which probably you're doing good for the world, but you're still a murderer, It's like Dexter.
I think they should have punished him by giving him a government job. That's what I think. Punish this asshole by giving him a government job of tracking down bad pedos. and putting
I
them
say you should have gotten 1 year.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, well, Gary Plausch's case is a little different because he killed the guy who raped his kid, right?
Yeah.
But he got community service. I mean, he point blank fucking put the guy in the ground, like gun to the head, boom, done. And he got community service for it.
Well, they did talk to his son about that, and his son really dislikes that he did that. So
yeah,
this is another thing about that.
I
is
don't
that-
care if my
Is his
kid
son
dislikes it.
straight?
If my kid got raped by someone, that person would never be
Well,
found
that was the
again.
question I actually had about that case. Like, what exactly were the circumstances there? Is the kid like
In the-
straight? Is he not straight?
The Gary Klaus case, he just walked up to him and shot him after the trial. Like he waited till he came out after they convicted him and he just killed him.
Well, I meant surrounding the kid. Why would the kid dislike the fact that he shot him? That's
Because
kinda
not
weird.
every person who is a victim hates the person that did something to them.
So that's why I was wondering, like, how did that? I don't know the full story. But I wonder how exactly that went down. Like,
He literally waited until the trial was over, and then once the guy was convicted, he came up there and just shot him. That's literally what happened. It wasn't any more complicated than that. He just waited until the trial was over and then killed him.
Well, what Mr. Obvious is asking is about the kid. Was the kid like romantically involved with the guy? Was there, he can't
Yeah,
give
'cause why
consent
would he
because
be
he's not
upset?
18, but maybe
Yeah.
he consented,
why
like,
would he be upset? Is my question.
Well, he would if
Well, there's like Stockholm syndrome, right? Maybe he felt some kind of connection to the guy, or maybe because he got raped by the guy, he felt special because it's that kind of they picked me over everyone else kind of thing. You see it a lot when you are around people that are in abusive relationships and the excuses that they make. And it also goes along with that, like that really big like fantasy that like a lot of women have, that it's like they want because one of the biggest things when you come talk to women and like their fantasies, a lot of women like fantasize about getting raped or having sex with the devil. It's this weird twisted mindset. If you're into psychology, you can look into this kind of stuff. but when-
Drex actually knows of one. Her name is Veronica Avlov. Sorry, go on, Star Wars girl.
Well, no, it's I went down this rabbit hole of YouTube videos one night and I was just like, what the fuck? And that's how I learned about all of this. But I started off because I was looking into stuff about, like kids that they get attached to their rapists or their abusers. And it goes into that whole thing like, oh, well, they picked me. They're doing this to me. It's like making me feel special because they're not doing it to anyone else. And
Well,
so
I
it could
also-
be that.
But there's also an element of just sometimes these are people who they know. And so you imagine if this is someone's friend, I don't remember what the relationship was between them, of how he knew this kid. But if this is someone's friend, their parent, their sibling or something like that, you can't just assume that because this person does a horrible thing to them that they automatically just hate them instantly. That's not how humans work.
That's a good
So
point.
No.
he may not actually have the intensity of animosity that everybody else has. He may want him to be punished, but he may not have wanted him to be dead. So
Right, and
that's
and
something that
why-
people never factor in, is that the reaction that you have is not necessarily the same reaction that the victim is going to have.
And that's why you don't listen to the kid. Like if you're the parent, to me, what Gary Plausch did, again, if someone ever harmed my kid in the same way, first of all, there wouldn't be a video of it unless I made it. They would never be found again. If I knew who did it, they'd be fucking
Dude,
gone.
Law-abiding citizen.
Yeah.
That movie was amazing, but the ending was ruined, and it was ruined because the black actor was like, I don't like that ending where Clyde wins. Clyde should have won. I wanted to see those government politicians in Minecraft.
What was the movie about?
It's also like the movie
Law-abiding
A Time to
citizen.
Kill.
It's about a guy whose family gets like it's a breaking and entering, and one of the
It's
robbers
what's his name?
takes his
Gerard
daughter.
Butler.
Yeah.
Gerard
Okay.
Butler, right?
And then basically the guy gets away with it on a slap on a wrist because his lawyer just wants to have his perfect record of winning every case, and so he's pissed. And this guy's a genius, so he goes on a crusade to fucking destroy everything and take down all the corruption. Great movie, watch it. Ending was ruined by the fucking black actor guy.
Well, the dudes like get death sentences. Some of the dudes get death sentences, but Gerard Butler makes them way fucking worse. Like he swaps out the drugs so they really suffer during the lethal injection and shit like that. It's a good flick. I really liked it. But yeah, Jamie Foxx cucked it up.
Yeah, he did.
Was this recent?
Yeah, this is an older movie.
Probably 8 years ago.
Okay, I don't remember this.
At least 8, I think, probably longer than that.
It's a good flick though. It's an enjoyable movie in general. It's a good, it's like it's not too deep. It's I don't want to call it a summer movie, but it's probably a fall movie,
I wanted Clyde to win so damn, but they always do this. Death Note, same thing. The anti-hero needs to win, damn it.
Yes.
I love anti-heroes. I fucking love anti-heroes.
If you're gonna have an anti-hero, let him fucking win. Otherwise, just make him a hero.
Same thing.
fucking tired of-
Breaking Bad. I wanted him to win too.
He kind of did.
Yeah, kind of, but
And that machine gun was a pretty good machine gun in the trunk.
I hate how all these directors and all these writers have to go like the normie route of we gotta give a good message for society. Drugs are bad, MK, or vigilante justice, or like justice, or what Clyde was doing in Law Abiding Citizen is bad. It's like it's always this same tired cliche message. Come on, man. That's why the Joker was good.
That's why it's fantasy. That's why it's escapism. If you don't like it, you don't have to watch it.
But what I don't like is that they always have to twist it into this normie, like goody two shoes message.
Yeah, well, just like if you're Drexel, you don't have to watch Riley Reid videos, but you probably do. Snuggle Struggle says just some guy. DC's Robin is now bi. Do you think that'd be a South Park episode 5 years ago, like conversion therapy in reverse to mock the woke, the Mafau?
Well, they've been making fun of the concept of Robin being gay for decades, so I mean, we're a little late to that joke.
Surprised
that they did this to this particular character, yes, because there was no particular reason to do. Well, I figured they would probably try to change Dick Grayson. That was the one I thought that they would do because these folks have obsessed over that character for years. So I figured that would be the one that they would target, not the one that basically no one kind of cares about because they're looking for the recognition. But then they changed the one that no one kind of cares about. It's like 90s fans, and that's pretty much it. And they do it in the same way they did it with Iceman, where someone has to tell him that he's gay, that he likes boys. Barbara Gordon tells him, lectures him. Like, well, there's something about yourself that you're so smart. You should be able to figure it out, but you're holding back. So he dumps his girlfriend off panel and decides to go and shag a boy because that's exactly how that works.
Wow, are you serious?
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
That's their version of a conversion fantasy.
Well, they think
like
that this stuff just like magically like it's not even conversion. They think that it's always been there. He's been queer coded for years because he's been dating the same freaking female character for 32 years. It's queer coding.
That's what they say when they want to bang a straight person. It's kind of like the reverse of like converting.
Well, I said that in the my video about Luca, and my video got demonetized because I said that. Yes, it seems.
Pixar animated movie.
Yeah, so they were claiming that the two boys are gay, And they really, really wanted that to be the case. So they went and they asked the director. And the director said, no, they're not gay. I based this off my childhood friendship. I actually named one of the characters after my best friend when I was a kid, Alberto. So in the Polygon article, because they were the ones who were pushing this the most, immediately after they quote him, they go, but there was so much coding, like clearly there in the film. You just asked him. And he told you. Yep. He based it on his own childhood. And you're still like, but I said it was gay.
It's all about narrative.
Yeah.
Like you have to fit whatever narrative it is. Yeah.
Projecting.
Yep.
Okay, Dax Terminax says people into kink follow SSC, safe, sane, and consensual. Having kids in an event that glorifies kink is both not safe for them or even close to sane. Speaking of kink, this is for Drexel, AJ Applegate.
Never heard of her.
Oh yes, you have, you fucking liar! Don't you fucking dare come in here like, oh no, I never heard of her.
Look, if you're on black.com or blackraw.com, I've seen
you know that chick is on black.com. Don't you even fucking lie to me anymore. You're out here like, oh no, I don't know. AJ who? Apple door? No, Applegate. No, yeah, I've never heard of her. Fuck you.
I got something for you.
Shot
That's
Red
for you.
555 says, some guy from One Black, please tell you at least like ribs, chicken, catfish, or grits. Why don't you like hot sauce? Also, Gundam MS Team is good. So just
I
some
eat
guy.
all those but grits because grits are fucking nasty.
What the fuck? God damn it. No. Don't you dare come on this show and besmirch the name of grits, good
I
sir.
do not eat grits. I'm sorry. I don't do that.
Butter and sugar is the key, man. You can either go savory grits or sweet grits.
You sound like my uncle with this
What are grits?
You eat,
butter and sugar.
grits are a
No.
piece of corn that no one eats except the South, because they found out that if you this shitty piece of the corn kernel that no one likes, if you cook it real slow, it tastes delicious, especially if you put butter and either sugar or salt with it.
See, all you're telling me is this is something that no normal person would eat, except you were desperate and or a slave, and that's the only reason you're eating this.
It's still better than oatmeal. Wow.
It's
still better
nasty.
than omeal.
Yeah, I don't do oatmeal either. One of my friends, he likes to eat this every morning. I watch him make this stuff, and it's like he's putting fruit and shit in. It's like it's just a bowl of snot.
Don't you dare put fruit in
okay.
grits. What the fuck? Look, grits is either grits with butter and sugar, butter and salt, or the one exception, you can make shrimp and grits.
No.
But don't put a bunch of fucking fruit in grits. That's weird.
I like gumbo.
I eat meat.
Yeah.
I eat meat, maybe some greens, some cornbread, but basically just give me the meat. That's all I want. I don't want anything else.
My gumbo is like solid meat. So, Mr.
I love
Obvious,
gumbo.
we got to get together. I'll make you some fucking killer gumbo.
Sounds good.
Drunk Emotional Flash says, I'd rather watch live action Gundam G Savior than listen to any more of this topic. This is giving me negative feels, unlike War in the Pocket. God damn it. Dean Domino 25 says, I think California wants to emulate Germany in the next few years. Heard about how the Krauts had a program where they put kids in homes with known pro Smash players deliberately. Dude, that was fucking insane. Did you guys hear about that?
Yeah, I saw the article when it came out, and I could not believe they would do something like that. That is just, of all the things that would be the obviously dumb thing to do, that would be the one, like, you have to know this is going to end badly.
You know how
Drex,
to say stuff-
Germany put kids, like foster kids, in the care of fucking convicted pedos.
Yeah, because
I don't know if they were convicted, though. I don't know if they were convicted. I just think that these were people they knew that were interested in boys. And so they deliberately put these kids with these men who they knew were interested in boys, that like, and they weren't like any type of looking into this or monitoring this or anything. They just stuck them there and just fuck it.
It was a science experiment, they claim, but I think the more likely answer is, you know, all these pedos, they run the government, man. Like people say stuff like Pizzagate is a conspiracy, and sure, that was a conspiracy. But the idea that you have all these politicians abusing their power, that's a real thing. I bet it happens all the time. So
you know what's crazy? That
I'm
just
not
happened
surprised.
in Minnesota. Nick, did you hear about that? A candidate's campaign manager got busted by the feds. You heard about that, right?
Yeah, I did. Someone sent it to me. It was this one. So the Arizona just happened. It was a Democrat. This one up in Minnesota, campaign manager was a fucking Republican.
Yep.
It's both sides. It's not like it's just one side.
Oh yeah, it's a fucking. That's what I'm saying. It's a fucking disease. It's a disease, and I don't think it's left or right so much as power based. I think power is the key.
I absolutely think that a lot of the stuff, because when I looked into this, one of the things that I was curious about is like how is this happening like this? Because there can't be that many people like this because it's such a specific thing. And it turns out that most of the people who are convicted of this stuff don't turn out to have any attraction to kids. So these are people who just have easy access and they want to abuse someone, and who is easier to abuse? A child, because they're more likely to comply. And that's what you're seeing these people do. And it's just insane. They get into power, and it's like the first thing they do is like, who can I use? And they just look for someone to use. It's like,
it's also for blackmail, because if you're like in a shadow government type figure and you can get people to do something like this and you could get the footage, you could control them forever. They'll have to listen. It's like Jeffrey Epstein.
But they would have to go along with it. And that's the thing is like at some point, there's got to be something up with you that where you already want to do this. Because there's no way you're just going to walk up to a random person and be like, hey, you want this 13-year-old? That's kind of random.
There's no offer in the world where like someone comes up to me and they're like, hey, this 15-year-old girl's ready for you. I'm like, literally, no, fuck off. Like that never, I can't imagine the scenario where you say yes to that. It's insane.
Right. So it's like they're either deliberately trying to find like-minded people and they have to be exceedingly good at it, or those people are specifically going there, or there's something about having power and just watching this happen around you where you're like, I would have to imagine that's what happened. We were doing this in Afghanistan. As soon as we took over, within 2 weeks out after getting rid of the Taliban, they went back to that Bachabazi bullshit where they were kidnapping boys and using them for sex. It didn't take any time. And the people that we were using to fight the Taliban were having these parties with these kids. And we were funding this. And then whenever our soldiers would try to stop it, they would tell them, well, this is their culture. You can't do anything. They tried to court-martial a guy for pulling a guy off of a boy because he got tired of hearing these kids crying and screaming. Right. These guys were coming back with PTSD from hearing that, not from being in combat. And we just allowed this to happen.
I think these people, they get in these positions of power, and it's like a network. That's what I think it is. I think there is a legit like governmental thing where this of people who are connected, and that's why it happens so much.
Well, you gotta go through the rituals, man. It's all, I mean, this is well known.
There's no ritual that's going to make me do something like that. No.
Speaking of rituals, Drex is out here with a ritual for Jada Stevens. Samurai Knight.
Nice ass.
I agree with just some guy. However, I still agree with standards and bare minimums. You can kiss, hold hands, and cuddle, but no fucking in front of kids. Brown Gaijin says, just some guy. You mean like how the villain did it in BioShock? Snuggle Struggle says, Yuri Bezmenov was right. The 4 stages of ideological subversion: demoralization, destabilization, crisis, and normalization. Samurai Knight says, I love how we're getting real emotional debate. Yeah, no, just some guy and Mr. Obvious had a real good discussion earlier. People were telling me to stop it. I'm like, why would I stop this? This is good stuff. Jackson Kai says, to this political debate, all I have to say is an open mind is like a fortress with its gates unbarred and unguarded. Cree Rose says, Yuri Bezmenov. Axe Lion says, massage my folds and make my brain all smooth that he reckons. God damn it. Stephen F says, my balls require a grapefruit hammock. Yeah, buddy. That means you're doing well. Fantastic. Mexican Flash says Nick cries from watching Gundam every day. Look, I cannot imagine fucking crying during an anime. I cannot.
There are some really sad ones.
Look, I believe you, but I can't. I haven't seen them ever, and I can't imagine actually crying during one of them. It doesn't make sense to me. Let's see. Snuggle Struggle says my girlfriend caught me working it to me and my ex's scandalous video. Thought I was screwed. She took over instead. Now I don't know about this girl. Lemafau.
No, there's nothing wrong with that response. Like she that's basically taking ownership.
Yeah, she wants to
out mine now.
She wants to outdo the other girl.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's the trick.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that.
Speaking of girls who might take over, Lexi Lynn, that's for Drexel. Thought Provoker says there's a movie I hear makes Ricada cry every time. It's his favorite, Godzilla 1998. It's in the super chat, so it must be true. Fuck! Oh, god damn it! No, it isn't. I hated that movie. But it's in the super chat, so it is true. The Knowledge says, Nick, thanks for the gift. This is good stuff. Thank you. Ascended President Not So Handsome Jack says, Cry Cast Part 2 Yellow Flasher. Gundam Touch Me says, I feel sadness when Liberty Prime was killed in Fallout 3. Then it changed to rage. Danger Casey says, Nick, on the culture front, some of us are fighting back. I organized a counter webinar against the Tolkien Society last month, societyoftolkien.org. Shout out to Just Some Guy. I love his stuff. Dude, the Tolkien Society shit is crazy.
Yeah, I've only watched one video so far. That was all I could tolerate. I plan on watching at least a couple of the other ones, but it is just like, it's so crazy. And it's everything that you assumed it would be from titles. That is exactly what they were. Some of them were a little misleading where the titles, they were trying to be more academic than what the actual discussion would be.
What
but
is that?
The stuff that's like clearly like Gondor in transition. It's like, oh fuck.
Dude, okay, Mr. Obvious. So the Tolkien Society, like one of the biggest voices for the fucking Lord of the Rings and all that shit. They're out there pushing like leftism, wokeism, transgender shit. It's like, wait. You're taking Tolkien, who wrote a Christian epic.
Yeah.
And you're trying to make it. They're literally trying to make it woke. It's fucking.
And didn't 4chan do a troll where it was like they were making fun of the left using like Lord of the Rings because they put a hashtag on an orc and saying, the orcs are not bad. It's just their culture. Support orc immigration today.
Look,
They got adopted. They started using that. Do you have these? I had one.
Oh my god!
Who got my video pulled because I did a video about her stupid article where she was saying that the orcs are coded as black.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a dude that said that too.
Look,
I'm about to actually get out of here because I'm going to roll out, y'all. So peace out to all y'all.
What do you do? You can't leave. I'm about to make a joke about all the orcs being on fucking elvish bikes. What are you talking about? You can't. You can't leave. I'm about to talk about Elsa Jean. I'm about to talk about Vicky Chase. What do you can't. What are you leaving here? What the fuck is this? What, do you have to work or something?
Sadly, I actually do.
What about, how can you work when Tory Black is here? How can you work with Gabby?
This is what I gotta deal with.
Gabby Carter's on the block, and you're like, "Oh, I gotta go. I gotta work."
And did you just Google all these names? I know you Google like the guests on Black.com, and you just started reading them off.
Maybe I just have encyclopedic knowledge. You'll never know.
Maybe that's his favorite.
It always is with this guy. Have a good night, y'all.
Later, buddy. I'll talk to you.
Out.
Catch you later. Okay. Let me keep reading up here. James, we're getting there. This is nowhere near as long as Flash goes. James Degnan says, my eyes welled up watching Maximus die in Gladiator. They can well up. The gates cannot open. Arulania says 5 guys I knew died in Afghanistan. What a waste. All that money and time for nothing. Yeah. That's the hardest part is seeing people who are like, no, I died for this to make they knew they weren't out there defending America, but they knew they're trying to secure some sort of thing for fucking another people. Saying, look, if this makes
also to stop the Taliban from expanding.
Yeah. It's insane. They're like, no, we want to stop this shit. We want to make a people free. That's why we're out here. That's why my brothers are dying in fucking Humvees from IEDs. Nope. We're just gonna leave now.
The worst part of it is Afghanistan was complicit because all the generals, they just gave up. They just took our money and they didn't really give a shit about the terrorism or anything. They were just in it for the money. So as soon as we left, all the generals just literally ran away from the country and they just gave the Taliban everything.
And again, my position on this is simple. Glass the country.
Agreed.
Turn the sand to glass and then leave. Don't put our soldiers in there. Don't put people in there. But if you're going to spend 20 years of American lives,
conquer the damn country.
Yeah, get something out of it. And now we've just given it up. It's fucking insane to me. Jackson Kai says, for Chicago, as Mayor Daley used to say, vote early, vote often, and bring your dead. Grandfather was a trucker. They followed him into the polls. Damn.
Yep. Daley was like highly corrupt. It was ridiculous.
All of Chicago has been corrupt forever, and it's great. It's like openly corrupt. The fucking movie Chicago, I love the or the musical, right? I love Richard Gere's part where he's like, "It's Chicago, baby." And it's just the most corrupt shit ever. That was the whole point of the fucking show. It's insane. Stug says they should have just called it Emancipated. TJL says when Chris killed Bernie, it was okay to cry. Don't be ashamed, Flash. I don't know what that means. That must be a Gundam thing. Jackson Kai says that's the best part of Gundam. You can tell him kill all Tamino's mental state. Kill them all. Tamino's mental state in real time because characters start dropping like flies. Amateur Ant says Chris Chan should do the Chewbacca defense. No glove, no love. You must acquit. Ben Frail says Evangelion is all Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Yeah, mostly. Dustman Narach J says, while I enjoy the jokes about Yellow Flash crying, I will say that him being willing to admit that means he has bigger balls than Henry Cavill has arms. Dude, that's not hard. Don't insult Henry Cavill that way. Look, Henry doesn't deserve that. That's the Sampack says if Yellow Flash was in Gundam, his Gundam's name would be Gundam Teary Eyes. Jackson Kai says Shinji is supposed to suck in Evangelion. He was written to be a wake-up reflection of anime fans, depressed, pathetic, and a giant simp. And they did it. They nailed it.
Wow, that's kind of rude, assuming that all these anime fans are just losers.
Dude, in the
super were like that in the 90s. It's dead on.
They were nailing a category of people, and it was Evangelion's a commentary on how mecha anime was actually playing out.
Oh yeah,
and they turned a lot of shit on their head. Like, without getting too deep into Ava, what was going on in the 90s and what they were doing with the series was actually really fucking smart, like leagues beyond what you would give it credit for.
Wasn't there an economic collapse in like the 80s, the late 80s?
Yeah.
In Japan? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Scipio Ninja says 3.0 plus 1.0 was okay. Bit rushed at the end, in my opinion. Also, Gurren Lagann's main character, Shimon, is a response to Ava's Shinji. Watch if you haven't yet, Nick. Listen, Yoko Leitner is best girl. I've watched Gurren Lagann plenty. James,
have you seen Space Dandy?
No, I haven't seen Space Dandy.
Space Dandy is a lot of fun. I suggest that one.
I'll have to check it out. James Degnan says, so how is Sodom any different than San Francisco?
It has less shit on the ground.
Yeah, Sodom's a lot fucking cleaner.
Sodom probably had better weather too.
Dude, I went to San Francisco a couple years ago to visit some people I know out there, and I'm like, This place is always miserable. It's
if you go in like September and October, it's actually nice because it's in summer.
It's only nice for September and October because the rest of the year is exactly September and October. To me, I don't know. I find it fucking unbearable. It's miserable.
It like hot or cold? Or?
No, it's not hot enough, but it's not too cold. It's just like this weird, miserable between state. It rains all the time. God, I fucking hate it.
It's honestly,
like
it's
rain.
just more windy. Because I mean, I lived there for 5 years, and the wind is what got me. But the second you go up the hills, it's nice. But if you're downtown, that's literally just a wind tunnel because everything just, goes down in there. And then, it's just, that's the miserable part. Second you go up a hill, the hobos are too lazy to climb the hill. So it's beautiful. There's no shit.
That's funny.
Well, they have that app that like shows you where all the shit is.
Oh yeah, the freaking poop app, dude. It's an embarrassment. That whole state is an embarrassment. California is a third world country.
No, it's not. It's beautiful here.
Yeah, if you're
Stop
rich.
it. You just like the dirt. Don't even add us. What are you talking
Hey,
about?
I liked the dirt better in Nevada. So shush.
Jason Schreiner says, in favor of illegal immigration is in favor of exploitation. You want them for cheap labor or votes and don't give a crap about them as people. I agree.
Yep.
Servant of God 777 says they're most likely going to throw Kamala under the bus. Pelosi or whoever replaces her don't want to deal with someone over them.
No, don't even play around.
I think the most likely thing is they throw Biden under the bus.
Yeah, I think so too.
They won't have to throw him. What they'll do is just let him wander in front of it.
Yeah, they'll put a bowl of oatmeal out there and be like, "Oh, right, that's my
Will
breakfast."
get him.
Shadow. By the way, guys, we're at 2,400 likes. That is crazy town. If you like this stream, go ahead and click like if you haven't yet. That's fantastic. Thank you for all of that support. Shadow Fenrir 24 says, "Hail Cast. We just got a new private in my unit from New York City. New York City. He is anti-capitalism, anti-gun, anti-border, and argues with me about socialism isn't perfected yet. This is Biden's army, folks."
It's mental illness and low IQ. Primarily, these people, they're also, like, studies have shown that these socialist types, they tend to be unattractive. They tend to be weak. They tend to be more effeminate.
Yeah,
it's weakness.
The crazy thing about this is the point I want to hone in on personally is this is Biden's army. People think that the military is like they're like, oh, if there's like some civil war, the military is going to be on the right. Maybe 10 years ago, but it's not that way anymore. And that's the creepy, scary part of it.
It depends. It really depends. The power structure is a little wonky. I think the soldiers themselves might be more conservative on average. It's just the leadership that's the question.
Yeah, I think so, but I also think there's enough leftism in the army now that you can't count on anything. So I mean, people are just so. The thing that gets me is they're so sure about the outcome, and I'm like, I don't know about that.
I think it would probably split.
Yeah, I think that'd be the most realistic outcome, but people don't want to consider that. It's like it split along party lines the same way the country would is the most logical outcome, but people are like, no, the military is going to go one way or the other. It's like, no, I think so.
I think it's mostly the soldiers, because if you told the soldiers to like kill their families and neighbors, I think they would turn and they would shoot you instead. So I do think there's a lot.
Some of them would. Some of them would do what they were told.
I think
that's the scary part.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think enough of them would not obey, though. Maybe 2/3.
Yeah, that'd be the scary thing. So people in the chat are saying 60-40 or whatever. I don't know what the percentage is. I just know that there would be enough. There would be enough people who would go along with the tyrant side that would be scary.
Yeah.
And it's not what I'm responding to is people saying, "Oh no, it's clear cut. The military would fall on this side." It's like, no, there'd be enough that it'd be fucking messy and it'd be scary. I don't
There'd
want to
be
deal with any
infighting.
of that shit. Yeah. Alma John 1 says, Nick, can't you just have your kids wear a mask online? I mean, I can do a whole bunch of stuff for my
Why
kids.
don't you just have them anonymous and let them, like, if they want to make a video like about a video game, or they don't have to show their face.
Yeah, no, I actually, so we homeschool, and a homeschool
Mm-hmm.
unit that I want to do for the kids is video editing and production. Because
Oh,
I
that's
think
cool.
the way kids learn, right? Like they'll learn that, like if I assign them, okay, add sound effects to this video, add video cuts, add transitions to this thing, they'll learn like Adobe Premiere way better than I will just by doing it. And that's part of I'm building that into the homeschool curriculum.
You're going to have a full production team at that house of yours, Nick.
Yeah.
Exactly. But the thing that makes me sad is just that, like, for now, I can't help them on the social level. It's like I've got a channel that I've been building up for years, but I can't put that on them, because if I put that on them, they'll get harassed like crazy. And that's just lame to me. That's my whole thing.
And more importantly, you have to earn it. Like, you have to earn your views, and you've gotta learn the hard way. That's the only way to get good at it.
I agree. Yeah, because kids need to learn that. Even the other aspect of this, and I think we can all agree, a huge element of this is not just talent, it's luck. Like, it's not just that you're particularly good at something, it's that something happened to catch on at the right time and you got to ride a wave. You know, you took advantage of what you got, but and it's because you were there that you got it, but there's a big luck element in it. And kids need to learn that you might be great at something and it'll never work out. I meet tons of people who are way better at shit than I do, like video editing and all sorts of stuff. And it doesn't work out for them. It's like, it's not because they're not good. It's just because the opportunity hasn't hit.
It's also persistence, because, you know, you could fail like 5 times. You just got to succeed once.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the thing that most people don't understand. I was talking to my wife about this the other day. It's like 90% of success is literally just being there. It's being there and ready to grab the opportunity. And most people, you know, if you're working a 9-to-5 job, it's hard to be there at the right time. But okay,
that's what I've had that trouble over the years. That's why I don't put out a lot of videos. It's because I work during the day, so it's kind of hard to be on top of stuff, having content constantly.
You never know what's gonna when the thing that hits is gonna hit. It just it doesn't work.
You never
that
know
way.
what it's gonna be. Like, I bet you nobody, suspected this He-Man stuff was gonna be as big as it was.
Kevin Smith sure fucking didn't.
Well, at least now he has a legitimate reason to cry.
He did it to himself.
I
God,
recommend.
he's fucking terrible.
I recommend everybody get into like cryptocurrency investing, because it can be very lucrative if you play it right. That's like
I just want
current.
to pictures.
Yeah,
I don't want to worry about fake coins.
They're not fake. They have a use case, but basically, if you learn about the space a little bit, and you won't be sorry, is what I can say.
I just wish that I had the rights to Michaela Maroney's fucking not satisfied face or whatever. She's about to sell that NFT and she expects literally 7 figures for it. It's like, and you know, some fucking idiot's going to do it. Some dumbass is going to pay 7 figures for an NFT of Michaela Maroney's face.
I don't get what do people find valuable about an NFT? Because I don't think I would ever buy one.
It's the concept of NFTs are what they find valuable.
Yeah, so there's 2 things here. One, most NFTs are used for money laundering, just like art is. And secondly, NFTs actually are kind of cool and could have applications like maybe a video game, a limited edition item, and you own that asset. You could sell that asset, maybe even move it to another game. That's cool, but we're not there yet. So right now, it's mostly just a scam. that people use to launder money, and I guess famous people can make an NFT and make a lot of money too. So yeah, mostly money laundering.
I wish I had the rights to Michaela Maroney's nudes, because I think I could get more than seven figures for those NFTs.
Who is Michaela Maroney?
She was a U.S. gymnastics girl back in the 2016 Olympics. She did a vault on a broken ankle. What was
she
that?
She makes a face where her lips
yeah.
are off to the yeah.
Yeah, that's the NFT that she's gonna sell. That's gonna make fucking like $1.2 million.
So is it just like you get the digital file of it? It's like, well, I could just go and get a screenshot. Now
it's a non-fungible token, so it cannot be copied, it cannot be edited, and it's the only one that exists. So a non-fungible token is something that once you own it, you own it, and nobody else can get it.
Think of it like a baseball card, right? Like you can get a picture of Nolan Ryan online now, but if you had Nolan Ryan's rookie card with the exact same picture, it's worth
signature
10 billion times as much. That's what an NFT is. It's just an electronic version of a baseball card. I think they're stupid, but they are interesting because they have a verification system that is blockchain based, and you can't replicate it. So
in the future, NFTs will be really cool, but for now, it's mostly just art and money laundering.
Yeah, there like Mr. Obvious said, there's some interesting applications for it. Right now, it's fucking weird. It's just emerging. Like there are people. Someone bought Jack Dorsey's first tweet, for example. It was like $750,000. It's like, you can go look up Jack Dorsey's first tweet. Anybody can screen grab it, but some guy owns the legit right to it because Jack Dorsey sold it to him, and he has proof that Jack Dorsey sold it to him. It's like if someone took a Picasso and ran it through a photocopier, but you had a copy that could be verified that you owned the original that Picasso handed to you.
Physical piece of art. Why the fuck would anyone buy a screenshot of a tweet?
I don't know why they would. I'm just saying what the comparison is, right?
As society gets more and more crowded, like in the future, there's going to be more digital landscape. There's going to be virtual worlds, virtual towns, communities. So I think NFTs are like a future tech, but it's way too early.
It's like they're trying to bring Second City back and then make it real.
Basically, because in the future, there's going to be no land left. There's going to be like no space. We're going to be overcrowded and overpopulated. So the internet and digital spaces will become more important.
People that think that have never had to drive through Nevada or Utah or Idaho.
What's the problem with Nevada, Utah, and Idaho is that they're literally owned. Like Montana, Ted Turner owns... Well, he owned 60% of the land in Montana, and he turned it over to the U.S. government in 99-year trusts that can't be broken. So, like, you can't. This, by the way, this is my personal pet peeve. I think this is bullshit. If you go to Montana and you're like, this mountain is cool, I have $90 million and I want to buy a fucking mountain, you literally can't, because Ted Turner already bought it and then cucked himself to the U.S. government in a trust that'll sit for 99 years. And then at the end of those 99 years, will go into the ownership of the U.S. government. You can't do fucking shit. You can't buy it.
Wow. Yeah, see, that's kind of the point. It's like eventually there's going to be nothing left.
Yeah. By the way, Anna, you should come to Minnesota. I'll take you to a cool art place where you can buy real fucking art. Instead of NFTs.
Was at the airport in Minnesota. There's a lot of lakes.
Bring Peaches and come out. I've got a house you can stay at. You can visit me and Lady Rackets. A separate house. You guys can have your privacy. Come hang out. It'd be fun.
When is the best as far as weather-wise in Minnesota?
Never. It's either hot or fucking cold. You pick one.
Okay.
But no, so I go to an art show every year with Lady Rackets, and I think I could arrange a ticket for you if you and Peaches wanted to come, like legitimately.
Yeah, let me know when it is.
Philibooty says, what about that chick and the rest of the left that spurged out? Sub 80 IQ to know what coyotes were not canines regarding the underwear
yeah.
tree. Dude, that
You
was
guys
fucking
remember
stupid.
that?
Yes. Oh my God. They're like, coyotes are raping people across the, and she's like, coyotes can't rape people. It's like, oh my fucking God, you idiot. She had no idea that coyotes were smugglers. Eldon Bangley says, Nick, do you have a
didn't know
ceiling?
that either until right now.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah,
You
they're
didn't make a
human
tweet about it.
traffickers.
Yeah, that's the name for people who smuggle people across the border.
Yeah.
Eldon Bainling says, Nick, do you have a ceiling on order as well? No. Fuck you. I hate you. Just kidding. I love you. Francisco Sanchez Jr. says, remember Ella French, a cop who will not get an honor guard and bagpipes thanks to Lori Lightfoot. Meanwhile, dozens will be shot this weekend because of racism. Death Trout says, Nick's right about seeing the music you grew up with. Went a few weeks ago to see Green Day, Fall Out Boy, and Weezer. Great fucking show. Dude, that is a good fucking show. Even though Green Day's, God, Billy's a fucking bitch, but I would still go see that show. Emperor Saw 17 says, is there a way to use Google and not get recommended far left websites? No.
Nope. There's no way to do it, man. It's so bad. I swear. Like, you literally cannot find anything anymore. You go on Google, It's just all left wing. It's all propaganda. It's terrible. It's just brainwashing.
People need to understand, and I talked to my YouTube rep about this, and they agreed. There was a time when alternative media was doing really well on YouTube, which, just in case anyone's curious, is owned by Google. And there was literally a one-day switch where Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder switched places with CNN, Fox News, NBC News on views.
Yep.
Shapiro and Crowder were killing the major news networks. They were absolutely demolishing them. And then the news networks got together and they paid off YouTube. It was a literal payoff. And you can tell because the next day the views switched 100%. And Shapiro went down to like 100,000 views and CNN went up to 5 million. It's amazing what they did.
Like creators like us, we get suppressed. We don't like they just push the mainstream media and they suppress our content. It's fucked up.
I was talking to my rep the other day. I have a meeting every Tuesday or every other Tuesday. I was talking to my rep the other day and I'm like, well, look, I did this video and it went nowhere. And she's like, look, you're like the 19th on the search. You know, there are 18 verified information sources before you, but you're number 19. And I'm like, that doesn't help me. I did everything right. I did the thumbnail right. I had the titling right. I had the tags right. I had the description right to literally be the number one independent creator on this subject. But I have 18 fucking quote unquote verified media sources above me. And I can't compete with them because YouTube has an entire team dedicated to quote unquote verified sources. So on major news topics, there's literally it's impossible to compete.
Yeah, that's why I'm seriously considering, like, I'm going to keep doing my main channel, but I'm going to start other channels that have nothing to do with politics or news. Like, I have an idea for a cooking channel, maybe a finance, like, / crypto channel. And I want to do that too, because they're never going to allow me to reach 1 million subs. But I want to reach 1 million subs someday. So I got to do other channels. That's all I can do.
Yeah, the problem I have is I speak in the legal sphere, right? Like I am as much as it pains like law Twitter and stuff, I am a bona fide expert. I have a license. I have expertise in the legal realm. And I am more of an expert than CNN will ever be on a legal topic because they get them wrong all the fucking time. And yet I'll never, the areas where I talk, I'll never be recognized by YouTube as a trusted piece of information because I don't pay them. I hope to get paid by them. It's the opposite. But no, use DuckDuckGo, buddy. Trident Titan says, do you guys think if everybody wore masks and social distance at the beginning of the pandemic that we could have lessened the deaths or stopped the virus completely? No.
Nope. Scientifically speaking, no. The only way to do it, and this is what I suggested, would be to do a full nationwide lockdown, all borders closed, all travel banned for 1 month. Everyone stays in their homes. The military delivers food, and then we keep the borders closed forever, and we just stop traveling outside the country.
It would have to be so authoritarian that the country already doesn't look like America 2 years ago. It's creepy that when I go to the store right now and I can't find basic products because they're sold out at every store in town because of a distribution issue, not because one store happened to have some weirdo buy it all, but distribution issues actually are causing shortages in the United States. That's not the country I recognize. I'm 39. For 37 years, I never saw any of the shit we see now. We're already a different country, but with what you're talking about and the way to maybe, and I mean maybe, fight the virus, it would have been so authoritarian that we wouldn't recognize America at all.
I agree. It's just as far as if you wanted to eradicate the virus in America and keep it out, you'd have to do that for a month or two. And then after that, you could go out of lockdown and you just lock down the borders. That's the only way.
But you'd have to lock down the border for literally forever.
Yeah, you cannot half-ass it is what I'm saying. And that's exactly what we did. We half-assed everything. So no, there's literally nothing we could have done except that, which we didn't.
Yeah, and I don't think it, I don't think it ultimately would have worked because you get one koofer coming across the border from Canada, for example, and it'd be over. They come into they cross the border into Thunder Bay, and they're sitting there. They're going, and suddenly,
you'd really.
What are you going to do? You're going to
close down the border and build a wall and all that. You would really have to just lock it down.
Right, and you'd have to do what China tried. Right, you'd have to drill. You'd have to board people into their homes. Say, nope, you don't get to leave, and fucking put up a sheet metal barrier on their door, drill it in, have guards sitting outside their doors. There's no way to do it with the America that we know. And that's crazy. Trident Titan says, one of my friends, this is a continuation. One of my friends said it could have at least made a difference. So do you think it would have been worth it? First of all, it wouldn't have made a difference other than on timeline. It let's say everybody complied with the mask order right away, or the mask, not the vaccine, because that came way later. Everybody complied with masks and social distancing right away. The masks and social distancing were to flatten the curve. It was 2 weeks. It was 2 weeks to make a not spike in cases. That's what people don't realize. It wasn't to eliminate cases. It was to make them not spike so that hospitals would have capacity.
And it didn't work.
It didn't work. And if perfect compliance would have been achieved, it still wouldn't have worked. At the end of the day, we were going to get this pandemic. There was no way around it. The flattening of the curve was just delaying the spike until later, until we were prepared for it. So
and now here we are, nearly 2 years later, and we're still going through the same shit. The stuff that is just mind-boggling to me is just how little information is actually being disseminated to the public, and how many people are just fine with just no information is being given to you about anything, and you're just, whatever they tell you, you just go along with it. You don't question what you're being told at all. It's half the country is just, whatever you say, I'll give you conflicting information 2 months apart. Doesn't matter. I'll just do it, whatever. And now you dumbasses, you gotta go back, get another jab.
Yeah, I did a video on this just yesterday. I mentioned it earlier, but I did this video, and I had to the joke was Matt Walsh was speaking at a school board about masks and mask mandates in elementary school. And I said, well, I have to mute out everything that YouTube won't let me say.
Yeah.
And so I muted the whole video. It's 2 minutes and 20 seconds, just complete silence. And that's the whole joke. But like literally, you can't talk about it. And the crazy thing is, like, they've flipped the script on how they treat kids, because at the beginning they're like, oh no, we got to shut down schools. And now they're like, oh, we don't really need schools shut down because kids aren't as susceptible. Now that we have teachers vaccinated, we don't need the kids stuff. And it's like, well, that's what we've been saying forever, is that kids aren't susceptible to this, but it doesn't matter.
Neither are young
right?
people. Like literally, if you're under 45, your chance of dying is like it's so small.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're not even clear on what happens post getting it. That's the thing that is concerning to me is I had it. I didn't know that's what I had, but I found out later, yeah, that's what I had. I got it in December. So it was, and I was sick pretty much from maybe the day after Christmas until the middle of January. Because it turned into a sinus infection after that. So it was very miserable. It was the worst sore throat I've ever had. And just crazy fever. I was exhausted and had no energy out of nowhere. I thought I had something else. I'm like, is this the flu? Because I hadn't had the flu in years. But the weird part is that I don't know whether or not that causes me to be less likely to get it again, or if that makes me less likely to get a variant. They're not entirely sure whether or not that's the case. If I get the vaccine, I can still carry the virus. So,
and
I can still infect people, but I'm vaccinated. Like, what the fuck?
The worst part is you literally cannot find the answer to that question because it can't be said on social media.
Yep.
If you say it on Twitter or YouTube or Facebook, you're going to get banned. And it's
they actually gave me a strike recently, and I couldn't upload for a week because I literally put out a video talking about like Joe Biden wants federal workers to get a vaccine or submit to regular testing. And then all of my citations were from the CDC, literally from the website, word for word. And they took down my video. They gave me a strike. I appealed it. I complained on Twitter. No, they didn't give a shit.
Dude,
if I can't cite the CDC, who can I cite?
I got a strike watching Biden's address to Congress when he talked about relaxing school stuff, and I was like, yeah, it's interesting because they're finally recognizing that the CDC has said for a long time that kids aren't affected in the same way as adults, and this shows that is verified. And Biden was literally saying that. Biden's up there, he's like, yeah, kids are not as susceptible to this disease, so we're going to open up schools. I'm like, yeah, of course they're going to open up schools. They've known this forever if they actually looked at it. But kids just, for whatever reason, I have no idea why, are not affected in the same way. They gave me a strike on that. I'm like, bitch, I'm talking about what Biden is saying. I'm literally going with the experts.
Yep.
I'm affirming what they're saying.
You know what's even worse? This is what makes me so angry about this is not only are young people and kids the least affected, but they also have the most adverse reactions. This was according to data from Spain that the Spain government released. And my theory
I don't
is
trust
that,
anything from Spain or Portugal.
well, my theory is that older people do better with the vaccine because they have weaker immune systems. And the way it works is like it trains your immune system to attack spike proteins. Your body has some spike proteins. But I think the reason that the young kids they're more likely to have a bad reaction is because they have very strong immune systems. And that's also the same reason they're less likely to be hurt from COVID in the first place. So and they're out there saying we got to vaccinate all the kids. It's like, I don't want to say too much because you're not allowed to talk about it, but do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely crazy. That's the thing. Like some people I know are like, some some people that they know just recently died of COVID and stuff like that. And they're healthy people and they died from it. Yeah. And they're like, they send me a message and they're like, please get vaccinated and stuff. And please get your kids vaccinated. I'm like, my kids are too young. They literally can't get it yet. And me, I'm like, I'm not sure about it because I keep reading this shit where the Delta variant is more susceptible to people, or people who got vaccinated are more susceptible. And it's like, I live in a small town. I don't go out. I'm not out here licking strangers. I'm not getting this. I'm not getting this illness. I don't understand why I should bother with this thing. Like, and I'm not telling other people not to.
Right.
You know,
they need to talk to their doctor and find out what's right for them.
If you live in a metro area and you're meeting a whole bunch of weirdos, like you're walking through Skyways every day, maybe it's the right thing for you. I literally stay in my house and I shit post online. Why would I bother? It's crazy to me.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why I haven't done this, because I haven't been anywhere. So there's not much of a reason for me to do it. And the other reason is because I want more information. I want to know exactly what I'm putting into my body, and I want to know what the potential side effects are, and more importantly, I want to know how is it going to work against the inevitable variants that are going to come.
And I want to know that the fucking the pharmaceutical companies who made it are going to be held accountable if I die from it.
Nope, they have no liability.
Because if I get the poke and I die, I want my kids to get a payout, right? Like, but that's not, like Mr. Obvious just said. They have no liability. The government gave them immunity. That was the number one deterrent for me. I'm like, okay, well, let's fuck this. They have immunity from it. I'm not interested.
Yeah, the FDA is working on approving the Pfizer vaccine, but that's the only one that I heard that was even in the close to getting approved.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm frankly, like right now, I'm just not interested at all because it doesn't affect me. I don't have to deal with it. I don't see other people.
Just be careful what you say about this on YouTube. Like I try not to talk too much about it anymore.
We're saying a bunch of stuff about it on YouTube.
Listen, the contravailing statement is this. This is YouTube policy. YouTube policy requires a contravailing statement. Here it is. We are just talking about a subject. We are not medical experts. Everybody should listen to their personal primary care physician, their wisdom, and they should take into account the wisdom of the experts and make a decision that is appropriate for them. We're not giving anybody advice on vaccines. We're not immunologists, epidemiologists, or virologists. We're just four assholes on YouTube. That's it.
I'm gonna need that clip so I can play it in my own videos.
There you go. Feel free. Trident Titan says, funnily enough, I had a negative reaction to the vaccine. I developed heart issues and uncontrollable aggression for about a week and a half afterwards. Later, I started having full body twitches and issues with vision. Damn.
Yeah.
Snuggle Struggle says, you see the NatSec lady holding the Conan sword saying trolls come at me only to block them. Someone said, you look like you drop common loot.
Wow. Oh my God. That's hurtful.
Mr. Nanuisance says, did anyone see Mark Dice video on petition California signing to have anyone not vax arrested? I have not. I don't watch Mark Dice. I don't watch creators on political content. Usually I watch shit on Warhammer. That's about it.
Yeah, he did a video where he went around with a fake petition and he said, do you support people who aren't vaccinated going to prison? And basically a bunch of people said yes. So
yeah. I'm not surprised.
It's kind of scary.
JT loves Code Lyco says, so what's the status of Vic's appeal? Still waiting, buddy. Any Thursday at 9:30 p.m. Central Time, they release their opinions. There's no way to know when they will release it or what they will release. Unfortunately, we're just in a waiting game. Jason Schreiner says, anyone know someone with a bunker, gas mask, gun collection, seed bank, and the rest who thinks this is what they invested in that stuff for? I don't know. I need to I'm getting solicited from My Patriot Supply. Right? So
I missed a meeting with them.
So did I. Don't worry.
Yeah.
They'll still take your meeting. Just send them an email.
I'm gonna have to do that.
I just want to do it because I want them to send me some yummy grubbies that I can eat on stream.
They're a cool company. Like it's a really good product.
Yeah, 30. Look, if you especially if you live anywhere on a coast, that's hurricane food.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. No, I will definitely do a subscription from them. I need to set up a meeting. Trident Titan says speech and brain fog that hasn't gone away. I'm in a group with several thousand people, and I've been on a subreddit called r/COVID vaccinated. There's a bunch of people. I'm trying to get better, and it's frustrating. Well, good luck, brother. Let's see. Ascended President Not So Handsome Jack says, confirmed Drex is Raw Dog and Susan. Snuggle Struggle says, hear about the Harvard chem/bio professor and 2 Chinese nationals found guilty of working for the CCP. Airport found vials and luggage, unknown and still untested liquids. This was November of 2019. Coincidence? No, it's just a coincidence. Stop asking questions.
Did you see those videos where like you saw certain people from a certain place kind of like wiping their boogers on public benches and stuff?
That's what I do.
Yeah.
I walk around to every bench and I sniff it and then I blow on it as hard as Biden does to a kid.
Spicy.
Eric the Red says, make a national docs list for BJ scrapers and fun time criers. The public demands it. Roman Ray says, berserk. Rocky Desert Flower says, I thought Shinji was autistic. Shinji is autistic. Andrew War Snowbird says, I think it's finally starting to hit my dad that the Indians are changing their name. He's been going to games since 1968, and it's hard for him to see PC woke culture run rampant. It's devastating.
That's sad.
The Guardians are the same as the Indians. Yeah, man, it sucks. It sucks. Woke comes for all.
But you got to remember too, it's the boomers who voted for this, who let it all happen.
Yep.
And kind of just enjoyed the good old days while everything went to shit.
It's yes, you're right. It's literally the fucking boomers who did it. And that needs to be remembered. Jackson Kai says, this is why I got into 40K. The men act like men. I don't just mean Space Marines. If your 20-year friend dies, you carry the memory and keep fighting. Amateur Ant says, I bet Peaches cried when he first met Cecil. Roman Ray says, I learned to vent on the bathroom mirror by yelling all the anger and emotions to avoid exploding onto someone's face and having a mental breakdown. Good. Keep it up. The knowledge says just some guy belongs to the wall. Damn. Amargad says, oh God, Anna, see what you started? An AA meeting. Yeah, Anna, how dare you? You started an AA meeting, apparently.
When did we wait, what?
I don't know. This is hours ago. Stephen F says, I'm trying to get through these. Tell Drex when dude suggests open relationships should be brutally honest about his musts. She must follow. Take rare, loyal type to accept terms. No, if guys or women suggest open relationships, it's over. You don't have a relationship. You have a sex buddy.
It only works if it's like a political marriage or a marriage of convenience. In other words, you don't actually care about the other person. Yeah.
Yeah. You're just acknowledging that you have someone that you occasionally engage with sex in, and that's fine. Like if you want to do that, go for it, but you don't have a relationship. Scorching Flame says Roy Mustang said it's just rain. Roman Ray says Joseph Stalin's son once attempted to end his life by shooting himself and missed somehow, and Stalin mockingly stated that you can't shoot straight. Carnicle Blackburn says fairness is an arbitrary line drawn in the sand by the guy with the biggest stick. Fairness is a concept men cannot fully understand. Nightmare FD3S says, can I get a how embarrassing for Yellow Flash crying to which Gundam series? Why is King Grifter hosting Flashcast? Flash had family stuff and couldn't start it on time, so I did. Dean Domino 25 says, also, anyone hear about the good news for Brendan Fraser? Man's life is finally looking to be on the upswing. Look, I wish that man nothing but the best, except for the fact that he had $11,000 a month in pet expenses. That's his own fucking fault. Dark Sore Ace says, oh, sorry, lost my place here. Give me a moment to find my place again. I just hate how everything shifts around with this new system they put in. Literally true. Uriah Wright says, Yellow Flash, stop making fun of me. I'm trying to weep my fifis over Gundams. Dex Luther says, EVS and Cecil are having a sleepover. Gay. EVS wants to braid Cecil's hair because EVS doesn't have enough of his own. King League says, hello, fellow trolls. Some shekels for freedom. Screw Arnold. What's up, Tug? Just some guy friggin' rules. Twitter insults. Keep on being you. Death Trout says, fucking hell. That's a man, Nick. Everyone knows that in Soviet Russia, all women have penises. Geck812 says Cecil was live streaming dress up event, and he and E had been asking to be judged on Monster Mania Con a few hours ago. Probably still there. That ASMR crap is vomit. Radball says burn them all. Look, Cecil has the link. If he wants to come in, he could have. He seemed busy today, and that's fine. Dean Domino says, if you think Twitch thoughts and simps are bad, watch the EFAP episodes 147, 148. They make fun of Hassan Piker. He does less than thoughts, but gets 100K a month. Hassan Piker is a fucking beta and a piece of shit. Imagine being the son of, isn't he the son of Cenk Younger?
Yeah, or he's a nephew
or whatever. He's related to Cenk. If I was related to Chunk, I would be doing everything in my life to get away from him.
Yeah, that's the only reason that he has any viewers is because he leeches off of Cenk's name.
Yeah, and
he got set up.
Cenk sucks. Ellen Bainling says, hey, Nick, is there a Vic update? Felt like asking. You fuck you. Dungeon Master says, Rackets is my favorite e-thought. Notice me, senpai. Hey, what's up? C. Gomez says, I've tricked people into believing wearing masks is reducing CO2 and it's killing plants. Things are easy to make up when there's no proof. Nivok the Orc says, Anna is officially Southern because she has to bust out the family tree to explain how she is and isn't related to her man. Silica Beastmaster says, hey, Nick, did you know Berserk creator Kentaro Miura died? I have heard that. Xenobit says, Yellow Flash would be more into ASMR crying. Barb Rogers says, just find a doctor to fake it. Get the paperwork that says you got the jab, but don't. Ricada Law, what do you think? Look, I will not advocate because I'm ethically obligated against it. Lying to the government, don't do it. But you do what you want. And again, consult with your doctor and the experts. Pimp Poppy says, have you seen the new Kiwi Farms terms of service on Chris Chan that say no thirst? Need that on Twitch. No, I have not seen that. Gundam Touch Me says, cry Flash. I need it so I can get off in the heavy equipment at work. Jackson Kai says, every single one of you should get a VTuber avatar and see who can make the most simp bucks. My money's on Drexel. Cyril Foxy says, Gina's first movie is a short film. Nice. Oh, because Ben Shapiro's producing it.
Oh, man.
Dex Luther says, you're reading the super chats too fast. No way. Spigot says, hey, Nick, can you break out the lips and say this in Russell Greer's voice? No. Hey, I can't use a straw, but I love refrigerators. Hey, I can't use a straw, but I love refrigerators. And I hope Anna can touch me like Gundam touch Yellow Flash. Disgusting. Delvin Death says, the Bella stuff from the deranged Franny with an axe to grind using Discord screenshots with unquestionable witnesses. Ask Dick Masterson. Scotty DU81 says, punchable face equals Daniel Kibblesmith. Sam Pack says, here's 20. Play a Jordan White ukulele song. No, sorry. You got to look that up on your own. TGL says, top 5. Vaush, Patton Oswalt, Matt Mercer, LeBron James, Michael Rappaport. Those are punchable faces. Dex Luther says, punchable top 5. Vaush, Trudeau, Nick Rekieta times 3. Magician Sapphire says, what do you think about the quartering versus Review Tech USA beef? Look, Jeremy and I have talked several times. He's always been nice to me. I've never talked to Review Tech. I'm going to take Jeremy's side by default because I'll always take bros before fat hoes. I don't know. But really, I know nothing about it. No Comprendo says Dems hate Cavill because they gave to the enemy arms. God damn it. Trom2CH2 says, Nick, tomorrow I have to convince my ex to not, and I quote, Yeet that clump of cells. Do you have any advice? I could use prayers as well, dude. I don't know. I don't know how you convince a woman to not kill a baby.
And it sucks because a lot of like it's kind of in the DNA a little bit. If there's no like, because you see it all the time in nature and infanticide.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like for me, I see honestly, this is the way I think about it. I do think it's killing. I think it's murder because if you didn't do it, someone would be born. So in linear time, they exist in the future or they will exist in the future. What's the difference between killing someone before they're born or after? I fail to see that distinction.
Yeah, I don't know what about the cervix is so magical that when a baby passes it, it suddenly becomes human. Personally, but to this particular chatter, man, I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe talk to them about like if they will ever want kids in the future. Maybe if they will regret it, and I don't know. Maybe just talk to them.
Talk to them.
Find out how they're feeling.
See if they'll do one of these things called a 4K ultrasound or a 4D ultrasound. Pay for it. They're like $100. Pay for it. It'll be it's a literal live picture of your baby. It's how it looks.
That's a good idea.
Go see if they'll do it. Say, hey, before we do that, can we take a look at this thing? Can we see what it looks like? And hope to God she's still got a fucking shred of empathy in her. Abortion is one of my go-to. It's the worst thing in the fucking world. Look, I'm not out here to shame people who are pro-choice, but to me, it is the worst thing that exists in the world, and I cannot imagine killing off the next generation like this. Poorly Redacted says if a state has the authority to impose compliance of, for example, acquitting and carrying proof of insurance while driving, could a state similarly impose compliance of acquiring and carrying firearms in public? Well, yes, they've done that very effectively through the conceal and carry programs in various states, but driving is a little bit different because driving is a privilege, not a right. Your guns are a right, but it doesn't really matter practically because they've done that the same way for both. The Bad Burrito says Brie Larson's ass is somehow flatter than the packaging her yoga pants came in. P-Dog Knight says, wouldn't Brie Larson's yoga pants just fall off? Yeah, they do. That's why it's always a still frame with them. No Comprendo says Marvel got cheeky with the body doubles with the Taskmaster. Mano Fonetiel says, this stream was such a treat. First night at work, I get to work while I listen to my earbud, and I get to listen to my favorite YouTube grifters. Cheers, guys. Also, team no balls. If there is no hole, there is no goal. No, there's a hole on balls versus no balls. You still get a hole. Stop it. You get 2 holes, even. All the holes that a woman has. You just also have a sack of balls there. Andrew War Snowboard says, how come Chauvin didn't get knees banned forever? God damn it. Azrael Bain says, went to my cousin's for his wedding/reception earlier, had some 30-year Lafroig with him. His bottom shelf drinking younger brother tried to be cool with the bottle, dropped it, and broke it. Oh my God. 30-year fucking Scotch.
Wow. Did he get his ass beat?
I hope so. I hope he got executed faster than a pedo. God damn it.
Yeah,
Lone Wolf Ranger.
Yeah, that sucks.
Says, whoever is typing essay of the year, your mic is picking up the sound. Please fix. Avaheim says, that was Anna, I think. But Avaheim says, did you see the cover story of humiliating San Antonio woman denied entry by Miami party bus service for being plus size? She was quite fat. No. Oh, God damn it. Oh, fat lady. No, our bus can't haul you, ma'am. You've got to stay outside. Bark Lounger says, Nick, have you heard anything about the person in Hawaii getting arrested for counterfeit COVID vax card? I think this is going to happen a lot. I have not heard about it, but it is going to happen a lot. Yes. Ron Crossman says, has anyone watched the 4K of Transformers, the movie? Looks great. The soundtrack is still awesome and is definitely worth the $20. I've not. I want it. Stan Bush is amazing, and he's the man on that soundtrack.
Yeah, I love that. I love that movie. I ended up buying. I bought 4 different versions of this thing. I have it on VHS. I have 2 copies on DVD, and then I bought it on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
So it's just every time a new version comes out, I just buy it.
Yeah, they just had the fucking like 30-year anniversary come out or whatever, 25. I don't remember what it is.
Yeah, I got that one, but I don't have a 4K TV, so I can't get the 4K version.
Oh, get a 4K TV. Oh my god.
I don't like 4K. It's too high def.
Stop it.
It's weird. It's like Uncanny Valley.
I love it. I love it. I want everything to look like shit. I want everything to look as bad as reality. No, man, I love the Transformers movies. But you know what I love most about that fucking soundtrack is Mark Wahlberg in Boogie Nights singing "You Got the Touch." That's what I really.
Yeah, that's right. He did do that.
He's like, "You got the touch. You got the power." It's so bad. God, it's great. Xenobit says, I still say I'm Not Starfire looks like Cecil's. Sam Pack says, who's taller, Tim Pool or Wolverine? Wolverine 100%. Tim Pool's a fucking manlet.
Isn't Tim Pool 6'1"?
No, Tim Pool is 5 foot, 5 foot nothing at best.
I looked this up once. I think he's 6 foot.
It's a lie.
No, he's not.
Did you see that? Did you see that picture of him, Vaush, and Charlie Kirk standing next to each other?
5'10". Yeah, that's average.
He's not 5'10". I promise you, Tim Pool, my dick is taller than Tim Pool by itself. Tim Pool is short as fuck. Seriously, Mr. Obvious, did you see Tim Pool standing next to Charlie Kirk and Vaush?
No, how tall are they?
Hold on. I'm gonna pull this.
So you're saying it's a lie? What's on the internet?
Yeah, it's almost like it's
just like it's a lie that Tom Cruise is 5'7", right?
Wait,
yeah,
Anna,
that man's clearly 5'0".
Anna, answer me this: what height becomes unacceptable? Like, what's the line?
I'm really short, so I'm the worst person to ask because I won't date a guy if he's over 5'9". It's not worth it. Like,
God, you're fucking embarrassing to women sometimes.
I don't like wearing high heels, and if I have to get on a stool to kiss my boyfriend, I'm not doing that. I don't need that headache in my life.
So you're saying there is hope for the manlets out there?
Well, I mean, you have to have other aspects to you than
you gotta
just,
be buff.
Yes, that is a
Anna, stop this. I'm 6'2" to 6'3". Lady
yes,
Rackets
and you're a giant, Nick.
And Lady Rackets is 5'3", and I can kiss her just fine. She doesn't need heels to kiss me.
That's because you bend over, but what if she wants to catch you by surprise?
Then she can kiss my neck or my nipples or whatever.
So
Well, let me ask you this, Nick. How do you fit in cars? Do you have to like buy bigger cars to be able to
Yes,
fit in?
it's fucking horrible. Beds are
Nick? What about
beds are worse than cars. Beds are way worse than cars. You have to sleep diagonally because most beds are about 6'1".
Exactly.
And I'm lucky. I'm only 6'2". I'm just above like official manlet status. Like I'm just barely taller. But if you get to like 6'4", 6'5", beds are like impossible for you. You have to sleep diagonal like a fucking degenerate.
Well, see, I sleep diagonal and I starfish, but that's just because I'm weird when I sleep.
Yeah,
But-
you're a woman. It's okay. We understand.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got the picture up, Mr. Obvious. Look at Tim Pool next to Vaush and Charlie Kirk.
So Vaush is like 5'11" and Kirk is like 6'3".
I think they say Kirk is 6'4", but yeah. So
Yeah.
Kirk's about like he's a little taller than Trump, and Trump is apparently 6'3".
Oh my god! But you seen Barron?
No,
He's
Baron
huge.
Trump?
He's
Is
like
he-
a
is he
freaking
giant?
Yes.
He's a freaking giant.
I would
He's like-
imagine. Yeah, because like if your
He's 6'7".
parents are tall, if your parents are tall
What?
and you're wealthy, so you could eat good.
He's
Yeah, I bet
6'.
Barron's a monster.
I'll show you a picture. He's
But yeah,
freaking
look at
tall.
you. Tell me Tim Pool is above 5'5" in this picture, and I will fucking sell you a bridge. Tim Pool is tiny. Somewhere on the internet it says Vaush is 6'2". Vaush is 6'2" only if he inverts his vagina and puts it on top of his head. Nowhere on earth is Vouch 6'2".
Oh no,
Look
he's
at that.
not.
Look at that fucking weirdo. Yeah, Tim Pool's like 5'5". It's okay. It's okay, Tim. I asked Adam Krigler, I said, how tall is Tim Pool? And he said shorter than me. So and Adam knows for sure.
I saw
Adam's
that.
like 5'11", right?
I don't know how tall Adam is. I just know Tim Pool's shorter than him. Ron Martin says Tim is 5 foot Anna. 200 Watt Studio.
That short.
200 Watt Studio says, in honor of Flash, please play the YouTube clip called Terminator 2. I know now why you cry. No, I'm not going to do that. Everybody's seen that. It's great. Noah Hacking says, create the Cum Federation. No. Jackson Guy says,
Kid is 15 years old and 6'7".
Yeah.
Wait,
See?
did you just sent
He's a
it, didn't you?
giant.
Oh my God, he's big.
Yeah. I wish I was that tall.
No, you don't. It's unpleasant.
In this picture.
Yes,
It is.
I want to be that tall. I
Look
want
at
to be a
how-
giant.
Remember that Trump is 6'3".
Yeah.
Melania's tall as fuck too, by the way.
He's a freaking giant. Dude, he's just a Chad for life.
Yeah, you're born into being a 6'7" billionaire. That's amazing.
Yeah, but you know what's weird? It's like he looks like a normal sized person that somebody just like lassoed in Photoshop and did like the transform tool.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
He has a baby face.
Because he's
he's
only what
15.
he's 15. That's why he still looks like a kid.
I
Because
know, but it looks like it's photoshopped, and I wonder what
God,
he's gonna look like
it's
when
his
he's
legs.
stopped growing.
His legs are so long.
Elder
you see
Gusto
the
says
size of his head?
Baron is the Chad who would be king. Okay. Jackson Kai says, don't actually watch Made in Abyss Dawn of the Deep Soul unless you want such a best dad that makes Gendo from Evangelion look like a saint. Look,
Yeah.
Gendo is a proper dad. Don't even diss on him.
Yeah, you should watch Made in the Abyss. It's a good anime, and yeah, the dad in that movie is. Oh, I wanted to kill him.
Shagaval says, I meant like MacArthur, we should have put a supreme commander in charge of our new territories in the Middle Eastern regions we occupied. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Well, that's what we did. We installed a new government there, and it got corrupted instantly.
It's almost like It's almost like governments in the Middle East and Western Asia, well, in all of Asia, have a proclivity to be horrifically corrupt. And so if we try and install our own governments, they'll actually just continue to be corrupt because that's how they do things.
Better to just take over.
Like I've heard shit about the Japanese healthcare system where it's like, oh yeah, you have socialized healthcare or whatever, but the only way you get treated is if you pay a fucking bribe. Like that's expected, is that you pay a bribe to the doctor to get in anywhere in a reasonable amount of time. Like corruption is baked into Asiatic and Middle Eastern cultures. It just is. It doesn't make it right. It's just how it is. Nua Hawking says, just some guy. How about the sugar tax?
Oh, fuck's sake. So they decided to tax you for buying like pop or juice or something like that.
Oh, yeah. And especially in liberal cities.
Yes.
Right?
They also had a water tax. So when you bought water, I'm not kidding. When you buy water, you'll be taxed for buying a bottle of water. No, it gets more interesting. So have you ever heard of vitamin water?
Yeah, I love vitamin water.
What does vitamin water have in it other than water?
Electrolytes and well, I guess some sort of there's a fucking
vitamins,
weird chemical to make the color, right? Like
No, there's another substance in it.
What is it?
Sugar.
Oh,
so
yeah.
when you go and you buy a bottle of vitamin water, you get taxed for it for the sales. You get taxed for it because it's water, and then you get taxed for it because it has sugar in it.
Oh hell no, dude.
Fucking lame.
Fuck that, dude. I'm gonna go full ANCAP at this rate.
Yeah, they are just like Chicago finds a way to find another tax. Like whatever it is, they will find a way to tax you. For my cable, I'm taxed for entertainment.
Why do you live?
I'm being entertained, so I'm being taxed for being entertained.
So why do you live there? Why don't you leave?
Because most of my family is here, most of my friends are here, and
I would still
the
leave.
professions that I do are here. So,
Dude, I feel
that
you. I
sucks.
hate Minnesota is ranked number 3 on cost of living in the United States. People don't
Holy
realize
shit,
this.
yeah.
Well, because I pay 12% to the government on my Minnesota income tax, right? Like, so on top of the fucking like 20 to 30% I pay to the feds, I pay an additional 12 to Minnesota, and they have different fucking rates than the feds. So like not as much as exempt. So I pay even more. So, but I'm stuck here. My in-laws are all here.
You
And
guys gotta get into crypto, man. It's the only way to make any long-term savings.
do you know how much I would be
as well.
paying if I fucking made it big on crypto? I'd be fucking dead.
Yeah, but it's better than
Yeah.
nothing. If you hold for longer than a year, you only have to pay 20%.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, not in Minnesota. They'll hit those. They
got
have a
extra-
separate capital gains tax. Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Dude, it's fucking insane. It's insane how bad Minnesota is.
There is a loophole. You can take a loan backed by crypto, and then the loan money's tax free. You just pay interest, and then you just pay back your loan with the crypto, and there's no tax.
Let me just say, if my in-laws all ever get giant meteored or whatever, I'm out of here in a heartbeat. I'm fucking done with Minnesota.
Oh my god.
Well, look, I don't want anything bad to happen to him, but if tragedy strikes, I'm gone. Xenobit says, I couldn't understand Spider-Man being sad when Uncle Ben died. When they canceled Uncle Ben's rice, I finally know what it's like to lose Uncle Ben.
Oh.
Philibooty says, Anna, that's how I learned to read. Text to speech and watching the highlighted words. Microsoft Sam sucks. Microsoft Sam 20 years ago really sucked. Steve Giblin says, 1-bedroom apartments are $2,000 a month in Southern California.
Just move. You know, just move. Just leave. It's just there's no point because you're going to be living in poverty.
Wait,
Anyways.
that statistic is wrong. No, you can get one for 17 or 1600. But
I live in a 5,000 square foot house on 8 acres of land, and I paid well. I don't know what the mortgage would even be because I bought my house, but I can't even imagine paying $2,000 a month.
Yeah,
it's
that's
insane to me.
That's like a mortgage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and you're
it's
not
way
going to get a
more-
lot of space.
Just
That's
get
the
a damn
problem.
house.
My last house was 3,500 square feet on 7 3/4 acres, and I paid $1,200 a month for my mortgage. And so like you're gonna tell me $2,000 a month for a 1-bedroom apartment? Fucking kill me.
Yeah, just leave. There's no way because you're not going to have any savings anyways. You're not doing yourself any good.
well,
Yeah.
buy a house and then you'll be paying the same in a mortgage, but at least you'll be going into something you own.
No,
Yeah, that too.
COVID has made everything beautiful. Get out of these states. Get out of these states. The one good thing about where
can't leave California. My family literally came over on boats and bought the land from the Indians. Like we're not
Oh,
moving.
that sucks. You have your whole freaking heritage and ancestry. I could understand now leaving.
No, like
Yeah, no.
my family literally founded a town here, so we're
Yeah.
not moving.
I
I'm
can
talking to
understand that.
people. I'm talking to people who don't own anything or whatever, and they're like stuck in a place. Look, COVID gave you an opportunity. If you've been
Work
renting
from
your whole
home.
life,
Yeah.
leave where you are. Work from home. Go out to a rural community. The only thing saving me in Minnesota is that I live in a rural community. If I lived in the Twin Cities, I'd be in the same boat as Californians and New
Yeah.
Yorkers. But since I live way out in the rural, way out in the sticks, that's how I have the land and the house that I have for the price. But get out. You don't need to do it anymore. We had a whole year proving all these companies that you don't need to do it anymore, and they know. They know. Get out. Get out of the fucking cities. Cities are your enemy. And everyone there is your enemy too. That's the crazy thing. All-Star Apologist says, can't say I've ever cried watching anime, but Hellgirl brought me close to even more when an episode involves young kids. Jackson Kai says, for Anna, did being dyslexic have an effect on the genres you like growing up? I got into manga because having half the story drawn was easier to read.
No, I think I always just liked history, and so I liked historical fiction, and I liked, science fiction. It honestly, my interests were kind of, just based on movies, not necessarily books. And then my mom is a really big reader, and so my mom loves historical fiction, and my mom also was, a antiques historian, which is a
that's
really
cool.
random job to explain. But you like the things that your parents kind of like because you want your parents to spend time with you. So if I wanted my mom to watch a movie, I would turn on one that I knew that she would want to watch and sit down with me and watch. So, I mean, yeah. And I had that whole thing with my mother gave me Spock's haircut. So I was like, I love princesses. I was really girly. So I always watched like princess movies. So I love fantasy. I love fairy tales. I think the only genre I did not like was, scary movies. I do not like being scared. And I'm a really big scaredy cat. So those are things I don't like. I like the concept of like horror villains and stuff like that, but I cannot sit down and watch a scary movie like my sisters can. So when it came to picking out books, the ones that my mother had, like for instance, my mother read the Clan of the Cave Bear series, and I really liked the covers. And so I would ask her what those books were about, but obviously I couldn't read them yet. And so she would kind of give me a very bad elevator pitch on them. And so when I did read them, I was like, well, that wasn't anything like my mother described. But so it was more so when it got into books, like 100%, what did the picture look like on the cover of the book and how big the book was? Because I like a challenge. So it's like, well, the longer the book is, the more time I get to spend with it. And so that was kind of what I got into. So the first book I actually read was Pendragon.
Yeah. I read that
Oh,
too.
you know that book.
Yeah, I have the whole series.
Yeah, I did not finish the last one because somebody spoiled the ending, and I was like, if that is actually what happens, then all those years I spent reading these books was a waste of my fucking time. So I just
What didn't
never
you
read
like
the last
about
one.
the ending?
Well, my friend told me that like they all like get reborn or something.
What?
Is that not what happens?
Am I thinking of a different book?
Now you got to read it. Now you got to finish.
It's Pendragon, right? With the gates and the different worlds.
Yes, yeah.
They don't get reborn.
Well, my friend told me that like Bobby dies, but he gets reborn as like a baby, and his friends have to raise him.
No, they lied. That's not the ending at all. That's not the ending at all. No.
Okay, is the ending good?
The ending is acceptable. I would have preferred a different ending, but it's perfectly acceptable for the show, or for the book. Yeah, no, I don't know what they were smoking, but no, the ending's completely different. He fights with the big baddie, and then you have an after scene of like the future, and then the book ends.
No,
You got to read it now. You have to.
I've
We lied
had
to
this
you.
book. I mean, this book I think came out at least a decade ago, and I've had it sitting here, and I just haven't read it. It's literally
Yeah,
right next to me.
when I went to get the final copy of it, like they had it in the kids section, which pissed me off. And you get like those judgmental stares. It's like, I've been reading this since I was a kid, so shut
Oh,
the fuck
yeah.
up. But
Yeah.
it's good. Yeah, the ending is not that.
Go read it. Xenobit says Mr. Obvious was looking at a girly magazine for a few minutes before he realized it was his cousin's family album. Steve Giblin says, I have a cousin doing 110 years for messing with kids. He says he's innocent, but I don't buy it. Part of me hopes he gets prison justice. Damn.
Who knows?
Koi for you says it's BS. You can buy a game digitally on Switch and play it offline, but if you try the same with Xbox, you can't play unless you put the disc in the slot. Look, the Switch offline play is not actually. I don't know that that's realistic. Okay. If you have 2 Switches, digital play on Switch is fucking garbage. Buy physical only. There, that's what I'll say. Xenobit says, you think Phoenix Jones is jealous of Fairbanks? I have no idea. Flash the Mystic says, how many other live streaming have you done? Just some guy, because half this stream don't even know you. There's something right.
I don't do it that often. I don't live stream that often. I don't live stream on my channel because it's just too tedious to set up. And my schedule is kind of weird because I'm working all the time. So I don't do a lot of live streams.
Well, I'm glad you came on tonight, man. Koi for you says,
nice finally meeting you.
You know,
yes.
Koi
Well, thanks for
you
having me
says,
on.
well, yeah. Well, thank Flash, I guess. It's his stream, but it's on my channel. Koi for you says, by the way, Memology uploaded a new video about the government and how questioning the government authority is now sus behavior. Also, Mr. Obvious / just some guy. Love yas. Very cool. Mr. Security says he shot him at the airport before the trial even started. It was when the police first arrested him and brought him back from California to Louisiana. He was never convicted or saw a trial. Just justice. Renee Villarreal says, thought it be Jason since he's more aggressive. Angry Bellsprout says, are we sure Flash didn't cry because Nick was pegging him? Is Gundam just an excuse to cover it up? God damn it. Gek812 says, had no idea Mr. Obvious was so twisted. And then some smiley faces. Ace of Spades says, as Kermit, grits are disgusting, Nikki. Miss Piggy's asshole is better than grits. She wouldn't even eat it. And she's a pig. They are meant to eat it. What now?
How do you do that?
Dude, I've been doing
voices and I can't. Like my voice is very stuck in the way it is.
I've been doing voices since I was like 11. I don't know. I used to sit in my room and practice different voices. So, and then the Muppet stuff like Kermit and Elmo, I do those for my kids. So it's like,
that's great.
Hi, Mr. Obvious. Will you diddle my asshole? That would be great.
It almost sounds like Gollum.
Can you do
It's very close.
Can I do what?
Stitch?
If I'd have to listen to him. I don't know what Stitch sounds like off the top of my head.
Can you do Mickey Mouse?
Oh boy. Hey Anna. Hi. How are you?
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I can do various voices, but I used to sit around doing voices all the time. I mean, it was a lot of practice. And so a lot of times if I've heard a voice recently, I can tend to do it. But if I haven't heard it in a while, it'll sound like garbage. Like my Hank Hill right now is really bad. But usually it's good. But I haven't watched King of the Hill in a long time. Trident Titan says people who are sociopaths and psychopaths usually are the ones in power because they can make decisions that can harm people with no remorse. Michael Strelitz says, Nick, if I kicked you in the private, would you cry? No, I would just kill you. Fan Advocacy Network says 60 plus people test positive for the coof after Obama's birthday party. Also, most punchable faces. Add Chris or Andrew Cuomo to the list. Eric Bloodaxe says, don't forget the Coming for Your Children guy made a play that celebrated Baka Bazi. I don't know.
Yeah, that was amazing. So that's the dancing boy thing that I was talking about in Afghanistan where they're abusing the boys.
Yeah,
so this clown, he
I
looks the stuff up. He doesn't actually research it. He just looks it up and just finds out some random information and then makes a play about it.
But how
and of course, because
you're giving them too much credit, man. How do you know that he doesn't actually support it, or he's serious, or he doesn't?
Well, that's what I'm getting to. So when he makes the play is this sort of fantasy take of what I presume is what he's looked at, which is there are adults who do it as well. And that seems to be what he is doing, is basing it on that. But he didn't bother to do the deeper research to find out where the stuff is actually going on and like the fuller context of it. So he makes the play. Of course, all of these people are like, oh, it's so beautiful and everything. Then he gets clapback from the Afghans for what he's doing. And then, so they're the ones fucking the kids. And they're like, dude. And so he's like, what? No, actually, it's supposed to be about against that. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be about. No, that wasn't what that was. You wrote a play where you were talking about some 19-year-old falling for this man. That's what this was, because you didn't do your research. You probably saw a couple of videos online of former boys who are now men who are still doing it because that's the only thing they're allowed to do. No one wants anything to do with them. They can't get regular jobs because they behave like girls, so they won't hire them. The women want nothing to do with them. They're basically persona non grata. This is all they can do. So he looked at one little thing, didn't bother to find out more information, and then wrote his little play. And none of these clowns around them, some of them had to know. So nobody tells him, nobody says anything to him. They just, no, it's beautiful. Like, oh, you're all just a bunch of fucking idiots.
Yeah.
Goddamn. Pastor Flash says, Nick, it's taking you longer to read chats than Yellow Flash. I promised a Flash cast. I didn't promise something better. Pastor Flash also says, next Flash cast, Yellow Flash hosts, can you all share and use the same crying avatar? Oh yeah. I think that's gonna happen. I'm never gonna let Flash live his crying down. Greg Keanu says NFTs can be used in place of DRM for digital project distribution as a modern use for technology. Joshua Vidrine says Utah and here, stay out of my state's housing market, you land grubbing Californian, Californian and Nurglings. Yeah, well, no one wants to go to Utah. You got some weird shit happening in your state. Renee Villarreal says if people weren't as fat, think deaths would be down. Yes,
of course.
Absolutely. It's a complicating factor that is one of the leading causes of death on a correlative issue, which a correlation doesn't mean causation, but sometimes it implies it. Changhua says Mr. Obvious didn't work here in Australia, had hard lockdowns on the borders. No, I think he was saying, though, that they would have to lock down everything for a period of time and then literally never open the borders again. Rambam 3000 says, I recommend State of Fear by Laura Dodsworth about how the UK government deliberately used fear and psychological manipulation to control people. Trident Titan says, funnily, oh no, I read that one. Bear Business 1 says, the lawyer does not want us to go around licking people. Way to control our behavior. No, I want you to. I want you to go around licking people. Go do it. I'm just saying I don't. Nova Zero says, ask a medical nurse why it's a good idea to prolong our contact just so they can ask like 9 times if you've ever been exposed to or had the coof. Otherwise, police will visit and infect me personally. Let's see. Trident Titan says, speech and brain fog hasn't gone away. I'm in a group with several thousand people, and I've been in a subreddit called Are COVID Vaccinated that is a bunch of people trying to get better, and it's frustrating. Face Lord says, Pfizer Vax gave me a 7-day cytokine storm back in February, and I've had debilitating cluster headaches ever since. Got to see a neurologist. Boss forced vax. Damn. Eldon Bainling says, Nick, you outflash Flash on Super Chat reading? Damn right. I distracted myself. I didn't even have to distract Flash. Jackass92 says, have any of you listened to Tom McDonald's latest song called Brainwashed? Surprised YouTube hasn't taken it down. No.
It wasn't his best.
I don't even know who that is.
He makes music about like politically relevant stuff. His new song was whatever, in my opinion.
Yeah. I don't know. The only person I listen to is in my profile picture. Dud Summon says the description of full lockdown was what Australia and New Zealand did. Pat Roizen says, I have a DeLorean that I want to do an engine swap on because stock is weak. Anyone have any suggestions on mechanics in the Southeast? Need to hit 88 miles per hour in 5 seconds. Baronet says, what the fuck? Why is the stream over 8 hours long? It just is. Poorly Redacted says, because I'm a good host. And by good, I mean terrible. Poorly Redacted says, if a state has the authority to impose the compliance of, for example, acquiring and carrying proof of insurance while driving, because state, I read this one about firearms in public. Yes, they're already doing that. Poorly Redacted says, we need more states with mandatory carry in public was my point. Yeah, they're not going to do it that way, though. They're going to do it the opposite way. Sam Pack says, I passed out for about 20 minutes. Did you play the ukulele Yub Nub song? No, it's way too late. I'm trying to get through these. Elder Bainling says, message received, Nick. I'll contact Brianna Wu and ask her to send some big moon rocks to Minnesota. Pack your bags and prepare to leave. Please don't contact Brianna Wu ever. Alma John 1 says, that dude's ugly. Alma John 1 says, I pay $589 for a 700 square foot apartment with free water. Cool, man. Francisco Sanchez Jr. says the Afghan president just resigned with the Taliban setting up an interim government. The smell of U.S. victory. Fuck.
Yep, I'm going to have to make a video about that.
The Sean 23 says, Mr. Obvious, what's going on with Afghanistan and Taliban? What's it means going for the future?
What it means is that the Taliban has gained another foothold in the Middle East. So that's really bad. But, you know, this was kind of inevitable without taking over the country because the Afghan government is complicit. They are corrupt. They were just taking our money for years. And the moment we started pulling out, they basically handed the keys to the kingdom to the Taliban and flew off. So it's not a good thing. It will lead to more terrorism.
Come, Mr. Taliban, tally me, but sorry, that's not the right thing. Okay. Next. Malik Foxton says, hey, Nick, how would you deal with family telling you cousins you barely know / aren't close to are in ICU with COVID? Everyone's good at showing consolation. You just say, I look, that's happened to me recently. You either don't say anything or you say, damn, that's a shame. I hope they do better. That's it. You know, don't try to fake affection. Just hope that they do better because look, anybody who gets COVID, you should hope that they do better. That's an easy one. 200 Watt Studio says, as Lemoyne, suck it up, Flash. I didn't even cry when they removed my lung. Spidey Leo Slayer says Barron Trump's shoulders are as wide as Captain Carter's. Pastor Flash says 2,500 likes. Drink up, Nick. Dude, I'm drinking heavily. I'll do one more. I'll do one more gobble of the Whistle Pig, just for that 2,500 because I didn't notice. So thank you. And then Koiv for you says highly recommend Odd Taxi. Is a hidden gem anime of the last season. Also, the day I became God destroyed me and my friend emotionally after the lobotomy. What? Okay. Weird.
Is that
Timothy
the one
Reap.
with the pink-haired girl who could see the future. She's got like a quantum chip in her brain.
with it.
I have no idea.
The ending really pissed me off, man. I was so goddamn mad because I'm not going to spoil it, but man, the ending pissed me off.
What movie is this?
I don't know if he's talking about the anime with this pink-haired girl.
The day I became God destroyed me and my friend emotionally after the lobotomy.
Yeah,
is that the name of an anime?
It's an anime. Yeah, that's the anime. Yeah,
What
that
on
shit
earth?
pissed me off.
God, I fucking hate Japan. You know what? Hiroshima again. I'm gonna say it. Look, I risk the creation of a second degeneracy like anime to try and tame anime.
You'll create
like,
super anime.
like George Bush, right? I have to destroy capitalism to preserve it. I'm with it. I'm gonna do it. Timothy Reaper says there is straight white male Christian superhero called Bible Man. Y'all should watch the intro. No,
Sounds great.
Everybody can go look up Bible Man's intro. On Your Knees B says, I know your pain of tall people shopping for cars. First thing is ask for the test drive just to see if you fit in the driver's seat. Yeah, I met a guy with a McLaren. And I was like, oh fuck, I want to drive that McLaren that looks so fucking cool. And then you can't like move the seats at all because everything behind you is engine. And I was like, oh, okay. I don't know how that would even work. Cal Clay says, hey, Nick, I know it's off topic, but could you read these awesome people a haiku or poem from the awesome book? And what vids on your channel have readings so I can watch and laugh? I don't know. And the book is actually nowhere near me. Someone gave me a book of Trump poems. And it's all just fucking hell. Let me 1 second. I'll grab it quick. I think it's right over here.
As he walks away. Wow.
Okay, I've got it. So this book is called The Beautiful Poetry of Donald Trump, and it's like some guy collected things Trump said and then made them into poems. So here's one. This poem is titled Pittsburgh, Not Paris. Kate Middleton is great, but she shouldn't be sunbathing in the nude. It's really cold outside. NBC News just called it the Great Freeze. Thus, as of today, the United States will cease all implementation of the non-binding Paris Accord. We want global warming right now. So that's the Pittsburgh, Not Paris poem. That's it.
That's fine.
How about failing comedian Bill Maher, a haiku? A very dumb guy. So today I will sue him. I'm going to win. There you go. There's Trump's haiku about Bill Maher. So yeah, this is like, it's like 150 pages of Trump poems, and it's fucking great. I love it. What?
Said lovely.
Oh, I thought you said something else. Okay, finally, let's see. Koi for you says that's the anime, Mr. Obvious. 200 Watt Studio says Mahler just texted. Can't believe you're still on. Spidey Leo Slayer says get Blair White on so I can ask balls or no balls. Oh, you know that's a balls. That's fucking weird. That's it, guys.
Oh, go ahead.
No, that's it. That's the whole show.
Hey.
Wow.
What were you saying, Anna?
I was gonna say, is Blair White a lesbian or is she into dudes?
Blair White
is a dude.
Is a dude.
I
yeah.
know that, but I'm asking, is she into girls or is she into guys?
She's into girls, I think.
Wait,
Well,
no,
actually,
Blair White's
it's
not a
both.
lesbo, is she?
Isn't it both?
Well, if you're
I thought she
trans-
liked getting pounded out.
She was getting pounded. That's all I know.
Okay, so she likes guys.
Well, but she's married to a girl.
Is she?
She's married.
Yeah, she's married to a girl.
Dude, her hands are so fucking manly. I can't even take it. I cannot take it.
It's complicated because she's married to a girl.
Oh
who
shit!
uses a strap on.
Nate the lawyer is in the chat. He says, "What's up, buddy?" He says, "I was called racist."
Engaged to somebody named Joey Saracen.
God. I don't get Blair White. I don't get why dudes simp for Blair White. It's fucking weird to me. Nate the lawyer says, I was called racist and sexist because I didn't like the fact they changed 007 to a black woman and made He-Man an LGBT woman. Yeah. By the way, if you guys don't know, Nate is a consummate white supremacist. That much is true. Probably as much of a white supremacist as just some guy is. The Cinema Queen, I did not forget Justice Chats. I read them. I read all of them. Yeah, no, I read all of the Justice Chats, all the super chats. The show's over. Go away, go home. I don't know what else to say. Oh wait, no, I do know what to say, guys. Thank you to my guests, Just Some Guy, Mr. Obvious, and that Star Wars girl. Their channels are linked. All of them are linked in the description, including the guests who left here. Go click on them, subscribe, show them love, follow them. Everybody on this panel tonight puts out great content, and you're not going to find this shit anywhere else. So subscribe to it. Changhua says, you missed my second super chat. Well, buddy, I don't know how to find it, so I'm sorry that I missed it. But that's it. Anyway, thanks for hanging out to my guests. Thanks for hanging out to the chat. We've been going 9 hours. It's time to go to bed. What are you people even doing? And here, I got one more thing to play for you.
Why you think you done it? Okay, number one, Your Honor. Just look at him.
He talks like a fag, too.
Nailed it. There we go. All right, guys. Have a good night. Peace.
You didn't end the stream.
Later.
I'm ending it now. Peace. Peace.
Bye.